Chapter 1301. That makes sense. The elder leaned back, gazing at the projection. However, this person is indeed extraordinary. It is a pity that the Red Dragon Queen does not like male wizards. Otherwise, if we were to pair them up, our priory might have another ally, at the primordial soul level in the future. For a small sect like the Dragon Descendant Priory struggling to survive among the large sects, one had to learn how to rope in friends. The Endless Sea. The Witch Family. Triss sat within her cabin. Recently, she had been busy researching potions, and had lacked the time to monitor the projection. She summoned the butler and gestured for him to keep an eye on Anya's movements. Gratification washed over her as she observed that Anya was safe and sound. His strength was improving. Perhaps, this kid might be able to advance to the 5th Circle Realm in the Ancient Tower. I do not have to worry about him after he advances to the 5th Circle Realm. With his personality, he will not provoke a primordial soul wizard. With the trump cards I left for him, it is enough to protect himself in the wizard world. Triss decided to let go. Under her protection, it was impossible for Anya to truly grow. If Anya wanted to attain a primordial soul, he would have to work hard on his own. The Ancient Tower played the latest battle on the 5th floor. It was a confrontation between a dragon descendant wizard and the Amethyst Race. The Red Dragon Queen. It is actually her. Triss narrowed her eyes. I did not expect her to enter as well. She is the daughter of the senior from the Sleeping Dragon realm. Unfortunately, she is too rebellious and has found a female companion. Triss shook her head. The difficulties her senior faced were understandable. She had once wondered if Anya liked men. Her thoughts remained traditional. She still hoped that after Anya's cultivation reached a certain level, he could find a female companion to produce the crystal. On the screen, the Red Dragon Queen struggled against the Amethyst Race. A red-robed male wizard with long hair and an ancient umbrella stepped forward. 9 fire dragons swept out. In the next moment, the Amethyst Race warrior disintegrated. This umbrella-shaped wizard tool is extremely extraordinary. It should be one of the best among the top-grade items. If this child advances to the primordial soul realm in the future, this wizard tool has the hope of becoming a true soul artifact. Speaking of which, when can Anya reach this level? I will be completely at ease as his mother if he can reach this level. In the wizard world, there were all sorts of strange shapes of wizard tools. A big man holding a red umbrella, although feminine, was also very common. The Sea of Stars. Rust Island. The white-haired Rust Dragon Wizard listened to the Red Dragon Queen's report. I did not expect the Fire Dragon Wizard to be so powerful. From the looks of it, his craftsmanship level is not inferior to Silverbeard's at all. Or rather, he had learned from a primordial soul realm weapon-making master. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a top-grade 5th circle wizard tool. The Red Dragon Queen nodded. This lava secret sword of mine is very comfortable to use. So, you can relax from now on. Master Fire Dragon's weapon-making skills can definitely create high-quality items. I understand. You and Blue Dragon should go into seclusion and strive to enter the perfected 5th circle stage as soon as possible. This way, we will have more confidence in facing the enemy forces. The Red Dragon Queen bowed. All right. After she left, the Rust Dragon Wizard sighed. The Amethyst Race's attack this time was not a coincidence. The arrogant attitude of the wizards from the 9 Cities Alliance burned in his memory from the negotiations. He clenched his fists, and the rusty dragon scales flashed on his forehead. Several days later, Gondif Island. The 4 Elders' Palace. Silverbeard had gone missing. The only ones left here were Madame Miracle, the Redbone Wizard, and the Rust Dragon Wizard. Moreover, the Red Dragon and Blue Dragon sisters, as well as a few other wizards from the White Robe Hall, had arrived. Everyone, I called you here today, because I want the Blue Dragon and Red Dragon sisters to share the seats of the 5 elders. Since Farah escaped, this position cannot be left empty. I wonder if everyone agrees to this. The Rust Dragon Wizard looked around the room. The Redbone Wizard spoke up. I agree. I think the 2 sisters are not far from reaching the perfected 5th circle stage. Moreover, the Red Dragon Queen and the Fire Dragon Wizard recently killed a level 5 Amethyst Race warrior together. Their strength and prestige are obvious to all. Madame Miracle nodded in agreement. In the end, the proposal passed by all the members. The second suggestion is to let the Fire Dragon Wizard join the White Robe Hall. As the most important weapon-making master of our Wizard Association, he also has the power to kill the Amethyst Race. I believe everyone agrees with this. The Rust Dragon Wizard waited for a response. But I heard that he relied on a wizard tool to help the Red Dragon Queen kill the Amethyst Race. His true strength might not even be as strong as a 5th circle senior wizard. A 5th circle senior wizard frowned. The Red Dragon Queen smiled. Wizard tools are part of a wizard's strength. Why must we exclude wizard tools in a life and death duel? Moreover, I see that Master Fire Dragon's spiritual force has almost reached the level of a 5th circle senior wizard. The Redbone Wizard waved a hand. There is no need to stick to formalities during special times. Give the capable a little respect. It will help keep him here. In the end, after a discussion, the Fire Dragon Wizard, currently in seclusion at home, received a notice from the 5 Elders' Palace. He looked at the brand new White Robe Hall token and smiled. Year 1208 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, month of the Northern Wind. Dragon Palace Island. Levi sweated profusely in the closed-door training ground. His spiritual force remained highly concentrated. In his mind, inside the 7-colored crystal, an earth-shattering change occurred. Countless pure white chi lingered within the space. In the end, a pure white spiritual object emerged. Levi's figure stood within the spiritual object. He hovered in a chaotic world. Ether arrived and divided into the four forces of earth, fire, wind, and water. Then, frost, thunder, and metal descended. In addition, darkness, light, and countless other forces converged once more. Chapter 1302. A small soul that looked like Levi sat cross-legged in the barrier, with a calm expression. The first maximum soul has been born. This internal energy crystal shattering technique is truly difficult. Levi studied the technique day and night. After half a year, he finally condensed the first one. The first technique is the easiest for the crystal shattering technique. The more difficult it is, the longer it takes. It will be enough if I can successfully condense 49 techniques within 100 years. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. The surface shimmered. His spiritual force read 700 out of 1070. His spell power stood at 70,000. My spiritual force has already reached the standard of a 5th circle senior wizard. This is the advantage of having a good foundation. I have only been a 5th circle wizard for more than 10 years, but my spiritual force has already surpassed most 5th circle wizards. Right now, Levi was only 2 5th circle, innate spells away from becoming a true 5th circle senior wizard. He ended his seclusion and arrived at the botanical garden. By relying on Holy Infant's current status to collect black beast flesh and blood, Long was able to eat continuously and produce golden rubbish steadily. Levi had already accumulated a large amount of these fertilizers. It should be enough for him to transform a botanical garden in the ancient Saint Plain. Long's body size remained about 100 meters, and his production was basically fixed. No matter how much black beast meat he was fed, Long could not eat it all. If Levi wanted to increase production of the fertilizers, he had to let Long grow stronger. It was difficult to do so in a short period of time. After all, a 5th level black beast was not common. With my current strength, it will not be a problem for me to win against the Thunderbolt Archmage. This guy has plundered many of the spoils of war from nomadic wizards. If I capture him, these spoils of war will be mine. Levi left Dragon Palace Island and flew toward the Io continent. He wanted to find an opportunity to test the might of the brilliant golden dragon armor in actual combat. The Thunder Basin. The Thunder Punishment Tribunal. After several years of slaughter, the temperament of the Thunderbolt Archmage had become even gloomier. In the past few years, the Empire began to encircle and annihilate the evil mages on a large scale, destroying many heretic strongholds. The Thunderbolt Archmage had personally participated in many battles, and the number of evil mages who died under his hands was increasing. Among the evil mages, he even earned the title Thunder Devil. These despicable foreigners deserve to die. Thunderbolt glared at the relic of the Thunder Pool. As the Thunder elemental spirit dissipated, the Thunder Pool also dried up. On this day, after finishing his cultivation, Thunderbolt led the mages of the tribunal and prepared to go out to hunt down the evil mages. A handsome blonde youth leaned against a pillar and smiled. "Sir, are you the Thunderbolt Archmage?" "Yes, who are you?" "Tell me your name." Thunderbolt asked calmly. "Me, I am just a nameless person. Today, I am here to take your head." The golden-haired youth crossed his arms. "Ha ha ha ha, how arrogant." Thunderbolt laughed in anger. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and the staff in his hand shook violently. Under the dried-up thunder pool, countless purple lightning that looked like lightning liquid emerged. The thunderbolts condensed into a 100-meter-long purple lightning snake. It raised its head and puffed out its chest, charging toward the young man. The golden-haired young man smiled. Countless golden auras surrounded him, and brilliant golden light soared into the sky. A golden figure about 10 feet tall appeared out of thin air. He wore golden armor and had wings on his back. A single horn jutted from his forehead, and his head resembled a dragon. Dragon Demon. Thunderbolt Archmage stopped underestimating his enemy. The golden hands of the Dragon Demon tore apart the lightning snakes. He stood bathed in lightning as his armor rumbled. Suppress. A golden divine palace suddenly appeared in the void and descended from the sky. It crushed down upon the Thunderbolt Archmage. Thunderbolt's expression was ferocious. The force field formed by the lightning around his body kept expanding until it exploded like a purple sun. Cracks appeared on the golden divine palace, and it threatened to shatter. The golden figure closed in. His golden dragon claw struck Thunderbolt's force field and shattered it. Thunderbolt took out a divine talisman without hesitation. "I will let you experience the power of Thunder Hive Stone." The level 5 upper divine talisman flew out and exploded. 10,000 thunderbolts descended on the world, causing cracks to appear on the ground as lava gushed out. Within the Thunder territory, the Golden Snake Divine Palace stood proudly, resisting countless thunderbolts before shattering. A golden light tore through the sea of lightning and arrived in an instant. Wherever the golden light passed, the ground was plowed up and destroyed. Before the Thunderbolt Archmage could react, the golden light had already shattered his powerful force field and his defense Dharma artifact. His head blew off, leaving only his body standing there in a daze. He fell to the ground, his aura completely gone. The battle ended quickly. The Thunderbolt Archmage was dead. Thunder Devil's sinful life had come to an end. The Supreme Eye appeared, glared at the golden armored figure that had killed the Thunderbolt Archmage, and then dissipated. Levi killed all the mages of the Thunder Punishment Tribunal, as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. After reaching level 5, Leon was able to taste delicious souls. "Now, I can be considered to have avenged that kid, Anya." Levi spoke indifferently. Levi kept all the spoils of war. After destroying the Thunder Punishment Tribunal, he left. With the brilliant golden dragon armor, I do not need to activate the three-headed dragon god to kill a 5th circle senior wizard. The power of this golden light is too terrifying. Rumors say that the golden light of the golden horn beast can destroy an entire world. It is not just an exaggeration. Chapter 1303, Chaos City. The bounty board displayed the name of a wanted criminal. It rose very quickly. In the end, it overtook an evil mage named Firechild Mage. Golden armored dragon demon. Crime is cruel murder of Thunderbolt Archmage. Crowds gathered. Gazes landed on those words, eyes wide with disbelief. Even Thunderbolt Archmage is dead. This dragon demon is truly detestable. Yeah, these foreigners are too arrogant. Lord Supreme Archmage, quickly unleash your divine might and destroy these bad people. Intelligence departments from large organizations transmitted the bounty list updates back to their headquarters in real time. Skyfire Fortress. Simon studied the list in his hand. Undying Dragon Demon. Gold-armored Dragon Demon. So many dragon abominations wander so arrogantly outside. This makes me unhappy. To be able to kill Thunderbolt Archmage, this dragon abomination possesses decent strength. I hope that one day, you will fall into my hands. As a member of the Dragon Clan, your final fate is to be slaughtered by me. Flames consumed the name list. Simon retrieved a massive skull of a level 5 dragon abomination from his ring and began to carve arrays on it. As he carved, he muttered, "It is your honor to still fight for me after death." Dragon Palace Island. Levi returned with a full load. He opened the storage ring belonging to the Thunderbolt Archmage. A pile of unused level 5 beast skins lay inside. The success rate of a level 5 divine talisman remained low, and the consumption of beast skin for it was quite high. Therefore, these items held great value for Levi. I will give these to Holy Infant as a gift the next time I meet him. He resembled a parent who gave his child simulation questions as a birthday present. How vicious. There were also 3 divine talismans with myriad thunder patterns drawn on them. Thunderhive Stone. It is a level 5 talisman. It carries the power of an attack from a perfected 5th circle wizard. This talisman did not originate from the Thunderbolt Archmage, but from his famous senior brother. The myriad thunder Archmage was a powerhouse at the peak of level 5. With Holy Infant's current level, the level 4 Fire Dragon Tribulation Talisman functioned as a high-grade level 4 talisman. The power of a single Fire Dragon Tribulation Talisman proved far inferior to this. However, if 100 of them were thrown together, the Fire Dragon Tribulation Talisman would remain stronger. Thunder Silver Iron, a level 5 metal. Good stuff. It is a must for the future forging of the Thunder God. Resources filled the storage ring. The vast majority of them came from nomadic wizards. Levi accepted all of these with a smile. A silver wizard tool shaped like a hair clip sat in the corner, emitting a faint silver light. This hair clip was obviously not an ordinary item. It acted as a top-grade wizard tool. He picked it up. The hair clip looked familiar. Levi's nose twitched as he sniffed. A familiar feminine fragrance lingered on it. That is strange. It seems to be Madame Triss' body fragrance. He had seen Triss wear this silver hair clip before. Coupled with this familiar smell, he could not be wrong. Looks like Madame Triss used this hair clip as her trump card and gave it to Anya for protection. In the end, Anya was captured, and this wizard tool was confiscated. This child is really pitiful. As a primordial soul wizard's top-grade wizard tool, its power was definitely extraordinary. With Levi's current level of weapon refinement and his attainments in arrays, he would be able to crack it and use it in a short period of time. However, there was no need. Triss had treated him well, so he would not take advantage of her. It just so happens that I am planning to meet Anya. I will return this to its rightful owner. After sorting out the spoils of war, Levi changed his appearance and flew towards the Deep Blue Organization. Deep Blue Organization. The residence of the witch family. Anya opened his eyes and exhaled. After more than 40 years of training in the ancient tower, his spiritual force had become more and more profound. However, Anya sighed. I am still a little bit away from attaining perfection in the 4th circle realm. Not long ago, the phantom witch had successfully advanced to the 5th circle and was now stabilizing her realm. This made Anya a little anxious, worried that he was the only one left behind. Therefore, he accepted missions more frequently and obtained more resources to boost his cultivation. After preparing the equipment for this long journey, Anya rushed out of the city. This time, he accepted a single mission with a lower difficulty. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to return in a few days. He held back his energy and told himself that he had to advance to the 5th circle realm within 10 years. In the wilderness below, an old man in a white robe with a head full of white hair rode an ordinary moose and strolled leisurely. The old man had a kind face and was tall. He held a huge staff in his hand. Gondaf. Anya stiffened. He had studied the photos of the wanted criminals sent by the organization. Gondaf used to be in the top 20 of the bounty list, but over the years, the ranking had fallen to over 30. However, to be able to take a direct hit from the Thunderbolt Archmage, his strength was evident. Anya had learned from the Phantom Witch that Gondaf had saved him and the group of nomadic wizards. Anya had always wanted to find an opportunity to thank Gondaf. It was a pity that this senior was elusive. Many different opinions existed about his true identity. Some said that he was a native mage, while others said that he was a wizard. Gondaf admired the beautiful scenery until a voice emerged from behind him. Senior, as a rank 5 existence, why do you still have to ride this moose? Won't it take up a lot of time? Gondaf turned around. A young silver-haired wizard stood on a longsword condensed from metal elements, his body straight. The wizard looked at him nervously. Chapter 1304. Gondaf let out a laugh. If we fly too fast, we will miss the scenery on the side of the road. We have to keep some leisure in our travels. Anya fell into deep thought. It was expected of a senior expert. Just a few words carried such profound meaning. Senior, my name is Anya. I took the liberty of speaking to you to thank you for saving my life, Anya said. Gondaf laughed, his eyes twinkling. Anya, right. Let me ask you this. How are you going to repay me? Are you going to devote your body to me? Or do you want to be my slave? Anya stood stunned, stumped by the question. With strength not even at the fifth circle realm, he had no way to repay an existence on par with the Thunderbolt Archmage. Gondaf continued to ride the moose forward. Anya stayed where he stood. I have nothing now, Anya said with a serious expression. Senior, can you leave me your contact information? I will pay you a visit after I advance to the fifth circle realm. Gondaf shook his head. You are too anxious, young one. Advancing is something that will happen naturally. Your current mentality might not be a good thing for your progress. Anya offered a bitter smile. Senior, you are right. I have been a little anxious lately. My friends are all in the fifth circle realm, but I am still wandering around as a fourth circle wizard. I cannot even protect myself in this Io continent, where there are so many strong warriors. Gondaf patted the flank of his moose as he walked. I see that you are cultivating a metal-type spell. Anya nodded. Yes, but we wizards are usually called the Bronze School. I have a friend whose child was born to be a metal elemental child. If you are willing to pass on some of your spells, it can be considered as repaying me, Gondaf said while stroking his beard. Anya stood stunned for a moment then spoke. That is easy. Although my inheritance is not considered top-notch, it should be no problem to cultivate to the level of a supreme mage in the future. Please wait a moment, senior. Anya took out a crystal ball and chanted, sending messages into the orb. This inheritance is called the Bronze King Codex. It records a lot of Bronze School knowledge. Senior, would you like to take a look? Gondaf kept his expression calm as he casually took the crystal ball and put it away. He smiled. Thank you. Senior saved my life, so this is nothing, Anya replied. Gondaf thought for a moment and waved his hand. Streams of light appeared in front of Anya. The value of your inheritance is very high, enough to tempt many archmages. As a senior, I will not bully a junior like you. I just killed a dragon demon that committed all kinds of evil. Here are some fifth circle wizard tools. You can choose one, Gondaf said with a smile. I am repaying you for saving my life. If I take away a fifth circle wizard tool, I will not ever be able to repay you. Anya shook his head firmly. Are you sure you do not want to take a look at them? Gondaf asked with a faint smile. Anya glanced at the assortment, his eyes narrowing. A particularly familiar item lay among the wizard tools. Senior, did you obtain the silver hair clip from killing a dragon demon? Anya asked. Gondaf nodded. Joy flooded Anya's face. He panted, speaking excitedly. Senior, this hair clip was a birthday present from my mother. It was obtained by the Thunderbolt Archmage after I was captured last time. From the looks of it, after that dragon demon killed the Thunderbolt Archmage, that dragon demon was killed by you, Senior. After some circulation, this hair clip ended up here. Oh, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Fate is really wonderful. In that case, you can take it. I was wondering why there was a woman's fragrance on this hair clip. Anya blushed. Thinking of his mother, who was far away in the endless sea, he missed home. I must go back alive. I cannot let my mother live alone in the endless sea, Anya thought with determination. Anya took the hair clip away in embarrassment and spoke in a panicked manner. Thank you, Senior. You are welcome. I, Gondaf, am the happiest to uphold justice and save people in distress. Gondaf said this, his eyes lighting up. In the eyes of Anya, the words of Gondaf were sincere. The realm of the Senior is so high that most wizards would never be able to reach it in their entire lives, Anya said. Ha ha ha, it is just a habit that cannot be changed. You should go. Do not disturb me from enjoying the scenery along the way. Gondaf waved his hand and rode on the moose. He hummed a nameless song that Anya could not understand and slowly disappeared. This is a true expert. Compared to the fifth circle wizards in the organization, they are far inferior to him. Anya stood silent for a long time. He chanted a spell, and his magic power poured into the hair clip. In the next moment, the hair clip suddenly grew bigger. With a mechanical grinding sound, it expanded, ready to catch all the enemies in front of it. This is Mother's favorite hair clip. If I lose it, I will definitely be scolded when I go back. Several days later, after completing his mission, Anya returned to the encampment. He calmed down and recalled the warning of Senior Gondaf. Anya began to understand something. Sierra had already consolidated her realm. She looked at the radiant Anya and asked in surprise. Someone is in a good mood recently. Anya smiled and said nothing. Sierra, you have just advanced to the fifth circle realm. Is it convenient for you to tell me what to take note of? No problem. Dragon Palace Island. Levi threw the moose on the island. Chapter 1305. As a mortal beast, the creature felt out of place in this terrifying realm filled with level 5 creatures. The roars of dragons and beasts made its legs tremble. Since you were my mount before, I will not feed you too long, Levi said. He returned to his seclusion and pulled the Bronze King Codex from his robes. Levi had only intended to take something small from Anya. He had not expected the boy to hand over such a valuable item. This is actually a book of inherited knowledge that leads directly to the primordial soul realm, Levi mused. This friend of Anya is truly something special. Generally speaking, Codex-type spells inheritance books were extremely rare. The pages contained detailed records of the Bronze School spell inheritance. Anya had based his innate spells on modifications of these techniques. Next, I will slowly study my 7th talent, Levi whispered to the empty room. When the time comes, a sword deity will appear and amaze the world. With preparations complete, Levi resumed his closed-door cultivation. He committed to the ancient wisdom of taking 10 years to sharpen a sword, preparing a blade that would shock the world. The year 1209 of the Holy Brilliance calendar arrived. It was the 44th year since the dark ancient tower opened. The 108th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights commenced. In front of the circular stone table, Levi and his team members sat upright. The Thousand Illusion Knight wore a mask fashioned like a white fox. She appeared extremely charming, and a smile never left her lips. She had forged this divine weapon herself after advancing to level 3. She called it the Thousand Illusions Mask. As the only 2 members of the organization who specialized in perception, Levi held high hopes for her. She had proven herself quite powerful, and finally advanced to level 3. The Thousand Illusions Mask increased the perception of the Thousand Illusion Knight, and allowed her to change her appearance at will, much like a vampire. It also created illusions to trap enemies. This was no ordinary trick. She called it the Void Illusion. The Thousand Illusion Knight had conducted experiments. If a target possessed weak willpower, they would succumb. Within the illusion, seductive women appeared, possessing curvaceous forms and endless charm, all claiming they wished to aid the victim in their cultivation. Even after the illusion faded, the victim could not recover quickly and fell into an empty sage mode. In that state, the victim's willpower crumbled, and they lost all will to fight. If they could not recover quickly, they remained at the mercy of their captor. Lust acted as a weapon. It was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Levi possessed a willpower as firm as iron. During the meeting, Levi learned that a terrifying cataclysm beast had crossed the ocean some time ago. It spread from the forsaken land of the gods to the outer seas and the human realm. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire likely caused the disturbance. These cataclysm beasts resembled black beasts. They appeared deformed, terrifying, and bloodthirsty. Even the entrance to the ancient Saint Plain fell under attack by a group of cataclysm beasts that had accidentally stumbled upon it. Among them lurked a level 5 cataclysm beast. However, the 7 kings of hell and the ancient Saint's senior state assembly intervened. They killed the giant beast within the array before it could breach the ancient Saint Plain. As I said, one day, we will welcome the change of the times, Levi declared to the assembly. Now, that day has arrived. Everyone must fight to protect our homeland. After the meeting, Levi gazed out at the distant sea. He believed the strength of the ancient Saint Plain would sustain him until he returned to the human realm. At that time, with the backing of himself and the Flower Knight, he would fear nothing, even if a level 6 existence appeared. After feeding long, Levi checked on the saint fruit saplings and the iron trees, which grew more vibrant by the day, and returned to his cultivation in satisfaction. Months passed in the blink of an eye. On the Sea of Stars, the Rust Dragon Wizard arrived at Fire Dragon Island. "Is Master Fire Dragon at home?" he called out. A fiery passage opened, and the Rust Dragon Wizard stepped through. In front of Master Fire Dragon, an armor set and a shield floated, emitting a red glow. "Fortunately, I did not fail you," Holy Infant smiled. "2 of the wizard tools are complete." The Rust Dragon Wizard beamed. He inspected the 2 wizard tools. They were both of fine grade quality. "Thank you, Master. I admire your skills." The Rust Dragon Wizard felt overjoyed that the Draconic Shield and Dragon Flame armor reached fine grade quality. It was enough to help him survive the upcoming disaster. "It was just luck," Holy Infant replied. "Master, please choose 2 of them," the Rust Dragon Wizard urged as he presented 4 treasures. Holy Infant selected the Silver Scale Fruit and the Thunder Element ore. He would take the remaining book and the Water type, or after the final transaction reached completion. "Master, recently we have searched for the Amethyst Race hiding in the Sea of Stars," the Rust Dragon Wizard warned. "I suspect that most of them are hiding in the red zone of the Sea of Stars. If you intend to explore there, please exercise caution." The Rust Dragon Wizard possessed a cultivation base of perfection in the 5th Circle realm, and his deferential tone showed the depth of his respect for Holy Infant. If not for the ability of Holy Infant to forge weapons, the Rust Dragon Wizard likely would not have given him a second glance. "Thank you for your reminder, Master," Holy Infant acknowledged. After the Rust Dragon Wizard departed, Holy Infant discovered a message from Mia and traveled to the Star Bazaar. Inside the Fire Dragon cabin, Mia reviewed the information she had gathered, her expression agitated. Upon seeing Lord Ace enter, she stood up quickly. "My lord, I have found the clue regarding the Holy Grail that you requested," she announced with a wide grin. The heart of Holy Infant skipped a beat. "Tell me everything," he urged. "It is like this," she began. "I heard from the president of the Adventurer Guild that a group of wizards left the Sea of Stars and headed to the Plains of Youth in the eastern part of the Io continent. They say that a paradise exists there called the Ancient Banyan Fairyland. In that fairyland, a fairy lives within the immortal Holy Spring, and a single sip can prolong one's life. The local mortals call her the Goddess of Youth. Beside this goddess sits a golden Holy Grail. My lord, look, this is a portrait of the goddess." Mia unfolded an ancient painting. It depicted a young girl, graceful and poised like a goddess. In her hand, she held a golden Holy Grail, and a giant dragon resembling a long snake was carved upon it. Levi felt entirely certain that this was the Holy Grail of immortality he sought. The dragon looked similar to the immortal Banyan Dragon Lady, only thicker and more powerful. This was the final item of the 4 treasures of Sauron, a mysterious relic refined by the Forest King, Deuxis, now resting in the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Chapter 1306. Dragon Palace Island. The Botanical Garden. Levi felt a wave of delight. I have finally found the clue to the Holy Grail of immortality. The Plains of Youth lies in the eastern region of Io. That area serves as the main theater for Storm City, established jointly by the three top wizard organizations, Hurricane Sky Island, the Gale Steeple, and the Storm Divine Tower. I will send Holy Infant to scout the situation. If it requires my presence, I will go. He did not know the background of the Goddess of Youth, so he refused to commit his main body to such a risk. After finishing his daily farm work, he returned to his secluded cultivation ground and continued cultivating. Farm work offered him one of the few forms of rest and entertainment, condensing his soul to the maximum, practicing breathing techniques, meditation, researching innate spells, the rune language, and body tempering. Levi's daily workload increased. His biggest wish now was to get a few more reliable clones like Holy Infant to share some of his work. Unfortunately, an oddity that could give birth to an avatar could only be found by chance. In the illustrated book of oddities, the bright moon and the glorious sun level were excluded since Levi remained miles away from attaining them. Among all the morning star level oddities in the sky that could produce clones, none appeared within reach. Sea of Stars, Fire Dragon Island. Holy Infant instructed Mia and informed the Rust Dragon Wizard before leaving the White Robe Wizard Association temporarily. He had to set off now to avoid further trouble. Inside the Fire Dragon cabin, Mia watched Lord Ace walk away, her mind drifting in a daze. She shook herself back to her senses, took a deep breath, and whispered, "I must advance to the Fifth Circle realm. I must." Before he left, his lordship told her that if she wished to join him, she needed to advance to the Fifth Circle as soon as possible and return to the wizard world safely. She had always felt distant from the true geniuses of the wizard world. Now that opportunity sat right in front of her. She had to seize it. Holy Infant flew carefully across the wilderness. The technique Mia provided was too precious to ignore. He was not an ungrateful person. Mia might be the descendant of some powerful figure. Building a relationship with her could prove useful in the future. Moreover, she was not a bad person, and she possessed skill in dancing. She would make a suitable manager, far better than those old men from the Dusk Holy Temple. Youth Grassland, Banyan Empire, Blackstone Town. Inside a mortal tavern, Holy Infant sat dressed as a wandering adventurer, sipping a drink while gathering information. He appeared young and handsome. A few beautiful women from the small town stared at him from across the room. Upon arriving in the Empire, Holy Infant noticed that the people here possessed an unusual vitality. This likely related to the Holy Fountain of Youth in the ancient Banyan fairyland. The Holy Grail of immortality likely produced the fountain. According to the information, the immortal Banyan dragon possessed abilities focused on healing, health preservation, and longevity. Legend claimed that wherever the immortal Banyan dragon passed, all living things sprouted and flowers bloomed. "Big brother, are you here to seek water from the spring of immortality?" A little girl with large, watery eyes gazed at Holy Infant with curiosity. She was accustomed to tourists arriving from other places to seek the spring. "Yes, have you all drunk the water from the spring of immortality?" Holy Infant asked, pinching her chubby cheeks. The little girl nodded. "After the people here are born, their parents go under the ancient banyan tree and pray to the goddess of youth for spring water. The goddess is kind and agrees. However, in recent years, evil and despicable foreigners broke into the ancient banyan fairyland using their spells. They stole the spring water and tried to snatch the Holy Grail. This angered the goddess. She closed the door to the fairyland and forbade any outsiders from approaching. Those who dare to steal the spring water face her punishment. Holy Infant could only shake his head. If they had simply asked, they might have received it. Now, his operation faced unnecessary complications. Once a civilization grows strong, arrogance takes root. This proved especially true when wizards from high-level civilizations looked down upon these indigenous people, who remained trapped in the tower without even knowing it. "I will go and take a look first. Communicating with the goddess is the best path. If that fails, I will formulate a plan." According to the locals, the goddess of youth had never taken the initiative to harm others since ancient times. That was good news. Leaving the tavern, Holy Infant prepared to depart, but two figures fighting in the sky caught his eye. One of them wore a black robe, marked with a moon on his forehead. His skin possessed a darkness like the night sky. He is Black Moon Yunin, the proudest disciple of Black Sun Adam. Rumors say he is the son of Black Sun as well. He holds the 56th rank on the ancient tower rankings, having entered the Fifth Circle realm 20 years ago. The information regarding this fighter surfaced in Holy Infant's mind. Generally, wizards who reach the top 100 of the overall rankings immediately upon entering the Fifth Circle qualify as geniuses. Someone like Yinan, who ranked 56th, was a top-notch talent. Yinan remained slightly inferior to Simon, the Sky Dragon Wizard, and the Golden Light Wizard. A group of wizards wearing the uniforms of the Storm Divine Tower surrounded Yinan. A Fifth Circle wizard led them. The leader was a witch. An endless storm swirled behind her, as if a goddess had descended. She was clearly a genius as well, though Levi had no recollection of her. Chapter 1307. Given his strength, he only concerned himself with the top 100 wizards on the ancient tower ranking. Yinan sneered. "You are a bunch of nobodies. How dare you stop me? You are simply courting death. As a dark wizard, you dare to barge into the intersection of our storm city. You do not know the meaning of death. I, the Harpy Witch, have come today to see if the Black Moon is worthy of its name." The witch refused to be outdone. "Die." Yinan wasted no time. He waved his hand, and a black sun, 100 meters in diameter, descended. The sky turned dark, as if a long night had suddenly descended. Black Sun transformation. This combustion spell, created by Black Sun Adam, drew upon solar aggregation and the Black Sun meditation art to channel powerful dark energy. Those who practiced the Black Sun meditation art found the flames within them transformed into the terrifying and unusual Black Sun demonic flame. The flame burned viciously, releasing a poisonous aura that destroyed everything it touched. It caused immense damage to the ecological environment. When Black Sun Adam created it, the Wizard Council suppressed him. They claimed this method hindered the long-term development of the wizard world and demanded he destroy his cultivation. As a peerless genius, Adam could not tolerate such demands. He became a dark wizard and deliberately spread the Black Sun meditation art on a massive scale to defy the council. The black flame once destroyed the giant tree secret realm of the lush forest witch, forcing them to relocate. Watching the genius of the Black Sun steeple, who had incited a century of war between dark and righteous wizards and indirectly destroyed the Grey Tower, the heart of Holy Infant remained as calm as an ancient well. He was no longer a weak and helpless novice wizard. Holy Infant felt no rush to leave. He hid in the crowd to watch. If the chance arose, he would not hesitate to strike while his enemy was down and kill Black Moon. The Black Sun descended. A pair of eagle wings erupted behind the Harpy Witch, blotting out the sky. Her lower body shifted, sprouting bird legs tipped with sharp, eagle-like claws. Harpies. I did not expect this ancient humanoid race to survive until now. Harpies were a legendary tribe from ancient times. They controlled hurricanes from birth, and the probability of producing a wind element child in their group exceeded that of wizards. Wizards began to hunt them. They imprisoned female harpies to force them to produce wind element children. Males became slaves. The race eventually vanished from the long river of history. The Harpy Witch flapped her wings. Two giant tornadoes soared into the sky, caught the Black Sun, and tore it apart. The natives of the small town below panicked, watching the immortals fight. Torn black flames fell like raindrops. Where they struck the plains, they burned like maggots in the bone. Where they hit houses, the structures exploded. To the mortals, it was a true natural disaster, and an undeserved one at that. The little girl from earlier hid in a corner, trembling with her eyes closed and her head hugged tightly. People on the streets panicked, desperate for shelter. Holy Infant waved his hand. A screen of flames enveloped the town. The black flames struck the light screen and dissipated, vanishing like a clay ox entering the sea. That big brother, is he also an evil mage? The little girl watched the scene, confused. If the big brother was an evil mage, why would he save ordinary people? Her young mind struggled to comprehend. The black flames were neutralized by the flames of Holy Infant. Holy Infant withdrew the light curtain as the battle above drew to a close. The Harpy Witch and her group could not best Black Moon, and fled in defeat. Black Moon looked down and saw a young male wizard in a red robe gazing up at him. The man showed no fear. Black Moon sneered. I did not expect a fifth circle wizard from the burning school of thought to be here. How does it feel to be a hero? I am in a good mood today, so I will let you off. Next time, you will not be so lucky. Black Moon suspected the male wizard was not simple. His spiritual power already reached the fifth circle realm, and his strength matched his own. Black Moon had consumed significant energy and feared he could not defeat the other party, so he sought an excuse to leave. Black Moon was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Black Sun steeple. If he failed to defeat the opponent, and Black Sun Adam witnessed it, Black Moon would face punishment upon returning to the wizard world. The red-robed wizard did not grow angry. He only smiled slightly. Holy Infant remained silent. He clenched his fist in the air and chanted, "Retract." Black Moon's expression changed. Dragons were shattered the clouds. A crimson dragon descended from the sky, wrapping around Black Moon in an instant. The immense pressure paralyzed Black Moon. His expression shifted drastically. You dared to attack me. Since you took the initiative to ask for death, do not blame me. Black Moon smiled coldly. Black flames surged, burning against the crimson dragon ring. Holy Infant spoke indifferently. 9 Dragons Tribulation. An ancient umbrella appeared in his hand, its 9 tassels dancing in the wind. 9 flaming dragons, emitting endless heat, grew with the wind and charged at the trapped Black Moon. Boom! A red mushroom cloud soared high into the sky. The shock wave swept across a radius of several miles. The surrounding clouds evaporated instantly, and scorching heat washed over the ground. The mortals in the small town watched in terror, staring at the scene of world destruction, lost in despair. Chapter 1308. The young lady's mind went blank. She covered her eyes and waited for death. However, at the moment of the shocking explosion, the red umbrella flew out and spun. It grew larger and larger until it completely enveloped the town. The sky above the town changed into a red dome. The aftershock of the devastating attack was completely blocked by the ancient umbrella. Holy Infant stowed the ancient umbrella and frowned as he looked at the sky where the explosion had occurred. A figure with smoke streaming from his body flew into the void in a sorry state and disappeared. I will remember you. I, Yinan, will definitely kill you in the future. Holy Infant exhaled. As expected, these top-notch geniuses possessed more treasures than he did. He did not care about the threat from Black Moon at all. It was just useless rage. Given the layers of his identity, Black Moon could not possibly know his true nature. What does remembering Holy Infant have to do with me, Levi? Big brother. The little girl appeared beside Holy Infant. Her eyes shone with disbelief and fear. You did not expect this, did you? I am also an evil mage. Holy Infant laughed. Big brother, can I learn these from you? She asked. You want to become an evil mage too? Holy Infant asked. No, I just want to protect myself, the little girl said. Holy Infant thought for a moment, and took out a heart of ether to test the little girl. As red and blue lights ignited, his eyes widened slightly. You possess double affinity, with fire and water. That talent is not bad. I can bring you back and nurture you. However, the phenomenon continued. In the next moment, a shadow crowned with authority appeared on the heart of ether. It sat high on the shadow throne, and its features remained obscured. It is not just double affinity. This is a special talent. Holy Infant felt a jolt of surprise. He had discovered a seedling with special talent. Moreover, it appeared to be a rare talent from the Dark Faction or the Shadow Faction. The School of Darkness belonged to the Dark Energy Faction. This was an extremely inclusive school of thought. Basically, anything related to negative energy fell under its umbrella. Darkness, shadows, poison, and blood all fit into this category. The School of Death also belonged to it for a period of time. However, after the rise of the School of Death, they established their own school and stood side by side with the Dark Energy Faction. The most famous figure of the Dark Energy Faction in this era was the Dark Wizard Emperor Asta, and the representative figure of the Dark Faction was the Black Sun Adam. After thinking for a while, Holy Infant spoke. I can take you with me, but I must get permission from your parents first. The little girl replied. My parents died 3 years ago. My aunts and uncles raised me in this small town. Also, the goddess of youth gives me water from the spring of immortality to quench my thirst. Wait for me for a few days, Holy Infant said after a moment of silence. On a whim, he discovered a new blue sea in the form of the natives of this world. Most wizards who entered the ancient tower fought for resources or battled against each other. They rarely cared about these ant-like mortals. However, talented wizards occasionally emerged among these mortals. If he could keep them and bring them back to the ancient saint plane to nurture them, these mortals would become a force to be reckoned with in the future. After being saved by Holy Infant, most of the mortals in the small town felt grateful. They did not fear or hate him because he was an evil mage. They offered their best food to express their gratitude. Holy Infant rested in the town for a few days and tested the talents of some children. He realized with sadness that the only talented person in the entire town was that little girl Anya. He left Anya in the small town for the time being and traveled to the ancient banyan fairyland alone. The next day, Holy Infant descended beneath a towering ancient banyan tree shrouded in clouds and mist. I last saw a tree this massive at the witch's family headquarters. His intuition told him that this ancient banyan tree held secrets. On a branch of the ancient banyan tree, a beautiful girl played on a swing. A golden holy grail rested in her arms. This was the object that the main body of Levi sought. Holy Infant found it so easily without any twists and turns that the situation felt surreal. Are you also here to ask for the spring water of immortality? The young girl asked calmly. Holy Infant thought for a moment and said, No, I want the holy grail in your hand. I wonder what price I must pay for that. The spring water of immortality held no use for wizards. It only improved the physique of mortals. The girl seemed stunned. Then, she replied, Another one who wants the Holy Grail. I have said it many times. None of you share any fate with the Holy Grail. Why are you so persistent? You seem kind, so you should leave. Holy Infant's heart skipped a beat. The girl in front of him clearly knew that he had saved the mortals in the small town. If that was the case, her method seemed terrifying. He remained thankful that he only operated as a clone. From your tone, it seems that if I am fated, I can take it away, he asked with a smile. The girl propped her chin on her hand and thought. Theoretically, yes. But I am certain that you and the Holy Grail share no fate. The girl patted the Holy Grail and asked, Do you think he shares fate with you? A figure within the Holy Grail impatiently rejected the offer. No chance. The girl shrugged. You see, it said so itself. Chapter 1309. Holy Infant pondered the situation. It looks like I have to personally appear before the Holy Grail to stand a chance. After all, the other 3 treasures are in my possession. It was normal for the artifact spirit of the Holy Grail of immortality not to recognize him, but it would surely recognize the tea time round table and the others. The biggest question remained. Who was this girl? Why aren't you leaving yet? The young girl's voice cut through his thoughts. I will leave immediately. After some thought, Holy Infant temporarily retreated. It was impossible to snatch the item by force. If that were possible, other organizations would have taken it long ago. He seems easy to get along with and polite, but unfortunately, he is not the person the Holy Grail is looking for. The girl looked into the distance and muttered to herself. Holy Infant temporarily left the youth grassland. He took Aya and headed west. The year 1209 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowers. Dragon Palace Island, a valley. Aya sized up this magical world with curious, wide eyes. In the future, cultivate in this valley, and do not run around. You have seen that the island is filled with terrifying giant beasts that eat children. I will teach you the meditation art and spells of the Shadow School of Thought. You must become an official wizard as soon as possible. I will arrange for someone to take care of you. Holy Infant gestured to the surrounding land. 2 books appeared in the hands of Holy Infant. The Shadow Meditation Art, and the complete book of basic spells of the Shadow School of Thought. The Shadow Circle was a top-notch wizard organization, and the knowledge they inherited was more than enough for Aya to cultivate. It would not be a waste of her special talent. Okay, big brother. Aya had already learned some basic information. She knew that the so-called evil mages were just a contemptuous term used by the Kane Empire for wizards. After arranging for Aya, Holy Infant assigned Tyrant 4, who had been idle for a long time, to take care of her daily life. After all, she remained too young. Aya watched her big brother depart. She was born in the chaotic era, when the ancient tower opened, and her parents died tragically. Now, she finally had the chance to learn spells to protect herself. I heard from the goddess of youth that the world we live in is just a bigger cage. If I follow Big Brother, I might be able to see a wider world. In his place of seclusion, Levi met Holy Infant. Holy Infant handed over his gains from this period, including the silver scale fruit and elemental metals. I will handle the rest myself. You can go back to the Sea of Stars. Holy Infant turned around and left. If the Holy Infant is not fated with the Holy Grail, then I should be right. Levi decided to go there personally. If he did not try, he would never have a chance. Now, Levi could confirm that the girl was not a murderous maniac. He could communicate with her, and she possessed a good personality. If his main body went, nothing bad would happen. Before he left, Levi swallowed the silver scale fruit. The fruit juice melted in his mouth, and a magical warm current entered his sea of consciousness. He could see with his naked eyes that his 7-colored crystal had grown a little larger in a few days. Spiritual force 716 out of 1070. I gained 11 points of spiritual force in one go, saving me 2 years of hard work. In the wizard world, this would be a treasure that 5th circle wizards would fight over. The Rust Dragon wizard is quite generous, and he is a person worth befriending. Levi muttered to himself. He used his spiritual force to cover the island and found Aya in the wooden house in the valley. She packed her luggage with an expectant expression. Her talent gives me a feeling that it is not ordinary. I wonder what level she can reach in the future. After letting the transcendent creature guard the house, he brought Leon and flew towards the youth grassland. Levi relied on the Scarlet Dark Dimension to travel. A month later, he arrived at the youth grassland. Soon, he saw the ancient banyan tree that reached the heavens and the earth, as well as the beautiful girl swinging on the swing. Is there something you need? The young girl asked. Beautiful goddess, I want to take the Holy Grail away. Levi smiled and went straight to the point. It was a waste of effort to go through all those twists and turns with high-level existences. Levi stated his intention directly. If he could take it, then he could. If he could not, then he could not. If it did not work, it meant that the Holy Grail of immortality was not meant for him, and that Sauron had already made other arrangements. The young girl seemed stunned when she heard that. She chuckled. You are quite direct. Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Although your strength is not bad, you are not my match. Levi smiled. I am afraid. That is why I am just asking. If it does not work, then I will leave. Senior, do not be angry. The girl's eyes curved as she smiled. Ha ha ha, interesting. Deuxis, look, is he the fated one? The Holy Grail remained silent. After a while it spoke. I cannot be sure. The expression of the young girl changed. She asked, what do you mean by cannot be sure? The Holy Grail coughed. He might be, but he also might not be. The young girl suddenly floated down from the banyan tree and landed on the ground. She was barefooted, and her figure was graceful. Looks like you really might be the fated one. Other than the aura of the dragon clan on your body, there does not seem to be anything special. The girl sized up Levi and muttered to herself. Have you seen Atheros, Earlness, and the others? The Holy Grail in her arms suddenly asked. Levi nodded. Yes. And then they took me as their master. Levi waved his hand, and a round table, a great sword, and a magic mirror appeared. The Holy Grail asked with a trembling voice. Old friends, is it you guys? Is he the fated one? The round table coughed. To be honest, I am not too sure either, but after so many years, other than the dead lizardman, there is no one else more suitable than him. We cannot wait forever, right? Chapter 1310. The magic mirror spoke. Yes, we have followed him for more than 100 years and witnessed him along the way. We are basically sure that he is the fated one. Even if he is not, we just treat him as one. The great sword interjected. Come back, old friend. We have found traces of your people in the wizard world. Your immortal banyan dragon race is not completely extinct. Levi and the young girl stared at the 4 treasures in a daze as the artifacts chatted. Levi stood speechless. He had assumed he was the fated person that Sauron had mentioned, but the ones he assembled claimed they were not sure either. Could it be that he was a spare tire? The young girl peered curiously at the ordinary wizard in front of her. What was so special about him? Finally, the girl stroked the Holy Grail in her arms. You decide for yourself. Do you want to stay here, or go with him? Remember, if you miss this opportunity, it will be 10,000 years later. The Holy Grail paused for a moment. I will go with him. Will you not be lonely here? No, the girl shook her head and replied calmly. The Holy Grail sighed. You have grown up. You are no longer the little banyan tree from 50,000 years ago. No, I want to go with him too, the girl said with a smile. The Holy Grail and Levi fell silent. You are leaving too? The Holy Grail asked, puzzled. Yes, I do not want to stay in this cage either, the girl said. The Holy Grail thought for a moment. You have to think carefully. You are different from ordinary level 6 existences. Your true form is the banyan tree that is rooted in Io. I also want to go to the outside world to see. Did you not mention that Sauron said there are infinite possibilities and wonderful things in the multidimensional planes? All right, But you have to ask my future master, the Holy Grail said, pointing at the wizard. By the way, what is your name? The Holy Grail asked. Levi. The girl stepped toward Levi and begged. Can you take me away? You took my only friend away. I do not want to stay here alone. Levi coughed, shifting awkwardly. Senior, it is not a problem to take you away. The problem is how. It looks like your main body is this huge tree in front of me. I do not have a way to bring you along. After pondering for a moment, the young girl turned to the Holy Grail. Deuxis, if I transfer the ancient Banyan fairyland to you, do you have a way to maintain it? Deuxis's shocked voice came from the Holy Grail. You are crazy. It was not easy for you to open up this world with the world-bearing leaf and advance to level 6. If you transfer this world to me, your cultivation might fall. Moreover, you will forever be bound to me. The girl thought for a moment. If my cultivation falls, then I can slowly recover it. As a tree, what I lack the least is time. As for being bound to you forever, is that not better? You are an immortal banyan dragon, and I am an ancient banyan tree. The Holy Grail remained silent for a moment, then spoke. That seems to make sense. Then can you do it or not? The girl asked. Theoretically speaking, there is no problem. After all, I am a dragon that is circling the world tree. After the Holy Grail finished speaking, it addressed Levi. I will acknowledge you as my master. However, before that, I need to absorb the ancient banyan fairyland and transfer my friend away. This may take some time. Moreover, during this period of time, there will be quite a commotion. It might attract some people with ulterior motives. I wonder if you can protect us? No problem, but if a level 6 existence comes, I cannot do anything, Levi said. I understand. Generally speaking, level 6 beings will not come here. However, you need to pay attention to an elf woman called Rose. She was once a level 6 elven matriarch, and her true form was a Pandora root on the 4th level. After she came to the 5th level, she had a conflict with us. Fortunately, there was a primordial soul wizard on the 4th floor who killed her and sealed the Pandora root. However, as time passed, she was resurrected from the Pandora root. Her current strength is probably at the peak of level 5. She is also on the 5th floor. I understand, Levi replied. The girl walked over. By the way, my name is Mana. I am Deuxis's best friend. You can also call me Miss Tree. Mana. What a nice name, Levi muttered. In his impression, this kind of giant tree-type transcendent creature should be an old man like his neighbor in the nightmare world, the King of Thousand Eyes. It was very difficult to associate the image of this young lady with the ancient banyan tree in front of him. There is no time to lose. Let us begin, the Holy Grail said. The young girl nodded. Her body slowly collapsed and turned into countless specks of light that fused into the giant tree. The giant tree began to shake, emitting a dense green light. Queen Banyan Mana. At the same time, the immortal banyan dragon on the golden Holy Grail came to life, accompanied by a dragon roar, a pure white giant dragon phantom that was even taller than Queen Banyan and could truly reach the heavens, and earth sat on the top of the clouds. On the dragon's back, countless flowers and grass were in full bloom, full of vitality. This is a true legendary creature. Levi watched, shocked. He could vaguely discern its powerful form from when it was alive. Of course, this was just a strange phenomenon. The real Deuxis was already dead. Thousands of vines suddenly appeared on the dragon's body and fell from the sky. These vines were closely connected to the vines and aerial roots on Queen Banyan's body. Mana, have you thought it through? The Holy Grail asked for the last time. Chapter 1311. From the moment I sprouted, I had only one thought in my ignorance. I want to see how high the sky is, how thick the earth is. I have seen enough of the Io continent. I want to see the world in Sauron's eyes. The ancient banyan tree let out a vast sound that was firm and powerful. Billions of leaves were cheering. Let us begin, the dragon said. In the next moment, the leaves on the trunk of the ancient banyan tree began to dance and surged toward the dragon in the sky, turning into the scales of the dragon. The dragon looked at Levi. Thank you. Levi nodded and sat cross-legged beside the dragon and the giant tree, waiting quietly. He had recently established a connection with the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail recognized him as its master, and a stream of information surged into his mind. The Holy Grail explained that Mana was not born a mutant. She was just an ordinary ancient banyan tree, a banyan tree that had lived for 50,000 years. The Holy Grail originated in the ancient Saint Plain, but it remained in a slumber. Some existence in the ancient Saint Plain brought it to the ancient tower. Eventually, it arrived at the 5th level. Here, it lay lost in the wilderness, then became wrapped in the aerial roots of a newborn banyan tree and hidden. Due to the characteristics of the immortal banyan dragon, the Holy Grail automatically gathered the elemental power of heaven and earth, and some beneficial factors, giving birth to the so-called spring water of immortality. Under the nourishment of the spring water of immortality, the ancient banyan tree underwent a mutation. It became thicker and taller, exceeding the scope of ordinary trees. Its spirituality became more and more intense until one day, it gave birth to an extremely rare plant-like humanoid consciousness. It called itself Mana, which meant sunshine in the language of the natives in this area. 40,000 years ago, two level 6 existences in the sky fought over a leaf. In the end, they died together, and the leaf fell on the ancient banyan tree. The Holy Grail, as the immortal banyan dragon, had seen this leaf before. It was the legendary world-changing leaf. In the myths of countless civilizations, divine trees similar to the world tree existed, such as the mother tree of the Pandora civilization. This was the case for the world-changing leaf, which came from the source of the divine trees in the myths of all civilizations. The Tree of Origin. It was also called the Origin Will by the divine trees. Even the immortal banyan dragon had only heard of such a divine tree in its bloodline memories. Every immortal banyan dragon desired to live on the Tree of Origin. After accidentally absorbing the world-changing leaf, Mana was no longer an ordinary plant, with a humanoid consciousness. It possessed the potential to become a divine tree. After a long period of time, space began to grow in its body. This space grew larger and larger, until it formed the ancient banyan fairyland that mortals spoke of. Rose had always assumed that Mana's uniqueness came from the Holy Grail, which was why she always came to find trouble with Mana. A few years ago, she returned, but the kind Mana let her go. However, the Holy Grail knew that this woman must still be paying attention to the situation secretly. Rose was too persistent. Levi sighed. I am just here to take away the Holy Grail of immortality. Why do I feel like I am getting an even more awesome existence? The Origin Will sounds very powerful. However, Mana's body actually had its own space, which was comparable to a medium secret realm. If I were to transfer it to the Holy Grail, it would be equivalent to me mastering a low-level legendary wizard demiplane in advance. My mobile botanical garden project has finally seen the light of day. Levi sent a message to Holy Infant, asking him to hurry over and hide. As for himself, he burrowed into the ground and created a shelter. After setting up an array, he protected the area and cultivated his breathing techniques. South of Io, Storm City, Hurricane Sky Island residence. The Sky Dragon Wizard peered at the projection that was transmitted back. This is Queen Banyan. What is wrong with it? Could it be that some strange object or treasure is about to appear? He led his men and set off. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to go and look. He might miss out on a huge opportunity. At the same time, the dazzling figures on the ancient tower rankings of the Gale Steeple and the Storm Divine Tower also cast their gazes at the youth grassland. Such a shocking phenomenon suggested the appearance of a strange object. In the southern wilderness, in a dark valley, Black Moon, who was recuperating, looked at the message from his subordinate. Some time ago, he went to the youth grassland to investigate the holy fountain of youth. He was scared away by the big banyan tree, and then he was attacked by the harpy witch. The worst thing was that a passerby fifth circle wizard nearly killed him that day. He still had lingering fears. That holy grail must be some kind of treasure. Previously, it was guarded by that woman, and I could not do anything about it. Now that the opportunity has come, Yinan will definitely take this opportunity. Not only the wizards, but also some of the foreign races wandering on the grasslands began to fly toward the strange phenomenon. In the wilderness, a tall, slender woman with wheat-colored skin and elven ears watched the dragon phantom in the distance. It was Rose, who had disappeared for a long time. Her aura was as deep as the ocean. Those so-called geniuses were not worth mentioning in front of her. I knew it. This holy grail is an unimaginable treasure. With it, I can return to level 6, or even pursue a higher level. She laughed loudly and turned into a stream of light that shot into the sky. Central Io, Chaos City, Supreme God Tower. On the wall, the stone statue of the Supreme Archmage opened its eyes. Men. Not long after, an Archmage with a solemn expression and a deep aura arrived. Countless thunderbolts around him vanished, making him look extraordinary, like a god of thunder descending to the world. Lord Archmage, what are your orders? Where is the Lightning Supreme Mage? Asked the Archmage. Teacher is currently leading a team to the Holy Fire Plateau to besiege the evil mage's stronghold. The Archmage remained silent for a moment. Myriad Thunder, you will lead a group of Archmages to the youth grassland. There will be a grand performance coming soon. Wait for the right time, and kill all the evil mages and demons in one fell swoop to retrieve the Holy Grail treasure. Myriad Thunder received the order and mobilized a group of elite Archmages in the capital, flying toward the south of Io. Youth grassland. The ancient banyan tree reached the sky, and the white dragon soared. Wind and clouds surged, and rain was coming. Chapter 1312. Levi emerged from his cultivation state in the underground shelter on the 5th level of the dark ancient tower. His danger perception remained on high alert. The phenomenon had attracted nearby powerhouses. However, his danger perception remained relatively calm. No level 6 existences appeared to be present. High in the sky, the dragon continued to absorb leaves from Mana. As the owner of the Holy Grail, Levi felt a small world slowly expanding within the artifact. Once this world solidified, the ancient banyan fairyland would vanish from the body of Mana. The space would transfer into the Holy Grail, and Mana would be reborn within it. It remained unclear if Mana could maintain her level 6 strength during this transition. Wizards with freedom desired 6th circle power, but the level 6 tree desired only freedom. Levi shifted his form. Black scales covered his body as the arrogant dragon abomination stood upon the ground. A 4th circle nomadic wizard arrived first. He observed the shocking scene from afar, and spotted the burly dragon abomination standing before the massive tree. The dragon abomination spoke with indifference. Get lost. The nomadic wizard looked at the dragon abomination, who was rubbing his fists. His expression grew uncertain. If that dragon abomination wants me to get lost, then I will get lost. I did not expect a level 5 dragon abomination to arrive first. It seems treasures are indeed here. Unfortunately, I am not fated to find them. My life is more important. The nomadic wizard sighed and quickly turned away, disappearing into the horizon. He chose to be tactful and avoided a bloody disaster. How much longer will it take? Levi asked. At least another month. Can you hold on? Mana inquired. Let me try. These people are not without weaknesses. I have a plan that requires the two of you to cooperate with me, Levi stated. Tell me about it, Mana replied. Time passed. More people arrived, but no level 5 existences appeared for the time being. When they saw the dragon abomination, their expressions froze. The dragon abomination did not conceal his powerful level 5 aura. Seeing that the creature showed no intention to attack, they did not leave. Instead, they found a remote place, gathered in small groups, and waited quietly. It seemed the treasure had yet to fully appear, and attacking now would be unwise. Levi did not make a move. He sat alone at the side, and no one dared to approach him. Ever since the ancient tower opened, no one had taken away the Holy Grail. These observers surely did not suspect that the Holy Grail had already recognized Levi as its master. As long as the transformation completed, he could escape with the Holy Grail immediately. The current plan required him to stall for as long as possible. Regardless of his strength, facing so many people was impossible. Several days later, a familiar figure descended. It was the Harpy Witch. Upon seeing the dragon abomination, she spoke immediately. Leave. The treasures here are not something you can touch. Why cannot I? Levi asked with a frown. The Harpy Witch replied. Only wizards can make full use of the treasures of heaven and earth. You barbaric races are wasting them. Levi smiled. It is my own business to waste it. The treasure has not appeared yet, so I am too lazy to waste my energy. I advise you to be sensible and leave obediently. Otherwise, I will tear you apart. The Harpy Witch stiffened, her expression turning cold. She prepared to attack, but a crisp female voice echoed from the ancient banyan tree. I am Queen Banyan, the guardian of the youth grassland, and the master of this Holy Grail. I want to use the Holy Grail as a furnace, and the Holy Fountain of Youth as raw material, to collect elemental power, and refine the Holy Immortality water. Now that the refinement is at a critical moment, you must wait for me to finish refining if you want to fight. If you spoil my plans, even if I cannot leave this grassland, I will find a way to capture and punish you. If you are willing to protect me, I can give you some Holy Immortality water when the refinement is completed. Queen Banyan emitted a level 6 prestige that shocked everyone present. She was bluffing, but no one dared to probe the strength of a level 6 existence. Fresh, sweet spring water gurgled out of the Holy Grail. A faint whiff made everyone feel relaxed and happy. The Harpy Witch gulped and whispered. Did you not say that the spring water of immortality is only useful for mortals? Queen Banyan laughed. I am refining the Holy Immortality water, not the spring water of immortality. I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and collected countless treasures just for this day. The Harpy Witch reasoned. Queen Banyan is a well-known and kind existence in the youth grassland. She never kills or lies. Moreover, she is a level 6 existence. There is no need for her to use such a low-level trick. This matter is most likely true. That dragon abomination probably obtained the promise of Queen Banyan, which is why he did not massacre wantonly and waited quietly. She remained silent, led her team to a spot far away from the dragon abomination, and set up camp. Seeing this, Levi closed his eyes and rested. Not long after the Harpy Witch arrived, a handsome wizard with a long horn on his forehead and a white robe led a team to the place. Levi muttered to himself. The Sky Dragon Wizard is here. That is right, the eastern part of the Io continent is the Storm faction territory. They are the ones who can easily discover the movements here. Chapter 1313. The Sky Dragon Wizard studied the Holy Grail suspended in the air. These strange phenomena must be caused by this Holy Grail. He lunged to snatch the artifact from the sky. Suddenly, a thick wall of wind formed to block his path. The Sky Dragon Wizard turned to the Harpy Witch, his voice cold. What is the meaning of this? The Harpy Witch gestured toward the ground. It is not time to take the treasure yet. Cannot you see that the dragon abomination has not made a move either? She repeated the words of Queen Banyan. The Sky Dragon Wizard considered this, leading his team to camp beside the Harpy Witch. They had clearly reached some unspoken agreement. Wind chimes announced the arrival of a blue-clothed witch with an otherworldly temperament, a light veil trailing behind her. The Sky Dragon Wizard and the Harpy Witch are both here. Now that the three families of Storm City are represented, the next operation will be simple. She smiled, a sweet and flirtatious expression that drew the attention of every nomadic wizard nearby. She was the Wind Witch, a top-notch genius of the Gale Steeple, ranked 45th on the Ancient Tower rankings. She spotted the Dragon Abomination and curled her lip. As a Dragon Abomination, you actually dare to stay here. Your race remains as arrogant as ever. The Dragon Abomination grinned, revealing a crooked mouth. Are you dissatisfied with that? The Wind Witch's expression hardened. Killing intent stirred within her, yet she resisted the urge to act. The Sky Dragon Wizard had already briefed her on the situation. She swallowed her murderous intent. When this matter is over, it will be your death. She had spent time trapping and killing dragon abominations in the past. Having personally slain 2 fifth circle dragon abominations, she possessed absolute confidence in her victory. Levi remained still, closing his eyes to shut out the world. Wild laughter erupted from the sky. A strong expert from the Amethyst Race descended, his or far more powerful than the creature the Holy Infant had killed some time ago. It was Gal, an expert of the Amethyst Race. Oh my, so many wizards have arrived. As a powerhouse comparable to a perfected fifth circle wizard, Gal stood alone, yet he showed no panic. The geniuses from the top organizations watched him, on guard, but they chose to wait. Attacking now would be a waste of energy that might only benefit others. Gal looked up at the Holy Grail. Although I do not know what this is, it would not be wrong to take it. His body surged forward, transforming into a purple streak of light. A purple hand reached for the Holy Grail. Stop! Before Levi could react, the Sky Dragon Wizard, the Harpy Witch, and the Wind Witch blocked Gal's path. 3 innate spells of the Storm School of Thought struck simultaneously, forcing Gal to retreat. The air shuddered. Gal's face turned icy, his aura climbing. He smiled with a sinister edge. You dare to stop me? Queen Banyan's gentle voice resonated across the field. Thank you for your help. After I finish refining the holy immortality water, you will all receive a portion. Gal felt the astonishing aura of a level 6 existence. He paused, deciding to hold his ground for now. I will let you be smug for a while. He found a remote place to wait alone. Some time ago, the Amethyst Race had discovered a location rich in minerals in the 100,000 mountains. They were currently consuming rare minerals to increase their strength. It would not be long before more 5th Circle Amethyst Race members were born. At that time, flattening these wizard organizations would be simple. The strange phenomenon in the sky continued for days, the fragrance of the Holy Grail drifting into the distance. More people arrived, including an expert of the Tomb Clan wearing bronze armor and clutching a halberd. He stood in silence, resembling a terracotta soldier unearthed from an ancient tomb. Seeing the tacit understanding among the crowd, he remained still. Everyone watched the Holy Grail. The number of leaves on the ancient banyan tree dwindled. Levi felt the space within the Holy Grail expanding. The next day, a handsome male wizard wearing a red robe rushed forward. It was the Holy Infant. As soon as he appeared, a cold gaze locked onto him. He turned to find a black-robed wizard with a crescent mark on his forehead, sitting on a massive rock in the corner. He was surrounded by a group of wizards from the Black Sun Steeple. I did not expect that you would still dare to appear in front of me, Black Moon stated. This is not your home. I can come whenever I want, the Holy Infant replied with a smile. Last time, you ambushed me first. This time, I will let you know the price of offending the Black Sun Steeple, Black Moon threatened. Seeing that Black Moon made no move, the Holy Infant found a spot and sat down. Levi felt a sense of relief. The Holy Infant is here. The next move will be more secure. Shortly after the Holy Infant arrived, the scene shifted. A pitch-black vine in the distance stretched, growing longer and longer. It wove through the experts and extended toward the Holy Grail in the void. Mana, it seems you have encountered some trouble. This Holy Grail is mine. Rose's sharp voice rang out. Vine surged and danced wildly around her body like a demon god. Just as the vine reached for the Holy Grail, a pitch-black dragon claw extended from the void, colliding with the vine. Boom! Black flames traveled along the vines, and the dragon claw recoiled from the massive force. Levi had acted. Rose recoiled, glaring at Levi. You dare to stop me? Who do you think you are? How dare you snatch my holy immortality water? Chapter 1314. The dragon abomination sneered, his aura heavy with arrogance. What holy immortality water? Rose frowned, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding wizards and foreign races. Comprehension dawned on her. Mana, you bitch. You really do have a treasure. Hand over the holy immortality water and the Holy Grail. Do not force me to make a move. You should not have time to spare right now. Do not think you can stop me with just a bunch of motley crew. The atmosphere grew suffocating. Everyone present sensed that the elf woman possessed the most dangerous aura in the clearing. Even the Amethyst Race warrior, despite being at the peak of level 5, seemed inferior to Rose. Everyone, this person is my mortal enemy, Queen Banyan cried out. She wants to disrupt my refinement. Kill her quickly. Rose laughed, her eyes scanning the crowd. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? As silence gripped the crowd, the Holy Infant slipped deeper into the ranks. He gestured toward Rose, shouting with righteous indignation. Everyone, this elf is infinitely close to level 6. If we do not kill her first, she will pick us off one by one. The elven civilization is merely a defeated opponent of our wizard civilization. Let us join forces and defeat this powerful enemy first. Long live the wizards. Long live Sauron. The words acted like a spark hitting a powder keg. Hundreds of 4th Circle wizards and more than 10 5th Circle wizards surged forward. Rose was only a peak level 5 elven mistress. With so many 5th Circle wizards present, there was no reason to fear her. A handsome male wizard in white robes stepped forward, his silver hair catching the light. It was the Sky Dragon Wizard. That makes sense. Rose, is it? The last time I was at the 4th Circle realm, I was ambushed by you. Now that I have attained the 5th Circle realm, let us exchange some blows, mistress of bygone days. Hee, let me try too. How does the legendary mistress feel? A veteran 5th Circle wizard with a lecherous grin stepped into the fray. Even the Black Moon closed in, black flames coiling around his fingertips, ready to strike. The collective gaze of the wizards turned on Rose. Rose laughed, a sound dripping with malice. I was originally feeling too lazy to fight you lot. Since that is the case, I will turn all of you into my fertilizer. Tens of thousands of vines erupted from her body. The air shrieked as the whip of vines lashed out in every direction. Everyone, attack. The Sky Dragon Wizard swept his robes, unleashing a storm of wind blades. Hundreds of wizards unleashed their power in a chaotic torrent, the weakest among them being a 4th Circle senior. Rose found herself quickly overwhelmed. The Sky Dragon Wizard and his pet, the Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon, fought with terrifying coordination. One man and one beast shattered countless vines, forcing Rose to defend frantically. Watching the carnage, Levi felt a flash of gratitude that he had avoided a solo confrontation with her. Rose's face turned ashen. She drove her vines toward a weak point in the defense. Some of the weaker fourth circle wizards suffered shattered force fields, their bodies withering into dried corpses instantly. The sacrifice restored a flicker of her stamina. Quick, she can absorb blood to become stronger. Do not hold back. She is dying. The attacks intensified. Rose glared at Queen Banyan with pure hatred. With a piercing cry, she punched through the blockade and vanished into the distance. With her abilities, no one could keep her there if she chose to run. Thank you for your help, everyone, Queen Banyan called out. I am extremely grateful. The holy immortality water will be ready soon. Please wait patiently. With Rose gone, the standoff settled back into a delicate balance. A few opportunistic spirits tried to cause trouble, but they were cut down within minutes by the nearby fifth circle experts. The others, including Gal and Levi, remained still. If they did not provoke a fight, no one else initiated a dispute. Over 10 days slipped away. The phenomenon of the giant dragon and the giant tree began to shift. The ancient banyan tree stood bare, its leaves transformed into the shimmering scales of the dragon phantom. Levi felt the small world within the Holy Grail solidify. A blue sky, white clouds, forests, mountains, and vast oceans filled the void. The space in Alice's ring paled in comparison to this small world. This was the embryonic form of a new plane, a self-sustaining system entirely separate from any secret realm attached to the main material plane. This was everything Levi had ever dreamed of. Levi, are you ready? The voice of the Holy Grail resonated in his mind. I am ready. Levi drew a deep breath and scanned the expectant faces surrounding him. He thought to himself, thank you for guarding the Holy Grail for me. If there is a chance in the future, I will certainly repay you. Run, the Holy Grail urged. A massive explosion rocked the area. The giant dragon's shadow collapsed, dissolving into white light that saturated the sky. The ground cracked open for hundreds of miles. Smoke and dust smothered the earth. The wizards scrambled into the air like frightened birds, while the more cautious ones turned and fled. Queen Banyan's massive form and tens of thousands of roots tore loose and floated upward. A gaping crack ripped through the void. In a blink, Queen Banyan was sucked into the darkness and vanished. Rain began to fall, fragrant and sweet. A wizard licked a drop from his lip. This is the holy fountain of youth, not the holy immortality water. Damn it, we have been deceived. Along with the rain, streams of light scattered across the horizon. Chapter 1315. There were wizard tools, medicinal herbs, and potions scattered among them. It was a dazzling sight. Mana's weak voice echoed in the sky. Everyone, this is your reward for protecting me. I am sorry. I lied. This was the first time Mana had lied in 50,000 years. For the sake of freedom, she had no other choice. In the sky, the Holy Grail turned into a ray of light and entered Levi's body. Levi's hermit rune flickered as he prepared to escape. A spell exploded in the sky, forcing him out. Leave behind the treasures, the Sky Dragon Wizard said coldly. Levi took a deep breath, clenching his fists. His bones and muscles rang out. Black flames wrapped around his body like a demon god. From now on, anyone who blocks me will die. 6 dragons with different expressions and powerful majesty looked down at the living beings below from the top of the clouds. They stood like gods, their golden eyes cold and heartless. This was an illusion created by Levi's powerful dragon's might. It could be used to subdue dragons, and it could also intimidate enemies. The group of fourth circle wizards felt suffocated by the dragon's might. Their faces filled with horror. What a terrifying dragon's might. Just what kind of existence is this dragon abomination? I have seen an immature pure-blooded dragon before. Its dragon's might was far inferior to this dragon abomination. The thunderstorm wolf dragon tucked its tail between its legs and lay at the feet of the Sky Dragon Wizard, trembling. If not for the presence of its master, it might have defected to the enemy at light speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Levi unleashed his 6 great Dharma idols to protect his body. He withstood a barrage of spell attacks and escaped into the Scarlet Dark Dimension. Things reached a point of no return. The only choice left was to run away. From the disappearance of Queen Banyan, to the fall of wizard tools and herbs from the sky, to the appearance of the 6 dragons in the sky, and finally, the dragon abomination escaping, all of this happened in one go. Many people who were still looking forward to the holy immortality water stood dumbfounded. Did Queen Banyan refine the holy water and go back on her word? Damn it. We have been fooled. We have been deceived by Queen Banyan and that dragon abomination. This 4th circle wizard tool is fated with me. Who dares to snatch it from me? This level 5 red lantern grass is mine. The scene descended into chaos. Some snatched the wizard tools and herbs, while others coveted the Holy Grail treasures on the dragon abomination and prepared to attack. They had waited for a month, and the dragon abomination had gained everything. The harpy witch's face turned red. An indescribable sense of shame emerged. She spoke with hatred. Damn dragon abomination. How dare you threaten us? This fellow had been acting with Queen Banyan from the very beginning. Before the harpy witch arrived, he had already made an unspeakable deal with Queen Banyan, a level 6 existence. She could not understand why Queen Banyan, a dignified level 6 existence, and the goddess of youth in the mouths of countless mortals, would run away with an incomparably ugly dragon abomination. What was he planning? The Sky Dragon Wizard turned into a storm, chasing after the dragon abomination. After the people present came to their senses, more than a dozen streams of light flew toward the direction where the dragon abomination disappeared. This included the Amethyst Race and the Tomb Clan's level 5 experts. The Holy Infant was also mixed in with the chasing crowd, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Black Moon's cold eyes looked into the distance. His pupils emitted some kind of golden light. One could vaguely see the dragon abomination flying in a strange dimension 100 miles away. You cannot run. A black disc appeared under his feet. As soon as the round plate appeared, it brought him away at a speed that far exceeded that of ordinary people. In the scarlet dark dimension, Levi looked behind him, slightly surprised. 5 streams of light chased behind him. Each displayed their abilities, catching up to Levi. One of them was Black Moon. There was also the Wind Witch, the Sky Dragon Wizard, and the Tomb Clan expert with the halberd. After flying for a while, Levi realized that these people were still following him closely. You guys forced me to do this. Among these people, someone had the means to see through Levi in the scarlet dark dimension and lock onto his position. If Levi did not get rid of these people, he would not be able to return to Dragon Palace Island. With that thought, the power of the golden snake surged and covered his entire body. Kill Black Moon first. He seems to have cultivated some kind of eye bloodline technique. In the blink of an eye, Levi had already put on the brilliant golden dragon armor. However, in order to hide it, the dragon armor appeared like black demonic armor. Do not run anymore, dragon abomination. I know you are there, Black Moon sneered. The disc beneath him moved at an extremely fast speed and stayed far ahead. Even the Sky Dragon Wizard and the others remained behind. In the next moment, Black Moon's expression changed. The dragon abomination stepped out of the void and stood in mid-air. He held a longsword in his hand and wore black flesh armor. A majestic golden divine palace descended from the sky and pressed down on Black Moon. Black Sun transformation. Black Moon lifted the sky with one hand, and his robe fluttered in the wind. A black sun soared through the sky and flew toward the divine palace. Before the two of them could collide, an earth-shattering sword light cut the sun in half. Endless black flames splattered out and exploded in all directions. Poisonous smoke filled the air. The golden divine palace finally descended and suppressed Black Moon. A strong sense of danger surged into his heart. His eyes filled with horror and fear. In his line of sight, an unstoppable golden light that could destroy everything shot over. Whoosh. This time, Black Moon was not as lucky as last time. Chapter 1316. The golden light tore apart Black Moon's protective force field, defensive spells, and wizard tools. In a singular, devastating strike, Black Moon's head was blown off. The golden light continued, piercing through the clouds and leaving a hole in the sky, before disappearing without a trace. Black Moon's aura dissipated instantly. His headless corpse fell to the ground, where it was casually collected by the dragon abomination. In just a few breaths, a top-notch genius had been instantly killed. The expressions of the Wind Witch, the Sky Dragon Wizard, and the Tomb Clan expert changed drastically. That golden light brought the undeniable threat of death. I told you, those who stop me will die. The dragon abomination grinned hideously, his temperament radiating madness. The Tomb Clan expert hesitated for a moment before turning to flee. The black-robed human wizard was not weaker than him, yet he had been killed in a single hit. Remaining here would mean certain doom. Hand over the Holy Grail, the Sky Dragon Wizard demanded, his expression grave. Pure white scales appeared on his forehead as countless clouds and mountain winds gathered above him. First talent, Skisor Mist Claw. In the clouds, a dragon claw 1,000 feet long, formed entirely by air currents, reached out and grabbed at Levi with terrifying power. Simultaneously, wind chimes appeared in the hands of the Wind Witch. As they danced, hundreds of tornadoes emerged, forming a sea of wind that trapped Levi. Levi fought on two fronts. The brilliant golden dragon armor took the Skisor Mist Claw head-on. A terrifying explosion swept out, tearing the armor apart. The strength of a top genius like the Sky Dragon Wizard was leagues above an ordinary 5th Circle senior wizard. Levi, are you okay? The voice of the Holy Grail rang in his mind. Levi answered, I am all right. The dragon armor shattered, turning into light and dissipating to reveal the dragon abomination beneath. Quick! The dragon abomination's secret technique time limit is up. It should be in its weakened state now. The Wind Witch urged. The Sky Dragon Wizard whistled, and thunder flashed in the clouds. An awe-inspiring thunder giant wolf roared, unleashing countless thunderbolts that enveloped the dragon abomination. Levi shouted, Furious Dragon Lord, Giant Dragon Warrior, Nightmare Descent. Under the pitch-black night sky, Levi's body expanded, and a dragon horn erupted from his forehead. Black flames soared into the sky. When the smoke cleared, a 3-headed dragon god, 20 stories tall, stood revealed. 6 divine weapons and 6 Dharma idols manifested. The dragon god stood tall within the sea of wind, his 6 arms wielding a black flame sword as he slashed down. The heaven-splitting strike completely tore apart the sea of wind that had bound him. My hurricane domain is something that even a 5th Circle senior wizard cannot break through. This dragon abomination is probably already at the peak of level 5. The Wind Witch looked shocked as she spoke. On the other side, the thunderstorm wolf dragon's purple lightning covered the dragon god's body. The dragon god ignored it entirely. The feather dragon phantom behind him continuously converted the power of the thunder into his own endless reserves. The dragon god was not afraid of the combined attack. The thunderstorm wolf dragon had been reduced to a power bank for Levi. The Wind Witch looked at the dragon god, who grew stronger by the second. She realized something was wrong. She shouted, Tell your wolves to stop attacking. The Sky Dragon Wizard realized the error too, but it was too late. The dragon god grabbed the thunderstorm wolf dragon by its tail and punched it in the head, slamming it into the ground. The wolf dragon's head nearly split open. It whimpered in pain and collapsed, blood flowing from its 7 orifices. The punch was not meant to kill, but it was enough to incapacitate the subdragon. Ignoring the fallen wolf dragon, the 3,000 feather blades behind the dragon god shot toward the Sky Dragon Wizard. The Sky Dragon Wizard's expression changed drastically. He had fought hard battles before, including against the Fire Dragon Destroyer, but he realized that compared to this terrifying dragon abomination, his previous opponents were average. This was not just a typical dragon abomination. This was a top-notch genius of the race. His invincible body and endless array of secret techniques made him an impossible opponent. Analyzing the situation, the Sky Dragon Wizard made a cold decision. He closed his eyes and pressed his palms together. 7th talent, Sky stops from mist. In the next moment, everything except the Sky Dragon Wizard paused. This was his most powerful spell, reliant on absolute control of airflow to seal all targets. The effect was short-lived, especially against such a strong opponent, but he did not hesitate. He ignored his fallen pet and used a top-grade wizard tool to travel through the void, escaping. A moment later, the black flames exploded, breaking the void seal. The dragon god regained mobility. The wind witch resumed her movements, but she had no time to curse the Sky Dragon Wizard for abandoning her. The dragon god's longsword was already slashing down. Ding, ding, ding. Wind chimes surrounded her, forming an invisible protective force field. Although the wind chime was a top-grade wizard tool capable of both offense and defense, and the dragon god's attack was fierce, she barely held on. Her fighting spirit was gone. Alone, she stood no chance against the dragon abomination. Chapter 1317. The wind witch used her wind chimes to defend herself and continued to flee. The dragon abomination chased closely behind, and streams of sword chi swept over. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why do you only know how to run away? Levi sneered. You will not be able to be happy for long. Most of the dragon abominations on the Io continent have been eliminated by us. One day, you will die in my hands. The wind witch remained stubborn. While the two engaged in a chase, a red-robed figure hurried over. The man was handsome and extraordinary. How dare you, dragon abomination? Hand over the treasure and I will spare your life. The red-robed male wizard said sternly. He was the holy infant. Levi cursed at the red-robed newcomer. Where did this sissy come from? How dare you sneak attack me? The wind witch sent a voice transmission to the holy infant. My fellow friend from the burning school of thought, let us join forces to kill this monster and divide his treasures equally. What do you think? That is exactly what I am thinking, the red-robed male wizard replied. I will use my wizard tool to launch a sneak attack later and control him. My lady, please kill him quickly. My wizard tool can only last for 3 breaths. The red-robed wizard clenched his fist in the air. A fiery red ring descended from the sky, binding the dragon abomination within. Damn it, despicable wizard, sneaking an attack. Levi cursed. The wind witch felt overjoyed. She chanted an incantation, and the wind chimes around her flew into the sky like stars as if they were going to set up some kind of array. 3 seconds was enough for her to use a powerful trump card that could instantly kill a 5th circle senior wizard. She believed that under this attack, even if that dragon abomination did not die, he would be heavily injured. However, a sudden change occurred. Accompanied by the dragon abomination's furious roar, the ring only persisted for less than a breath before it suddenly collapsed, turning into light spots that filled the sky. Behind the dragon god, the 3,000 feather blades turned into a storm and tore through the world, heading toward the wind witch. Her strongest defense was that set of top-grade wind wizard tools. Now that the wind chimes were used for attack, her defense was left with only ordinary protective force fields and wizard tools. Seizing this opportunity, Levi launched an attack. Crimson Dragon Sword Chi opened the way. 3 dragons' flaming kill exploded. The 3,000 feather blades harvested their prize. The wind witch's force field and wizard tool shattered, and her graceful body was cut into pieces. Her frightened face froze, and the red-robed wizard's exclamation sounded from behind her. This is bad. My lady, please run quickly. This dragon abomination is too powerful. My estimation was wrong. I could only control it for 1 breath. The wind witch closed her eyes unwillingly and died. After dealing with the 2 top-notch geniuses, the dragon abomination panted heavily. He looked at the holy infant with a cold smile. Now it is your turn. Die, sissy. The holy infant's expression changed drastically. He immediately used half of his spell power, sending 9 fire dragons toward Levi. Levi pretended that he did not dare to resist, and left the place. After the soaring flames, the holy infant had already used the extreme fire wheel to escape. Don't let me find you, Levi said as he quickly cleaned up the battlefield. He had the dragon god carry the thunderstorm wolf dragon, whose head was still buzzing, and threw it into the holy grail of immortality. Mana used the branches to tie it up. All of a sudden, the danger perception rang in Levi's mind. Leave the treasures behind. A streak of purple light as fast as a shooting star struck. It was Gal, an Amethyst Race member at the peak of level 5. Levi's expression changed slightly. With his current strength, it would not be a problem for him to deal with those top-notch geniuses. However, facing a peak level 5 Amethyst Race member was no less dangerous than facing Rose alone. Moreover, Levi had just experienced a great battle and had consumed a lot of energy. If Levi were entangled with the Amethyst Race member, it would be difficult for him to escape, and then even more people would arrive and surround him. Just as Levi was about to carry out the next step of his plan, an even stronger sense of danger than before appeared. In the sky, 8 purple divine talismans descended and enveloped the surroundings. There was no way to dodge. Thunder Hive Stone Divine Talisman, and there are even 8 of these talismans. The Empire's mages are here too. Rumble. Terrifying thunder exploded, and the area within a radius of several miles became an ocean of thunder. In the Sea of Thunder, the Golden Snake Divine Palace descended once again to protect the Dragon God, and the Dragon God protected Levi within it. The Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, 3,000 feather blades, Scarlet Cloak, and the 6 Dharma idols appeared. The Dragon God's body was in tatters, and some of the divine weapons were severely damaged. It roared at the sky and used its last sword to tear open the Scarlet Dark Dimension and disappear. On the other side, Gal's body glowed purple. Sacred skill, splitting the sky. He pushed out with both hands, and a purple pillar of light tore through the Sea of Thunder, revealing a huge lava pit melted by lightning, and a half-melted purple crystal body. Golem, die. In the sky, a huge airship tore through the void and descended in shock. The Myriad Thunder Archmage held a golden thunder staff in his right hand and a purple thunder drum in his left. He was like a thunder god standing at the bow of the ship. Gal's face was filled with madness and murderous intent. You actually let the dragon abomination escape. You should be the one to die, old thing. The Myriad Thunder Archmage ordered, everyone, split into 2 groups. One group will surround the youth grassland and capture all the evil mages and demons in one fell swoop. The other group will use the airship to chase after the dragon demon and take back the Holy Grail. I will deal with this golem myself. In the next moment, the 2 peak level 5 experts fought. Lightning and purple light collided in the sky. Outside the ancient tower, the realm of divine wind. In the Gale Tower, the wizard was silent. Just now, the top genius of their organization, that they had high hopes for, an existence, who had dominated the ancient tower for more than 40 years, and made outstanding contributions, the Wind Witch, had actually died at the hands of a dragon abomination. And this dragon abomination was none other than the 3-headed dragon abomination that stirred up the wind and clouds previously. 3-headed dragon abomination, heinous crime. And that damned red-robed wizard. If it was not for him, Lady Wind Witch would not have died. Hurricane Sky Island. The communication device of the 7-circle wizard, the heavenly domain wizard king, rang. The one who sent the message was his old rival, the weather controller, master of the hurricane steeple in the endless sea. As the top genius of the wizard world, as the pride of your Sky Island, the Sky Dragon Wizard actually abandoned his teammates and fled in front of the 3-headed dragon abomination. Is this your trump card? I am so disappointed, old friend. After reading it, the corner of the heavenly domain wizard king's eyes twitched. He sighed. I knew this old thing would gloat. Sigh, just what is the background of this 3-headed dragon abomination? Could he really be the son of the level 10 dragon abomination venerable? Ever since the ancient tower opened 44 years ago, the top geniuses had relied on the protection of the organization and their powerful strength to have a smooth journey. After the Battle of the Holy Grail, including Black Moon, there were already 2 top-notch geniuses who had fallen. Moreover, they had all died at the hands of the 3-headed dragon abomination. The heavenly domain wizard king knew that the top-notch geniuses, who once sat on top with ease, were no longer carefree. Currently, on the Io continent, the weak were gradually eliminated, and the situation of the strong standing side by side had already formed. Io's native civilization, who had been watching coldly, joined in. The great era of heroes had begun. Chapter 1318. The Sky Dragon Wizard heaved a sigh of relief as he stepped into his residence on Hurricane Sky Island in Storm City. Since entering the ancient tower, he had rarely faced such life and death crises. He had not expected a dragon abomination to force him into such a desperate state. What happened? The commander-in-chief asked. The Sky Dragon Wizard spoke concisely. Queen Banyan colluded with a dragon abomination and ran away with him. The Holy Grail is gone. I chased after the creature, but I was no match for him, so I retreated. The commander-in-chief fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Forget it. You are safe, and that is what matters. The Holy Grail is irrelevant. Thank you for the comfort. That dragon abomination possesses strength far exceeding those we hunted previously. In the end, I only focused on escape, and I abandoned the thunderstorm wolf dragon. It is likely dead by now. It is fine. It is merely a subdragon, and there will be other chances. In the Dragon Valley of the 9 Cities Alliance, there resides one of the strongest subdragons. Focus on your cultivation and growing stronger. We shall find an opportunity to snatch it back. That Simon barks all day long. I have been unhappy with him for quite some time. On the other side, the commander of the Gale Steeple stared at the shattered soul token in his palm. The Wind Witch is dead. I told them that these top geniuses should not have come here to take such risks. Now that she is gone, I hope her primordial soul great-grandmother does not blame me. The youth grassland lay in ruins. Where Queen Banyan had originally stood, deep ravines and valleys now scarred the earth. She had lived for tens of thousands of years, and stood thousands of feet tall, with roots spreading over a radius of hundreds of miles. Her departure had altered the entire situation, and permanently scarred the landscape. The Empire's airship hovered above the devastation. After paying a considerable price, the mages had essentially won the war. They killed 6 level 5 wizards and foreign entities on the spot, along with dozens of level 4 beings, and seized a vast amount of spoils. Myriad Thunder Archmage felt no joy. In the battle with the peak level 5 golem, he had exhausted all his methods, and even deployed the trump card his teacher had provided, yet he still could not stop the creature. He had even sustained injuries. It angered him further that the dragon demon who stole the Holy Grail had also escaped. Despite the crew piloting the Empire's airship, they could not catch the creature. Myriad Thunder had killed many dragon demons, but he had never encountered such a monstrous existence. If we do not retrieve the Holy Grail, the Archmage will surely be furious. How unlucky. Myriad Thunder felt lost. With the Empire and the evil mages currently at war, he lacked the manpower to search for the dragon demon. Just wait. You will appear again. Next time, you shall not escape. He boarded the airship and departed with his team. Levi took a long detour across the Io continent. After verifying that he had shaken off all his enemies, he hurried back to Dragon Palace Island. It was the year 1209 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowers. He stood with a smile, observing the island with the joy of a good harvest. The arrays held firm, the transcendent creatures thrived, the botanical garden bloomed, and Aya cultivated in solitude. Everything was well. He heaved a sigh of relief and retreated to his sanctum. Although this trip was dangerous, obtaining the Holy Grail makes it worthwhile. Levi reviewed the operation in his mind. It had been surprising, yet not dire, and mostly within his expectations. He had been the one to scatter the wizard tools and herbs that had rained from the sky, a tactic designed to relieve the pressure on his escape. The herbs were negligible, but he had also selected standard wizard tools, items that could not be traced back to their origins. The strategy proved effective. Most wizards remained behind to squabble over the items, while only a small portion managed to pursue him using specialized tools or methods. It is a pity that my Crimson Emperor Dragon is not yet at level 5. Otherwise, it would be a simple matter to deal with those top-notch geniuses. Even facing the level 5 Amethyst Race member would be manageable. After reviewing the events of the day, he gazed at the Holy Grail of Immortality with excitement. Here I come. Levi dissolved into a stream of light and entered the Holy Grail resting on the floor. Upon reappearing, he stood within the Holy Grail space. Unlike Alice's ring, which only accepted his consciousness, the Holy Grail allowed his physical form to enter. Since the Holy Grail had devoured the ancient Banyan fairyland, it functioned as the embryonic form of a miniature plane. Although it was merely embryonic, its actual size rivaled Nora's medium-sized secret realm. Blue skies, white clouds, mountains, and lakes surrounded the towering giant tree at the center, Queen Banyan, Mana. Mana's aura flickered, unstable after she transferred the origin space to the Holy Grail. It fluctuated between level 5 and level 6. The green leaves had vanished, leaving the branches bare and lifeless, like dead wood. Senior, how do you feel? Levi asked. I need time to stabilize my realm, but do not worry. Even if my realm falls, that is my own fault. I will not blame you, Mana replied. Levi worried that losing a level 6 supporter would be a disaster if she fell to level 5. Senior, is there anything that can help you stabilize your cultivation at level 6? He asked seriously. Mana remained silent. At that moment, a sound echoed from the Holy Grail throughout the space. Chapter 1319. Naturally, there is. However, with your current strength, you should not be able to obtain it. Pandora's root? Levi asked. The Holy Grail vibrated. That is right. Rose was transformed from Pandora's root. The Pandora Mother Tree is a level 10 existence, a true divine tree. If we could use the origin root to make up for Mana's deficiency, she should be able to stabilize her level 6 realm. However, Mana was too kind and could not bear to do anything to Rose. Otherwise, she would have had many opportunities to take Rose down and improve herself. The tone of the Holy Grail held a trace of disappointment. On the ancient banyan tree, a girl's figure shimmered into existence. She looked much thinner than before. Her core had clearly been injured, and her vitality was deeply damaged. I might have to sleep for a while to reduce the loss of my origin. If you are going to hunt Rose, be careful. She was the mistress of the Dark Elf in the past. Now that her realm level has fallen, she is still not easy to deal with. Levi looked at her with concern. All right, senior. You should rest. Mana smiled bitterly and returned to the bare ancient banyan tree. During Mana's slumber, you can use normal plant nutrients to replenish her nutrients and reduce the loss of her origin, the Holy Grail suggested. I understand. Levi moved quickly. He needed to protect Mana's realm. He relied on his extensive knowledge of botany and pharmaceutics, crafting nutrient fluids from various rare materials to infuse into the giant tree. For a level 6 existence like you, these nutrient fluids are probably better than nothing. Levi frowned as he observed the tree. He hesitated, then produced a purple fertilizer. Deoxys, this nourishment comes from the accompanying spiritual creature of a truth oddity. I wonder if Senior Mana can use this. The voice of the Holy Grail echoed through the air. There is rich life force in this. It should be fine. After the plants consume these nutrients, their growth speed will increase by a lot. However, I am not sure if it will have any adverse effects on a special divine tree, like Senior Mana. I have tested it on animals before, and they all died without exception. Levi voiced his concerns. Are you worried that forcefully accelerating the growth of plants will reduce Mana's lifespan? The Holy Grail asked. That is right, Levi admitted. The Holy Grail chuckled. You are overthinking things. Mana is a banyan tree, and she possesses a long lifespan. I have nourished her with the spring water of immortality for tens of thousands of years. She has already mutated. Moreover, After devouring the world-changing leaf, she became a potential sapling of the divine tree. Her lifespan cannot be measured with common sense. The life of a mortal is but a moment in front of her. Even the lifespan of a legendary wizard is just a period of time for her. To a certain extent, you can understand it this way. Mana is immortal. As long as she has enough energy, she can continue to grow until she becomes a world tree like Pandora's mother tree, and becomes the ruler of a plane. When that time comes, if she were to fuse with a large plane, she would be able to live as long as the heavens and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Many powerful rulers of multidimensional planes use this method to extend their lifespans. Levi felt shock ripple through him, and he offered a bitter smile. Wizards pursue immortality and truth. I did not expect Senior Mana to obtain it so easily. The Holy Grail continued. You do not have to be discouraged. Wizards have short lifespans because they choose different paths. If Sauron had combined with Nora and become the god of Nora, he might have been able to live until now. However, he did not do so. That was not what he was pursuing. Remember, any immortality that can be easily obtained comes with a huge price. This was the case for the gods of the astral world, and it was the same for some of the rulers of the multidimensional planes. The difference is that the astral world is a big cage, while the plane is a small cage. The multidimensional plane is infinitely exciting and offers infinite possibilities. The universe is vast. Only by truly being free and unfettered, and transcending everything, would one be able to obtain true eternal life. Levi pondered the words, finding them sound. Those longevity species often faced all kinds of costs and restrictions. They seemed to have a long lifespan, but in the long run, they were still not as powerful as the wizard civilization. Thank you for your explanation. Then I will put all these nutrients by Senior Mana's side to help her recover her strength. When I am strong enough, I will find a way to find Rose and bring the Pandora's root back, Levi said. He had previously accumulated a lot of golden fertilizer, and had originally planned to use it in the ancient Saint Plane. Now that he had a portable space, he might as well tidy up this place. There was a high chance that the ancient Saint Plane would be integrated into the Nora Plane in the future, becoming a part of it and exposed to the world. At that time, it would be uncertain whether Levi could defend the ancient Saint Plane. In comparison, the ancient Banyan fairyland that came with the Holy Grail was more suitable. During this period of communication, he also learned the use of the Holy Grail of immortality. The Holy Grail was collecting elemental energy and other beneficial factors from the world. Then, the spring water of immortality would be born within it. The spring water of immortality could reduce the number of illnesses, prolong life, and maintain vitality for mortals. With each generation, the probability of elemental and special talents being born would gradually increase. Chapter 1320. For wizards, the spring water of immortality offered genuine utility. However, consumption required a long duration, making immediate results unlikely. Long-term use of the water gradually strengthened a wizard's physical fitness and machinery heart. Furthermore, it could serve as a potent substitute for pure water in most potion formulas. Incorporating the spring water into the brewing process increased the success rate and enhanced the medicinal potency of the concoctions. Prolonged irrigation of plants with the fluid induced evolutionary mutations. Mana had grown from a simple, mortal tree into a transcendent being after thousands of years of nourishment. She had even developed a human-like consciousness. In short, the benefits of the water remained invisible in the short term. It was a treasure that benefited both the present and the future. For Levi to cultivate his own forces and establish a botanical garden, the spring water was indispensable. In the center of the ancient Banyan fairyland, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, a small stone pool bubbled with fresh spring water. Levi cupped a handful of the liquid in his palms and drank it in one gulp. The taste was remarkably sweet. The Holy Grail's voice boomed from the sky. As it fused with the ancient Banyan fairyland, 118 spring spots formed within this small world, each birthing the magical water. Among them, 10 were large, 36 were medium, and 72 were small. The elemental power density near these springs exceeded that of other areas within the fairyland. Different springs provided different levels of intensity. The Holy Grail noted that the elemental power near the large springs matched the density found in secret realms used by top-tier wizard organizations for cultivation. Levi's heart raced with excitement. Part of the reason top-notch geniuses advanced so quickly was their access to places saturated with dense elemental power. The witch's family base camp, for instance, held far more elemental power than the outside world due to their magic tree. Now, Levi possessed 118 such locations. The Holy Grail continued. These locations are called element-rich lands. They are divided into 3 levels, high, medium, and low. You can arrange and use them reasonably to grow plants, raise transcendent creatures, or focus on your own cultivation. Levi nodded with a smile. This ancient Banyan fairyland is a true paradise. The Holy Grail explained that the artifact, Mana, and the ancient Banyan fairyland had fused into one entity. As Mana grew stronger, the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water would continue to create new worlds. The boundaries of the ancient Banyan fairyland would continue to expand, birthing even more element-rich lands. If Mana truly evolved into a divine tree similar to the Pandora Mother Divine Tree, the ancient Banyan fairyland might rival some smaller large-sized planes in scale. In short, it would not be inferior to the Io continent. Even the demiplane of an ordinary legendary wizard would pale in comparison to the ancient Banyan fairyland. This represented the unique power of a divine tree. The power of the world-changing leaf far exceeded Levi's imagination. Rumors suggested that every leaf born by the origin will represented the birth of a plane embryo. Each leaf also symbolized the withering and death of a plane. That explained why many civilizations held the saying that one leaf contained one world. Of course, a legendary wizard's demiplane offered its own advantages. For example, it could enforce its own plane rules. Those who violated the laws would be killed by the demiplane. This remained something the ancient Banyan fairyland could not yet accomplish. After the Holy Grail finished speaking, a deep yearning stirred in Levi's heart. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or false, he had witnessed the power of the world-changing leaf firsthand. Mana, the leaf, and the Holy Grail of immortality had combined perfectly, creating a super treasure beyond even Sauron's wildest imagination. This treasure held unlimited potential. It might even become something comparable to the Dark Ancient Tower in the future. Levi conversed with the Holy Grail for a long time, learning much about its functions. As the owner of the artifact, he could open a gateway to the ancient Banyan fairyland at will. If he encountered a life or death crisis, he could absorb an enemy he could not defeat and seal it within the Holy Grail, allowing Mana to deal with the threat inside the fairyland. Of course, drawbacks existed. Fighting inside the Holy Grail would inevitably damage the flora and fauna of the fairyland, the element-rich lands, and other ecological environments. Unless he had no other choice, Levi intended to avoid this move. However, he pondered solutions that could mitigate the damage. He could set up a grand array within the Holy Grail. Levi would throw enemies into the array and seal them. Afterward, he would close the door and engage them, minimizing damage to the surrounding fairyland. Currently, the ancient Banyan fairyland contained little more than naturally growing mortal plants, and the occasional transcendent creature that had stumbled inside. Levi's next plan involved gradually transforming and developing the ancient Banyan fairyland alongside his own cultivation. First, he needed to relocate the plants from Dragon Palace Island. He would open different herb gardens within the elemental lands, carefully categorizing, planting, cultivating, and fertilizing them on a large scale. Secondly, he would send all his transcendent creatures into the elemental lands, allowing them to grow and reproduce freely. Thirdly, he planned to move the 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison Grand Array to the ancient Banyan fairyland to create an exclusive arena. In the future, if he encountered a powerful enemy, he would send them directly inside, allowing him and his transcendent creatures to fight the intruder together. After the enemy fell, Long could even provide burial services. The corpses could be recycled and turned into fertilizer to nourish the flowers. It would be a complete, one-stop service. Chapter 1321. In this way, Levi would be able to create a perfect world with a harmonious ecosystem, a perfect world where all living things could grow, and a true portable paradise. Levi only came out of the Holy Grail several days later. He took out the other 3 treasures and placed them together with the Holy Grail, murmuring to himself, "It was not easy for me to collect this 4-piece Sauron set. I might also be the fated person that Sauron mentioned. Logically speaking, there should be some changes next. For example, a kind-looking old Grandpa Sauron will appear and fulfill one of my wishes." After a long time, nothing happened. "Forget it, I was thinking too much," Levi said with a shrug. "I already have the Holy Grail of immortality, so why do I need more? It is also possible that I have not fulfilled some trigger conditions yet." Levi looked at Dragon Palace Island and started to prepare for the move. Moving house was not a day's work. First of all, Levi had to let Long enter the ancient Banyan fairyland and find an element-rich land near the large spring. Long had to start loosening the soil and applying fertilizer in preparation for transplanting the rare plants. Just this alone would make Long work overtime for a long time. Levi arrived at the botanical garden. Long immediately poked his head out of the ground, eager for food. "You are such a glutton," Levi said, patting the creature on its snout. "I will bring you to a good place today." Levi opened the entrance of the ancient Banyan fairyland and let Long in. They came to the center of the fairyland, around the small stone pool. This was one of the 10 large springs. Levi named it number 001 element-rich land, small stone pond. This place would be Levi's main cultivation ground in the future. The most important and rare plants would also be planted here. The area of the small stone pond was mainly around the pond water and the river basin. It was about 10 square kilometers, which was enough for Levi to use. Levi planned to leave the remaining elemental land for other transcendent creatures to use or to plant cherry tomatoes on a large scale. After feeding Long some black beast meat, the creature started digging. Levi came out of the ancient Banyan fairyland. He took out all the spoils of war from the previous operation and began to take inventory. The spoils of war came mainly from the Black Moon and Wind Witch, and some of them came from the Empire's mages. The gains of the Empire's mages were not worth mentioning. The most important thing was still the 2 top geniuses. From these 2, Levi had obtained 2 million ether stones. Now, his ether stone reserves had completely reached 20 million. Besides the ether stones, the spell knowledge and meditation art of the 2 top geniuses' organizations were kept in Levi's library. Level 5 black crystal ore, Level 5 bright wind iron, Level 5 fire quicksand. Levi had obtained 3 types of Level 5 ores. "Next, I will use the bright wind iron and the remaining mist sand to refine the Mesh's winged dragon," Levi muttered. The wind god model is about to be born. Levi was secretly delighted. The strength of the Wind God model was enough to suppress an ordinary 5th Circle senior wizard. It would greatly increase Levi's strength. Other than ores, there were also a large number of medicinal herbs, including some seeds. Keeping them, Levi decided, his face filled with the joy of a bumper harvest. Finally, the most important part was their wizard tools. For Black Moon, other than the one that Levi had destroyed, there were 2 items worth mentioning. One of them was called the Flame Gathering Pot. It was something similar to a snuff bottle with a flame pattern carved on it. After studying it, Levi was pleasantly surprised to find that it was not an ordinary wizard tool, but a treasure similar to the Holy Grail of immortality. Treasures were not classified according to the standards of wizard tools, and the method of making them was also different from wizard tools, so it was difficult to classify them. Usually, the quality of the materials used to make it was roughly judged. However, no matter what, only materials that were at least level 6 and above could be used to create treasures. Therefore, treasures were generally powerful and rare, and they often had various special functions. To think Black Moon actually had such a treasure, Levi said while turning the item in his hand. It seems like he really is the descendant of Black Sun Adam. Don't tell me this fellow has a son called Black Star. Levi complained as he opened the snuff bottle. Among them, there were black beads that emitted scorching heat. Having experienced much and holding the rank of a 5th Circle weapon craftsman, the function of this snuff bottle became clear. The function was to condense flames and form black beads. These beads could cause terrifying explosions when thrown out. These black beads must have been condensed by Black Moon using the Black Sun demonic flame. They should be quite powerful. After some research, Levi quickly mastered the usage of the flame gathering pot. Simply put, the flame gathering pot could compress and condense any flame into the so-called fire pill. Then it was ejected out through the mouth of the snuff bottle. Well, this is a gun from the wizard world, Levi mused. The raw materials were all kinds of flames, and the best ones were different types of flames. The more types of flames there were, the stronger the fire pill would be. It was similar to the 3 dragons flaming kill that Levi had created himself. The Black Moon only had one type of Black Sun demonic flame in his body, so the power of the fire pill was average, and not even as good as an innate spell. That was why Levi had not encountered Black Moon using it before he died. To most wizards, this treasure was of little value, but for Levi it was different. There were many different types of flames in his body: Red Emperor Dragon Flame, Void Black Flame, Dark Death Flame, and Blue Moon Flame. Levi had always been troubled by the fact that he could not fuse the Dark Death Flame with the other 3 types of strange flames. Now that he had this treasure, this problem might be solved. Thinking of this, he began to pour all kinds of flames into the flame gathering pot. Chapter 1322. Inside the bottle, the 4 different colored flames began to merge and condense. They shifted from gas flames into incomparably round 4-colored fire pills. After absorbing more than half of Levi's 4 great flames, the flame gathering pot stopped. The internal chamber was already filled with fire pills and could not accommodate any more. Levi counted them and found exactly 10. Levi stood and held the snuff bottle up to the light. "Let us test the power of this gun from the wizard world," he murmured. He carried the snuff bottle to the surface of the sea. Levi opened the lid and tapped the bottle lightly. A bang echoed across the water. A 4-colored fire pill shot out, moving as fast as lightning. A 5th Circle wizard would find it nearly impossible to dodge. The projectile struck the distant sea, and a pillar of 4-colored flame rose toward the sky in a mushroom cloud. The shockwave swept across a radius of several miles, burning everything within the blast zone to ashes. Huge waves rolled outward, spreading in all directions. Good heavens, I was wrong. This is not a gun. It is a missile, Levi said, his eyes widening. The power of that attack was much stronger than Levi's innate spell, the Fire Dragon Tribulation. In terms of power, it was second only to the Holy Infant's 9 Dragon Tribulation, the 100 Talisman Explosion, and Levi's full state Sword Chi. The flame gathering pot held 10 shots. All Levi needed to do was store 10 fire pills to replenish it. What an unexpected surprise. I have really picked up a treasure, Levi noted, a grin spreading across his face. The value of this treasure rivaled that of a wizard's soul artifact. No top-grade wizard tool could compare to this. This heaven-defying treasure would have gathered dust in the hands of Black Moon. Now, it would finally be used to its fullest potential. The flame-gathering pot turned into a stream of light and entered Levi's mind. Black Moon also carried a black, round wizard tool. According to Levi's research, this was a 5th Circle top-grade wizard tool. It possessed several functions. The first was flight, which was extremely fast, and could even catch up to Levi when he used the Scarlet Dark Dimension. With this wizard tool, he could move safely through the wizard world as long as he did not provoke a level 6 wizard or a perfected 5th Circle master. Black Moon had been too greedy. Had he chosen to escape, Levi would not have been able to stop him. Instead, Black Moon had delivered his head to Levi. Overconfident people often died miserably. In the transcendent world, one had to remain humble and cautious, treading on thin ice to live long. The second function of the Black Disc Wizard tool was to see through arrays, illusions, maze realms, and even methods that utilized different dimensions for escape, such as the Shadow Dimension or the Scarlet Dark Dimension. Of course, the tool was useless if the realm of the opponent was too high. With this treasure, Levi could pierce through the Shadow School of Thought stealth spell. All in all, This was an extremely powerful wizard tool. Whether it was practical or precious, it was not inferior to the Holy Infant's ancient burning sky umbrella. It was truly the best of the best. This item belongs to me now, Levi decided. He removed the restriction and sent the object into his mind, naming it the Black Sun Compass. Compared to Black Moon, the wind chime was the only wizard tool left behind by the wind which that caught Levi's attention. This was also a fine top-grade wizard tool, and it was a rare set. There were a total of 1001 wind chimes. A fifth circle main bell provided control, while the remaining 1000 child bells functioned as third circle ordinary grade wizard tools if taken individually. However, when combined, they became an extremely practical and powerful fifth circle top-grade wizard tool capable of both offense and defense. When defending, the 1000 wind chimes formed the 1000 wind protection. Levi had already witnessed its defensive capabilities. Under the terrifying sword chi attacks of the three-headed dragon god, it had lasted for a very long time without shattering. Presumably, even if a perfected fifth circle wizard arrived, the tool would withstand a few moves and create the conditions for escape. When attacking, it divided into two forms, the Hurricane Domain and the Sigh of the Wind Maiden. Under the control of the Hurricane Domain, Levi's dragon god was trapped, and it took significant effort to break free. The Sigh of the Wind Maiden was a spell focused on killing. 1000 wind chimes formed an array, releasing attacks that culminated in the Sigh of the Goddess of Wind spell. It was powerful enough to instantly kill a fifth circle senior wizard. If a perfected fifth circle wizard was not careful, he would be injured. If the wind which had used this move, Levi would have suffered greatly. Fortunately, he and the Holy Infant cooperated well and killed her in advance. Levi named the wind chime wizard tool the Bell of 1000 Winds. If the Black Sun Compass was a top-grade wizard tool focused on escaping and assisting, the Bell of 1000 Winds was a top-grade wizard tool focused on killing and defense. With the combination of the two, Levi could even fight against a perfected fifth circle wizard. I can use these two wizard tools for myself, Levi thought. I just have to be careful when I use them, or my identity will be exposed. Levi felt a surge of satisfaction and sent the wizard tools into the Divine Ring Tower. 5 treasures and 3 wizard tools spun inside. A full set of top-grade equipment. I feel so safe. After taking stock of his gains, Levi waited for long to loosen the soil before continuing his cultivation. A month later, in the place where Levi was in seclusion, a message flashed in his mind. Strength rune proficiency increased by 365. Strength rune upgraded to level 11. This is great. My strength rune has broken through, Levi said. Just as he felt a sense of smugness, something strange happened in his mind. Levi's expression shifted to one of shock as he sent his consciousness inward. Inside the 7-colored crystal, a bull-shaped strength rune was shining with dazzling starlight. Chapter 1323. The bull seemed to come alive. A new message flashed in Levi's mind. Astral soul, Levi muttered. The bull transformed into a beam of light and soared into the sky. Levi stepped out into the night. Countless stars dotted the sky, but one emitted a fierce, burning light. A bull's were echoed in his mind. It carried a wild aura, as if it could uproot a mountain. A dazzling pillar of starlight descended from the sky and engulfed Levi. The light shocked him. It shone like the Milky Way hanging upside down. In the dead of night, the radiance was blinding, and would likely attract unwanted attention. Dragon Palace Island was desolate, however, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Once the pillar faded, Levi's mind held the rainbow crystal. An illusory miniature bull ran around it, much like a planet revolving around a star. The strange phenomenon vanished as quickly as it had arrived. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Strength Rune, Level 11, 1/300,000. Special Effect, Horned Bull Constellation Power, Level 11. Astral Soul, Horned Bull. Horned Bull Constellation Power, Level 11. Communicate with the Horned Bull Constellation using rune language. The power of the stars will increase your strength. The current strength increase is 100%. It increased by 100%, as expected, Levi noted. He moved to the second special effect. Astral Soul, Horned Bull. As your connection with the Horned Bull Constellation becomes closer, you can communicate with the soul of the Horned Bull Constellation and use the power of the stars to condense an astral soul that is not higher than your current realm. Hiss, Levi drew a sharp breath. It has such a function even after the strength increase, while the hermit runes have reached the maximum without such an ability. What is the reason? Generally, only living things possess a soul. In most minds, constellations and stars act like planes or planets. Yet, in the Starforger civilization, one could communicate with stars through the language of stars to obtain unimaginable abilities. Could the stars in the Starforger civilization be living life forms rather than ordinary stars? Levi mused. If so, their strength would be terrifying, perhaps comparable to legendary wizards. His gaze locked onto the words Horned Bull, and new information appeared. Astral Soul, Horned Bull. Star name, Kreno Ode. Star, Justice, Fairness. Star language, Strength, Rune language. Level 5. Ability, Righteous Charge. Righteous Charge. The Horned Bull will launch an unstoppable straight charge, causing a destructive impact on all enemies and obstacles along the way. Please note, Kreno Ode never takes detours. Levi's eyes lit up. He communicated with the miniature Horned Bull in his mind. Kreno Ode never takes detours, Levi commanded. Endless starlight fell upon Dragon Palace Island once more. Tisk, does this move have to be so loud? Levi grumbled. The starlight covered a radius of several kilometers. Behind Levi, the shadow of a giant mountain bull appeared, standing 50 meters tall and nearly 100 meters long. The bull's muscles bulged. Its nostrils breathed out starlight, and its entire form shimmered like a dream. Patterns of mountains and seas covered its body, resembling a three-dimensional topographic map. Levi sensed the terrifying energy within the giant bull. Even he felt a flicker of fear. As soon as the giant bull manifested, it charged forward. A shocking scene played out across the sea beneath the night sky. The aura lifted waves on both sides into sea walls 100 meters high. The giant bull split the sea down the middle. After charging for 5 kilometers, the giant bull had yet to dissipate. It continued until an isolated island with a radius of about a mile appeared in its path. Boom! The collision shattered the earth. Starlight tore apart, and countless light spots flew everywhere. The energy fluctuation of more than 400 Ka caused an unimaginable shockwave, and a tsunami swept toward Dragon Palace Island. Levi waved his hand. The golden shield and scarlet cloak enlarged to block the tsunami. The power of this move rivals the 9-dragon tribulation, Levi gasped. Is this the strength of an astral soul? How terrifying. The giant bull phantom grew thinner after the collision, yet it refused to dissipate. It charged forward for another 10 miles before slowly fading away. As expected, the bull does not take detours, Levi chuckled. Everything the bull collides with gets sent flying. Dizziness struck, and Levi felt his spiritual force draining. This move consumes too much spiritual force, Levi analyzed. The price is not small at my current realm. If I reach perfection in the 5th circle, I should be able to use it with more ease. The might of the horned bull astral soul defied description. It was simply too grand. Every use created a phenomenon that connected heaven and earth, as if begging for an audience. This move must remain limited to sparsely populated areas, or others will assume I possess a treasure. He shook his head, returned to Dragon Palace Island, and began to meditate. In the astral world, star-like spheres floated within the void ocean. This was the country of the gods, or simply the kingdom of gods. Powerful gods, their angels, divine servants, and believers filled the space. Some kingdoms of gods had already shattered, collapsing within the sea of ruins. Incomplete divine skeletons floated among the debris. A single finger bone resembled a mountain peak to a mortal, a testament to the power of a god. Countless ferocious dark insects absorbed the remaining divine power from that mountain-like finger bone. Led by a level 10 entity, these bugs swarmed like locusts, spreading toward the edge of the astral world. The sea of ruins surged suddenly, raising huge waves. The flow shifted the kingdoms of gods floating in the sea of ruins. In the middle of the wave, a bowl as huge as a star charged forward. Layers of earth and rock covered its body. Above the earth lay clouds shrouded in starlight, endless mountains, rivers flowing to the sea, and vast grasslands. All kinds of creatures lived within them. A long, slender snake hung from the horn on the bull's forehead. The giant snake also bore a crust of rock, mountains, and dry seabed. It appeared to have been dead for years. The corpse had decayed, the sea had dried, the mountains had collapsed, and lava covered the ground. It was lifeless. Even so, the residual power leaking from its corpse suggested it had been nearly as strong as the bull while alive. The bull charged on. The bull's huge hooves trampled the bugs and the broken kingdom of gods, scattering them into the void ocean. The roar of the giant bull shook the world. Starlight surged wherever it passed. Gods and demons fled, and a white line tore open the boundless void ocean. On a battlefield between gods and demons, the angels cried out, "Quick, retreat. The righteous Crenoode is here again." Chapter 1324. Astral World, Void Ocean. On the battlefield, streaks of light flew to both sides, making way for the oncoming bull. Accompanied by a forceful, mountain-crushing momentum that shattered the heavens and earth, some angels who failed to dodge in time were directly shattered by the bull. Their remnants dissipated into the void ocean. The unsuspecting insectoid army was trampled, leaving a wide swath of destruction. The angels, watching the swiftly retreating bull, breathed a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, another 10,000 years have passed, and the righteous Crenoode has circled the astral world once again. Did you see the serpent on its horns? It looked like Alvarado. Yes, the hidden serpent, the serpent of forgetfulness. It is said to be one of the more peculiar star beasts, a being as powerful as a god, yet it always manages to go unnoticed, lacking any presence whatsoever. How unfortunate to have been killed by Crenoode. Still, thanks to Crenoode, we have gained some breathing room. The angels and divine servants plunged back into the battlefield, fighting tirelessly for their gods until death. In the sea of ruins, the bull ran eternally in a straight line, holding a world within its eyes. Inside, a figure communicated with their astral soul. In this multidimensional plane, there are still star speakers who can summon my astral soul. Interesting. It seems that after the astral world's destruction of the Starforger plane, some lucky ones managed to escape. If it were not for Alvarado's betrayal of our divine palace, the powerful Starforger civilization would not have been annihilated by the gods. People thought that the hidden serpent was accidentally killed by Crenoode, but it was not so. It was intentional. As one of the oldest beings in the divine palace, Crenoode ran endlessly around the astral world, smashing all the evil, betrayal, and darkness encountered along the way. This was his star nature, his path of righteousness. Crenoode was curious how far the star speaker could go. Weak star speaker, I await your return in the astral world. Dark ancient tower, 5th layer, southwest of Io continent, outer sea region. Thousands of miles from Dragon Palace Island, on a volcanic island, the blood demon tower master floated high in the sky, gazing into the far distance. Just now, in the distance, a faintly visible white beam pierced the heavens and earth. The distance was too great to see what had happened clearly. In fact, flying there would take some time. Could it be the emergence of a rare treasure? The Blood Demon Tower Master muttered to himself. 8 years ago, during the chaos when the Black Beast tide hit the 9 Cities Alliance, he had snatched the Dead Soul Date Tree. Afterward, he came to this isolated outer sea region. Here, it was extremely safe. This desolate place, where not even birds visited, was devoid of black beasts, let alone other wizards. Of course, the opportunities here were also pitifully scarce. 23 years had passed since he obtained the Cry of the Cicada. During this time, his cultivation had advanced beyond that of a senior 5th Circle wizard, but he was still far from achieving 5th Circle perfection. It is rare to encounter the emergence of a possible rare treasure. It would be a shame not to investigate. But, if there is any risk, my oddities and the Dead Soul Date Tree would be lost. What should I do? The Blood Demon Tower Master constantly questioned himself. Should he continue cultivating steadily, waiting for the ancient tower to close so he could return to the wizard world and achieve 5th Circle perfection? Or should he take a risk and investigate the phenomenon? This extraordinary phenomenon might indicate the birth of a powerful treasure, perhaps even an oddity above the Morningstar level. His expression was hesitant, his mind torn. With such an opportunity before me, how can I be so cowardly? Even with the assistance of the Cry of the Cicada, the probability of advancing to the primordial soul is still low and fraught with danger. If I could obtain more oddities or treasures, it would surely be more secure. I already possess 7 great talents, and my spiritual force is nearing 800. With such strength, even top-tier geniuses might not be my match. Moreover, the innate spells I practice are primarily for survival. Even if there is a risk, as long as it is not from a 6th Circle being, I should be able to escape. Besides, I still have the secret technique from the Holy Book of Blood to call upon divine aid. Reassuring himself continuously, the Blood Demon Tower Master made his decision. He would take one last risk. I swear, after this, I will wash my hands of all this and become a good person, never risking my life again. With his resolve steeled, the Blood Demon Tower Master transformed into a streak of blood and sped towards the source of the phenomenon. A life lived on the edge needs no explanation. Dragon Palace Island. Levi, having consumed a spiritual force recovery potion, sat in meditation. If summoning an astral soul is possible when the strength rune reaches 100%, could the same be true for the chariot rune at 100%? For instance, summoning a chariot to crush my enemies or carry me away. Recently, he had been preoccupied with post-5th Circle matters, and had not had the chance to learn new runes. Levi opened the book of Starforge runes and began studying new runes. So far, he had learned Strength, Chariot, Hermit, and Lovers, which represented strength, speed, invisibility, and luck, respectively. He continued flipping through the pages until he reached a new one, depicting a complex, constellation-like rabbit. Chapter 1325. Unlike ordinary rabbits, this one had a long tail resembling that of a fox, and its body was more proportionate. Levi read the text aloud. The moon rune connects to the lunar hare constellation, using the power of stars to maintain your physical and mental health. Levi studied the text carefully before beginning to meditate. Shortly after starting, a sense of unease and danger crept over him. He stood up abruptly. An enemy is near. He did not panic. The 8 Heavenly Dragon prison outside provided sufficient security. Still, he decided to leave his meditation chamber to be cautious. He addressed his companions. Thunder Rock, Ganon Kui, Sawkins, Pixar, be on guard. We have an enemy approaching. He instructed the transcendent creatures to prepare. Using invisibility runes, he slipped away from Dragon Palace Island to meet the threat. Eliminating the enemy in advance would be ideal. He did not want Dragon Palace Island and its transcendent creatures broadcasted by the Dark Ancient Tower. Sawkins and Thunder Rock had appeared on the broadcasts before, making it easier to reveal his identity. He hid in the vast ocean, watching a blood-red light rapidly approach from the distance. The Blood Demon Tower Master gazed at the island ahead, his expression grave. The starlight anomaly came from this place. There is something strange about this island. I must be careful. The sound of sword chi whistling through the void reached his ears. The Blood Demon Tower Master glanced behind him, his expression shifting. A dragon abomination, wielding a massive black flame sword, had appeared behind him and launched a surprise attack. Damn it, it is a trap. The Blood Demon Tower Master had anticipated this possibility. His protective force field flickered to life. First talent, Blood Flame Boundary. A wave of blood-colored light spread out from him, slowing any attacks that entered its range. The sword chi that tore through the Blood Flame Boundary also slowed down, allowing the Blood Demon Tower Master to narrowly avoid the strike. A domain-type spell, Levi murmured with a smile. You have some tricks, wizard. He recognized this wizard. Many years ago, he had seen his likeness in the Fire Crocodile City Lord's portrait within the realm of Crimson. Unbeknownst to him, the original Fire Crocodile City Master had long since died, and the one now occupying his body was the Blood Demon Tower Master. Listen, Dragon Abomination. Oh, I mean, friend, I am just passing through, the Blood Demon Tower Master said. I have no intention of causing trouble. There is no need for us to fight to the death. While you are a Dragon Abomination, I am a senior 5th Circle wizard, not far from achieving 5th Circle perfection. If we battle, the outcome will only be mutual destruction. The Blood Demon Tower Master remained composed after deflecting the attack. Levi grinned. Then let us find out who dies and who survives. Black flames swirled around him as he swung his longsword once more. You are going too far. The Blood Demon Tower Master let out a furious roar. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of blood-red flames surged toward Levi like a vast river of fire. The Blood Fire Demon Tower faction practiced a formidable meditation art known as the Blood Flame Meditation Art. Similar to the Black Sun Meditation Art, it was created by dark wizards and belonged to the Rare Burning faction, producing a unique type of flame upon mastery. The flame wielded by the Blood Demon Tower Master was called Scarlet Demon Fire. Its temperature lacked the intensity of ordinary fire, but it possessed a terrifying effect. It could cause the blood within an enemy's body to boil, leading those with insufficient strength to explode and ignite from within. Levi suppressed the boiling blood with powerful physical control. The ability mirrored the special effect of his own crimson breathing technique, boiling blood, though he rarely used it, preferring to defeat enemies with a single sword strike. This spell has an interesting concept, but unfortunately for you, I am a dragon abomination, Levi growled. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of black flames toward the Blood Demon Tower Master. Today, I shall show you my true power and slay you where you stand, the Blood Demon Tower Master sneered. His fingers danced in the air, weaving intricate patterns. Suddenly, countless fiery rays shot toward Levi from all angles, chaotic and unpredictable. Third talent, Blood Chaos Realm. The barrage of rays caused the ocean surface to erupt in a series of explosions. Around Levi, 3,000 feather blades whirled and danced. Go, Levi commanded. With a sharp sound, the blades, crackling with wind and thunder, darted forward, slicing through the incoming rays and extinguishing them. You possess such a rare treasure, but soon it will belong to me, the Blood Demon Tower Master said with greed in his eyes. He mistook Levi's divine weapon for some exotic artifact. He pointed to the sky, and blood-red clouds began to gather above them. Levi recalled the 3,000 feather blades to form a protective shield around him. With a deafening crash, a blood-red pillar of light descended from the sky, striking Levi and sending him crashing into the ocean below. The impact created a massive crater in the water, so deep it seemed bottomless. Seventh talent, Blood God's Retribution. Why force me to use my seventh talent? You brought this on yourself, the Blood Demon Tower Master taunted with a cold smile. As a senior 5th Circle Wizard, he had mastered 3 3rd Circle talents, 2 4th Circle talents, and his formidable 5th Circle talents. The move he had just used was his strongest. Under this attack, any ordinary senior 5th Circle Wizard would be gravely injured, if not killed outright. He summoned another blood-red pillar of light, which descended with even greater force. Chapter 1326. A competent dark wizard must always finish the job. Sweat beaded on the Blood Demon Tower Master's forehead. Although innate spells saved on spell power, it was all relative. Blood God's Retribution was his trump card, a move that consumed a significant amount of energy. He extended his spiritual force, probing the ocean depths. His expression changed. Damn it, still not dead, he cursed. This dragon abomination is tougher than the Amethyst Race. He hesitated, casting a reluctant glance back at Dragon Palace Island, before swiftly retreating. Centuries of experience as a dark wizard honed his instincts. He felt certain this island held something valuable, but the dragon abomination proved too fierce. He might not defeat it. No matter how precious the treasure, it was only worth it if one lived to claim it. Meanwhile, beneath the ocean surface, a colossal shadow rapidly approached the Blood Demon Tower Master. As the shadow broke through the massive waves, 3 menacing dragon heads emerged, each towering as high as a 3-story building, as large as barrels fixated on the Blood Demon Tower Master. Suddenly, an invisible ray shot forth from the dragon's horns, moving with blinding speed. The blood flame boundary field, which slowed down most physical and magical attacks, proved powerless against a pure mental assault. The nightmare dragon's breath struck directly into the Blood Demon Tower Master's mind. His spiritual force was nearly 100 points higher than Levi's, allowing him to withstand the attack with only a momentary lapse in focus. But in a battle between formidable opponents, even a brief lapse could prove fatal. The 3-headed dragon god's body, towering over 20 stories high, emerged fully from the ocean, standing proudly on the massive waves. Muscles bulged, scales and veins protruding with power. It raised the world-destroying flame sword high. The Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex activated, sending a torrent of Crimson Emperor Dragon Sword Chi crashing towards the Blood Demon Tower Master. This strike carried more power than the one Levi had unleashed earlier. Coupled with the Blood Demon Tower Master's momentary distraction and the disruption to his protective field, the sword's power tore through the domain's force field. The Blood Demon Tower Master's body relied on numerous wizard tools, some 4th Circle, others 5th Circle, all spoils from his many kills. Under the assault of the Sword Chi, only the 5th Circle tools could withstand the attack for any time. The 4th Circle tools disintegrated instantly, turning to ash. Damn it, what a loss, the Blood Demon Tower Master cursed internally, filled with regret. Regret, nothing but regret. Why did I come here to stir up trouble? If I had stayed home and cultivated in peace, nothing would have happened. He determined to escape, vowing to become an absolute practitioner of the path of caution. Using the wizard tools as shields, he blocked the terrifying Sword Chi. Above him, standing on the 3-headed dragon god's head, Levi remained calm. Indeed, every senior 5th Circle wizard is not to be underestimated. Any trace of pride from having slain 2 top-tier talents earlier vanished completely. Geniuses are formidable, but sometimes those who quietly endure and advance step by step through relentless cultivation are even more terrifying. Unfortunately, I cannot let you live. Now that you have discovered my hidden paradise, you must die. Levi channeled the power of the golden snake. As the fleeing blood demon tower master looked up, he saw a magnificent golden divine palace descending from the night sky. Even before the palace touched the ground, the terrifying force of suppression caused damage to his bones and flesh. He coughed up blood, desperately summoning defensive spells to resist the pressure. I have a primordial soul, I cannot die. His strong will kept him going, allowing him to unleash his most powerful strength rune language. Vast amounts of spell power surged out. The golden snake divine palace was blasted away by his spell, shattering into fragments. Levi sighed. The divine palace was not invincible. Perhaps his current golden snake cultivation, just entering the 5th circle, was insufficient to suppress such an experienced and powerful senior 5th circle wizard. Now wearing the brilliant golden dragon armor, Levi gathered all his golden snake power into the golden horn on his forehead. Although the divine palace had not succeeded in suppressing the enemy, it set the stage for his next deadly move. From the horn, a golden beam of light tore through the pitch black night sky. In an instant, it was upon the blood demon tower master. What kind of technique is this? The blood demon tower master stood stunned. Weren't dragon abominations supposed to be simple-minded brutes, relying only on innate spells, crude martial arts, and basic secret techniques? His face twisted with madness as he ignored the drain on his spell power, casting various innate spells to buy himself time to escape. But it was too late. Levi's golden light, though only powerful enough for one strike, never missed. The blood demon tower master's chest was blown apart, his heart obliterated, and the intense heat turned his wound to charred ash. The light in his eyes began to fade. Yet at the very moment his life force was about to be extinguished, he erupted in a final burst of energy. Secret art, blood god's feast. For a brief moment, his eyes regained their luster. Now they glowed with a blood-red light, as if he had become someone else entirely. The wounds on his body began to regenerate, with new flesh growing rapidly until he was fully healed. His face twisted into a beastly snarl, his robes bulged and then exploded. His body swelled, hunching over, finally transforming into a colossal blood-scaled giant beast, towering 10 stories high. The beast had massive blood-red wings that blocked out the sky, and a pair of antlers on its forehead, resembling a Kylan from Levi's previous life. On the other side, Levi's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1327. Levi looked at the creature, puzzled. Blood Clan's true form. The transformation mirrored the way members of the Blood Clan revealed their true forms. Could this fire crocodile city master belong to the Blood Clan? The answer remained elusive. I can smell the scent of dragon blood, like a strong spirit, intoxicating. If you do not want to face death, you had better surrender, obey me, and become my blood servant. The blood-colored giant spoke in a gentle male voice, lofty and cold. Blood River will? Levi murmured. To deal with a dragon abomination, there is no need for the blood god himself to act. I am Gennady Santos, the 9th general under the 7th true ancestor of the blood god, known as Venerable Blood Scales. The giant beast loomed above, exuding endless majesty, trying to force Levi into submission. Upon hearing that the opponent was not the Blood River will, Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Levi smiled, adding, "Where did this little minion come from? Get lost." As soon as the words left his lips, the 3-headed dragon god surged from the sea. With 6 arms wielding longswords, it slashed at the blood-colored giant beast. Outside the dark ancient tower, in the human realm, at the Church of Holy Light, Saint Yelin, now at the level of a divine servant, stood on Heavenly Mountain, gazing at the sky. A familiar figure appeared in the projection of the ancient tower. Venerable Blood Scales, why has he descended in an incarnation to the dark ancient tower? Yelin murmured. Among the Blood Clan, the higher-ranking members are called venerables, equivalent to divine servants, or wizards of the primordial soul realm. Above the venerables are the true ancestors, and beyond them is the Blood River will. The church has been in constant conflict with the Blood Clan, and they are quite familiar with Venerable Blood Scales. His true strength is no less than that of an 8th-level wizard. Even though this is just an incarnation with the power of a 5th level, that dragon abomination likely cannot handle him. Let them tear each other apart, it is a good thing. Yelin closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. In the realm of Crimson, the 9 Cities Alliance, a council of leaders watched the projection. What is going on? How did the Fire Crocodile City Master turn into a member of the Blood Clan? Could the Blood Clan have already infiltrated the wizard world? One leader asked. I am not sure. He might have practiced some secret technique from an evil god that allows him to summon the incarnation of a powerful Blood Clan member, another replied. He has gone down a dark path. But it is also a good thing. With the help of a powerful Blood Clan member, that damned 3-headed dragon abomination can be killed. It will rid our wizard civilization of a great enemy, a third remarked. That is true. We need to win this, the group agreed. Dark ancient tower, on the surface of the sea, 2 colossal beings were locked in a brutal, flesh-rending battle. On one side was the 3-headed dragon god, with its mountainous body, 6 arms, and the power to unleash devastating sword chi. On the other was the bloodthirsty, sinister, and seemingly immortal blood-scaled giant beast. The ocean, under the influence of their overwhelming auras, transformed into a world of black and crimson. The clash of these titans was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The blood-scaled giant beast, as an incarnation of a high-ranking member of the Blood Clan, possessed a body of monstrous resilience. Its defense, strength, and healing abilities were on par with the 5th-level Amethyst Race. As the sword chi repeatedly slashed at its flesh, the wounds regrowed almost instantly. Blood spread across the sea, igniting into blazing flames. The three-headed dragon god was no less formidable. Its defense, strength, and fearsome sword chi allowed it to launch relentless attacks. Moreover, as the black flames born from the Death Ember Dragon's power burned and invaded the wounds of the blood-scaled giant beast, venerable blood scales' once mighty regenerative abilities began to weaken. The wounds were healing slower and slower. This dragon abomination was no simple foe. Submit to me. To become a servant of venerable blood scales is your honor. Die. The three-headed dragon god leaped fiercely, landing atop the head of the blood-scaled giant beast. The long sword of black flames repeatedly pierced its body. The blood-scaled giant beast's massive jaws tore at the dragon god's body, reducing its 6 arms to just 4. The dragon god grabbed the golden dragon shield and slammed it down on the beast's head. Bang, bang, bang. The shield bent and deformed under the impact. The beast's skull cracked, blood gushing out, only to begin healing once again. How truly monstrous. Levi exhaled a torrent of ash dragon's power, transforming into a breath of flames that seared the beast's shattered skull, slowing its regeneration. Dark death flames, crimson emperor dragon flames, and black flame void, all 3 types of exotic flames spewed forth from the dragon god's 3 heads, surging into the abyss of the beast's gaping maw. These flames intertwined and exploded within. Boom. The head of venerable blood scales was completely obliterated, vaporized by the flames. Even so, his mutilated body continued to move, and a new head began to form. An unkillable cockroach, indeed. Levi quickly drove the longsword of black flames into the wound. He poured every ounce of exotic flame and Death Ember Dragon's power he had left into the beast's injuries and stuffed 10 4-colored fire pills into the wound. Then, he swiftly retreated, vanishing into the scarlet dark dimension. Explode. A muffled roar followed. An unprecedented wave of terrifying energy erupted from within the beast's body. Everything within a 3-mile radius was vaporized, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The shockwave swept into the scarlet dark dimension several miles away, blasting the 3-headed dragon god out and sending it flying. The 4-colored fire pills attacked indiscriminately, sparing neither friend nor foe. This move might hurt the enemy, but it costs me nearly as much, Levi murmured. Typically, the proper way to use the flame-gathering pot was to strike its surface, launching fire pills at a distant target. For greater effect, Levi had stuffed 10 of them into the beast's body. Such a tactic was risky, potentially harming himself as well. But with the Scarlet Dark Dimension as his refuge, Levi dared to take the gamble. Chapter 1328. High above, a light drizzle of blood began to fall. The droplets landed on the surface of the sea, shimmering with a strange vitality, as if they were alive and leaping. More of this. Levi frowned, watching the droplets. In the end, the blood completely turned into flames and dissipated. Venerable Blood Scales' incarnation was dead. Amid the blood rain, 23 blood-red scales, each emitting a faint, eerie glow, slowly descended onto the sea. Under the terrifying explosion, the rest of the giant beast's body had been obliterated. Yet these 23 scales remained intact, a testament to their incredible hardness. Damn it. The true me will not let you get away with this. A distorted, incomplete true soul transformed into a streak of blood-red light, ready to vanish and return to the Blood River Plain. But a web descended from the sky, ensnaring the ethereal true soul. What is this? Venerable Blood Scales' fragmentary true soul panicked, struggling in the web. A powerful, irresistible force pulled at him. He looked down to see a 3-foot-tall little figure emerging from the sea, its tiny mouth open, eyes gleaming with hunger. What is this? Lord Blood River, save me. Venerable Blood Scales let out a desperate cry as his true soul was drawn into the little figure's mouth, disappearing in a flash of light. Master, when I swallowed that a snack just now, I think I heard a voice in my head. Leon patted his belly. What voice? Levi sat cross-legged, regaining his strength. The blood river shall descend, and the cycle of reincarnation will begin anew. Leon stood before him. Levi looked at the small creature, calm. It is nothing. You can go home now. All right. Satisfied after his midnight snack, Leon flew off. Levi began to clean up the battlefield, searching the water until he found a blood-red ring at the bottom of the sea. Phew, thank goodness. I thought the storage ring had been blown to pieces. Levi grabbed the ring, breathing a sigh of relief. After finishing up, he collected the 23 scales and gazed up at the sky. The blood river is about to descend, huh? Seems like it is coming well prepared this time. But that is none of my business. The ones who need to worry are the church and the lords of the wizard world. I am just a carefree, happy-go-lucky dragon abomination. The human realm. Yelin's face stiffened. Are the incarnations of the Blood Clan's venerables this week now? Or was Venerable Blood Scales seriously injured? Even in his current realm, approaching that of a divine servant, it would still take considerable effort to kill Venerable Blood Scales' incarnation. After all, the Blood Clan had been causing trouble in the human realm for some time, and Yelin had already slain a few of their venerable incarnations. If this dragon abomination fully matures, the dragon abomination Venerable will have another powerful subordinate under his command. Sigh, when will all the evil in this world finally be eradicated? Wizard World. The wizards of the 9 Cities Alliance stared silently at the sky. This three-headed dragon abomination is growing stronger and stronger. Damn it, is there really no one who can handle the dark ancient tower? Aside from the elder generation of fifth circle wizards, among the younger ones, perhaps only Simon might barely prevail, but it would come at a high cost. You do not understand Simon. Simon has trained in specific innate spells designed to combat Dragon Keen. When fighting dragons, Simon has the upper hand. The title of Dragon Slayer is not for nothing. Land of Darkness. Dragon Abomination Venerable roared with laughter. An 8th level Blood Clan member daring to call himself a Venerable. Even the Blood River itself would not be so arrogant. Well done. The Fire Sovereign shook his head. As a wizard, lowering oneself to ally with the Blood Clan. It is a fate deserved. Blood River Plain. In the boundless Blood River, within a blood-red palace, a towering giant beast, 1,000 meters tall, and resembling a mountain, roared in fury. Powerful Blood Clan members stood in silence, their fear palpable. That damned dragon abomination destroyed a piece of my true soul, and stole 23 of my reverse scales. If I do not avenge this, my thoughts will never be clear. Dark Ancient Tower. Levi returned to Dragon Palace Island, and conducted another inspection of the array. He instructed the transcendent creatures to remain vigilant, ensuring no other enemies would attack. Back in his secluded retreat, he took out the blood-red scales. The scales were not large, each only the size of a palm. These scales are incredibly hard, sharp, and resilient. They might be materials of level 6 or higher. I will definitely be able to use them for my 7th talent. The 7th talent he planned to study required the refining of sword molds and infusing them with metal elemental power to become his envisioned flying sword. The material of the sword mold had to be hard and resilient, or else it would shatter before piercing the enemy's defenses. Temporarily storing the blood scales, Levi took out the storage ring. Although the Fire Crocodile City Master was a wizard, he allied with evil gods. He must have practiced some forbidden techniques. Levi examined the items one by one. He soon discovered a blood-red book titled The Sacred Text of Blood. The cover depicted a blood moon. On the blood moon was a flowing river of blood, winding and vast. So this is the true form of the blood river. It really is a river god. He did not even bother to read the contents of the sacred text. I could not be bothered with the Necromancer's Codex, so why would I study the sacred text of blood? His willpower was unwavering. In the wizard world, many secret techniques existed, often named as codices, or sacred texts. Some of these techniques were created by wizards, and could be learned at will. However, some were deliberately spread by evil gods, or other great entities from different planes to tempt wizards with weak wills into learning them. Chapter 1329. These secret techniques were bait, and the great entities were the fishermen. If one were to truly study them, they would eventually fall into an abyss of eternal damnation, destroying their own future. Therefore, the Wizard Council typically classifies such secret techniques as forbidden. Once discovered, they are to be destroyed. However, there are always some who take risks, which is why these forbidden techniques are continually violated. After putting away the sacred text, Levi reviewed his findings, and discovered that the Fire Crocodile City Master had quite a few valuable items. 5th level Magnetic Fire Oregon. I need this ore to refine the sword mold. It is as if the universe is sending me exactly what I need. Levi held a piece of fire element, or radiating powerful magnetic energy, its dark red hue evident. With this, along with the unknown level blood scales as the primary material, and some secondary materials, I can refine the sword mold. In addition to the ore, the old man's space also contained numerous herbs and a pile of useless wizard tools. Seems like he was also someone who plundered and killed. Wait, why am I saying also? This wizard tool is made with materials and craftsmanship of 5th circle quality, but its function seems to be for storage. Could it contain a truth oddity? Frost had formed around the bottle from the condensation of water vapor, indicating its extreme coldness. After a moment, Levi tried to open the bottle. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of air being sliced, a white light shot out at incredible speed. Levi was prepared. All the arrays in his retreat lit up instantly. Behind him, 3,000 feather blades swirled and encircled. A small white ice cicada darted about wildly within the arrays, its cries piercingly sharp. Levi reached out a large hand and caught the ice cicada. His eyes widened. He stared at the ice blue truth runes on the ice cicada, which were more profound than ordinary earth-grade runes. What kind of truth oddity is this? It feels like it could be sky-grade, and it somewhat resembles the summer cicada's chirp. He was well versed in the illustrated book of oddities. After comparing, the closest match was indeed the summer cicada's chirp. However, it was clear that this was a frost element oddity, while the summer cicada's chirp was a fire element oddity. Therefore, it should not be the same type. Let us check the other spoils. There might be clues about this oddity. Suppressing his excitement, Levi continued searching. Inside the storage ring were also over 1 million ether stones. Additionally, there was some inherited knowledge, such as the meditation art. Levi opened the meditation art and looked at the introduction. This was the ancestral meditation method of the Blood Fire Demon Tower, the former employer of the Blood Vampire Wizard he had subdued in the realm of Crimson. A dark wizard organization that had already been wiped out. Was the Fire Crocodile City Master also a dark wizard, or was he possessed by one? Levi could not figure it out, and did not care to ponder such irrelevant matters. On the last page of the meditation art, he finally found some useful information. It was the cold cicada transformation method. His expression tightened, and he quickly read through it, then suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, it is a sky-grade truth oddity, the cry of the cicada. According to the description, the cry of the cicada had several effects. It could birth a fourth circle frost talent, enhance the power of frost spells, and increase frost element affinity talent, improving training aptitude. It could even have a small chance of giving birth to a special talent. However, these were not the most significant aspects. The most crucial function of the cry of the cicada was that the wizards of the burning school of thought could use it to harness the power of the intersection of ice and fire to shatter spiritual force crystals, thereby condensing the primordial soul. After reading this, Levi furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, I am already planning to shatter the internal force crystals. This external method of shattering crystals seems of little use to me. I will keep it for now. Perhaps the Holy Infant might find it useful. Even if the Holy Infant does not need it, it could still be useful for some important subordinates in the future. Levi was not sure if his own advancement to the primordial soul would synchronize with the Holy Infant. After all, the difference between Fifth Circle and Primordial Soul was enormous. The Holy Infant could synchronize with Fifth Circle abilities, but that did not mean it could synchronize with Primordial Soul. In simple terms, the Holy Infant was a manifestation of a sky-grade oddity, not an omnipotent being. In any case, as a sky-grade oddity, the cry of the cicada undoubtedly had its applications. Counting the cry of the cicada and the morning star level thunder god's finger in 100 flowers possession, I have unwittingly collected 8 oddities. Except for the metal faction, I have them all. Levi suddenly felt that achieving the maximum of 81 souls might not be impossible. After organizing the spoils, a golden-furred great rat suddenly emerged from Levi's nostrils. It twitched its nose, sniffed the spoils, and then chittered before flying off in a certain direction. Levi's expression shifted slightly, and he followed discreetly. Could it be that I missed some treasure? On the sea surface, Jin continued to fly. Levi followed closely behind, searching carefully. Jin's speed was relatively slow. By dawn the next day, Levi followed Jin to an island several thousand miles away, a volcanic island. After entering the island, Jin flew straight towards a valley. Levi assessed the danger perception and found no immediate threats. However, with his knowledge of arrays, he could tell that the island had some shallow protective and alarm arrays. This must be the Fire Crocodile City Master's training ground. It is right next to me, and it seems to have been inhabited for a while, probably attracted by the astral soul phenomena I summoned. Levi murmured, having analyzed the situation quite accurately. He breached the arrays and entered, carefully searching with his spiritual force. Aside from finding some worthless materials in the Fire Crocodile City Master's retreat, he found nothing of value. He arrived at the valley where Jin was. At this moment, Jin was perched on a not-so-tall jujube tree, munching on a plump, round black date. Seeing this, Levi's eyes narrowed. A dead soul date. This is a precious item that directly increases spiritual force. Wait, is not this the treasure Simon took from the witch's family squad some time ago? So it was taken by the Blood Demon Tower Master, and that is why Simon ended up hiding in this desolate place. Dead soul dates, similar to Levi's previous iron tree, were extremely rare plants. Even primordial soul wizards would be tempted by them. Dead soul dates had very demanding growth conditions, and were typically found in hell and the underworld. This flowerpot-like device can replicate the growth environment of the dead soul date. It is truly remarkable. I will research it further when I return, and try to transplant the dead soul date to the ancient Banyan fairyland. Levi promptly picked up the dead soul date, and gave Jin a kiss. Jin carried the date, and perched on top of Levi's head. You little thing, you are quite useful. The man and the rat flew back to Dragon Palace Island. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed swiftly. In the Holy Brilliance calendar of 1209, during the month of winter, after 6 months, Levi had finally completed the construction of the 5th rune language model in his mind, and had cultivated it to level 2. It must be said, the rune named Moon had given Levi a tremendous surprise. He had originally thought it was just a regular rune, to enhance physical attributes. But in reality, it was far from ordinary. Levi, Moon rune, at level 2, with a special effect of Lunar Rabbit Star power at level 2. Lunar Rabbit Star power at level 2 communicates with the Lunar Rabbit Star, amplifying your lifespan by 10% based on your original lifespan. Indeed, the special effect of this rune was as incredible as the Lover's rune, if not more so. It could extend one's life with a percentage increase. At this moment, Levi realized that he was getting closer to his dream of eternal life. Chapter 1330. Live long and one will see many things. In his previous life or this one, these were all things that Levi, and the vast majority of people dreamed of. Fear of death haunted all mortals. Levi feared it deeply, fueling his cautious and steady nature. The wizard civilization had given birth to many powerful and brilliant spell systems. Wizards kept collecting historical data to determine the average lifespan of different realms. First circle meant 200 years of lifespan, second circle was 300 years, third circle was 500 years, fourth circle was 700 years, fifth circle was 1000 years, and sixth circle was 2000 years. To mortals, being able to live for 100 years was considered longevity. 100 years might seem like a long time, but it was far from enough for wizards who needed to meditate, study spells, and pursue the truth all day long. Lifespan had always been an important factor that limited the development of the wizard civilization. Therefore, to overcome the shortcomings of a short lifespan, wizards tried their best. In terms of the vertical aspect, wizards constantly pursued higher realms. On the horizontal side, there were lich transformations, bloodline modifications, life-prolonging potions, and so on. There were even some who gave up the path of the wizard and sought refuge with various gods. Take Dark Wizard Emperor Asta as a typical example. After becoming a god under the Lord of Chaos, he obtained the eternal life he had dreamed of, and was listed on the investiture of the gods. All of these methods had achieved some results, but they came with limitations. Moreover, very few wizards could benefit from them. Therefore, the average lifespan of a wizard had not increased significantly over the years. Thus, when Levi saw the special effect of the moon rune, a thought crossed his mind. Why not just cultivate this rune in the future? He might live forever. At the very least, he should be able to live for tens of thousands of years like a legendary wizard. However, he quickly abandoned this idea. Firstly, Levi would have longevity, but no path protection ability. Any natural or man-made disaster would kill him unless he could achieve true immortality and transcend everything. Secondly, in his opinion, the path of the rune language was still a little off. Not to mention anything else, his current strength came from communicating with the so-called constellations. According to Levi's current research, these constellations should be some kind of celestial life form, which was also in existence similar to gods. If they died, or if they did not want to send down the power of the stars, the rune language that Levi relied on would definitely be affected as well. Levi did not like to put all his eggs in one basket, and he did not like to be choked. Thus, the rune language would always be his support. His most fundamental path was still that of a wizard and knight with unlimited possibilities and a future. This was the power that was truly in his hands. Lastly, the moon rune's lifespan extension ability was based on a percentage. If Levi's lifespan base was not high, then even if he increased it by 1000%, he would not be able to achieve the immortality he wanted. Of course, even so, Levi was still very excited. His biggest question was how long his lifespan would be after the addition of his knight realm. Unfortunately, no one could give him an answer, because he himself was the pioneer of the path of knights. Before him, Levi did not have a large number of data samples for analysis. Therefore, Levi had always been conservative and calculated his lifespan according to the realm of a wizard. This was also beneficial. It could give him some necessary pressure and a sense of urgency. On the other hand, if Levi had known his lifespan, he might not have worked as hard as he did now. He put away the panel. The holy grail of immortality flew out of his body and landed on the ground. With a thought, Levi entered ancient Banyan fairyland. Small stone pond. Around the clear and fragrant pond water, there were lush trees. In the forest, there was a well-divided open space. The soil on the empty ground had been completely turned over. It was extremely soft and emitted the fragrance of soil. Around the small stone pond, Levi had opened up a dozen herb gardens. He divided the herb garden into 5 levels according to the level of fertilizer applied. Ordinary plants and herbs could be planted in level 1 and level 2 herb gardens. There was no need to waste the fertility of level 3 and above herb gardens. After all, the production of level 3 and above fertilizers was not high. Long drilled out from the ground, looking like he was asking for credit, Levi fed Long a pile of black beast meat and let it slowly digest it by Mana's side. Now, half of Levi's fertilizer production had to be supplied to Mana. Mana's position was within the range of the small stone pond. This way, she could directly absorb the spring water of immortality produced by the small stone pond. In the past half a year, with the full supply of the spring water of immortality, level 5 fertilizer, and the nutrient solution that Levi had researched and concocted, Mana's withered tree trunk and aerial roots sprouted again. However, they were sparse, like trees that had just survived the winter. The Holy Grail's voice sounded. Thanks to your care, Mana should be able to stabilize her level 6 realm. It is a good sign that a new sprout is sprouting. It is too dangerous to hunt Rose. Now, you do not need to look for that crazy woman. Levi nodded. That is even better. However, if I meet her, I will not let her off. After having so many methods, Levi's strength was even stronger than half a year ago. When the Crimson Emperor Dragon reached level 5, Levi was confident that he would be able to fight a perfected 5th circle dragon. It was not impossible to kill Rose with other methods. Rose had always been thinking about the Holy Grail. Levi had a feeling that if he did not solve this problem completely, he would not be able to have peace in the ancient tower. Chapter 1331. Levi left the Holy Grail and entered the botanical garden. Transplanting herbs and plants required real skill. Levi did not trust the alchemical creatures with this delicate task. Let us begin. In the botanical garden, Levi busied himself. He started with the level 1 herbs. Once those were successfully transplanted, he moved on to the higher level herbs. Aside from basic cultivation, Levi remained fully immersed in the work, savoring the joy of farming. Returning to the garden and living off the land was the life he yearned for most. Time passed. Another half a year went by. Year 1210 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of harvest. During this harvest season, Levi had basically completed the transplanting of the plants. Only the most precious items like the saint fruit, dead soul date tree, and iron tree remained. These plants required very specific environments. Levi needed to find suitable element-rich land to plant them within the ancient Banyan fairyland. Fortunately, with the help of the Holy Grail, the task was not difficult. The first was the saint fruit. This was a strategic resource, so Levi could not be careless. He referred to the environment of the lost swamp in the first layer, and found a swamp with a radius of several hundred miles in the south of the ancient Banyan fairyland. The fog here was hazy, and the air was humid, which was most suitable for the growth of the saint fruit. Number 2 large-scale element rich land was the dreamy cloud swamp. Number 1 was naturally the small stone pond where Levi lived. As for the iron tree, it needed to grow in an extremely hot place. The land of underground fire would be best. There were such places in the ancient Banyan fairyland. At the western edge of the fairyland, there was a cluster of volcanoes. Levi named it the third large-scale elemental rich land, Flaming Mountain. The iron tree was successfully transplanted. The small black tree stood silently on the ground. Grow up quickly, and let me see the legendary iron tree blossoming, Levi muttered. Lastly, Levi temporarily placed the dead soul date tree and the flower pot dharma artifact in the small stone pond. Levi intended to open up a special place for the dead soul date tree to grow in the future. After the relocation of the botanical garden, the remaining transcendent creatures were easy to manage. Although the ancient Banyan fairyland was small, it had all the necessary areas. The habitat of most transcendent creatures could be found there. Other than the guardians of the 8 heavenly dragon prison, the other transcendent creatures were all sent to the ancient Banyan fairyland. After everything was done, the ancient Banyan fairyland finally had some life to it. A few immortal birds and strange beasts appeared in various places. From now on, this place is my world. Levi sat upon the clouds, sipping wine like a god. It was already the 45th year since the ancient tower was opened. Levi's spiritual force had reached 720 points. His next goal was to upgrade the Crimson Emperor Dragon to a 5th Circle Knight and study his 7th talent. As for the refining of the Meshu's winged dragon, Levi planned to hand it over to the Holy Infant. In his secluded sanctuary, Levi took out the dead soul date from the purification elixir and placed it in his mouth. A bitter taste filled his tongue. A warm current flowed into his mind, then traveled through the divine ring tower and into the 7-colored crystal. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball and found that his spiritual power was still 720. Looks like it is less than 1 unit, but my spiritual force has indeed increased. This dead soul date could not be compared to the silver scale fruit. A fruit like the silver scale fruit would only bear fruit once in a sapling's life, and the yield was extremely low. Moreover, it could only be consumed once. The dead soul date could be consumed multiple times, but its effect would decrease as the number of times increased until it completely lost its potency. Most wizards would not eat so many dead soul dates. If they ate too many, they would easily be corroded by the negative energy, which was not conducive to a breakthrough. However, Levi had the all-purpose purification elixir, so he only needed to soak in it for a while. 1 dead soul date was enough for Levi to refine for a while. There were more than 10 ripe fruits on the date tree. Levi planned to take one every month. After eating all of it, Levi had to wait for the next batch to mature. If all the fruits were eaten, he could only wait for the next round to bear fruit. Sea of Stars, Fire Dragon Island. The Holy Infant crafted Golden Dragon's Blessing, which was the last wizard tool he intended to craft for the Rust Dragon Wizard. The Holy Infant focused intently, sending spell runes into the item without rest. He remained extremely dedicated. Although he refined it for others, the Holy Infant pursued the highest quality possible. This way, his proficiency in refining weapons would increase even more. Several days later, the Golden Dragon's Blessing and the Iron Dragon's Blessing were completed. They floated above the flames and shone brightly. Another 2 small top-grade items, the Holy Infant murmured. Wizards divided 5th Circle wizard tools into ordinary, fine grade, and top grade. However, there was still a gap between top-grade items. The Holy Infant divided the top grade into minor and major classifications. What was a minor top grade? In terms of material, workmanship, and function, if one of the 3 major factors reached the peak of perfection, it was considered a minor top grade item. Take the Circle of Ouroboros, which had its own dimensional door spell. It was a minor top grade item. Other than that, it was relatively mediocre. It was the same for the Extreme Fire Wheel. If there were 2 or more factors that reached the peak of perfection, it would be a major top grade item. The Black Sun Compass, the Bell of 1,000 Winds, and the ancient Burning Sky Umbrella were all examples of this. After he was done, the Holy Infant was not in a hurry to send a message to the Rust Dragon Wizard. The Holy Infant planned to rest for 3 days to relax his body and mind. The next day at the Star Bazaar, Fire Dragon Cabin. After all these years of sales, Levi had run out of extra wizard tools. Moreover, the market was becoming saturated, so the Fire Dragon hut was temporarily closed for business. Chapter 1332. Mia had also been in seclusion for more than half a year to try and advance to the 5th Circle realm. Inside her mind, a red, round crystal spun in her sea of consciousness. Within it, the shadows of 5 innate spells could be vaguely seen. As a nomadic wizard, being able to reach perfection for a 3rd Circle innate talent was already a feat. 5th Circle, done. The medicine refined by my lord was too useful. Even an idiot like me can advance to the 5th Circle realm. Mia was so excited that tears flowed from her eyes. She could not control herself. Advancing to the 5th Circle realm was the ultimate dream of many wizards. After all, the possibility of attaining a primordial soul was unpredictable. The 5th Circle realm was the end point for many genius wizards. Mia's double affinity could not even be considered that of a genius. It was rare to rely on time, accumulation, and some luck to advance to the 5th Circle. If I had not met my lord, I might have spent my entire life at the perfected 4th Circle realm. Mia was glad that she had performed well in front of her lord. Otherwise, she would not be where she is today. I only managed to attain 5th circle at the age of 500. It is already good enough for me to attain 5th circle before I die. Mia's self-definition was very clear. The primordial soul was not something she should consider. Of course, if there was a chance, she would grab it without hesitation. And her chance was Lord Ace. I want to share this good news with my lord. When I return from the ancient tower, I can work for my lord. My lord must be a proud son of some hidden force. The thought of joining this organization actually makes me a little nervous. Mia did not know that her 5th circle ability was already considered top-notch in Lord Ace's organization. When she arrived at Fire Dragon Island, Lord Ace was lying lazily on the beach, sunbathing. This was the first time she saw Lord Ace so lazy. The sunlight shone on his handsome face. You've advanced to the 5th circle realm? Holy Infant stretched and asked. Mia raised the corner of her mouth and nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Her excitement was obvious. Congratulations, congratulations. From now on, you do not have to call me Lord. Just call me Ace. Mia smiled and said, I am used to it. I cannot change it. It is better to call you Lord. After a long silence, Mia asked, Sir, can I join you now? Holy Infant opened his eyes and said, Of course, but you will have to make an oath when the time comes. I understand. Big organizations are all like this. After some thought, the Holy Infant said, I discussed this with my pharmacist friend some time ago. He intends to rent my Fire Dragon hut and take on the business of refining potions. As long as the customer provides the ingredients and formula, he can refine the 5th circle breakthrough potion. Mia was delighted. The market for potions in the Sea of Stars is much larger than that of wizard tools. Among my friends, there are a few who are stuck in the perfected 4th circle realm. They cannot advance to the 5th circle realm because they do not have any potions. Your friend will definitely earn a lot of money. Holy Infant replied, You will be in charge of this. I can ask my friends to provide some samples first. You can put it on display. His pharmacist level is definitely not a problem. It is just that he does not have a registered pharmacist certificate. All right, leave it to me. Holy Infant added, As for the remuneration for the pharmaceutical commission, as long as it is something of equal value, it is fine. Precious plants, transcendent creatures, ores, ether stones, knowledge, and even accurate information and clues about treasures are all fine. I understand. When they left, Mia turned around and secretly glanced at Lord Ace. This friend of Lord Ace, could it be himself? Otherwise, why did that friend not come personally to the White Robe Wizard Association? If that was the case, Lord Ace was proficient in making weapons and medicine. He was not inferior to Simon. A few days later, at the Star Bazaar, the signboard of the Fire Dragon hut had been removed and replaced with Mia Pharmacy. To undertake the custom-made work of rare potions, such as the 5th circle breakthrough potion, you need to provide materials and potion formulas, as well as the corresponding equivalent items, including but not limited to herbs, transcendent creatures. In the window of the small pharmacy, there were rows of 5th circle red, blue, and green potions displayed. These potions were mainly used to prove the strength of the pharmacist. Mia, who was already a grey robe palace wizard, personally guarded the store. Moreover, she had a pretty face and a myriad of flirtatious temptations. As soon as the store opened, it attracted many wizards. However, the 5th circle pharmacist behind the store was not very famous. He did not have a registered pharmacist certificate, so he had been open for a few days, but aside from some inquiries, no one was willing to commission him. This troubled Mia, but Holy Infant did not care. To him, this was a way to collect resources and information, not to rely on medicine to support himself. Several days later, a portly wizard walked into the shop with a question in his mind. Hello, Miss Mia. My name is Beckman. I want to make a 5th circle breakthrough potion. Mia was delighted. She smiled sweetly and asked, Sir Beckman, what kind of potion do you want to make? Stone condensing potion. You only need to provide the ingredients for this potion. The pharmacist behind our store already knows the formula. Mia had used the same potion to break through to the 5th circle realm. It could increase her success rate by about 15%, which was not bad. Chapter 1333. Mia gestured toward the counter, her eyes meeting the hesitant gaze of Beckman. You need to prepare enough materials to refine it 3 times. If we fail to refine all of them, we will not charge you a request reward. We will even pay you a certain percentage of the ether stones. Beckman paused for a long moment, then produced the materials for the condensing stone potion. 3 sets lay on the table. He retrieved a small medicine box, revealing a dried yellow flower resting inside. This is a withered heart petal, a 6th circle medicinal herb. It is extremely rare. It should be enough to be used as a reward for refining the potion, Beckman said, sliding the box across. No problem. Let us sign the agreement. Mia offered such enthusiastic service that Beckman felt as though he were dreaming. As a 5th circle wizard, she rarely showed such an attitude. The pharmacist backing her must possess significant power. Rumors claimed she was a friend of the Fire Dragon wizard. One could only imagine the strength required to befriend such a powerhouse. Mia let out a long breath, secure in her first business deal. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Once the pharmacy gained a reputation, it would soon secure a foothold in the Star Bazaar. Far away on Fire Dragon Island, the Rust Dragon wizard arrived. Master Fire Dragon, have you already refined it? The Rust Dragon wizard asked, his expression full of anticipation. Holy Infant nodded, offering a faint smile. My luck was not bad. These 2 wizard tools can be considered top grade. His wrist and necklace floated in the air, casting a precious light across the room. The rust dragon wizard widened his eyes. "Thank you, master," he said with genuine sincerity, handing over the prepared request reward to Holy Infant. The reward consisted of a piece of level 5 metal and a book. "Master, I still have things to attend to, so I will not disturb you anymore." With the wizard tool secured, the rust dragon wizard left in a hurry. Perhaps he hoped to prepare for his advancement to the primordial soul realm. No news surfaced regarding Wizard Silverbeard, who remained in seclusion. Even his disciple, Biggs, knew nothing. Silverbeard had likely failed to advance to the primordial soul realm, dying amidst the 3 calamities and 4 disasters. Holy Infant examined the level 5 metal, identified as water elemental gold. It lacked the mass required to refine alchemical creatures. He planned to send it to his main body to reforge the golden dragon heavenly shield. Coupled with the level 5 amethyst, the shield would grow significantly stronger. Levi had deformed the shield during the battle, with the incarnation of venerable blood scales. Repairs had been made, but it remained imperfect. Divine weapons required frequent reforging, incorporating ever rarer materials to gradually elevate their quality. The book presented to Holy Infant was a popular science text titled 10,000 Gold Reference. It recorded tens of thousands of rare ores found throughout the multidimensional planes. Beyond elemental ores, it detailed unique varieties. Such knowledge proved essential to a refiner preparing for future plane trips. The break ended. Holy Infant returned to his work, preparing to refine the Meshu's winged dragon. With all ores and materials ready, only the process remained. Meanwhile, the main body, Levi, cultivated in peace. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Year 1210 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. During the month of winter, Holy Infant received a summons to the 5 Elders' Palace. The Rust Dragon Wizard had a major announcement. Inside the hall, the Red and Blue Dragons, the Red Bone Wizard, and Madame Miracle waited. More than 20 Fifth Circle Wizards from the White Robe Hall and Grey Robe Palace stood present. The Rust Dragon Wizard addressed them. "Everyone, some time ago, the 9 Cities Alliance relied on the Skyfire Fortress to repel the Empire Coalition forces of the Lightning Supreme Mage. The Lightning Supreme Mage was injured and fled. The last round of negotiations between us and the 9 Cities Alliance has broken down. As for the reason, I am sure you all know that the 9 Cities Alliance only promised to give us 15% of the spoils of war after destroying the Tomb Clan and the Amethyst Race. How shameless. We sent out half of our forces, yet we receive only 15%. How is this enough? We nomadic wizards are only half a person in their eyes. If they look down on us so much, why do they seek our cooperation? That is right. If this negotiation falls through, then let it fall. In any case, I will not participate in the operation to annihilate the Amethyst Race. I just want to quietly wait for the ancient tower to close." A collective ripple of fury moved through the crowd. The Rust Dragon Wizard raised a hand. "I understand how everyone feels, but the reality remains cruel. The 9 Cities Alliance may send troops to attack our White Robe Wizard Association at any time. Everyone must remain prepared. Moreover, at least 2 level 5 Amethyst Race members hide in the Sea of Stars. They continue their evil doing, posing hidden dangers." After the meeting concluded, the attendees dispersed, heavy with worry. The Red Dragon Queen approached Holy Infant, accompanied by the Blue Dragon Lady. "Master, do you have any time recently?" she asked through a telepathic connection. "What is the matter?" Holy Infant replied. The Red Dragon Queen stood on the precipice of becoming a true perfected 5th Circle Wizard, her spiritual force hovering near 900. The Blue Dragon Lady was slightly weaker, though still far more powerful than the Fire Crocodile City Master. "The 2 of us found traces of a level 5 Amethyst Race member some time ago," the Red Dragon Queen continued. "It has entrenched itself in the Red Danger Zone. We want to cooperate with you to kill the Amethyst Race member and ensure nothing goes wrong. That creature has occupied a mine that might produce level 5 fire elemental ores. We cannot allow the foreign races to possess such wealth." Holy Infant considered the offer. "All right. We will split the spoils of war according to our contribution." "No problem. Thank you, Master. We will set off tomorrow to avoid any further trouble." "All right." Holy Infant returned to Fire Dragon Island. Chapter 1334. Holy Infant continued to make preparations to refine the winged dragon. He muttered to himself, "I wonder how the mine output is. If there are enough level 5 ores, I might be able to refine Fire God." News of the negotiations breaking down spread. The entire White Robe Wizard Association braced for the coming storm. The next day, Holy Infant and the 2 women left the safety zone. They ventured deep into the dangerous area of the Sea of Stars. Holy Fire Plateau. Above the Skyfire Fortress, groups of wizards gathered, ready to depart. They stood in clusters of 20, each led by a 5th Circle Wizard. 500 wizards waited in total, accompanied by 25 5th Circle Wizards. 5 powerhouses stood among them, their auras radiating the strength of the perfected 5th Circle level. Wizard Farah from the Fire Bull family stood among them. He was a typical fence-sitter who would fall at the slightest shift of the wind. Roman, a primordial soul wizard, stepped before the team. He lectured the gathered crowd. "As the saying goes, to resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the interior. The Wizard Council taught us this before we even stepped into the dark ancient tower. No matter the faction, whether a nomadic wizard or an organization, we have to unite. We must unite against the outside world before we compete with each other. However, some people are selfish and only care about their immediate interests. They turn a deaf ear to the long-term collective interests of the wizard civilization. I am talking about those people from the White Robe Wizard Association. A bunch of short-sighted people. The Amethyst Race is so powerful that we need the wizards from the south to join forces just to survive. We extended an olive branch, but they responded to our sincerity with silence. Since that is the case, we will first remove these malignant tumors of the wizard civilization. We must eliminate those who do not care about the overall situation. For the Congress, for the wizard civilization, attack. Roman raised his arms and shouted. His voice echoed throughout the entire Skyfire fortress. Simon opened his arms and descended from the sky, his aura swelling with every passing second. His spiritual power had already reached the 5th Circle Senior Realm. For this battle, Wizard Besk Taylor will be the commander, and Wizard Simon will be the deputy commander, Roman announced. Wizard Besk came from Ceylon City in the 9 cities. He wore a gorgeous robe woven from the feathers of a rare bird, shimmering with treasure light. Besk was 900 years old. 200 years ago, he had already reached the perfected 5th Circle Realm. His strength was unfathomable. Simon appeared youthful in comparison. He stood half-naked in the air, ribbons dancing around him. Lord Roman, I have no ill intentions. Wizard Farah lowered his head as he spoke. Although Sir Simon is famous at a young age, his cultivation base is only in the 5th Circle Senior Realm. Is it not a little inappropriate to appoint him as the deputy commander? Farah had expected to be the vice commander. After all, he was a perfected 5th Circle wizard and a member of the Firebull family. Simon narrowed his eyes as he looked at Farah. He remained silent, but the corners of his mouth curled upward. I have already considered what you said, Roman smiled. However, as a young hero, Simon needs the opportunity to gain experience. It would be meaningless if I only arranged for the old guard. Farah had no retort. He clamped his mouth shut. He cursed in his heart. Those bastards from 9 cities, are they looking down on our 24 mountains? No matter the social class or social circle, a chain of contempt always existed. Simon looked at the defeated Farah and smiled. Sir Farah, I have only cultivated for less than 200 years. In terms of experience, I definitely cannot compare to you. Please take care of me and guide me. Farah's face darkened. He offered a fake smile. I cannot say that I am able to guide you. We will be learning from each other. This Simon was truly a show-off. Simon was 200 years old, and his spiritual force had already reached the 5th Circle Senior Realm. At this speed, Simon would probably be able to attain perfection in the 5th Circle Realm in his 300s. This kid said that on purpose to mock him for having nothing but experience. Farah closed his eyes. Let us go, Besk said calmly. He threw out a fish-shaped airship. This was the level 5 airship known as the Void Kraken, produced by the 9 Cities Alliance. Its speed, defense, and attack were top-notch. It could even teleport in the air for a short distance. The cost was simply too high for an ordinary 5th Circle wizard to purchase. After everyone boarded the ship, the Void Kraken split the sea of clouds in two and sped away. On the airship, Simon turned to his subordinate. Is there anyone else in the White Robe Wizard Association who has perfected 5th Circle capabilities, other than the Blue Dragon Lady and the Red Dragon Queen? I do not think so, the subordinate replied. There is one called Ace, the Fire Dragon Wizard. He is quite strong. He and the Red Dragon Queen teamed up and killed an Amethyst Race member that was close to the peak of level 5. Fire Dragon Wizard? Could he be a dragon descendant wizard? Simon raised his eyebrows. No, it is just that his title has the word dragon in it, the subordinate replied. How is his cultivation? He should only be a 5th Circle Senior Wizard. His strongest point is that he is a weapon craftsman. He might have several top-grade wizard tools on him, but his power is average. Then I will just take care of him when I am there. My main target this time is the 2 dragon descendant witches. Simon looked at the sea of clouds in front of him with confidence. He hated dragon clans, including dragon descendants. In his eyes, they were a bunch of pitiful creatures, who were neither human nor ghost, immersed in the fantasy of possessing the dragon's bloodline. In reality, it was extremely fragile, and could be shattered with a single strike. Sea of stars. In the depths. The red zone. In the fog, Holy Infant and the 2 women walked side by side. This fog will affect your perception. Master, please be careful, the Red Dragon Queen reminded him. Holy Infant nodded. The fog clouded his spiritual perception. Chapter 1335. If his true body were here, it would have little impact. A sudden beastly roar erupted from the fog. Lake water exploded outward as a black shadow burst from the depths to attack Holy Infant. The Red Dragon Queen prepared to strike, but Holy Infant simply flicked his finger. A lively fire dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, collided with the shadow. An explosion swept through the area, dispersing the fog within a radius of 1 mile. The black shadow proved small, barely the size of a calf. It was a slender beast resembling an otter, its body covered in extraordinary fur that looked shiny and oily. Its aura marked it as a level 5 black beast. Holy Infant noted that it was actually a black otter, a beast whose fur was most suitable for refining level 5 divine talismans. Holy Infant's fire dragon tribulation took out half of the black otter's life. Charred fur on its chest revealed a deep black wound. Driven by its brutal nature, the beast did not escape. It continued to attack. Its speed mimicked a phantom, likely outpacing even an ordinary 5th Circle Senior Wizard. The extreme fire wheel appeared under Holy Infant's feet. He transformed into a fiery red streak, dodging the attack. The black otter missed. It clearly did not expect its sneak attack to fail twice. Before it could recover, a fiery red ring broke through the fog and descended from the sky. The ring bound the creature instantly. Queen, lend me your sword, Holy Infant called out. This beast's fur can be used as practice material when I refine weapons. It is a pity to waste it. The queen nodded. She waved her hand, and the lava secret sword descended, beheading the black otter. The level 5 black beast lay dead. I wondered why you did not continue to use your spells, Master, the red dragon queen said. So it is because you were afraid of damaging its fur. However, will the fur of the black beast not corrode one's mind when refining weapons? I am only using it for practice, Holy Infant explained with a bitter smile. I cannot use the wizard tools I refined from it. The weapon-making industry is too expensive. I do not have the financial resources to practice with normal materials. As expected of a master, you really know how to live, the red dragon queen said with a smile. Holy Infant laughed and remained silent as he stored the black beast's corpse. Not long after, they encountered another black otter, also at level 5. It is said that these black beasts usually live in groups, Holy Infant observed. I am afraid we have entered the black beast's nest. Be careful. I will need your help to kill the black beast in the future. After this is done, I can refine a 5th circle wizard tool for both of you for free. Are you serious? The red dragon queen was overjoyed, and even the blue dragon lady could not hide her excitement. It was their dream to have the fire dragon master refine a wizard tool for them for free. After all, the master's refining fee was truly exorbitant. Yes, I am serious, Holy Infant said with a smile. That is easy to handle, the red dragon queen snickered. Leave the black beasts to us sisters. Master can just watch the show. The lava secret sword danced in the air, flashing with lethal intent. Flame bolts sliced the level 3 and level 4 black otters into two. Even the level 5 black otters could not last long. It was even more convenient for the blue dragon lady. Countless ice blades shot out of her ice sword, cutting through everything. Holy Infant picked up the corpses behind them, having a great time. It is still more comfortable to be a boss, Holy Infant sighed to himself. As they drew closer to their destination, the number of black otter beasts increased. Half a day later, Holy Infant had already secured 3 level 5 ones, collected more than 20 level 4 ones, and hundreds of low-level ones. This black beast meat is enough for long to eat for a while. To Holy Infant, the black beast represented a treasure. Therefore, after he became a wizard of the White Robe Hall, he used his authority to completely take over the handling of the black beasts in the Sea of Stars. This way, there would be an endless stream of black beasts entering his pocket every month. Otherwise, with just Levi and Holy Infant, Long would definitely have a hard time. A roar echoed through the area. The blue dragon lady jumped up, her expression changing. In the lake below, a 100-meter-long crocodile resembling a dead tree rushed out of the water. What a huge crocodile, the red dragon queen exclaimed. When Holy Infant spotted the giant crocodile, he felt delighted. Please do not hurt the crocodile's heart, he said. I have a use for it. Understood, the red dragon queen replied. This crocodile is quite strong. It is almost at the peak of level 5, and it has the aura of a dragon. Blue dragon, let us join forces. The blue dragon lady nodded. Behind her back, the secret ice sword flew out and buzzed. The phenomenon of an ice mountain appeared. At the same time, a volcanic phenomenon manifested around the red dragon queen's lava secret sword. Holy Infant did not make a move. With the strength of the two women, it would definitely not be a problem for them to kill the sea-overturning crocodile dragon. The sea-overturning crocodile dragon resembled the black fire dragon that Levi had killed before. They were both existences that stood at the top of the pyramid of mixed blood dragons. Holy Infant wanted to keep its heart not to refine weapons, but for Gustav. Gustav's body contained 2 very powerful mixed blood dragon bloodlines. One was the sea-overturning crocodile dragon, and the other was the heavenly armor mist dragon. He planned to use the crocodile dragon's heart to extract the original bloodline crystal and refine the bloodline potion. In this way, Gustav would have a chance to completely return to his ancestors as a sea-overturning crocodile dragon in the future, eventually growing into a giant beast at the peak of level 5. Levi had never been stingy with his family. Gustav had made great contributions to Levi's growth. Moreover, after Gustav reached rank 5, he could continue to benefit the knights. As for Levi himself, only the sub-dragon species could catch his eye. The two swords combined. Red and blue spell rays slashed out. In the end, the sea-overturning crocodile dragon was no match for the two women and was beheaded. Thank you, both of you, Holy Infant said. He took out the heart and used a spell to protect it. Then, he put the dead crocodile dragon into his storage ring. Hee, you are welcome, the red dragon queen said with a smile. We are doing this because you promised us a wizard tool. We will be there soon, the blue dragon lady reminded. Master, let us make our preparations. The peak level 5 Amethyst Race is not something that this black beast can compare to. Holy Infant nodded. In the fog in the distance, the outline of a huge island could be vaguely seen. 3 figures flew forward quickly. After a while, before they even approached the island, a purple light shot into the sky and swept away the fog. As the world became clear, a one-armed purple figure sneered at the 3 of them. It was Rhoda. The red dragon queen's expression grew grave. Looks like you have already discovered us. Rhoda laughed. Of course. In fact, the last time the 2 of you passed by this place, I had already discovered you. I guessed that you were going to ask for reinforcements, but I did not expect to be so disappointed that you only brought a 5th circle senior wizard. Among the 3 of you, there is not even a single one with a perfected 5th circle. It is really not fun killing you guys. Killing intent surged within Holy Infant as he looked upon the Amethyst Race member. This person was the Amethyst Race member, who had blocked the teleportation portal back then. Enemies meet on a narrow road, Holy Infant shouted. I will avenge myself. Chapter 1336. Dark Ancient Tower, 5th floor. The sea of stars stretched out before them. Holy Infant and his companions stood still, their eyes locked on Rhoda. Why would I need to use a perfected 5th circle expert to kill you? You think too highly of yourself, the Red Dragon Queen said, her voice cutting through the silence. Most 5th circle powerhouses were stationed at the encampment to face the incoming enemy alongside the other wizards. Consequently, after the Red Dragon Queen and her allies consulted with the Rust Dragon Wizard, they decided to invite Master Fire Dragon to eliminate the Amethyst Race member. He had previously exterminated a level 5 Amethyst Race member with a single strike, leaving an undeniable mark on her memory. Very good. You humans are soft everywhere, but only your mouth is hard and stubborn, Rhoda sneered. He clenched his single arm, and a terrifying aura radiated outward. I am Rhoda, the witness to your deaths. The invisible aura tore through the surrounding fog. His strength was overwhelming. Holy Infant muttered under his breath. He was terrified. He was actually standing here, alive, after taking such a heavy blow. The person in front of him was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. This fight mirrored the encounter with the Amethyst Race member during the Battle of the Holy Grail. Despite the loss of one arm, Rhoda remained a perfected 5th circle wizard. If Holy Infant faced him alone, he would have fled instantly. Fortunately, 2 reliable teammates flanked him. Master, the Blue Dragon Lady, and I will pin this person down, the Red Dragon Queen said. She pointed toward the front. You just need to attack from the back. At the critical moment, use your trump card again, and try to kill him here. She transformed into a streak of red light, and shot into the sky. Ice swords danced around the Blue Dragon Lady, as she launched an assault from the opposite flank. 2 figures surrounded Rhoda, one red and one blue. Rhoda moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion. A purple cannonball whistled through the air, aimed directly at the Blue Dragon Lady. Sacred skill, moon in palm, Rhoda barked. His single arm turned into a blade as he slashed through the air. A circle of energy ripples in the shape of a full moon expanded outward. The Ice Dragon Ring dance field illuminated the area around the Blue Dragon Lady. She retaliated, unleashing her first talent. The Ice Rhinoceros finger condensed in the air, radiating a destructive aura, and shot forward. The ripples collided with the jade-like fingers. Snowflakes scattered across the battlefield. The Red Dragon Queen gestured at the sky with the authority of a commander. Meteor stars rained down, coalescing into a giant meteorite engulfed in flames. Holy Infant hid in the rear, his right hand clenched tight. The Crimson Dragon Ring transformed into a fire dragon and whipped forward, wrapping around Rhoda. Although the 3 of them had never worked together, a tacit understanding guided their movements. Rhoda had not anticipated that a 5th circle senior wizard would possess such a treasure. Caught off guard, the monster was bound, unable to move. The giant meteorite crashed into Rhoda's head. The force drove his skull down into his body like a turtle retreating into its shell. Flames billowed, consuming the area and soaring into the sky. Rhoda was not afraid. He reveled in the intensity. As a member of the Amethyst Race, he hungered for battle. He raised his single arm, bracing against the meteorite, his body surging with power. Sacred skill, mountain fusion, Rhoda roared. Extreme power obliterated all techniques. The meteorite shattered, turning into fine ash. Rhoda stabilized his posture, and his head popped back out from within his torso. Holy Infant frowned. The Amethyst Race was difficult to kill. If his main body were present, handling Rhoda would be simple, as he possessed numerous treasures. However, he acted only as support today. He would watch the 2 women fight. Should real danger arise, he would use the extreme fire wheel to escape without hesitation. Even Rhoda would struggle to catch him. Holy Infant released the Crimson Dragon Ring and pointed. A crimson fire dragon roared and exploded around Rhoda. Energy erupted, flames climbed toward the heavens, and the surface of the lake began to boil. Despite the onslaught of a genuine 5th circle senior wizard, Rhoda suffered only superficial burns. His skin remained scorched black, but no major injuries hindered him. Rhoda did not even glance at Holy Infant, leaving the man feeling utterly defeated. The Amethyst Race possessed high spell resistance, and Rhoda stood at the peak of level 5. His body was impervious to blades, spears, water, and fire. Almost every body tempering technique in the wizard world paled in comparison to this innate goldstone body. Holy Infant gave up on the fire dragon tribulation. Wasting spell power served no purpose. Instead, he focused on using the Crimson Dragon Ring to annoy Rhoda. High above, Rhoda struggled against the Crimson Dragon Ring, trapped once again by the red and blue attacks raining down upon him. Damn it, I cannot dodge this at all, Rhoda growled. Although my body is invincible, I cannot keep getting beaten up like this. That male wizard has to be dealt with first. The monster realized the gravity of the situation. After breaking the ring, he sent the fire meteor flying with one punch, and shattered the ice dragon with another. Sacred skill, string break, Rhoda announced. He leaned forward, resembling a fully drawn bow. With the sharp sound of a bowstring snapping, he charged forward at an impossible speed. Oh no, he went to ambush Master Fire Dragon, the Red Dragon Queen cried out. Both she and the Blue Dragon Lady unleashed their own methods to intercept him. However, Rhoda moved too quickly. By the time they reacted, huge waves exploded on the lake in front of them. Rhoda stood upright, surrounded by an inferno. The flames above his head transformed into the shape of Holy Infant. Born with a fire elemental body, the man remained immune to many physical attacks, but the purple light on Rhoda's body carried a blood chi that could inflict real damage. Chapter 1337. Holy Infant's face grew pale as he stood upon the extreme fire wheel. The crimson dragon ring flew out, buzzing through the air before wrapping around Rhoda. "Is this the only move you know?" Rhoda roared, his voice sounding like a giant being harassed by flies. "There is still this one." An ancient umbrella appeared above Levi's head. As the 9 streams of flowing flames danced in the air, a sense of crisis filled Rhoda's heart. Rhoda shattered the ring and attempted to escape. The blue dragon lady spat, and blue smoke transformed into an inescapable heaven's net, trapping Rhoda once again. It was the third talent, the frosty mist moon. "Sacred skill, mighty star," Rhoda bellowed. Purple light shone brightly, coalescing into a purple star above his head. The star rotated, and the huge force tore the smoke net apart. However, 9 crimson divine dragons greeted him, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Boom, boom. 9 consecutive explosions rocked the air. It looked as if a 9-petaled red lotus had bloomed on the surface of the lake. Beneath the earth-shattering attack, a body that had melted and distorted rushed over in anger. "Die." Rhoda gathered his strength and punched toward Holy Infant. The ancient burning sky umbrella landed on Holy Infant's head. Crimson fire dragons surrounded it, forming layers of protection. Kaka, kaka. The force field shattered layer by layer. Relying on this brief pause to stop him, Holy Infant flashed and moved away. He cast a crimson dragon ring on the spot, trapping Rhoda within it. "I am going to kill you." Rhoda had gone crazy after being played with time and time again. The person in front of him possessed a low cultivation level, yet he managed to fool him with these 3 wizard tools. This was unprecedented. The 2 witches saw a great opportunity. The red dragon queen and the blue dragon lady each wielded their top-grade secret swords. Lava secret sword, ice secret sword. The 2 secret swords combined into one, playing the song of ice and fire. Ice and fire dragons appeared. On the left stood the world-extinguishing flame dragon, covered in lava armor. On the right hovered a dreamy ice dragon, emitting a cold aura. Molten twin dragons. The 2 dragons of ice and fire charged toward Rhoda, releasing energy waves far stronger than the 9 dragons' tribulation. Ice and fire occupied 2 heavens. 2 giant dragons danced on the surface of the lake, forming a magnificent spectacle. Even though Rhoda belonged to the Amethyst Race, the attack severely injured him. It was the fault of that damn wizard that Rhoda could not use his defensive sacred skill. The extreme cold caused his body to collapse continuously, and the sudden high temperature caused him to expand. The amethyst structure forming his body became unstable. Kaka. His indestructible body cracked open. Like a statue shattering, pieces of amethyst fell to the ground. The 2 women did not dare to be negligent. They continued their assault, combining their swords once again. Sacred skill, fusion. The amethyst on the ground began to melt and condense together like liquid. Before the attack hit Rhoda, a huge purple palm split the world apart. "I have said it before, you are not qualified." Rhoda transformed into a purple ape, pounding his chest and stomping his feet like a mountain. However, the surface of his body resembled shattered glass. He stood at the end of his rope, no longer invincible. Seeing this, the 9 dragons appeared on Holy Infant's umbrella again. On the foreheads of the 2 women, fine red and blue scales appeared. The same transformation occurred on their palms, arms, and chests. The 2 women cut their fingers with their secret swords. Lava blood and ice water blood flowed into the weapons. The magma and ice swords transformed into a lifelike lava dragon and an ice dragon. Rhoda, having lost his mind, collided with the 2 dragons. Rumble. The explosion proved so terrifying that even a perfected 5th circle wizard would have to flee. The cracks on Rhoda's body spread again, and the breath of the lava and ice dragons drowned him. Holy Infant's second 9 dragon tribulation unleashed its power. The 3 energies fused around Rhoda and exploded. Rumble. The wind and clouds changed color, and heaven and earth trembled. Rhoda's violent ape body shattered once again. His true soul was destroyed, and he lost his vitality completely. Only a diamond-shaped amethyst remained where he stood. The amethyst gleamed, beautiful to behold. Phew. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief in unison. He is finally dead. This amethyst race is really too difficult to deal with. The red dragon queen's chest heaved as she sweated profusely. After all, Rhoda was a peak level 5 amethyst race member, and we do not even have a cultivation base of the perfected 5th circle realm. It definitely would not have been easy for us to kill Rhoda. Even the usually calm blue dragon lady could not hide her excitement. Killing a peak level 5 amethyst race member was definitely something to be proud of. This meant that with the 2 of them working together, supported by Master Fire Dragon, they could be considered invincible under the primordial soul realm. After all, only a few level 6 experts like Rose existed whose realm had fallen. The peak level 5 amethyst race represented the peak of 5th circle battle prowess. However, Holy Infant felt fine. If his original body were here, he felt that if he used all his methods, he could kill the amethyst race member alone. However, he would have to take some risks. The 3 of them did not waste time. They collected the amethyst and the scattered wizard relics on the ground. That amethyst belongs to Master. After all, we are not weapon craftsmen, so it is not of much use to us. As for these wizard relics, we sisters will take 80%, and Master will take 20%. How about that? Asked the Red Dragon Queen. No problem. Thank you. Holy Infant smiled and put away his spoils of war. The two women had contributed more in this battle. Holy Infant was there mainly to assist and control the situation. He felt satisfied with the amethyst. Chapter 1338. Among these wizard relics, few held true value. The amethyst remained the most precious prize. The actions of the Red Dragon Queen provided an opportunity to build a strong relationship with him. Eventually, as they grew familiar, she hoped he might craft weapons for them at a preferential rate. Holy Infant felt pleased. With this, the danger posed to our Sea of Stars decreases by 1. Let us go to the mine. I wonder how many resources remain. He nodded and followed. A red island dominated the landscape, its surface scarred by deep pits. Fragments of rare ores lay scattered within, likely remnants from what Rhoda had devoured. The island was massive. The trio scavenged a significant haul. Holy Infant gathered a large pile of level 5 Scarlet Heart Flame Metal Oregon. After refining, the material would suffice to craft one of the 12 gods, the Fire Phoenix. The expressions on the faces of the two women suggested they had also fared well. The Red Dragon Queen smiled sweetly. Let us return, Master. Do not forget our agreement. Holy Infant smiled. I have benefited greatly from following you two this time. Thank you. The Blue Dragon Lady offered a polite smile. You are too kind, Master. The Red Dragon Queen produced the airship and invited Holy Infant aboard. She and the Blue Dragon Lady sat together, while Holy Infant studied the 10,000 gold reference with deep focus. The Red Dragon Queen broke the silence. Master, do you have a partner? Holy Infant shook his head. I am too busy with weapon making and cultivation. I have no time for a partner. That sounds lonely, the Red Dragon Queen whispered. One gets used to it. If you ever want a partner, I can pull some strings. In our Dragon Descendant Priory, there are many beautiful single 5th Circle Dragon Descendant witches. She offered the suggestion half-jokingly. Holy Infant laughed and replied politely. Thank you, Queen. He was merely a tool for the main body. He thought to himself, how can I dare to talk about love before my career is complete? Several days later, they neared the encampment. Suddenly, the communicator of the Red Dragon Queen chimed. Her expression shifted as she read the message. We must hurry. The Five Elders Palace reports that the 9 Cities Alliance has marched an army to the border. More than 500 wizards have arrived, including over 25th Circle powerhouses. Even Simon the Fire Dragon Destroyer has arrived personally. The Blue Dragon Lady's expression turned icy. The 9 Cities Alliance is aggressive. They just repelled the mages of the Empire, and now they attack us without pause. We only wish to develop the Sea of Stars in peace. Why are they so unreasonable? Holy Infant smiled. There is no reason in this world. Fists are the reason. What do you two plan to do next? He had long expected this day. We must return, the Red Dragon Queen replied. The Rust Dragon Wizard is our benefactor. We will not abandon the Wizard Association. What about you, Master? Holy Infant considered this for a moment. I will come along and take a look at that legendary Dragon Slayer. Outside the ancient tower, in the Sleeping Dragon realm, stood the headquarters of the Dragon Descendant Priory. The president was a blonde wizard with a burly, strong frame. His name was Anya, the strongest wizard in the Priory. He held a position at the peak of the 8th Circle realm, and was known as Sir Golden Dragon. Alexandra grows stronger. She joined forces with Elsie to kill a peak level 5 Amethyst Race member with the help of a 5th Circle senior wizard. This battle record brings pride to us Dragon descendants. He picked up the video recording and stepped into a teleportation portal. A boundless crimson world lay on the other side. As far as the eye could see, the earth was filled with volcanoes and lava. An island sat in the middle of a massive lava lake. To be precise, it was a dragon covered in lava scales. It stretched thousands of meters, its back resembling a continuous, uneven mountain ridge. The dragon breath it exhaled became the lava of this world. It spread its wings like clouds covering the sky. Its blazing golden pupils shone like a lake of lava, reflecting the figure of Anya. Lordly odds, Anya greeted respectfully. Despite being an 8th Circle wizard, he lowered his head before this being. Lordly odds was a pure-blooded adult dragon, a living legend, and the primary backer of the Dragon Descendant Priory. Lava Dragon Leodz was the father of the Red Dragon Queen. Most dragon fathers abandoned their human partners and mixed offspring, becoming deadbeat sires. It was difficult for genuine feelings to blossom between humans and dragons. Even if feelings existed, the long lifespan of the dragon race meant a spouse and children would inevitably die before the dragon. Leodz was an exception. Since reaching sexual maturity, he had fathered many dragon descendants with human women. Most died in the womb due to the potency of his bloodline. If a descendant survived, he did not abandon them. Instead, he strove to be a present father. Alexandra was his descendant, born 400 years ago. As a child of the fire element, with the lava dragon bloodline, her cultivation progressed quickly. Now that she neared perfection in the 5th Circle realm, Leodz believed she had a chance of achieving a primordial soul. Chapter 1339. In that case, his daughter could accompany him for a longer time before dying of old age. Every time Leodz woke from deep sleep, he checked on his daughter. The life of a dragon was boring. Anya held a device displaying the fight between a man, 2 women, and the Amethyst Race member. It has only been a few hundred years, but my little Alexandra can already take charge of her own affairs. Time flies. Leodz spoke in the voice of a kind old man, a tone that clashed with his physical appearance. Different dragon clans possessed unique personalities. He was not the evil creature many imagined. The lifespan of pure-blooded dragons usually ranged between 30,000 and 50,000 years, provided they did not die prematurely. Some races lived even longer. The lava dragon, if healthy, lived close to 80,000 years. A few hundred years amounted to a mere blink of an eye in a dragon life. Yes, time flies, Anya said with a bitter smile. He sighed at the longevity of a clan that remained indifferent to the passage of time. Leod's gestured to the screen. Who is this wizard? Is he Alexandra's partner? And who is this dragon descendant witch? Anya broke into a sweat. Leod's had slept for too long to keep up with current events. That is the blue dragon lady. Her father is the ice dragon Munis. She is also Alexandra's partner. This male wizard is likely a companion Alexandra met in the Dark Tower. Munis, I have heard that name somewhere before. Leod's paused. What? The Dark Ancient Tower has opened. Leod struggled to process the information. Yes, it has been open for 45 years, Anya said. When I wake again, Alexandra will already possess her primordial soul, Leod's predicted. Anya observed the dragon closing his eyes, and left the chamber in silence. Dragon Palace Island. The ancient Banyan fairyland. In a massive karst cave crackling with lightning, a beast resembling a mix of wolf and dragon stirred. Its head remained wrapped in medicinal bandages. As it rose, the wrappings fell away, revealing scabbed wounds. The thunderstorm wolf dragon, once smashed half to death by Levi, had fully recovered. It growled and stalked from the cave to survey the unfamiliar world. A majestic figure blocked its path. Levi stood there. You are awake, Levi said with a grin. Before Levi could unleash his dragon might, the beast reacted. The thunderstorm wolf dragon knelt on its front legs, tucked its tail between its legs, and lowered its head, emitting a soft, sobbing sound of submission. I have wandered half my life, muddle-headed and deceived by others. Now I have finally met the noble person I am destined to meet. Blenis greets master. The thunderstorm wolf dragon's voice echoed in Levi's mind. Levi stood stunned. He thought, you did not even give me a chance to show off my dragon might, and you are already submitting. 6 dragon images manifested in the sky behind him. Very good. A wise man understands the times. Blenis, follow me and join the dragon palace. I will ensure you safely advance to level 6 and grow. Thank you for taking me in, master. You can continue to recuperate. I will not disturb you anymore. After cementing his authority, Levi left the ancient Banyan fairyland. Levi avoided drawing blood for testing, as the beast had only just recovered from a serious illness. Blenis watched his master's back and heaved a sigh of relief. He is too terrifying. Fortunately, I am flexible and optimistic. Blenis returned to the cave to continue his recovery. Dragon Palace Island. A cool valley. Anya trained alone. Although she had trained for only 1 year, her spiritual force had reached the later stage of a low-level apprentice wizard, and she had mastered 3 apprentice cantrips. Surprise washed over Levi regarding her speed. He raised the rating of her special talent, the Crown of Darkness, to a higher level. At this speed, she would become an official wizard within 10 years. Regarding wizard talent, Anya possessed slightly more potential than Andrew, an earth elemental child. Her special talent remained extraordinary. From his place of seclusion, Levi looked toward the Sea of Stars. The 9 Cities Alliance is attacking. A war of this scale will probably last for some time unless a primordial soul wizard steps in to stop it. Levi's Crimson Emperor Dragon had yet to advance to level 5. Even if it reached level 5, he alone could not defeat such a group of wizards. If it really does not work, I will let Holy Infant run away. Levi continued his closed-door cultivation. The Sea of Stars. Outside the White Robe Wizard Association's encampment, a giant airship traversed the sky. More than 500 wizards surrounded the encampment like stars. 5 figures stood in the air. The perfected 5th circle wizards were Besk, Farah, Yolanda, Brita, and Gomez. Apart from Farah, these figures were all old fellows the 9 Cities Alliance had specifically arranged for this trip to the ancient tower. Each of them was aged. The youngest was already 800 years old. The other top wizard organizations utilized the same arrangement. For various reasons, these people held no hope of advancing to the primordial soul realm, and neared their end. Therefore, under the organization's orders, they continued to shine in the ancient tower. Simon stood beside Besk. This battle is mainly to deter these people. If possible, subdue them, and try not to harm their lives. After all, this battle will be projected in the wizard world. If we go too far, it will not be good for the reputation of our 9 Cities Alliance. Chapter 1340. Simon smiled. I understand. We have a good reason for this battle. It was because they were not united and selfish that we had no choice but to take action. If everyone had joined forces to fight against the outsiders, why would we have to fight each other? In the sky above the Sea of Stars, the 9 Cities Alliance army hovered. Below them, the gray-robed experts, white-robed experts, and 5 elders from the White Robe Wizard Association stood in formation to confront the approaching fleet. Rust Dragon Wizard, Madame Miracle, and Red Bone Wizard stood at the front, their expressions solemn. Behind them, the 700 wizards who had been guarding the encampment gathered together. The commotion was immense, comparable to a small-scale regional wizard war. Dark clouds shrouded the city, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. After a moment of silence, Besk shouted, Rust, do not struggle. We do not want to fight. Besk exuded the aura of a perfected 5th circle wizard. His spiritual force had already reached 1,000 points. This overwhelming pressure caused the nomadic wizards of the White Robe Wizard Association to involuntarily catch their breath. He has completely attained perfection, and is just short of advancing to the primordial soul realm. That is too terrifying. Do not worry. We have Lord Rust here. Since you do not want to fight, why do not you retreat? Rust Dragon Wizard asked with a puzzled expression. Besk laughed softly. We can retreat, but you need to join the allied forces to fight against the foreign races. In the entire southern region, everyone has joined the allied forces except for your White Robe Wizard Association. What if we do not join? Rust Dragon Witch glared, his eyes emitting a dangerous aura. His personality was typically easygoing, but that did not mean he was a pushover. Then for the sake of the big picture, and for the sake of our 9 cities alliance being able to focus on fighting against the foreign races, we can only eliminate the White Robe Wizard Association. Although this is a little cruel, I believe that what we are doing is for the greater good of the wizard civilization. You are so long-winded. Are you not just finding a lousy excuse for your unjust war? Rust Dragon Wizard sighed. Humph, there is no point in talking. Let us fight. Besk snorted. In the wizard army at the back, someone blew a horn-shaped wizard tool. The fourth circle wizards charged toward the encampment as though they were on steroids. In the next moment, arrays lighting up the sky, and the earth suddenly encircled the encampment. These arrays formed a barrier like a great wall, blocking all attacks from the 9 cities alliance. A wizard presided over the array from behind the lines. Fifth circle array, the Great Wall of the Monarch territory. You actually have such a large military array? Simon narrowed his eyes. Military arrays were usually crafted specifically for large-scale wars. The Great Wall of the Monarch territory was one of these rare creations. This kind of array was extremely difficult to refine, and required at least a 5th circle perfected array wizard to construct. So this is what you are relying on, Besk said coldly. He had long heard that the Rust Dragon Wizard was unfathomable. The man had lived for more than 1,000 years and maintained a low profile. Besk had not expected this old fellow to be a perfected 5th circle array wizard. He was most likely a retired commander of a battle group. Rust Dragon Wizard methodically mobilized the 4th circle wizards. Some controlled the array, some attacked, and others took turns. This ability to remain calm in the face of danger was rare. Rust Dragon Wizard sat alone in the center, observing the battlefield. Red Dragon and the others went to the dangerous area to hunt the Amethyst Race. They should be back soon. At that time, my pressure will be reduced a little. Besk turned to Simon. Simon, I will send people to deal with the Grand Array and those perfected 5th circle wizards. You lead a few experienced 5th circle wizards and charge into the array from the weak spots on the side. If we encounter danger, our first priority is to protect our lives. Otherwise, we will not be able to report to Lord Roman. Simon chuckled. I know. Seal, Giza, you too, come with me. Simon transformed into a streak of light and rushed forward. Upon seeing this, Rust Dragon Wizard commanded. Hunter, Hart, you 2 brothers and Arctic Wizard, go and stop Simon and the others. You must be careful. Simon is not a wizard whose strength can be compared to ordinary 5th circle senior wizards. Understood. We brothers have long wanted to find an opportunity to beat this Simon up. Hunter and Hart were both 5th circle senior wizards. The 2 brothers had mastered a joint combat technique, which allowed them to display power where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Although Arctic Wizard had entered the 5th circle senior realm relatively late, he had lived for a long time and possessed several trump cards. These 3 should be enough to stop Simon. Simon reached the flank and prepared to use his knowledge of arrays to break through the Great Wall of the Monarch territory. An icy arrow tore through the air and stopped inches from his face. Old fellow. Simon glanced at Arctic Wizard and sneered. The moment the ice arrow hit him, a flame beam shot out and melted it. Simultaneously, Simon's eyes glowed red. 2 laser beams shot out, instantly shattering Arctic Wizard's protective force field and piercing a large hole through his wizard tool. Arctic Wizard narrowly avoided the blast, but the right side of his chest remained pierced, and blood flowed freely. Arctic Wizard quickly consumed a potion to heal his wounds. At the same time, a frost giant materialized behind him. Fire God, destroy him. Simon did not even bother to look at Arctic Wizard. He held no interest in such an ordinary 5th circle senior wizard. He only wanted to find the 2 dragon descendant witches as soon as possible and make them his maids or kill them. Chapter 1341. A fire god's phantom appeared behind Simon. Red flames rose to the sky, and his red hair danced wildly. The fire god slapped at the frost giant. Ice and fire collided, echoing like a battle between ancient gods, threatening to destroy the world. My fire god is a sky-grade oddity, Fire God's Gaze. It is similar to a low-level primordial soul wizard form. How can an ordinary illusion spell like yours compare to it? Simon sneered. Not long after the clash, the fire god's hand pierced the frost giant's chest. The construct melted into snow and disappeared. The fire god's ferocity overflowed. He took a massive step forward, gripped a flaming greatsword, and charged toward the Arctic Wizard. The Arctic Wizard fled, his expression shifting in panic. The greatsword cracked his force field and shredded his wizard tool. The Arctic Wizard escaped into the array, letting out a sharp breath of relief. The 2 brothers, Hunter and Hart, used their combined skills to temporarily repel Simon's helpers. Simon, die, they shouted. A double-headed ghost shark charged at him. Ocean countered fire. Simon watched the attack, his expression hardening. With a wave of his hand, dragon head chess pieces flew out. The light of the array blocked the double-headed shark. Let us see how capable you 2 are. I will give you 2 choices. Join the Alliance army, or die. Simon said coldly. Bah, who do you think you are? The brothers replied. They refused to admit defeat and once again used their joint skills to attack Simon. I gave you a chance but you did not grasp it. Sigh, Simon muttered. He stretched his muscles and pulled a streamer from his body. Go, take these two people and strangle them to death. The streamer flew out, wrapping around Hunter's body at lightning speed. It acted like a giant python. Hunter's defenses shattered layer by layer. Hart attacked Simon with a spell, but the fire god's phantom blocked it easily. Simon stood unmoved. Ask the red dragon queen and the blue dragon lady to come out, or let the rust dragon wizard come out personally. Do not waste time, he said, a faint smile on his face. Hunter's face turned purple under the pressure. Seeing this, the anxious Hart shouted, Simon, do you really want to kill them all? Simon ignored him, focusing on the method to break the array. Hart watched his brother nearing death, his face ashen. We will join the Alliance army. Please stop, he begged. Simon put his hand on his ear and smiled. What did you say? I did not hear you. Hart burned with fury, but he could only reply in a helpless voice, I beg you, please do not kill him. We know we were wrong. Simon laughed. He waved his hand gently. Kaka. Bones shattered. Hunter fell to the ground, dead. Besk's voice echoed in Simon's mind. Simon, what are you doing? Did I not say that we should persuade them to surrender? I gave them a chance, Simon replied lightly. Besk frowned. Remember, we just had a big battle with the mages of the Empire, so we need to replenish our manpower. This is Lord Roman's order. I know. Simon ignored Besk. Hart charged at Simon, seemingly driven mad, but a figure blocked his path. A woman wearing a gorgeous red robe stood before him. Her legs were long and slender. It was the Red Dragon Queen. Hart, do not make meaningless sacrifices, she said. Hart's eyes were bloodshot. He regained his senses and retreated silently. He is a lunatic, Queen, please be careful, Hart whispered, his voice hoarse. At the same time, a ray of blue light arrived. It was the Blue Dragon Lady. Elsie, you and Master Fire Dragon should go support the other regions. Leave Simon to me, she instructed. Be careful, then, the Blue Dragon Lady replied after some thought. Holy Infant arrived and gazed at the legendary Simon. The man appeared handsome, with thin lips and a gloomy, crazed aura. Master, leave this to Alexandra, the queen said. All right. Holy Infant moved to the battlefield. He found a fifth circle wizard from the 9 cities alliance attacking the Grand Array. The extreme fire wheel on his feet spun, turning into a streak of light. A fire dragon charged forward. The fifth circle wizard's expression shifted. The fire dragon shattered his force field, nearly killing him in an instant. A fifth circle senior, the wizard gasped, turning to flee. Under the lake, a red ring appeared, fixing him on the spot. In the sky, the ancient umbrella descended, and 3 fire dragons flew out. Boom. The dragons exploded. The fifth circle wizard died on the spot. Holy Infant waved his hand and retrieved the storage ring. He sneered, I cannot say for sure that I will win against Simon, but it is not a problem for me to beat these noobs. The Rust Dragon Wizard, who was commanding, sighed in relief. Thank you, Master Fire Dragon. Has the Amethyst Race member been killed? He asked. He has been killed. Sorry, we came a little late, Holy Infant replied. That is great. With this, the hidden danger in the rear will be reduced, the Rust Dragon Wizard said, continuing to preside over the battle. Besk frowned. I will have to trouble you to make a move, he said to the 4 perfected fifth circle wizards beside him. Farah remained expressionless as he moved to the front of the array. The Rust Dragon Wizard sighed. Why are you forcing me? Rust-like scales appeared on his forehead, and his powerful aura soared toward the sky. Chapter 1342. Behind the Rust Dragon Wizard, a 1,000-meter-long dragon floated in the clouds. Its scales resembled rust, simple, ancient, and heavy. Mandros, the Rust Dragon Wizard, stood as a pure-blooded dragon descendant of the ancient Rust Dragon. Shock flooded the Blue Dragon Lady as she gazed at the manifestation. Is the bloodline of Sir Rust truly so dense? It produces such a powerful phenomenon. Even pure-blooded dragon descendants have differences in bloodline density, Holy Infant pondered. It is surely rare to find such density as his. The Rust Dragon Wizard rode the giant dragon Phantom, single-handedly taking on Gomez and Brita, who were both in the perfected fifth circle realm, as expected of a 1,000-year-old undying man. In that case, let me fight you. Besk joined the fray without a hint of shame. The 3 surrounded the Rust Dragon Wizard. Meanwhile, the other 2 opponents fought against Redbone and Madame Miracle. The Rust Dragon Wizard immediately fell to the defensive. Master, if the 2 of us work together, we might be able to severely injure a perfected fifth circle wizard and share some of the pressure with Sir Rust, the Blue Dragon Lady whispered in his mind. Holy Infant turned his gaze to the witch before him. He had originally planned to retreat, feeling that the White Robe Wizard Association had little chance of winning in the current situation. Forget it. Before I run, I will put on a show. Let us attack. The target is the perfected fifth circle witch, Holy Infant transmitted back. His aura burst forth, and the ancient burning sky umbrella suddenly enlarged. It descended from the sky and enveloped the battlefield. On the other side, the Blue Dragon Lady waved her hand, and her secret sword of ice attacked the witch named Yolanda. Yolanda sneered. You overestimate yourself. She channeled her 6th talent, the kiss of the goddess of fire. In the sky, a pair of huge fiery red lips opened, intending to swallow Holy Infant and the Blue Dragon Lady. The Blue Dragon Lady glanced at Holy Infant. The moment the huge mouth swallowed Holy Infant, the light wheel under his feet flickered with green light, and he suddenly vanished. He reappeared, standing in the middle of the ancient umbrella, a void-shifting magic tool. Yolanda stared, her expression changing drastically. This unremarkable fifth circle senior wizard possessed such a top-grade magic weapon. Even she, a perfected fifth circle wizard, lacked such an item. Where did he acquire such a thing? As the blue dragon lady resisted the fiery red lips, she released a blue smoke that enveloped Yolanda. The frosty mist moon spell locked Yolanda in place for a moment, and her protective force field flickered to life. Embrace of the goddess of fire. She opened her arms, and a pair of giant red arms hugged toward Holy Infant. In the sky, 9 divine dragons descended. A shocking explosion sounded beside Yolanda, an attack capable of severely injuring Rhoda of the Amethyst Race, who stood at the peak of level 5, was not to be underestimated. Yolanda was a perfected fifth circle wizard, but she had only mastered 6 talent spells. She was the weakest among her peers and carried only one top-grade wizard tool, an offensive one at that. The flames lit up the sky. Yolanda force field shattered, and more than half of her protective wizard tool disintegrated. Her body turned charred black, and her face twisted in mournful, endless pain. Die. She chased after Holy Infant without a care. Holy Infant had already begun to flee after releasing the attack. The blue dragon lady attempted to support Holy Infant, but a fifth circle senior wizard intercepted her. On the other side, the fight between the Red Dragon Queen and Simon reached its climax. The Red Dragon Queen had assumed that because she neared the perfected fifth circle realm and possessed dragon descendant blood, she could suppress Simon. However, the true clash revealed she had underestimated the top genius. She caught sight of a fifth circle witch chasing after Master Fire Dragon from the corner of her eye. She wanted to intervene, but powerlessness held her back. She could only place her hopes on Elsie. Master, you cannot die. You still owe me a favor. Veins bulged on the face of the Red Dragon Queen as her dragon scales emerged. The 12 volcanoes pressed down on Simon, trying to force him back. Alexandra, is it? Be my dragon maid and I can keep you alive. Simon laughed. He had already envisioned 10,000 ways to humiliate and torture the dragon descendant, and he waited only to put them into practice. Conquering a powerhouse like the Red Dragon Queen gave him a sense of accomplishment. Get lost. The Red Dragon Queen roared like a female Tyrannosaurus. With Yolanda gone, the Rust Dragon Wizard felt the burden lighten when dealing with the 2 perfected fifth circle wizards. The Iron Dragon Shelter, Golden Dragon Blessing, and the endless stream of top-grade and high-quality wizard tools, combined with 9 powerful innate spells, shocked Besk and his companions. This old fellow actually possesses perfection in 9 talents. No wonder he is so fearless. No wonder he is so talented, yet he has been stuck in the perfected fifth circle realm for hundreds of years. Besk considered his next step, his mind racing. If it really does not work out, I can only use the level 6 spell scroll that Lord Roman gave me. On the other side, Holy Infant relied on the extreme fire wheel and fled toward Fire Dragon Island, pursued by the exasperated Yolanda. He maintained a calm expression as he flew over the island. You cannot run. Her innate spells swept toward Holy Infant, but the ancient umbrella above his head blocked them all. However, the umbrella reached its limit, and Holy Infant's spell power neared exhaustion. A perfected fifth circle wizard proved too powerful for Holy Infant and his relatively simple methods. Just as Yolanda flew over Fire Dragon Island, the unexpected occurred. Streaks of purple light descended from the sky, encircling the island. A magnificent purple lightning palace manifested. Yolanda felt herself suppressed, and her expression changed drastically. You ambushed me. You were the one who wanted to come to my house. Who is to blame? Holy Infant replied with a smile. You cannot stop me. Although Yolanda did not understand arrays, she relied on her realm to suppress them. Her terrifying spell made the array tremble continuously, nearing the breaking point. Holy Infant waved his hand, and countless streaks of fiery light appeared within the array. 200 Fire Dragon Calamity Talismans, double enchanted. I will give you a big gift. The explosion of the first divine talisman sounded like firecrackers. In an instant, countless fire dragons condensed into a 300-meter-long giant fire dragon that hovered above Fire Dragon Island. The space around the fire dragon distorted under the extreme heat, and the surface of the island instantly turned into lava. Destroy. An unprecedented, shocking explosion swept outward. Previously, Holy Infant had only thrown 100 talismans at once, as tests showed the increase in power did not justify the consumption beyond that point. However, facing a powerful enemy in the perfected fifth circle realm, he dealt a saturated blow. Holy Infant held over 1,000 level 4 Fire Dragon Divine Talismans in total. He had given half to his original body. The attack just now exhausted half of Holy Infant's stock. The power of the attack did not disappoint. The terrifying explosion, surpassing the 9 dragon tribulation, raised the entire Fire Dragon Island to the ground. After the flames dissipated, Yolanda had vanished. Fire Dragon Island is gone, he sighed. Phoenix appeared in the lake. It had hidden deep underground on the island and remained unharmed, though it was scared half to death. At this moment, Phoenix hid behind Holy Infant, feeling aggrieved. Holy Infant's spiritual force scanned the battlefield, but he could not find the ring of Yolanda. His expression changed. Did it explode? He searched the area. In the end, he found a spatial ring, full of cracks and on the verge of collapse. On its surface, sharp spatial turbulences shot out like sparks. That scared me to death. Holy Infant endured the pain and quickly secured the ring. He transferred the contents to a different storage space and threw the broken ring into the lava. Not long after, the blue dragon lady rushed over, panting. She looked at the disappearing fire dragon island. Master, is the witch dead? She asked, her voice trembling and her eyes wide. Yes, she is dead. Chapter 1343, Sea of Stars. Above the ruins of the vanished fire dragon island, blue dragon lady stood silent for a moment. Master, are you all right now? I am all right, Holy Infant replied. Then I will rush back to the battlefield first. It is good that you are fine. Blue dragon lady departed in a hurry. She did not bother to hide the shock on her face as she pondered the method the master used to wipe out the perfected fifth circle wizard and fire dragon island. Was it because of that top-grade wizard tool again? Even if it were Alexandra, she would have to use the consumable trump card her father had given her if she wanted to kill a perfected fifth circle wizard. Elsie knew that the master was not as simple as he looked. His true strength was unfathomable. Upon returning to the battlefield, Blue Dragon Lady summoned her ice secret sword. It transformed into a massive mountain and descended toward Simon. Simon remained calm. He smiled, observing their approach. That is great. Both of you are here. I do not have to hide anymore. As for the fire dragon wizard, Simon had long forgotten about him. Whether he killed that small fry mattered little. Alexandra and Elsie were his true targets. Arrogant fellow. Elsie's expression turned cold and murderous. She and Alexandra combined their swords and unleashed a terrifying killer move. Good. Simon laughed. Behind him, the fire god's phantom expanded again, and the world-extinguishing greatsword slashed down. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the dragon annihilation array surrounded the battlefield. I will show you the great gift I have prepared for the dragon clan. Simon's eyes turned cold. A tattoo of a giant golden bird suddenly appeared on his bare upper body. The giant bird appeared extraordinarily handsome and exuded a destructive aura. Its golden wings blotted out the sky. A circle of golden light covered a radius of several miles with Simon at the center. Within the range of the golden light, both the blue dragon and the red dragon felt the dragon blood in their bodies boiling and trembling. Domain spell. All living things yield to the dragon. The tattooed bird on Simon's back came alive and shuttled through the golden light domain. This is the end dragon bird, the enemy of the dragon clan. The red dragon queen's expression changed when she saw the bird. The end dragon bird, a mythical creature of extreme power. Legend said it fed on giant dragons and stood as the public enemy of the dragon clan. Just like the dragon abomination venerable, everyone hated it. You are truly abnormal. In order to deal with the dragon clans, you wasted your innate talent spell slot to learn such a spell, the red dragon queen cursed. Humph, you do not understand. Simon felt too lazy to explain. Along the way, he had shouldered too much. These tasks could not shake his determination. The domain activated. For a moment, the red dragon queen and the blue dragon lady fell into a passive position. If they worked together with Master Fire Dragon, they could kill a peak level 5 Amethyst Race member. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Simon's attacks became even more frantic. All living things yield to the dragon. It was an innate spell that Simon had comprehended not long ago. Simon had been extremely lucky to find a divine bird statue in an ancient ruin on the Holy Fire Plateau. This divine bird was the legendary end dragon bird, the nemesis of the dragon clan. Legend said this divine bird's diet had consisted only of dragons, since it was young. Regardless of whether it was a hybrid or a subdragon, the end dragon bird would not reject any of them. After it completely formed, it stood as a true mythical creature capable of killing many pure-blooded dragons. Most people with a dragon bloodline would feel suppression by this bloodline instinct. The spells Simon had studied in the past targeting the dragon clans were not worth mentioning compared to this. In order to cultivate this spell, Simon had already connected to the consciousness of a great existence in the land of darkness through the statue. Under the guidance of that existence, he had comprehended such a heaven-defying domain spell. If he were to encounter the Sky Dragon Wizard again, Simon would definitely be able to defeat him easily. If you do not submit, then die, Simon sneered. You are crazy. The Red Dragon Queen and the Blue Dragon Lady had never faced such a spell before. In an instant, they were under the spell, and their bodies instinctively felt fear. This bloodline suppression made them extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, the dragon bloodline they should have relied on had become a burden. Ha ha ha, incompetent and only know how to get angry. What giant dragon? They are just bugs, Simon laughed. The phantoms of the end dragon bird charged toward the two women. Seeing the two proud dragon descendant witches lose their composure in front of him, Simon felt extremely fulfilled. Dealing with the dragon clan had become Simon's obsession, completely changing his personality and life. On the other side, the expressions of Besk and Gomez, who were fighting the Rust Dragon Wizard, changed drastically. Yolanda is dead. Did she not go after a 5th Circle Senior Wizard? I am not sure, but her soul token is indeed broken. Not long after the battle began, one of the perfected 5th Circle Wizards had already died. This caused Besk and the others to panic. A perfected 5th Circle Wizard represented the ceiling of combat strength other than that of a primordial soul wizard. It was the reason why they could dominate the Holy Fire Plateau. In the sky, the Rust Dragon Wizard's powerful 9th innate talent turned the surrounding land upside down. At this moment, the members of the White Robe Wizard Association realized that this low-key wizard, who had lived for thousands of years, was truly terrifying. Seeing this, Besk asked sternly, Rust, I am asking you one last time. Do not force me to start a massacre. What welcome Besk was a sky full of high-temperature rusty swords that came crashing down on him. All right. Besk hardened his heart and threw out a spell scroll. On the scroll, there was a picture of a giant flaming snake. It was exactly the same as Roman's primordial soul wizard form. Chapter 1344. Just as Besk prepared to chant the spell to trigger the scroll, a cold snort echoed from the void. In the next moment, turbulence tore through the air in front of him. The spell scroll vanished without a trace. Besk stared as the scroll dissolved. His expression shifted into one of shock, and he shouted toward the empty air. Which primordial soul senior attacked? Is it Senior Silverbeard? His voice carried across the entire battlefield. Every combatant stopped in their tracks. What? A primordial soul is here. Where are they? Run. There is a primordial soul wizard here. The wizards of the 9 Cities Alliance scrambled. Under the immense pressure of the hidden primordial soul wizard, they retreated in a panic. Beads of sweat gathered on Besk's forehead. He felt certain that the person who had just attacked possessed the power of a primordial soul. In the current sea of stars, the only possible candidate was Silverbeard, who had gone into seclusion years ago. The Rust Dragon Wizard stood with a solemn expression. Silverbeard has attained the primordial soul realm. Regardless of the uncertainty, now offered the best time to counterattack. Besk had relied on the 6th Circle spell scroll, a weapon refined by Roman using a massive portion of his spiritual force. Now that the scroll was gone, his primary advantage had evaporated. The urge to retreat took hold of him. Besk's focus drifted as he clashed with the Rust Dragon Wizard. The mysterious primordial soul expert offered no further attacks, but the threat remained. Besk and the other 5th Circle wizards lost the will to fight. They felt as if invisible thorns pricked their backs, and their only desire was to escape. The Rust Dragon Wizard grew more courageous as the fight continued. He used his strength to force Besk and Gomez back. Retreat. Besk knew he could not defeat the Rust Dragon Wizard. The man possessed 9 talents, an abnormal level of power. Gomez had already begun to disengage. Although he knew he did not have long to live, he refused to waste his remaining time in a losing battle. With Yolanda, the 3 of them could have suppressed the Rust Dragon Wizard together. With her death, and with Silverbeard breaking through to the primordial soul realm, the scales had tipped irrevocably against them. On the battlefield, the army of the 9 Cities Alliance pulled back. They relied on the Great Wall of the Monarch territory, and the numerical advantage of the White Robe Wizard Association overwhelmed them. Simon seemed to have gone mad. His all-living things yield to the dragon domain consumed a massive amount of spell power. However, the Red Dragon Queen held her own trump card. Crimson dragon scales encased her body, blocking the projection of the End Dragon Bird. This defense put Simon in danger repeatedly. Damn it. Simon realized the situation had turned hopeless. The others were already retreating. His face twisted into a ferocious snarl, and the fire god phantom behind him detonated. Flames sent the Red Dragon Queen and her companions flying. He spun through the void, flying into the distance to regroup with Besk and the others. Why did you retreat? We had the advantage. Simon narrowed his eyes. A dangerous aura radiated from him. Besk frowned. They have a primordial soul wizard on their side. My 6th Circle spell scroll was swept away by the void turbulence. That is obviously a 6th Circle technique. So what if they have a 6th Circle wizard? Simon retorted. Since the wizard hides and does not dare to show himself, we can continue fighting. With the ancient tower rules, would he dare to go on a killing spree? Besk spoke fiercely. Are you crazy? You cannot even see through such an obvious warning. If he wants to, he can kill you, and accept the punishment of the ancient tower. A bunch of useless trash, Simon muttered. I advise you not to be so arrogant, Farah snapped. Farah, a perfected 5th Circle wizard, glared at Simon. Killing intent filled him the moment the junior insulted him. Simon smiled but remained silent. Stop arguing. Besk cut in. Let us retreat from the Sea of Stars first. We will tell Lord Roman about the situation before we make our next move. Besk felt deep distaste for Simon. The young man possessed a twisted, dark personality, but his talent and luck were undeniable. Simon had climbed to his current position step by step, and his strength was extraordinary. Simon rested by himself. No one dared to approach him. How could the Red Dragon Queen have such a trump card? Has she always been in contact with her father? Just as the rumors suggest, rather than being a castaway dragon descendant left to wander outside. Simon felt depressed. The all-living things yield to the dragon spell he had carefully prepared failed to take down 2 dragon descendant witches who had not even reached the perfected 5th Circle realm. Looks like I will have to borrow the power of the Black Lotus Beast. Holy Fire Plateau. Skyfire Fortress. In a secret chamber, Roman's expression shifted as he read the message. The Sea of Stars has a primordial soul protecting it. There is an existence capable of advancing to the primordial soul realm among that group of nomadic wizards. Could it really be Silverbeard? After a moment of contemplation, he ordered Besk to retreat. If I were not guarding the Skyfire Fortress, I would have gone to meet this newly advanced primordial soul. I would have taught him the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Given the current situation, Roman dared not let Besk and the others attack rashly. With no primordial soul to hold the fort, provoking one would end in disaster, even with the protection of the ancient tower laws. He refused to risk the lives of so many wizards. There is no hurry. I will play with you slowly. Roman closed his eyes and returned to his cultivation. Sea of Stars. Boundless void. A short, strong figure with a thick beard and exquisite silver armor looked down at the retreating army of the Nine Cities Alliance with a cold gaze. Sam Silverbeard. The dwarf expert also ranked as a powerful weapon craftsman. Silverbeard stood there, yet no one noticed his existence. This was the terrifying strength of a primordial soul. He held a broken spell scroll in his hand. Roman, you are truly shameless, Silverbeard murmured, using a scroll like that to bully the weak. You have put in so much effort and expended so many resources just to deal with these nomadic wizards. Chapter 1345. Spell scrolls commanded higher prices based on their power level. This factor prevented the spell scroll from becoming the fourth art of wizardry. Silverbeard adjusted his robes as he looked toward the horizon. Now that I am a primordial soul, I must reach the 6th floor before the ancient tower closes. As a nomadic wizard, Silverbeard prioritized his own interests. He could not act like Roman, who was appointed by the organization to guard the Skyfire Fortress for decades. Silverbeard intended to reach the 6th level to find more opportunities. He had already done his best to help the White Robe Wizard Association scare off their enemies. As a nomadic wizard, he knew that the path was difficult for everyone. In fact, more than a year had passed since he advanced to the primordial soul realm. Silverbeard had hidden in the Sea of Stars to stabilize his power. Now that his realm had stabilized, it was time to leave. He turned his back on the landscape and quietly departed. From the beginning to the end, he did not show his face, nor did he greet the wizards of the Five Elders' Palace. They met by chance, and now it was time for them to go their separate ways. Unless Roman came personally, the Nine Cities Alliance would fear Silverbeard's power. For a long period of time, the White Robe Wizard Association should remain safe. Rust, I hope that you can attain the primordial soul as soon as possible, Silverbeard whispered to the wind. On the surface of the lake, Rust, Redbone, and the others scanned the surrounding sky, but they found no one. Let us go back, Rust Dragon Wizard said, his shoulders slumping with exhaustion. The White Robe Wizard Guild did not suffer significant losses in this battle. When compared to the Nine Cities Alliance army, all of their 5th Circle wizards remained alive. On the other hand, the Nine Cities Alliance lost a perfected 5th Circle wizard. The Nine Cities Alliance attempted to take advantage of the White Robe Wizard Association, but ended up suffering greater losses. Red Dragon Queen's face was pale and bloodless. She leaned on the Blue Dragon Lady for support as they returned to the island. A new Fire Dragon Island drifted somewhere on the lake. Holy Infant sat in meditation to regulate his breathing. His spell power was depleted, so he did not participate in the subsequent battles. Thank you for your help, Master Fire Dragon. You truly hid your abilities well. Rust Dragon Wizard's voice broke the silence. There was no other way. The situation forced me, Holy Infant replied calmly. He opened his eyes and gestured toward the distant horizon. It seems that the Nine Cities Alliance has retreated. Rust Dragon Wizard sighed in relief. Yes, it was probably Silverbeard who stepped up. Holy Infant nodded, his expression unreadable. Silverbeard had successfully advanced to the primordial soul realm, though he had yet to reveal himself. Now that the White Robe Wizard Association faced danger, the senior decided to act. Of course, there was also a small chance that another primordial soul wizard intervened. No matter who it was, the White Robe Wizard Association managed to avoid a calamity. After sending off Rust Dragon Wizard, Holy Infant returned to his seclusion. The next task was to refine the Meshu's winged dragon. Before that, Holy Infant needed to inspect the contents of Yolanda's storage ring. He had paid a great price to obtain it. Holy Infant dumped the items from the ring onto the floor. The ether stones rained down, totaling 1,200,000 ether stones. To be honest, compared to Yolanda's perfected 5th Circle strength, this amount of ether stones seemed meager. However, considering she acted as a tool for a top wizard organization, the amount made sense. Other than the ether stones and some unremarkable materials, a few items caught his eye. The first was a top-grade wizard tool called the Gold Dividing Secret Sword. The secret sword functioned as a longsword-like wizard tool, similar to the light sword in space battles. It could release various ray attacks, though it functioned perfectly well for physical strikes. The workmanship proved adequate, and the material was high-grade level 5 metal known as gold dividing stone. It could release a high-temperature flame beam at the peak of level 5, which could cut through metal and jade. It was impressive. It is not bad to use for hunting black beasts. Otherwise, if I were to use my Fire Dragon Tribulation, even its fur would be destroyed, Holy Infant murmured. He had planned to refine a secret sword himself. It appeared that Holy Infant only needed to use the amethyst he had obtained previously to level up this secret sword. The second item was a large piece of level 5 fire element metal called Blazing Fire Gold. The size of the metal provided enough material for Holy Infant to refine 2 alchemical creatures. With the Scarlet Heart Flame metal he had obtained previously, he could include the refinement of the Fire Phoenix, the Fire Golden Turtle, and the Fire Forest Deer into his future plans. Of course, before that, Holy Infant had to refine the Winged Dragon of the Wind God model. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. It was the year 1211 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, in the month of the Northern Wind. It was year 46 of the Dark Ancient Tower calendar. The news of the Nine Cities Alliance waging war against the White Robe Wizard Association spread through the wizard community in the Io continent, fueled by people with ulterior motives. A video spread along with the news. It recorded many scenes of the Nine Cities Alliance's unjust invasion of the White Robe Wizard Association. Images of the secret discussions of the Nine Cities Alliance, leaked by an unknown source, accompanied the video. The intentions of the Nine Cities Alliance stood completely exposed. This caused the majority of the nomadic wizards to condemn them. Even the other top wizard organizations fell silent. Although they also wanted to annex the resources of the nomadic wizards, they at least avoided acting so blatantly. The Nine Cities Alliance had been too arrogant. Holy Fire Plateau, Skyfire Fortress. Roman stared at the news and photographs flooding the network. Have you found them all? Roman asked, his voice low and gloomy. Besk trembled as he replied, it should be Farah. He disappeared not long ago. Sir, should we send someone to chase after him? Roman scoffed, his eyes cold. Chase what? He is a perfected fifth circle wizard acting alone. How could we discover him if he hides in a random place in the Million Mountains? The time for worrying about public opinion has passed. Let us continue with our own matters. The exploration of the Holy Fire Plateau is nearly complete. Prepare our forces. We attack the Tomb Clan next. Chapter 1346. Alright, then what do we do about the White Robe Wizard Association? Besk wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and asked. Let us put it aside for now. The Kane Empire has suffered a loss from us. They will definitely find the weaknesses in the remaining large organizations to take advantage of. Perhaps we do not need to do anything. The White Robe Wizard Association will collapse on its own. At that time, we will wait for an opportunity to make a move. Roman leaned back, his tone calm. Besk nodded. All right, Dragon Valley. Simon descended from the sky. After experiencing countless battles, the Black Lotus Beast's mountain-like body was covered in wounds and scars, but it had become even more ferocious. The creature looked at Simon angrily and remained silent. Without the strength to break through all of this, no matter how loudly the Black Lotus Beast shouted, it would only be in vain. A choker-shaped wizard tool flew out of Simon's hand and spun around the Black Lotus Beast's neck, piercing deep into its flesh. You must be tired of staying in this valley. Follow me to take a walk outside. I specially prepared this wizard tool for you. Don't try to go against my will, or you will be in great pain. Simon smiled. He stood on the Black Lotus Beast's head and drove the giant beast away from the Dragon Valley. They were heading towards the east of the Io continent. In this world, less than 10% of the dragon abominations are alive. This Dragon Valley no longer has any meaning to exist. From now on, I will take the initiative to attack. I will start with the Sky Dragon Wizard first, then those two women. A few years ago, in the eastern region, there was a dragon abomination that was famous for a time. It was said that he colluded with Queen Banyan and obtained the Holy Grail treasure. At that time, the mages of the Empire had besieged the Nine Cities Alliance. The battle was intense, causing Simon to miss the feast. Apart from killing the Sky Dragon Wizard, Simon wanted to try his luck and search for some clues to see if he could find that dragon abomination. This way, Simon could satisfy his desire to kill and also obtain the Holy Grail treasure at the same time. It was killing two birds with one stone. Simon had mastered the all living things yield to the dragon domain and had the support of the Black Lotus Beast, which was comparable to a perfected fifth circle beast. Simon was confident that below the primordial soul realm, he was unrivaled. Sea of Stars. The new Fire Dragon Island. An awe-inspiring metal-winged dragon about 10 feet in size spread its wings in the weapon refinement room. Mesh's winged dragon. Holy Infant finished loading the ether stones. The winged dragon's eyes emitted a green light. In the next moment, two sharp rays of wind tore apart the array set up by Holy Infant and cut the wall in front of him. It was as fragile as tofu. After a year, the last alchemical creature of the wind god was finally refined. The Hast Eagle and the Kulkan Feathered Serpent were both with the main body. It happened that the Holy Infant had recently accumulated a bunch of resources and needed to give them to Levi. These resources included the potion materials for the advancement of the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique. Thinking of this, Holy Infant left the island and flew toward Dragon Palace Island. Several days later, at the Star Bazaar, Mia was holding a spell crystal ball and studying the spells inside. She wanted to use it as her protective force field. Other than a few wizards who were more ambitious and talented, many ordinary wizards like her, who had accepted their fate, chose the spells of their predecessors instead of creating their own. After all, a self-created spell might not be more powerful than an existing spell. Of course, if one had enough talent and time, it would be great to create a spell that was most suitable for themselves. Mia raised her head, stood up, and walked to the door. A witch who was wearing a fiery red robe and was about the same size as Mia stood there. Miss Mia, is Master Fire Dragon not at home? Red Dragon Queen asked, her eyes scanning the room. My lord is not here. Is there anything you need? Mia asked. It is like this. After some research, we have decided to let Master Fire Dragon join the Five Elders' Palace. We want to ask his wishes in person, Red Dragon Queen explained. That is too unfortunate. My lord has just left. Mia sighed. All right then. Red Dragon Queen turned to leave. After learning that the master had killed a perfected fifth circle wizard by himself, the current members of the Five Elders' Palace unanimously decided to invite the master to join the Five Elders' Palace. Master Fire Dragon has just entered the fifth circle senior realm, but he can already kill a perfected fifth circle wizard. This kind of strength is too terrifying. Red Dragon Queen reflected as she walked. A layer of fog seemed to surround the master, making it hard to fathom. After a year of recuperation, Red Dragon Queen had recovered, and her strength had improved. However, she was still a little short of attaining perfection in the fifth circle realm. During that 1 year, Simon's silhouette would always appear in her mind. A chill would race through her body. Simon himself was not scary. Why would someone have such pure and terrifying malice towards the dragon clans? What had Simon experienced for him to be so twisted? It was as if he was born to disgust the dragon clans, like a young the End Dragon bird. The End Dragon bird. I originally thought that this terrifying race had long been destroyed by the dragon clan. Now, it seems that it might not be that simple. It is very likely that Simon used some forbidden method to obtain the End Dragon bird. Otherwise, no matter how talented Simon is, it is impossible for him to develop such a domain spell. A month later, Dragon Palace Island. Levi came out of seclusion in advance, and took the resources and the winged dragon from Holy Infant. Holy Infant hurried back to the Sea of Stars. Holy Infant naturally had to take up the position of the 5 Elder Palace. The higher the power, the more convenient it was for Holy Infant to act. Now, let us try the combined might of the 3 wind gods. Levi muttered, arranging the feathered serpent, the hast eagle, and the winged dragon in position. Levi had already loaded them with ether stones. Then, Levi began to chant an incantation. Breath of the wind god. The 3 alchemical creatures flapped their wings at the same time, stirring up 3 tornadoes that were hundreds of meters tall. Then, these tornadoes gathered together as if they had gravity. Chapter 1347. A dragon tornado formed in the final moments of the process. The bodies of the winged dragon, giant eagle, and feathered serpent suddenly turned into countless parts. Under the strength of the incantation, these parts instantly reassembled. A 3-meter-tall humanoid alchemical creature emerged from the storm. Its figure looked dignified, and its aura felt extraordinary. The construct possessed the head of a giant eagle, the tail of a feathered serpent, and the claws of a winged dragon. 2 pairs of wings sprouted from its back, accompanied by 1 pair of fleshy wings. It held a staff formed from the body of a feathered serpent in its hand. Is this the wind god? It looks awe-inspiring, and it holds the beauty of divinity. How strong is it? Levi wondered. He beckoned Thunder Rock over, gesturing for the creature to enter the construct. Try and see if you can control this alchemical creature. Thunder Rock nodded, obediently turning into a bolt of lightning to dive inside. Purple electric currents began to run amok on the surface of the wind god. The construct's sharp, eagle-like eyes suddenly opened, and the lightning dissipated. For the sparring match, Levi selected the 3 brothers, Ganster, Wenster, and Trist. The earthquake dragons had thick skin, and proved the most resistant to beatings. Furthermore, the 3 brothers ranked as the strongest among Levi's transcendent creatures. The wind thunder power of the wind god model burst forth, turning into an illusion as it waved its staff. 3 dragon tornadoes shot toward the 3 brothers. They countered with earthquake waves, blocking the tornadoes and tearing them apart. The dragon breath blocked the wind god model's movement from 3 directions. The construct flapped its 3 pairs of wings, and a huge windshield protected it. Rumble. The terrifying attack shattered the windshield, but the wind god model had already escaped. Its speed defied expectations. Its eyes shot out rays of wind, razor sharp and capable of cutting through anything. The scales of the earthquake dragons were instantly penetrated. Simultaneously, wind blades filled the sky, descending like rain. There was nowhere to hide. Hurricanes surrounded the 3 brothers and compressed them. After a fierce battle, the 3 brothers emerged with wounds all over their bodies. They had fallen, even when joining forces. This strength proved sufficient to suppress a 5th circle senior existence. Such a powerful alchemical creature remained rare, even in the wizard world. Now, we only need fire god, water god, and earth god models. At that time, I could easily suppress others like Yolanda just by relying on the alchemical creatures, Levi mused. Soon, the wind god model disintegrated and Thunder Rock flew out. She struggled to believe that she had actually defeated 3 subdragons. Master's methods are truly ingenious and difficult to fathom. Not bad. I will leave this wind god to you to pilot. Train it well in the future, Levi said. Thunder Rock nodded like a chick pecking at rice, looking extremely delighted. Now that Phoenix had become the Holy Infant's long-term fire tender, she felt duty-bound to be the driver. Levi arrived at the ancient Banyan fairyland. Holy Infant had sent back a significant number of transcendent creatures and black beast flesh. These creatures served as food for the carnivorous mixed-blood dragons, like the 3 brothers. Unlike Long, most transcendent creatures could go without food for a long time after a full meal. Long could not. It acted as a straightforward creature. It pooped as it ate, and its metabolism functioned too fast. That explained its growth to more than 100 meters in half a year. Long was a ruthless eating and dung-making machine. Under the ancient banyan tree, more green sprouts appeared after more than a year of growth. When will Senior Mana wake up? Levi wondered. At that time, I could do whatever I want on the 5th level. He shook his head. Forget it. Senior does not like to kill, so I will not cause trouble for her. During this period, apart from cultivating, Levi had already toured all 118 springs. He categorized the plants according to the ecology of the different springs to make future transplanting more convenient. In the dreamy cloud swamp, the saint fruit grew well, and changes to the plant occurred every month. The growth cycle of this plant was not very long. As for the iron tree in the flaming mountain, the change remained minimal. It would take thousands of years before Levi could witness the blooming of the Iron Tree. The thunderstorm wolf dragon had recovered from its injuries and currently resided in the elemental-rich land number 004, Thunder Dragon Mountain. This place remained covered in thunderclouds all year round, and lightning descended every day. Moreover, an underground fire burned in the mountain. The combination of thunder and fire had made the mountain rich in a type of level 4 thunder element metal, the thunder lava stone. A few other mines like this existed in the ancient Banyan fairyland, but not many. The fairyland had only been around for a short period of time. Levi left the fairyland and continued to cultivate. His top priority now involved the Crimson Emperor dragon breathing technique to become a grade 5 knight. Relying on the status and connections of the Holy Infant, the advancement potion had long been prepared. Everything was ready, waiting only for Levi to advance. Sea of Stars. Holy Infant had officially joined the Five Elders' Palace. In just a few short years, he had risen to the top of the White Robe Wizard Association. In the past year, the Nine Cities Alliance did not send any more troops. However, no one dared to relax. Under the organization of the Rust Dragon Wizard, the last level 5 Amethyst Race member hiding in the Sea of Stars was also killed. Peace was temporarily restored here. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. On a certain day, Holy Infant reviewed the information sent by his subordinates. Wizard Beckman is also a 5th Circle Wizard. The Grey Robe Palace has another 5th Circle Wizard. Not bad. Beckman was the perfected 4th Circle Portly Wizard that Holy Infant met when he first came to the 5th floor. Beckman also taught at Garcia Wizard Academy. It was a good thing for the academy that Beckman was a 5th Circle Wizard now. As the saying goes, a person's success depends on their morality. Those with morality will gain the support of others, while those without morality will gain little support. As the reputation of the Nine Cities Alliance spread, the news of a primordial soul wizard in the Sea of Stars started to spread as well. Chapter 1348. Many wizards who had been hesitating before also joined the association. Previously, the White Robe Wizard Association lacked a primordial soul wizard to hold the fort, so confidence had been low. Now, the association possessed a primordial soul wizard, and had even repelled the fierce attack of the Nine Cities Alliance. Naturally, things were very different. The White Robe Wizard Association now boasted an unprecedented 45th Circle Wizards, and its reputation was growing stronger. At first, many wizards felt dissatisfied that a 5th Circle senior, like the Fire Dragon Wizard, had joined the Five Elders' Palace. Everyone fell silent when the Rust Dragon Wizard announced the Fire Dragon Wizard's battle results to the public. The Fire Dragon and the Red Dragon Queen had teamed up to kill 2 level 5 Amethyst Race members, and one of them was a peak level 5. The Fire Dragon Wizard had also single-handedly defeated the Nine Cities Alliance's perfected 5th Circle Wizard, Yolanda. With such combat data, nobody cared if he was only a 5th Circle Senior Wizard. How many perfected 5th Circle Wizards could match his strength? Moreover, with the Fire Dragon Wizard's reputation for making weapons, he was no longer inferior to the former Silverbeard. Therefore, an endless stream of people fawned over the rich and powerful, even offering gifts. The Fire Dragon Wizard did not refuse them. He let Mia handle these matters and expressed his goodwill to these people. To survive in the wizard world, one needed connections. This was a great opportunity, and with Mia handling it, he felt no concern. The Holy Infant remained on Fire Dragon Island, refining wizard tools in peace. This time, he was not crafting an ordinary tool, but a flying sword compatible with his 7th talent. The main material consisted of scales obtained from venerable blood scales. However, after a month of the phoenix breathing fire upon it, the Holy Infant stopped the process. The scale had not changed at all during that month. This shocked him. Even a level 6 man-faced spider's shell should have shown some changes. There was only one explanation. This venerable blood scales material was level 7, or even level 8. Let alone the phoenix, even a primordial soul wizard would need a long time to refine it. After Levi, the Holy Infant's original body, discovered this, he felt extremely happy. It was the first time Levi had seen a material of this level. It was priceless and immeasurable. Levi immediately asked the Holy Infant to give up on refining the blood scale for the time being. Instead, he used the peak of a level 5 amethyst as the main material, and the female fire, or to refine the flying sword. This blood scale could only be used after Levi advanced to the primordial soul realm. If he could master it, the power would be unimaginable. Year 1212 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, month of beginning. Year 47 of the Dark Ancient Tower Calendar. The 111th Round Table meeting took place. Among the new generation of knights, the Fire Dragon Knight had advanced to level 2. He possessed amazing bone structure and natural strength. Looking at it now, he was indeed extraordinary. His comprehension of combat techniques far surpassed that of ordinary knights. This left a deep impression on Levi. In recent years, the knights had yet to produce a new level 4 knight. However, with the Black Knight's progress, that day should not be far off. The current situation in the human world remained pessimistic. Many small transcendent organizations had been destroyed. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire had been sending troops to harass the Seven Kingdoms continent, and the Church struggled to deal with them. The ancient Saint Plain had already suffered many attacks from external enemies over the years. Fortunately, they remained safe and sound. The effect of the array had once again revealed itself. There were now 36 ancient saints in the Ancient Dragons Empire Senior State Assembly. Among the 3 kings, the Golden Feathers King had broken through the ceiling of level 4 and entered level 5. This should be the realm of the initial ancient saint realm in the past. The method the Golden Feathers King used to break through the shackles was based on the method of advancing to a knight, which he had magically modified. Levi became even more convinced that the ancient saints were experimental subjects created by Sauron according to the path of knights. These two paths were essentially interlinked, which was why they could reach the same destination. Now that the theoretical system of knights had basically taken shape, resources had also begun to become abundant. Levi ordered his subordinates to secretly buy Fur Clan slaves in the wizard world, and began to train Fur Clan knights according to the method he left behind. This group of people would be trained and led by Algerta, Tiga, and the other first-generation Fur Clan knights. In the future, the Fur Clan knights would also be a trump card of the ancient saint plane. It was evident that even without Levi, the ancient saint plane could still operate in an orderly manner. A complete set of knowledge research, practice, and application systems had been established. Next, they would rise in this grand era and step onto the stage of history. After the meeting ended, Levi looked at the panel on Dragon Palace Island. The Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique had reached level 16. It was at the maximum and evolvable. After decades of cultivation, the Crimson Emperor Dragon had finally reached its limit. One step further and Levi would become a 5th rank knight. Levi sent the advancement potion into his body through the blood refinement method. After the Crimson Emperor Dragon reaches level 5, my strength should be able to easily suppress a perfected 5th circle existence. Then there is no need to hide on Dragon Palace Island anymore. I will send the Grand Array and transcendent creatures into the ancient Banyan Fairyland and begin my exploration of the 5th level. In the past few decades, the flying scythe beasts had already marked many potential resource points on the Io continent and the Outer Sea region for Levi. However, those resource points were often guarded by powerful transcendent creatures. Out of safety considerations, Levi had never explored them. He had been waiting for the Crimson Emperor Dragon to level up. He would only dare to go out and have fun after reaching the 5th level of the strongest breathing technique. With the experience from the previous advancement, he was now more familiar with this breakthrough. Half a year later, Levi's body had completely digested the Crimson Emperor Dragon's secret medicine. A hot current flowed in his body like lava, causing his limbs and bones to feel intense pain. However, with his strong willpower and endurance, he was able to deal with the pain that could make ordinary people go crazy. Blood seeped out of his body, and some impurities appeared. The powerful bloodline of the Crimson Emperor Dragon was transforming his body. Within the Crimson Emperor Divine Palace located in Levi's heart, the Crimson Emperor Dragon seed sitting on the throne also underwent a transformation. Rebirth, disillusionment, rebirth. The cycle repeated. After an unknown period of time, Levi had completely turned into a bloody man. The blood scab solidified into a crystal and remained motionless. This state lasted for a month. On this day, cracks began to appear on the blood-red crystal. A powerful and overbearing aura drilled out from within. The crystal broke. A well-proportioned and muscular man with the same height as an ordinary person slowly walked out. I seem to have been asleep for a while. Levi looked into his own body. In the Divine Palace, the Crimson Emperor Dragon also woke up from its slumber and opened its indifferent dragon eyes that could destroy the world. Levi looked at Dragon Palace Island, where he had lived for decades. From now on, the world is vast and meant for wandering. I am coming. Chapter 1349. Before embarking on his journey, he needed to properly equip his sword. After reaching the 5th level of the Crimson Emperor Dragon, Levi's fundamental strength grew significantly. The essence of the Crimson Emperor Dragon acted like a miniature nuclear reactor, capable of unleashing terrifying power with just a spark. Within him, the immense power of the Crimson Emperor Dragon surged. In an instant, a majestic red divine palace projected into the sky, reaching heights of 10,000 meters. The divine palace radiated endless light and heat, blinding and akin to the sun. The intense heat twisted the sky, turning the clouds a deep red. The temperature of the land visibly increased. It was hot, so hot. In this sea area, all sea beasts and fish turned belly up by the searing heat, even though they were miles away from the divine palace. As the divine palace descended, the seawater began to evaporate rapidly. When it reached 1,000 meters above the surface, the sea below was already boiling. Boom! The divine palace landed on the sea surface. Hundreds of meters of seawater instantly evaporated, revealing the charred riverbed beneath. For miles around, the ocean turned to scorched earth. This power surpassed even the Golden Snake Divine Palace. Levi retracted the Crimson Emperor Divine Palace, no longer wishing to damage the local environment. He soared into the sky. Countless flames erupted around him, shooting upwards. When the firelight vanished, a sleek, red armor appeared on him. The armor was composed of magma-like flesh and scales, radiating intense heat. The flesh of the armor was closely connected with every divine thread within Levi. On the chest of the armor was a lotus-like pattern with 32 petals. Among them, 31 petals glowed red, while one had already extinguished. This seems to be an energy indicator of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. When all 32 petals extinguish, the armor will dissipate. Truly worthy of the Crimson Emperor Dragon, it has such features. The Blood Source armor was immensely powerful, but like the Divine Palace, it consumed energy greatly. Levi freely soared in the sky, wearing the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor, leaping above the clouds. He gathered power in his right arm and struck out with a punch. No flashy techniques, no dazzling spells, just pure strength. The raging crimson flame punch tore through the clouds ahead, creating a massive void, with faint traces of firelight remaining on the walls of the void, vanishing. He grasped the Crimson Dragon Slash, and invoked the Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex. Using the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor, he unleashed a Crimson Dragon Sword Chi. The sword chi cut through the air like a red beam, dividing heaven and earth. The clouds roiled and reluctantly parted, leaving behind a high-temperature air distortion channel that took a long time to dissipate. The lingering power of the sword chi lasts so long. With this strike, all the sufferings, sorrows, fears, and troubles in this world will vanish into thin air. He sheathed his long sword. The right arm of the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor suddenly expanded, becoming thicker and longer. Then, the hand transformed into a fearsome, gigantic red dragon's head. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the breath of the Crimson Emperor Dragon surged forth. The breath extended for 5 miles, creating a river of flames high in the sky. This attack's power is even greater than the Fire Dragon Tribulation, reaching half the level of the 9 Dragon Tribulation. Unexpectedly, it is enough to annihilate a 5th Circle Senior Wizard in an instant. Levi noticed 4 petals of the lotus on his chest had already extinguished. Next, let us try the real ultimate move. The ultimate move of the brilliant Golden Dragon armor was the Golden Light of the Unicorn, obliterating everything. Levi later named it Golden Ray. The Golden Ray was a single target-focused attack, adept at breaking through defenses. The ultimate move of the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor, on the other hand, was entirely different. Levi concentrated, extinguishing 24 petals of the lotus in an instant. 24 crimson rays shot into the sky. Under the red sky, countless flames and air currents shredded the white clouds. A gigantic red lotus, about 100 meters in diameter, descended from above. With 24 petals, it illuminated all directions. Under the terrifying heat, the surrounding void seemed to twist and melt. In this distortion of power, volcanoes, magma, blazing suns, fire dragons, and fire gods, all sorts of fiery phenomena filled the world. And reigning over these phenomena was the awe-inspiring, world-suppressing Crimson Emperor Dragon. As the Red Lotus descended, a 5-mile radius turned into a fiery hell. Even the energy at the edges was more powerful than most 5th Circle spells. The deeper one went, the more terrifying the energy became. At the center, a destructive aura pervaded, as if a single glance could cause one to explode and sink into death. Levi named the ultimate move of the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor Red Lotus Purgatory. In theory, the strongest form of the Red Lotus, hell at this level, should be 32 petals. However, this level could not achieve it, because after the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor was created, 1 petal of the lotus would automatically extinguish. This was likely due to the fixed energy consumption required by the mech itself. Perhaps after reaching level 6, the number of Red Lotus petals can increase, Levi murmured. After the experiment, he summarized several uses of the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor. First, it amplifies strength. Second, it enhances defense. Third, it provides the Crimson Emperor Dragon breath. Fourth, it allows for Red Lotus Purgatory. He could not help but marvel at how the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor was considerably stronger than the brilliant Golden Dragon armor. For this experiment with the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor, he did not seek a sparring partner this time, mainly to avoid harming any transcendent creatures. The Crimson Emperor Dragon was an absolute dragon of destruction, every action capable of devastating the world. So it was enough to just strike the air and enjoy the power. Chapter 1350. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 17, 1 out of 2 million. Special Effect, Flame Dragon's True Form, Level 5. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor, Blood Source Armor, Crimson Emperor Dragon Armor. Exclusive Weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash, Level 4. 2 million proficiency points are required. If I rely on Level 4 Crimson Horned Fire Pythons for training, it will take years to reach Level 6. I need to start searching for Level 5 subdragons. Among all the fire-type subdragons, none were more suitable for Levi than the Black Lotus Beast. This is the strongest subdragon derived from the Red Lotus Dragon. I cannot wait. Levi originally planned to venture into Dragon Valley quietly after his retreat. Recently, through the Holy Infant, he learned that someone had spotted the Black Lotus Beast in the eastern region of Io. It had killed numerous wizards, and even some ordinary people. The Black Lotus Beast seemed to have gone mad. It attacked recklessly, breaking through the encirclement and blockade of several 5th Circle perfected wizards multiple times. Levi speculated that the sudden appearance of the crazed Black Lotus Beast in the eastern region was no coincidence. Perhaps the 9 Cities Alliance was redirecting trouble to the east, much like the arrival of the Amethyst Race in the Sea of Stars. It was an arranged plan. Regardless, the Black Lotus Beast belonged to him now. Not even Jesus could stop him. He would not rush in blindly. He needed to investigate the eastern region first and plan his actions accordingly. He was invincible beneath the primordial soul level, but he was not truly invincible. Levi entered the ancient Banyan fairyland and arrived at the small stone pond. After a vigorous and intense workout, he soaked in the spring water of immortality. The water left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. He began to prepare for his departure. He was leaving Dragon Palace Island for good, and he would likely never return. He headed to the 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison. Gan, Wen, Kui, Sawkins, Pixar, Thunder Rock, come here. He called out to the group. The transcendent creatures swarmed toward him. Lord Dragon King, are we leaving? Ganster asked. Yes, the real journey begins now. I will take you all to the true Dragon Palace Fairyland. Levi replied. I knew it. Our Dragon Palace must have a secret base. Trist exclaimed. It made sense that such a prestigious organization as the Dragon Palace could not possibly have its base on a desolate island. He figured the Lord Dragon King had been testing them all along. Now that they had passed, they were finally going to enter the secret base. Line up. You will be going in one by one. Once inside, do not wander off. If you damage any of the rare plants or flowers, there will be consequences. Levi instructed. He opened the entrance to the ancient Banyan fairyland. The three brothers moved their massive bodies through the gateway one after the other. Inside lay a vast expanse of blue skies, white clouds, and an endless prairie. This place is incredible. The earth elemental power is so dense. Winst exclaimed. I feel like I could reach level 5 within 40 years. Ratty lay down on the grass, enjoying the gentle breeze. He felt a surge of motivation. As more transcendent creatures entered the fairyland, the prairie quickly became lively. Those at level 5, stay here. Level 4s, find a suitable place to live, but do not enter any marked locations without permission. Levi ordered. Given the strength of the enemies he would face in the future, having anyone below level 5 guarding the array would be meaningless, and could even be a liability. In the following days, Levi looked at the now desolate Dragon Palace Island, erasing all traces of his life there. He assumed the appearance of a kind-looking wizard and headed to the valley. Anya had grown, blossoming into a more beautiful and lively young girl with sparkling eyes. She was now a mid-level apprentice wizard, advancing quickly in her studies. Anya had never seen Levi before, only the holy infant. She appeared nervous. Are you a friend of the big brother? She asked. Levi thought for a moment and then smiled. You could say that. We are very good friends. Okay, are we leaving? Anya caught on quickly. Yes. I am ending my reclusive life. You are coming with me to a safe place. From now on, you can call me Island Master. Levi said. All right, Island Master brother. Please tell the big brother when you see him. Anya was lively and sweet. She quickly became comfortable chatting with Levi. Levi mused to himself. In my previous life, I was not even 30, and kids were already calling me uncle. Now, in this life, I am over 200 years old, and someone is still calling me brother. He brought Anya to the ancient Banyan fairyland, and had her settle in the tree hollow at Mana's roots. From the information the little girl had previously revealed, it was clear that Mana knew her. The voice of the Holy Grail echoed in his mind. This little girl is quite special. Levi replied. Yes, her talent as a wizard is impressive. With proper guidance, she could have a bright future. The Holy Grail continued. Anya does not know that her mother was not a mortal, but the Supreme Mage of Light. Her mother was hunted down for betraying the Supreme Archmage. Gravely wounded, she entrusted Anya to Mana before she died. Aya's talent may be tied to this event. Chapter 1351. Levi nodded, suspecting that there were likely some hidden secrets involved. It did not matter anymore. Anya was now under his protection. With his power, he could easily shelter her as she grew. The old events, long buried in the past, were just dust in the wind, soon to dissipate. Aya looked at the sprouting buds on the banyan tree. Island Master, I remember the goddess lived here. Are we back at the youth grassland? She asked curiously. Levi shook his head. The goddess had to go somewhere far away. You will understand when she wakes up. Aya nodded, then returned to her tree hollow to arrange her cozy little space before continuing her meditation and practice. This little one has it good. She started her journey in Rome, so to speak. Unlike me, who had to rely on myself and the panel, clawing my way up from the bottom. Levi mused, watching her growth with satisfaction. He left the fairyland and withdrew the Holy Grail into his mind. Inside the Divine Ring Tower, the multicolored crystal grew a little larger. Over the past 2 years, Levi's meditation efficiency had improved thanks to the support of the Death Soul Date and a better training environment. This sped up his progress compared to before. His spiritual force had now reached 738 points. However, without having developed his 7th innate spell, he still did not qualify as a true senior 5th circle wizard. When it came to wizards, the only way to gauge a stranger's power was by measuring their spiritual force. The number of innate spells a wizard possessed remained known only to the individual, unless they chose to reveal it. In his multicolored crystal, there were now 3 maxima of the soul. The first one took Levi less than 6 months to condense. The next 2, however, took over 2 years. Moving forward, the time required would only increase, gradually compressing his training schedule. Levi was not in a hurry. He had his lifespan to rely on. At just 222 years old, even if he had only the lifespan of a wizard, he still had nearly 800 years ahead of him. His moon rune had also been cultivated to level 3. His lifespan extension had now reached 20%, and each additional level would grant another 10%. The difficulty of training the moon rune was higher than that of the chariot, or strength runes, so progress might slow in the future. Currently, his lifespan was a minimum of 1,200 years. This was a number that 99% of 5th circle wizards could only dream of. So, in a way, he was only 1/6 of the way through his life. In a mortal's lifespan, I am still just a minor, Levi thought. With that thought, Levi bid farewell to Dragon Palace Island and flew toward the eastern region of the Io continent. Io continent, eastern region. The chaos caused by the Black Lotus beast had persisted for several years and showed no signs of abating. Many wizards, mages, and even beings from other races had been indiscriminately slain by the creature. Among the wizards, there were even some who were dragon descendants. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, in an uninhabited valley, the Black Lotus beast stood like a mountain. Its expression was vacant as it faced an approaching 5th-level dragon abomination. The beast opened its massive maw, releasing a jet black, dragon-like breath that could obliterate everything in its path. Anything caught in the breath's trajectory was pulverized. A hulking, grotesque dragon abomination, laughing maniacally, tore through the breath and charged at the Black Lotus beast. Die! The creature roared. In the next moment, beams of light from various magic arrays descended from the sky, encircling the abomination. Simultaneously, the valley was bathed in golden light, and colossal golden-winged birds circled overhead. "Subdue the dragon," Simon shouted. Simon appeared in the sky like a god. Under the combined pressure of the array and his domain, the dragon abomination was suppressed, unable to move. The shadow of an end dragon bird used its razor-sharp claws to effortlessly tear through the 5th-level dragon abomination's impenetrable scales and hide. Its hooked beak struck, blinding the abomination and eliciting a pained roar. A fire god's apparition descended from above, its world-ending greatsword falling from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the dragon abomination's head was severed, dropping to the ground. In its dying gaze, there was confusion and unwillingness. The end dragon bird, was it not extinct? Simon picked up the head, flames erupting from his palm, reducing the dragon abomination's body to ash. He closed the creature's unseeing eyes and stored its remains in his storage ring. The past 2 years had not gone as smoothly as Simon had hoped. Whether it was the Sky Dragon Wizard of Storm City, or the 2 dragon descendant witches from the Sea of Stars, they spent their days in seclusion within their strongholds. Though powerful, Simon dared not attack the headquarters of these top-tier forces. He could only vent his frustration by killing lesser beings. Luckily today, a 5th-level peak dragon abomination had taken the bait, giving him a much-needed victory. Suddenly, a terrifying noise echoed through the air. Simon quickly retreated, disappearing from the valley. Using a treasure to cloak himself, he observed from the sky, his eyes fixed on the distant sea. In the distance, a towering, majestic blackstone palace emerged from the ocean, parting the waters as it slowly rose. Countless gallons of seawater cascaded down its sides, sending massive waves crashing toward the shore. What is this? Simon's heart raced with surprise. Once again, he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. His enviable luck never ceased to amaze him. He hid the Black Lotus beast nearby, then stealthily flew toward the rising palace. A quarter of an hour later, the massive Blackstone Palace hovered in mid-air, unmoving. The air was thick with a primal, ancient aura. Simon sent a level 4 alchemy bird from his storage ring to fly toward the palace. The bird reached the palace's tightly shut doors without harm. After what felt like an eternity, the grand doors of the palace slowly opened, releasing a wave of decaying, ancient air. A massive, golden-veined hand shot out, gripping the alchemy bird tightly. Chapter 1352. The metallic body of the bird twisted and deformed under a gentle squeeze. A towering figure, standing about 3 meters tall, emerged. His entire body looked sculpted from gold, his physique reminiscent of an ancient Greek statue. Strength and beauty combined in perfect golden proportions. He furrowed his brow and gazed into the void ahead. With a wave of his hand, a beam of golden light shot forth and caused the very fabric of space to tremble. A muffled groan echoed from the void. Interesting. It managed to escape. Where is this place? His name was Mitter, a member of the Golden Absolutes. His homeland was the Great Golden Sacred Realm, a kingdom ruled by various sacred kings. The Golden Absolutes loved to travel between planes and colonize them. They referred to any place outside the Golden Sacred Realm as the Black Sea, with countless new worlds scattered like stars across it. Thousands of years ago, he and a group of his kin set sail into the Black Sea aboard the Blackstone, led by Captain Arixis, in search of resources and wealth in the new worlds. After raiding several small worlds, they met with disaster. A maritime accident occurred. They encountered a 7th-level Black Sea Leviathan. Captain Arixis, a powerful soul fighter, stood at only the 6th level. Even the unparalleled might of the Golden Absolutes proved no match for a 7th-level sea monster. Captain Arixis, gravely injured, activated the Blackstone cannon of the vessel. The blast heavily wounded the Leviathan. However, the ship exhausted its energy in the process, which left it completely sealed. All the officers and crew entered hibernation within the Golden Chambers. The Blackstone automatically searched for the nearest world and attempted a landing. What happened afterward remained a mystery. Mitter was the first to awaken, being the 3rd officer on the ship, and the 4th most powerful among them. The being hiding in the distance occupied only the mid-5th level prime fighter realm, by the standards of their world. Before the slumber, Mitter reached the peak of the 5th level, and earned a reputation as a genius among the Golden Absolutes. The fact that the other being withstood his attack and escaped so calmly indicated that the transcendent civilization of this world stood far stronger than he imagined. He returned to the vast interior of the Blackstone. The Grand Palace felt as spacious as a city. The maritime industry of the Golden Sacred Realm was highly advanced. From a young age, Golden Absolutes aspired to become captains, to sail the Black Sea in search of new worlds. According to legend, the new worlds contained untold treasures and resources so abundant that even the air tasted sweet. Typically, uncivilized barbarians waited to be enslaved. However, by decree, only powerful soul fighters were allowed to leave the sacred realm, recruit a crew, and sail the Black Sea. Thus, every member of the Golden Absolutes took pride in becoming a fighter, with the ultimate goal of becoming a soul fighter. The even more powerful star fighters and sacred kings existed beyond their wildest dreams. In the hibernation chambers, which resembled an ancient tomb, golden liquid filled the metallic pods. Over 100 other golden absolutes, similar to Mitter, lay in slumber. The sacred energy of this world is decent, Mitter muttered, but it is far from enough to fully recharge the ship. I will need to find other sources of energy. He gazed at the central giant hibernation pod. Inside it lay a hulking figure, carved as if by blade and chisel, radiating a powerful aura. His body was covered in scars, and black gas entwined around him to corrode his flesh. That 7th-level sea monster was too strong. The captain's wounds still have not healed. No matter, I will wake the others first, gather resources, and repair the Blackstone, he muttered to himself. Simon materialized on the shores of the Eastern Sea in a secluded valley. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at the towering Blackstone structure in the distance. This must be a relic left by the creator of the ancient tower on the 5th level. However, the guardian of this relic is absurdly strong. I doubt I can get in on my own, Simon mused. He quickly sent a message to Lord Roman. A reply arrived shortly after. The 9 Cities Alliance would dispatch 2 perfect 5th Circle wizards, 10 other 5th Circle wizards with varying experience, and over 100 4th Circle wizards to join him. That Sky Dragon wizard can live a little longer. I will take care of him after I explore this relic, Simon decided. Storm City sat in the eastern part of Io. High in the sky, within the wind disaster stratum, an old wizard with white hair and beard sat cross-legged in deep meditation. A crystal ball, which resembled a globe with swirling currents, floated in front of him. The Storm School of Thought claimed this artifact, the Heavenly Sphere. It was refined from the eye of a 7th-level celestial beast. This artifact perceived distant, intense air currents, and led to the discovery of treasures or powerful enemies. The old wizard opened his eyes and focused on a chaotic area of the Heavenly Sphere, where the air currents remained particularly turbulent. Such a disturbance must mean a large ancient relic has surfaced. He immediately sent a message to the upper echelons of Storm City and organized a team to head overseas. The emergence of the Blackstone structure caused quite a stir, and news of the relic spread quickly. However, many who went to investigate did not return. A few 5th Circle wizards, who barely escaped alive, reported that a terrifying Black Lotus beast lurked in the deep sea surrounding the relic. Levi, now disguised, sat in a small wizard gathering and followed the trail of the Black Lotus beast. From what I have seen, it is indeed the Black Lotus beast causing havoc. Could it have come from an ancient relic, and what if more sub-dragons lurk inside? He pondered. Chapter 1353. A month passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the year 1213 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of beginning. Following the 112th Round Table meeting, Levi displayed the projection of the Blackstone Palace that had been circulating in the outside world. He gestured toward the Flower Knight. With her vast experience, she might provide insight. The Flower Knight squinted at the projection. This thing does not seem to be a relic of a wizard. It is likely from another civilization, though I cannot say for certain which one. The places the dark ancient tower has traversed far exceed the bounds of the Panplane. There is nothing in this tower that would surprise me. If you are planning to explore it, be cautious. The unknown is always the most terrifying. Levi nodded. He remained deep in thought. Over the long years and countless journeys, who knows how many secrets lay buried within the ancient tower. After bidding farewell to the Flower Knight, Levi mused to himself. If only I could live inside the ancient tower. Decades are just too fleeting. The emergence of this unknown relic spread even wider than the incident at Youth Grassland. A 6th-level entity had guarded that anomaly, and the treasure was just a single holy grail. Within this relic, however, everything remained a mystery. Wizards felt a particular passion for exploring such relics. In the coastal valley, Simon paced back and forth, his jaw set in anxiety. Damn it. Others have found this place too. He had intended for the 9 Cities Alliance to claim it, but that seemed impossible now. Still, maybe this is not so bad. No one else knows the true power of the guardian of this relic. Let them go ahead and serve as cannon fodder. I will just have my people surround the relic from the shadows. When the time comes, whatever they take will be mine. Besides, the emergence of this relic might attract more dragon descendant wizards. Cyrus, Alexandra, Elsie. The more I think about it, the more it seems to work in my favor. Sea of Stars, New Fire Dragon Island. Weapon making proficiency plus 246. The Holy Infant glanced at the panel and noted the increasing proficiency in his weapon making skill. During this time, he had reforged and upgraded the gold dividing secret sword. After infusing it with amethyst, the secret sword felt sturdier and more resilient. Moreover, its appearance had completely transformed, now glowing with a faint purple light. Even if the Holy Infant used it, no one would be able to discern its true nature. I will call you the Violet Flame Secret Sword. He gripped the sword in his hand. With a single swing, a scorching violet beam slashed through the ground, cutting deep into the earth. Impressive power. With a thought, the Violet Flame Secret Sword returned to his pocket. Haha, top-grade equipment, +1. After finishing his work, the Holy Infant made his way to Rust Island. Master Fire Dragon, are you planning to venture into the ancient ruins? The Rust Dragon wizard looked up from his work. Yes, I have to check it out. Who knows, I might gain some benefits. The Holy Infant laughed. While you were in seclusion refining your weapons, both the red dragon and the blue dragon headed there as well. If you go, you will have some support. But be careful. I have heard that the 9 Cities Alliance has sent a lot of people. The commotion around these ruins seems like someone deliberately spread the word. The Rust Dragon Wizard leaned in, his voice lowered in warning. Understood. The Holy Infant departed. The Rust Dragon Wizard watched him go before turning toward the depths of the Sea of Stars. Now that all the major organizations focus on the ruins, and the 9 Cities Alliance is at war with the Tomb Clan, this is the perfect time for me to advance to the primordial soul stage. I, Mandros, have cultivated for 1,000 years, and I have been in the 5th Circle realm for over 400 years. With a spiritual force limit of 1,060, 9 talents perfected, the bloodline of the ancient Rust Dragon, and 7 top-grade wizard tools, I have put everything on the line for this gamble. He had waited nearly 1,000 years for this moment. If he remained stuck at the spiritual force limit, he could have advanced to the 5th Circle long ago. If I succeed, I will be renowned across the seas. If I fail, I will die without regrets. West Coast, Deep Blue Organization Headquarters. During a meeting of the Deep Blue Sages, several 5th Circle powerhouses discussed important matters. The opening of these ruins is extraordinary, and geniuses from various schools are flocking to it. Although the Eastern Sea is not our territory, we should still send some people. Even a small share of the spoils would be a victory. Each major organization should send at least 1 5th Circle wizard and 10 4th Circle wizards. Agreed. Agreed. With such a grand event, I am sure the Sky Dragon Wizard will show up as well. The Golden Light Wizard rubbed his hands together in anticipation. If he could defeat the Sky Dragon Wizard, his reputation in the Endless Sea would soar even higher. It would also help his family secure a position for him in the Enforcement Division of the Star Tower. I will represent the Witch's family. The Snow Lotus Witch stood up. A burly wizard from the Ocean Abyss Alliance spoke up, his face filled with excitement. This is truly thrilling. After lying low in the ancient tower for over 40 years, it is time to stretch my muscles. He was Mungung, a sea aristocrat, and the most talented body-tempering wizard of the younger generation in the Ocean Abyss Alliance. He was one of the few who had successfully practiced the 8-armed demon god body-tempering technique. Since all of you are going, it would not be right for me, Hades, to stay behind. Haha, poor Vendis just went into closed-door seclusion, and missed out on this grand event. Hades laughed, brimming with confidence. At the Seven Waters steeple, the geniuses of Lilith's cabin were also eager to participate. The meeting room buzzed with excitement. The opening of these ancient ruins promised to be a grand stage. Chapter 1354. These top-tier geniuses had been lying low in their respective territories for decades. Though they had made some appearances, they had not yet encountered anyone truly formidable. Now, they were eager to find an opportunity to test the fruits of their cultivation. You may go, but remember, your lives come first, and treasures come second. You are not ordinary people. If you were to die, it would be a significant loss to the organization. With your strength and trump cards, as long as you do not act recklessly, you should be able to retreat safely unless a primordial soul intervenes. After the meeting, fully armed teams began flying toward the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, at the Divine Tower on Earth, the Thunder Divine Hall, the Frost Tower, and Death Valley, wizards flew toward the ruins like wolves scenting prey. Eastern Sea, Blackstone Palace. In one of its chambers, several 4th Circle wizards were imprisoned. They were on the brink of death. Their faces were numb, and metallic tentacles hung from above, piercing their brains as if extracting something from them. Images projected in the void above. Terror filled the faces of the wizards as they struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. A woman, resembling an Athena statue, from the Golden Absolute's race, entered the room. She was Kagalai, the 2nd officer of the Blackstone, also a peak-level prime fighter. These beings called wizards seem to wield powerful transcendent spells. Unfortunately, when it comes to spells and cultivation, the Blackstone cannot read or translate them, Kagalai said. No matter, Mida replied. Since the Golden Ancient Tree created the heavens and the earth, and the sacred kings passed down the sacred law, our sacred realm has expanded its borders, witnessing countless transcendent systems as numerous as the stars, yet all inferior to ours. Only our sacred law is the strongest in all the realms of the Black Sea. Learning from others would only lead us astray. However, when we return to the Golden Sacred Realm, we could have an expert decipher them. It might be of some reference to us. Kagalai added, speaking of the Dark Ancient Tower, I recall an entry in the Sacred Realm's ancient texts about the Black Sea Tower. It is rumored to be one of the 10 wonders of the Black Sea. But to enter it, a specific key is required. Sadly, no one from our Golden Absolute's race has ever obtained such a key. A sacred king once tried to subdue the ancient tower, but failed, and afterward, no one paid attention to it. So, leaving here might be more difficult than we thought, Mitter said. We might need to rely on these wizards, or we could be trapped in the tower until death. Kagalai responded, all the sailors have been awakened, and First Officer Gullet is about to wake up as well. Once the captain awakens, we can carry out our plan. Holy Brilliance Calendar, 1213. Month of Germinal. The gates of the Blackstone Palace were tightly shut. In the surrounding seas, countless wizards lay hidden, waiting for the right moment. A powerful repulsive force surrounded the palace, preventing ordinary wizards from approaching. In a seaside valley, inside a concealed array, Simon, Gomez, and Besk stood at the forefront of their group. Behind them were over 100 wizards from the 9 Cities Alliance. As for the Black Lotus beast, Simon had hidden it in the deep sea, intending it to be his trump card. All the major schools have arrived, with Storm City's forces being the strongest and most numerous. Our numbers are not enough to confront them head-on. My suggestion is to wait. Someone is bound to lose patience and attack the palace. Once we have gauged the situation, we can make our move, Besk suggested. Has the Sky Dragon Wizard arrived as well? Simon asked. Yes, good. On the other side of the sea, after 2 years of seclusion, the spiritual force of the Red Dragon Queen and the Blue Dragon Lady had grown ever closer to perfection. Unlike the Rust Dragon Wizard, however, they were still far from ready to advance to the primordial soul stage. Therefore, the opportunity to explore the relics was one they could not afford to miss. According to the Rust Dragon Wizard's message, Master Fire Dragon had also arrived. But the two of them had yet to locate him. Their past collaborations with Master Fire Dragon had been harmonious. They were confident that if the three of them joined forces, they could eliminate any enemy below the primordial soul level. Above Blackstone Palace, within the wind disaster stratum high in the sky, a flying scythe beast hovered silently, unnoticed by anyone. 1,000 miles away from the palace, deep within the ocean, in a hidden array, Levi sat in quiet meditation. To keep a constant watch on the palace, he had specifically dispatched the closest flying scythe beast to monitor it in real time. The last time the Black Lotus beast was spotted, it was here. But after searching everywhere, I have not found it. Could it have left? Levi pondered. His main goal in coming here was to find the Black Lotus beast. Nothing else mattered to him. His danger perception had gone into overdrive as soon as he approached Blackstone Palace, signaling the presence of a being inside that could pose a significant threat to him, likely a 6th-level powerhouse. He had no intention of entering the palace. Once he found the Black Lotus beast, he would leave immediately, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. No treasure was worth more than his life. However, he planned to leave Holy Infant here, hoping to take advantage of the chaos and perhaps gain a share of the spoils. Directly beneath Blackstone Palace, in an abyssal trench, a mountain-sized giant beast lay hidden in the endless darkness. Its black scales had turned to stone, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Even up close, it would be impossible to tell that this was a living creature. Simon had already placed the Black Lotus beast here as his trump card. The tides of war were stirring in the Eastern Sea. Never before had so many wizards, alien races, and various forces from the Io continent gathered in one place on such a large scale. What secrets did this seemingly extraordinary Black Palace hold? How much wealth was hidden within? Finally, some could no longer hold back. They took to the sky, flying toward Blackstone Palace. Among them were many from the Amethyst Race, led by Gal, the 5th-level peak amethyst who had appeared on the youth grassland. Gal could no longer resist. He could sense that there were valuable treasures inside the palace. It might even contain high-level metal ores. To him, the mysterious Blackstone Palace itself was a delicacy. Soon, other alien races and nomadic wizards followed. Gal and the other powerful amethysts exploded with a brilliant purple light. Sacred skill, Star Crasher, Gal shouted. Dozens of purple beams converged into a massive fist shadow that caused the expressions of everyone present to change dramatically. With a thunderous explosion, the gate of Blackstone Palace trembled slightly, but did not open. More and more people gathered at the entrance, unleashing a barrage of attacks against the door. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, and amid a deafening warning siren, the Blackstone gate slowly opened, revealing a deep, dark passageway. Chapter 1355. Io Continent. Eastern Sea. In the Blackstone Palace, as the door opened, figures rushed in. The Amethyst Race was the first to bear the brunt. Gal's face twisted in fury. He grabbed a reckless creature and struck it down. Damn it, he growled. Everyone hid until the door opened. Now they raced to be first. A level 4 creature rushed into the passageway. A black beam flashed, turning the intruder into a pile of fragments. I knew it. There must be a trap, a trailing wizard said, his voice shaking. Wizard relics contained far more traps than this one. The hall sprawled endlessly, and the passageway stretched on for miles. The intruders sensed the danger. Wealth demanded risk. Without danger, opportunity could not exist. Each person prayed that death would claim someone else. Upon realizing the passageway hid razor-sharp rays, everyone unleashed their magic to survive. The survivors were not weak. A 5th circle wizard attempted to force a path, but the effort proved futile. The Blackstone Palace consisted of an unknown, impenetrable black metal, etched with complex, mysterious runes. Purple light bathed Gallon. He dug his claws into the wall and exerted force. He pried a small piece of metal free, proving his status as a peak level 5 Amethyst Race member. Gal swallowed the metal without hesitation. As expected, the hull itself is delicious metal. My opportunity is here, Gal laughed, his voice echoing maniacally. He charged forward like a raging bull. Foreign races and wizards alike scrambled to avoid his path as the hall dissolved into chaos. Outside, members of the top wizard organizations waited. High in the sky, the Prince of Airstream watched the chaos below with a relaxed expression. Let these blind fools die first. The Prince of Airstream looked forward to sparring with the hidden geniuses of the other organizations. Levi watched the situation from 1,000 miles away on the seafloor. None of these big organizations entered the arena. They all want to play the game of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the center of the Blackstone Palace, within the hibernation cabin, Midir, Kagalai, Gullet, the 3 deputies, and hundreds of sailors had all been awakened. Only Erixus, the captain of the Blackstone, was still sleeping. They could only mobilize a small portion of the Blackstone Authority. The ship had run out of energy, leaving it nearly powerless against the siege. Had the Blackstone been at its peak, these mobs would never have broken in. Gullet pressed his hand to his forehead, searching for a countermeasure. He wore a beard at his temples, his half-naked, well-built body radiating a powerful aura. Gullet's expression darkened. There are already intruders entering the sea monster's cage. Further ahead is the resource cabin. The resources we plundered from the small world are all there. It is too late, Mitter said. Let me lead a team and eliminate these intruders. The resource cabin cannot be lost. Gullet thought for a moment. Yes, you and Kagalai will each lead a team to resist the invaders and buy time. I will lead a team and guard the hibernation cabin. I will forcefully awaken the captain according to the Sacred Realm's laws. Otherwise, our strength alone will not be enough to fight against these intruders. This is the only way now. I hope Captain will not blame us when he wakes up. As people from the Golden Sacred Realm, they had always robbed others on the Black Sea. Now, the roles had been reversed. Mitter and Kagalai brought the sailors, who had just woken up, and left through a special secret passage. On the other side, wizards entered a wide corridor lined with doors. Strange symbols covered the surfaces, incomprehensible to the wizards. This is indeed not the relic of the wizard civilization. A fifth circle wizard used a spell to shatter a door. A rotten smell assaulted him. A giant beast skeleton lay inside the room. They opened the other doors. Most contained skeletons of giant beasts of various shapes and sizes, and there was no lack of human-like creatures. It feels like a laboratory of another civilization, or a place where transcendent creatures were imprisoned. A wizard blasted open a door. A scream erupted. An octopus-like monster latched onto his face. In a blink, it swallowed the wizard's head, the sound of chewing echoing through the corridor. A fourth circle wizard vanished. There are still monsters alive. The octopus flashed through the corridor, killing until a fifth circle senior wizard stopped it. Damn it. Heeding the lesson, the group rushed forward, afraid to open any more doors. Beyond the corridor and past more traps, the wizards arrived at a chamber resembling a treasure trove. Two golden statues guarded the entrance. Colorful spells slammed into the vault door. The vault door was unusually hard. Even with many fifth circle senior wizards present, they would need time to breach it. Chapter 1356. Golden liquid seeped from the walls of the hall and descended from the sky, transforming into Mitter and the Gold Absolute's race sailors. Mitter roared. Intruders, you dare to trespass into our private sacred territory. None of you can escape today. The wizards and foreign races remained confused by his words. The influence of the wizard civilization meant most plane masters in the Sauron plane understood the common tongue. Combined with the unique style of the relic, everyone reached a consensus. These golden humans, resembling statues, originated from outside the Panplane. The hearts of the wizards burned with passion. An unknown civilization meant more treasures, wealth, and resources. Mitter realized his threat proved futile and charged into the crowd. His arm shifted into a long saber. Sacred Law, Blade Dancer. He spun. Many fourth circle wizards fell on the spot as blades danced through the air. The wizards were not to be trifled with, however. They utilized their numbers advantage and unleashed innate spells. The bombardment battered the Golden Absolute's race members. The Golden Absolute's race possessed far greater strength than this, but everyone had just awakened, and their powers remained dormant. As more wizards and foreign races swarmed in, the pressure mounted and casualties climbed. Upon death, the bodies of the Golden Absolute's race remained motionless, turning into golden statues. Golden leaves emerged from the corpses, passing through the Blackstone Hall, and floating toward the endless sky. The leaves met an invisible barrier, and drifted away like autumn foliage. The leaves bore different pictographic runes. These symbols varied in shape and size. Swords, spears, halberds, birds, fish, insects, ice, snow, and fire. Every element in the world existed here. High in the sky, the blue dragon lady reached out and snatched an arrow-shaped golden leaf. What is this? The red dragon queen clutched a shield-shaped leaf. Nearby, the holy infant grabbed a golden leaf shaped like a knight's sword. A fifth circle wizard nearby spotted the item. This is mine. He sent a water dragon tornado toward the holy infant. A terrifying fire dragon surged in return, vaporizing the water dragon tornado and annihilating the attack. The wizard realized he could not match the holy infant and fled. The holy infant secured the golden leaf. It trembled in his hand, possessing a strange spirituality. I will study this after I return. He vanished, hunting for other leaves. Conflicts raged in the outside world over the arrival of the golden leaves. Inside the treasure trove, Mitter watched the increasing number of intruders in despair. He transformed into a beam of golden light, tore a hole in the encirclement, and merged into the wall to vanish. His power faltered against the fierce wizard army. Boom. The wizards forced the door to the treasure trove open. A dusty, ancient ore hit them. Mountains of ore, biological materials, and various resources lay exposed. 7 ancient oil paintings in golden frames lined the room. The oil paintings contained sealed truth oddities of various shapes. A thunder worm, a fire snake, an ice crow, a water dragon, a broken sword, a tombstone, and a dead piece of wood. 7 truth wonders in total. Some, like the thunder worms and water dragons, were familiar to the wizards. What a waste. These foreign races treat truth wonders as works of art. Chaos erupted among the wizards. The ores, materials, and truth oddities drove them into a frenzy. Inside the hibernation chamber, Gullet stared with rage. Damn it. We worked so hard to collect the universe's sacred relics. We were going to sacrifice them to the sacred king. One of the voyage's primary goals involved finding the universe's sacred relics and returning them to the sacred realm. These relics, when offered to the sacred king through a special ritual, allowed for the exchange of benefits and increased strength. Gullit observed the chaos in the resource cabin through the projection. After a moment of hesitation, he gave the order. A bunch of bandits, go to hell. The Blackstone Palace began to tremble. The resource cabin detached from the hall, flew into the sky, and detonated. A terrifying explosion followed. The shockwave annihilated everything. Hundreds of foreign races and wizards turned to ash. Countless ores rained across the sky. The oil paintings sealing the 7 truth oddities tore apart. The 7 rays of light vanished in different directions, acting on instinct. The explosion stunned the wizards and foreign races. While many resources vanished in the blast, others rained from the sky. The scene descended into chaos. Countless greedy gazes fixed upon the truth oddities as they appeared. Even the holy infant drew a sharp breath. He analyzed the situation with the speed of a machine. Levi already possessed 2 of the 7 truth oddities: the thunderworm chrysalis and the water dragon's song. Chapter 1357. Duplicated truth oddities could not be refined, so Levi eliminated those 2 from his list. Their effects were average. 2 earth-grade oddities remained: the fire-swallowing snake and the ice crow. Levi did not own them, but their effects appeared average in the illustrations. The remaining 3 included a piece of dead wood, a broken sword, and a tombstone. Holy Infant did not hesitate. He flew directly toward the broken sword, which was relatively close. These 3 truth oddities were most likely sky-grade. This broken sword had to be the metal faction's truth oddity. At the same time, a burly rock demon giant, flashing with runes, flew toward the gravestone near the sea. It was the rock demon form of Levi's bronze statue body tempering technique. On the other side, in the deep sea, a black scale dragon abomination emitting a violent aura leaped from the water, flying toward the withered wood truth oddity. It was Levi's original body. Soldiers trained for 1,000 days for a single moment of use. The body tempering clone, the holy infant clone, and the knight himself were all mobilized. Only a child had to choose among the 3 remaining oddities, but Levi wanted everything. Regarding other rare materials, minerals, and resources, the scene was too crowded. Shockwaves scattered the items, and Levi could neither care for them nor snatch them away. Missing out on a truth oddity meant it would be nearly impossible to obtain again, but he would always have a chance at the others. The deadwood, broken sword, and gravestone were extraordinary items. Any normal person could tell. Wizards had already discovered the pattern. Low-level earth oddities usually appeared in animal form, while high-level ones came in all shapes and sizes. Therefore, most wizards pursued the broken sword, the dead wood, and the gravestone. For safety, both Levi's original body and the Holy Infant clone remained far from the Blackstone Palace. By the time the Holy Infant arrived, many wizards were already fighting nearby. A 4th circle wizard reached out to grab the broken sword. It buzzed, slicing his palm off and tearing through his protective force field. This power confirmed it was a sky-grade oddity. Get lost, all of you. I am from the metal faction. What are you guys from other factions doing here? A 5th circle senior wizard, encased in helmet and armor, descended. Liquid metal flowed over his body as sharp, dim lights shot outward, instantly killing weaker wizards and creatures. Most ordinary wizards stayed away, choosing to chase other low-level truth oddities or resources instead. Ha ha ha. The metal school wizard had little time to gloat. Ripples tore through the air. An elegant red ribbon unfurled as Simon descended with a calm expression. This item belongs to me. Everyone leave. Simon spoke indifferently. A powerful aura rippled outward, shocking everyone present. He had been far away from the oddity, but he had used the void teleportation spell from his streamer to reach it instantly. For a 5th circle top-grade wizard tool, the void teleportation function served as a trump card with a long cooldown, usually reserved for escape. Simon felt no fear. Given his strength, he moved through the chaotic situation with lethal intent. Furthermore, the Black Lotus beast lay hidden beneath the Blackstone Palace. The burly wizard looked solemn, hiding his fear of Simon. He did not want to abandon a metal-type oddity like the broken sword. Simon, you are from the burning school of thought, the burly wizard said in a deep voice. I have a top-grade fire element wizard tool. Why do we not make an exchange? There is no need for us to fight to the death over this. Get lost. Simon had no patience for explanations. This treasure belonged to the capable. Whether Simon needed it did not matter, as he could simply exchange it later. The burly wizard's expression hardened. I, Steelthorn Sodic, shall fight you, the top genius of the burning faction. Sodic was a reputable figure in his organization, and he could not retreat now. Simon narrowed his eyes and sneered. A red light burst forth. A flame beam, capable of cutting through anything, shot towards Sodic. Sodic condensed a metal shield, sending hundreds of metal spikes shooting out from its surface. The flame pierced the shield, splitting open the defense Sodic had been so proud of. His right arm fell away. Simon flung the streamer from his hand. The air exploded as the weapon extended, wrapping around Sodic. A scorching red flame followed the streamer, roasting the man. His metal armor began to melt, and the smell of charred meat filled the air. Sodic struggled, his voice trembling. The oddity is yours. I do not want it anymore. Please, do not kill me. Simon sneered. Why did you not cherish the opportunity one gave you? You only realize the gravity of the situation before you die. I was clearly too kind. Amidst the raging flames, Sodic turned to ash and dissipated in the wind. Simon pulled back the streamer, throwing it again to entangle the short sword in the distance. The phantom of the fire god appeared, grabbing the short sword with a massive hand. Simon looked at the surrounding wizards with calm eyes, a smile touching his face. The wizards kept a safe distance, not daring to advance. His ferocity had clearly intimidated them. Not even a fifth circle wizard dared to approach after witnessing such a display. Chapter 1358. The gap between the other wizards and Simon proved too wide. Moreover, the 9 Cities Alliance army rushed toward them from afar. At that rate, the wizards present would have little hope. Holy Infant muttered to himself. Simon again. Fine. I will let you keep it for now. If I take it, some other small fry will just steal it later. Holy Infant did not act rashly. This was not the time. This guy would definitely continue to snatch other items. On the other side, the body-tempering clone experienced better luck. The oddity flew directly into his path. The clone extended his arm until it reached nearly 1,000 meters. He snatched the tombstone from the air. Asphalt-like substance encased the tombstone. It struggled in vain. He retracted his arm and fused the object into his body. Levi's spiritual force had increased, and the strength of the body-tempering clone had reached the 5th Circle Senior Realm. A 5th Circle wizard, on the verge of claiming the prize, stopped in his tracks. He stared in disbelief, then shouted, "Hand over the oddity." Innate spells smashed into the clone. The clone shifted into the form of a rock demon giant, possessing extremely high magic resistance. The spells possessed power, but they could not inflict fatal damage. The rock demon giant's healing abilities allowed him to withstand the assault easily. The clone dove into the sea and vanished. A row of wizards pursued him. They could not let him escape. How could a body-refining wizard defy the heavens so brazenly? A terrifying aura erupted from the sky ahead. A tall, bald wizard with 8 arms lunged outward. The crowd gasped. It was the sea aristocrat, Mungung, the body-tempering genius of the Ocean Abyss Alliance. Rumors claimed he could resist 5th Circle spells with his bare skin. He seemed inhuman. Mungung glared at the clone. Interesting. Someone has cultivated a body-tempering technique to this level. This fellow seems to be a mere clone. I wonder where the main body hides. Mungung flexed, waving his 8 arms. Fist shadows filled the air, smashing toward the clone. The clone had no intention of fighting. The rock demon form disintegrated, turning into a water ghost that constantly gathered and dispersed. He withstood the fist shadows and broke through the blockade. Mungung's expression shifted. He had not expected such versatility from a clone. However, Mungung relied on his dual cultivation, using an innate technique to sweep the sea within a mile to track the clone. Fist winds swept out, creating thousands of water waves. "Come out," Mungung roared, his spiritual power enhancing his perception. The clone had already moved far away. Mungung prepared to give chase, but sudden heat scorched the air. He instinctively moved his 8 arms to protect his body. His protective force field and wizard tools flared. The world-destroying flame sword struck, sending Mungung flying. Pain seared through him. He looked at his chest. A deep wound gaped open, and noble purple blood flowed out. Purple body-refining runes flickered, attempting to heal the injury. "Simon," Mungung roared. His body expanded under the effect of the spell runes. The 8 arms brandished a purple demonic axe and hacked down. The axe had not even landed, but the sea surface split apart under the force of the attack. Simon stood his ground. Behind him, the fire god's phantom appeared, splitting the sky and earth. The flame sword collided with the demonic axe. The 2 attacks met, and they were evenly matched. Simon took off. "Black Lotus Beast, stop him." He chased after the body-tempering clone. "You want to run after ambushing me?" Mungung roared, but danger loomed. He dove out of the way. The seawater boiled. A pitch-black breath spewed up from the abyss, destroying everything in its path. The Black Lotus Beast had waited for this moment. It charged toward Mungung, the strongest sub-dragon species. Mungung barely avoided the breath, though it grazed him. Even his powerful body suffered an injury. He focused all his skills on fighting the beast. The battlefield turned into a mess. Forces fought for resources and oddities. These resources came from the Blackstone, plundered from small worlds. They were abundant. Fire, thunder, sea, earth, undead spirits, and ice clashed. The factions used complementary attacks. Inside the Blackstone, the 3 captain deputies watched the chaotic battle. They felt numb. They had underestimated the power and ruthlessness of the wizard civilization. Any resource would be devoured by these locust-like wizards. The deputies realized the wizard civilization stood on equal footing with their sacred realm. By abandoning the resource cabin, they could survive. The remaining sailors cleared out the intruders inside the Blackstone. The Amethyst Race acted differently. These lunatics hugged the ship and gnawed on it, ignoring the battle outside. Midder had once fought Gal, the Amethyst leader, but Gal had suppressed him. Midder decided to let them eat the spaceship, while they waited for the captain to wake up. When the captain wakes up, prepare to die, intruders. Among the various factions, the top geniuses undoubtedly stood out the most. Chapter 1359. Wherever the top geniuses passed, everyone retreated. They had clearly gained a great deal. They quickly seized the Earth-grade truth oddities. Beneath them, resources and materials filled the sky. The fighting continued. Among all the oddities, the piece of deadwood proved the most elusive and attracted the most attention. It roamed the void like a dragon. Every attempt to capture it triggered sparks around its body. It slipped directly into the void and reappeared dozens of miles away. Its function was clearly immense. Many suspected it was an extremely rare Morning Star-level oddity from the 5th floor. Top-notch geniuses and nomadic wizards alike pursued it. A large group of 5th Circle wizards swarmed the sky in pursuit. In comparison, far fewer people chased after the broken sword and tombstone. The deadwood flashed ahead of the pursuers. The Sky Dragon wizard extended wind chains to grab it. The Snow Lotus Witch, the Prince of Airstream, and other top geniuses utilized their own methods. Sparks flew from the wood. It prepared to vanish again. A scarlet wound tore open the sky. A golden divine palace descended. Suppressive power erupted. The golden snake divine palace shrank, sealing the deadwood inside. After the long chase, Levi succeeded. He fled, excitement coursing through him. Damned dragon abomination, leave behind the oddity. Why is it you again? You are shameless. Innate spells and wizard tools rained down on him. The 6 Dharma idols and the golden snake divine palace collapsed instantly. He relied on his divine weapon and powerful body to block the aftershock of the attack. Levi threw the deadwood into the ancient Banyan fairyland. The deadwood and the tombstone are in my hands. Only the broken sword was obtained by Simon. The power of the golden snake boiled. The brilliant golden dragon armor materialized. Demonic flames surged into the sky. Levi held the crimson dragon slash in his right hand and swung. Sword energy surged. A 5th Circle wizard stood his ground. After the blade flashed, he vanished into thin air. It is him. The Sky Dragon wizard, who had been about to chase the dragon abomination, stopped. The familiar golden divine palace and the familiar sword energy remained. It was that 3-headed dragon abomination that left him with lingering fear. The Sky Dragon wizard hesitated for a moment and retreated behind the others. Only those who had personally fought knew how terrifying this monster was. A fall into a pit grants wisdom. The Sky Dragon wizard trailed the team from a distance, unwilling to rush forward. He waited to see how the situation unfolded. On the other side, Simon chased the clone and closed the distance. Suddenly, a fire dragon descended from the sky and killed the body-tempering clone. The tombstone fell into the hands of the Holy Infant, who had been lying in ambush. The body-tempering clone completed its mission and collapsed into nothingness. The Holy Infant sneered. This oddity belongs to me. Put down the oddity. Simon's expression turned cold. He had not expected another person to appear out of nowhere. Are you the Fire Dragon Wizard? Simon suddenly recalled that this person belonged to the White Robe Wizard Association. So what if I am? Die. On the ancient umbrella, the 9 divine dragons gathered and attacked Simon. Simon's expression hardened. The fire god's phantom flew into the air and slashed down with a huge sword. The streamers fluttered, carrying Simon away quickly. Seizing this opportunity, the Holy Infant used the void teleportation function of the extreme fire wheel and fled hundreds of miles away in an instant. A boom echoed as a terrifying explosion frightened countless wizards into retreating. Simon's furious figure flew out of the smoke. Damn it. This man also possesses a top-grade wizard tool with void teleportation. Simon watched the tombstone disappear and realized he could not catch it. His eyes grew cold as he analyzed the situation. Through the intelligence gathered from other wizards in the 9 Cities Alliance, Simon knew that among the 7 great oddities, excluding the Earth-grade ones, there were 3 Sky-grade oddities. Simon possessed one, and the Fire Dragon Wizard possessed one. The Dragon Abomination had obtained the final one. Simon surveyed the battlefield, his gaze like an eagle. Cyrus, Alexandra, Elsie, you are all here. When I secure the last oddity, you will die. Simon ordered the Black Lotus Beast to cease delaying Mungung, and instead moved to surround the Dragon Abomination. Simon turned into a stream of light and gave chase. I originally thought the Dragon Abominations had all been killed. I did not expect one to remain alive. You are truly a group of cockroaches that cannot be killed. This time, you have nowhere to go. I will be the one to kill you. In midair, Levi fled frantically. With each passing moment, a sense of danger deepened. It did not originate from the other wizards present, but from the Blackstone Hall. He knew that a level 6 existence waited in the depths of the hall. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. He could not linger. As for the Holy Infant, he had already left the battlefield and found a place to hide, relying on the extreme fire wheel. Too many enemies chased Levi's main body. They cast spells continuously. Levi possessed many methods, but he could not use them here. Suddenly, the sea in front of him split into huge waves. At the top of the sea wall stood the Black Lotus Beast, a ferocious creature capable of destroying the world. Its scarlet, aggressive eyes locked onto Levi. Levi noticed a wizard tool resembling a spirit binding ring around the beast's neck. As expected, this is man-made. From the beginning to the end, the Dragon Valley and the Black Lotus Beast were part of someone's scheme. The Black Lotus Beast held its own against 10,000 enemies. No wizard dared to approach. It remained invincible. However, the Dragon Abomination did not dodge in the sky. He flew straight toward the Black Lotus Beast. A large group of experts followed behind him. In the distance, Alexandra and Elsie watched in shock. The clash of auras between the 2 ancient ferocious beasts appeared spectacular. Is this the strongest subdragon at the peak of level 5? Perhaps it is not too far from level 6. Is this Dragon Abomination seeking death? Chapter 1360. The Red Dragon Queen, and the blue dragon lady chose not to participate in the high-stakes fight for the truth oddities, recognizing that they were not compatible with the items, and that the situation was far too dangerous. Instead, they focused on scavenging other valuable resources and materials scattered across the area. Meanwhile, Levi executed his plan. In an unbelievable display of power, the dragon abomination's hand tore through the void. A massive suction force emerged, pulling the mountain-sized Black Lotus beast into the 8 heavenly dragon prison. Within the array, the beast looked confused and trapped. Levi mobilized several level 5 creatures and the wind god model, unleashing endless tornadoes and thunderbolts to keep the beast contained. He had full confidence in the 8 heavenly dragon prison to hold the perfected 5th circle creature. With the beast secured, Levi felt he could finally take risks without distraction. He accelerated, disappearing into the scarlet dark dimension to shake off his pursuers. However, the top-tier geniuses remained relentless. Levi was eventually struck by an unknown wizard tool, forcing him out of his dimension. How annoying. I only stole 3 truth oddities. Is there a need to do this? Levi cursed. Seeing the dragon abomination exposed, the golden light wizard was ecstatic. He raised his hand, raining hundreds of lightning chains upon the sea. Leave behind the treasures and the oddity, he demanded. Levi rushed forward, ignoring the crackling lightning and the sparks flying everywhere. Other 5th circle wizards watched in horror, stunned by the golden light wizard's aggression. The wizard conjured a golden door behind him, unleashing his signature attack, King's 10,000 swords. Golden longswords flashed with lightning, striking the brilliant golden dragon armor and leaving bloody holes in Levi's body. Confident, the golden light wizard sneered that the dragon abomination was mediocre. However, Levi remained silent, ignoring his wounds and continuing his charge. Enraged by the perceived disrespect, the golden light wizard unleashed his strongest move, King's absolute sword. 100-meter-long lightning greatsword slashed down from the heavens. Levi retaliated. Behind the dragon abomination, 3,000 feather blades transformed into a massive greatsword of wind and lightning, colliding with the attack. The resulting shockwaves forced the other wizards to retreat, convinced that the dragon abomination must have suffered fatal injuries. Yet, Levi showed no intention of stopping, continuing his relentless forward momentum. The golden light wizard, persistent and desperate, used a mirror-like wizard tool to teleport directly into Levi's path. You can't run. You'll definitely die from this attack. The golden light wizard summoned the golden thunder god's wings, forming a giant golden bird. A shocking collision ensued, filling the world with blinding light. As the light faded, the golden light wizard panted, drenched in sweat, believing he had succeeded. But a brilliant golden light tore through his giant bird and broke through all restraints. The golden light wizard fell a headless corpse, which the fleeing dragon abomination promptly collected. He's really too noisy, Levi muttered. The brilliant golden dragon armor dissipated, revealing a body covered in scars and scabs. He was seriously injured, but he was alive. Seeing the energetic golden light wizard destroyed in an instant, the remaining wizards stopped, paralyzed by fear. Even the top geniuses like Mungung, the Snow Lotus Witch, and the Prince of Airstream were shaken. If a powerhouse like the golden light wizard could be killed so easily, their own endings might be worse. Taking advantage of the hesitation, the remaining wizards attempted to surround the dragon abomination, lured by the suspected Morningstar-level oddity. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. All scram, dragon abomination is mine. Dragon heads descended from the sky, shooting a ray light to surround Levi. Simon appeared, bathed in flames, his streamers fluttering behind him like a god of fire. Chapter 1361. The corners of Simon's mouth curled upward. He showed no sign of panic while facing Dragon Abomination, who had just killed the Golden Light Wizard and stood filled with arrogance. Other geniuses paled in comparison the moment Simon descended. He stood as the center of the world. Sky Dragon Wizard stiffened in the distance. He watched the scene unfold. This Simon has good methods. He took advantage of the battle between Dragon Abomination and the Golden Light Wizard to set up an array, without anyone knowing. Complexity clouded the Snow Lotus Witch's eyes. She hoped for the execution of the Dragon Abomination as a wizard. Yet a stronger desire burned within her to see Simon fall. Alexandra and Elsie secured a harvest in the distance. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, prompting them to leave. A flaming figure descended in the distance, and Alexandra's gaze locked onto the silhouette. It is actually that pervert, Simon, Alexandra muttered, her voice trembling. The memory of Simon's terrifying gaze had haunted Alexandra for 2 years. The golden wings, sharp claws, and curved beak of the end dragon bird remained seared into her mind. Her bloodline recoiled, screaming at her to flee rather than face him again. Elsie struggled to keep her composure. Alexandra, let us go, Elsie said, pulling at her companion's sleeve. We cannot kill him for now. The people from the 9 Cities Alliance are here. Alexandra shook her head, her jaw set. If he grows even more, he will be the nightmare of all dragon descendant wizards. This dragon abomination's strength is extraordinary. Even if Simon could defeat the dragon abomination, he would need to pay a considerable price. Elsie, our chance to kill Simon is today. If I do not kill him, my emotional state will not be stable. Elsie sighed, turning back to the fray. Then let us try once. If it does not work, we must not stay. It is never too late for us to take revenge. They found a place to hide and waited for an opportunity to strike. Greedy gazes fixed on the middle of the battlefield where Levi stood. Too many people waited for both him and Simon to suffer injuries, hoping to benefit from the aftermath. Simon landed outside the array. He narrowed his eyes and offered a faint smile. Do you want to know how many of these array items are the heads of your compatriots? Dragon Abomination remained silent. What are you afraid of? Simon continued, his voice echoing over the field. Are you not a high and mighty dragon? Are you not a strong incarnation? When you were soaring in the clouds, did you ever think that humans as insignificant as ants would play this final elegy for you? Simon laughed, a manic sound that carried across the plains. The array's light shone brightly. The increasingly powerful suppressive force caused Dragon Abomination's body to emit the sound of bones exploding and breaking. Still, the creature remained as still as a mountain. It offered no groan. Simon's Dragon Annihilation Array had been years in the making. After thousands of improvements, upgrades, and the continuous addition of new dragon heads, Simon possessed the confidence that even a peak level 5 dragon would struggle to break it. His murderous aura soared into the sky. The streamers behind him grew in the wind until they filled the world. The majestic voice of the end dragon bird resonated in his mind, appearing to come from an infinite height. Kill him and you will receive my gift. You will obtain an even stronger dragon-slaying power. Simon's blood boiled. He clenched his right hand. Light from the array shot into the sky, dazzling and blinding. The watching wizards retreated, sensing that any involvement would result in a tragic outcome. Red clouds filled the sky. An extremely majestic, 100-meter-tall fire god phantom stood among them. The world-destroying flame sword appeared, and the fire god descended from the sky, slashing downward. Airwaves split the sky and earth with unstoppable force. I, the fire dragon destroyer, Simon, the final emissary of all dragons. A terrifying shockwave swept out. The array buzzed and trembled. The flames dissipated. Night fell suddenly, and the sea darkened. The dragon head people expected to see did not appear. The huge fire god phantom stopped in midair. A three-headed dragon god phantom with black flames covering the sky grabbed the world-destroying flame sword with 6 muscular arms and sharp dragon claws. The fire god roared, exerting strength to slash down, but Levi's power had evolved since the Crimson Emperor dragon reached level 5. With the support of the three-headed dragon god and other forms, the situation favored him. The fire god struggled to pull out the flame sword, but failed. Levi stood in front of the dragon god. The Crimson Emperor dragon armor materialized, and his right arm transformed into a ferocious dragon head. Crimson Emperor dragon's breath gushed out. The fire god's head instantly exploded. The headless body collapsed and returned to Simon's body. Simon's expression shifted slightly as he continued to control the Dragon Annihilation Array to suppress Dragon Abomination. The dragon god roared ferociously. 6 arms held the black flame greatsword, turning from defense to offense. The scarlet cape fluttered in the wind, and the dragon god's aura covered the sky. How are you even called the beeping fire dragon destroyer? The dragon god raised the great sword high and activated the heavenly dragon sword codex. Crimson dragon sword chi tore apart the dragon annihilation array that Simon held in such high regard. The Crimson Emperor divine palace descended immediately after. The surface of the dragon heads attempting to escape began to melt under the extreme temperature. They were crushed by the 3,000 feather blades and turned into ashes. Simon's expression twisted in alarm. This dragon abomination had not only broken his array, but also possessed the intelligence to destroy his array items. This was no simple opponent. Simon threw out a streamer, attempting to wrap it around the dragon god. The scarlet cloak around the dragon god fluttered, rolling up the streamers and taking them away with the smoothness of flowing water. Panic set in. Simon used his greatest trump card without hesitation. 7th talent. Domain expansion. All living things yield to the dragon. Golden light descended. It allowed for no avoidance, trapping the 3-headed dragon god within. Ha ha ha, I do not care what kind of dragon you are, Simon shouted, his laughter ringing out. Once you enter my domain, you will definitely die. Chapter 1362. After his initial panic, Simon regained his confidence. He believed he could turn the tide. Dragon Annihilation Spell, Dragon Slaying Flame Sword, Dragon Annihilation Spell, Dragon Slaying Saber, Dragon Annihilation Spell, Dragon Trapping Chains. Among Simon's 7 talents, 4 were specifically targeted at the Dragon Clan, including his All Living Things Yield to the Dragon ability. To further tip the scales, the scarlet flames on his body began to shift into golden hues. Xenogenic Flame, Dragon Devouring Golden Flame. This was a secret technique he had obtained from a great existence, capable of transforming his inner flames into a force that could restrain the Dragon Clan. Simon had exhausted every method at his disposal. Under such an onslaught of dragon extermination techniques, he refused to believe the Dragon Abomination could survive. Behind him stood the projection of a supreme mythical level creature, the End Dragon Bird. The surrounding wizards watched in awe, their eyes filled with fear. Even the perfected 5th circle wizards felt that if these methods were used against them, they would not be able to withstand it. What kind of grudge does Simon have? Why is he targeting the Dragon Clan like this? One whispered. I don't know. I only heard that his family was killed by the Dragon Clan. But it still shouldn't be to this extent. Outside the battlefield, Alexandra and Elsie, who had been lying in ambush, were stunned. As the projection of the End Dragon Bird appeared, they could not help but tremble. This Simon is really crazy. I didn't expect him to have so many dragon annihilation spells, Alexandra noted. Elsie frowned, But why do I feel like it seems like Simon can't defeat this dragon abomination? I hope so. It would be best if this guy is killed by the dragon abomination. It saves us the trouble of making a move. Alexandra said hatefully. On the battlefield, protected by the dragon god's many methods, the dragon abomination remained unmoved. The projection of the end dragon bird attacked repeatedly, only to be shattered by the dragon god's punches. Though the dragon god's figure continued to fade and fracture, it did not retreat. Realizing he was unable to kill the dragon abomination, Simon began to lose his grip on sanity. His worldview, built on a life of effortless luck and success, was collapsing. Yet, he did not flee. Simon surrendered his form entirely to a ball of golden flames, transforming into an unusually handsome golden-winged giant bird with a wingspan of several hundred meters. Its sharp claws seemed capable of shattering the world, and its eyes intimidated all living beings. The end is coming. Perish together. Simon's voice resounded throughout the world. What level is it? Is it worthy of dying together with me? The 24 petals broke through the sea of clouds, manifesting as a scorching sun that descended upon the earth. Red Lotus Purgatory. Volcanoes, flames, fire dragons, and lava appeared in unison, welcoming the arrival of their king. Under the shocked gazes of the onlookers, a red-scaled giant dragon, with a wingspan of several hundred meters, exuded the might of an emperor, opening his indifferent golden dragon eyes from within the red lotus. Countless phantoms of the end dragon bird turned to ash in the flames, and the all-living things yield to the dragon domain was shattered. From within the void of the shadow Simon had transformed into, a voice spoke, laced with fear. What kind of dragon clan is this? I've never seen it before. The red lotus bloomed, and everything came to an end. The phantoms of the end dragon bird vanished into nothingness under the extreme temperatures. The fire dragon destroyer, Simon, was dead. The battlefield fell silent. The dragon god roared into the sky, standing tall as 3 pillars of flame gathered and shot into the clouds. Hidden dragon descendant wizards, including Alexandra and Elsie, watched in awe. They were no longer trembling from fear. They were filled with the respect owed to a superior status. Their so-called nemesis simply was not strong enough. In front of the invincible Crimson Emperor Dragon, there was no enemy that could destroy the dragon. Chapter 1363. The Knights cursed, filled with righteous indignation. Beat him to death. Damn it, yes, hammer him down. This is so satisfying. That Simon, always pretending to be some master, finally he is dead. Why bully the dragon clan when they are so adorable? This crimson dragon is truly majestic, unmatched, looking down upon all beings. In the ancient Saint Plain, the dragon clan was a mixed blood clan. The ancient Saint Plain was filled with a bunch of mixed blood dragon clan. Moreover, the knights had only come this far thanks to the dragon clan. What is more, the 18 Twilight Cavalry now had dragon knights holding half of the positions. Under the leadership of Commander Levi, everyone was striving to coexist harmoniously and cooperate with the dragon clan for mutual benefit. They could not understand why Simon was so twisted. If one watched the previous recordings of Simon closely, one would notice something. Half of the enemies he killed were dragon descendants, dragon abominations, and similar contestants. As the saying goes, there is a cause for every grievance and a debt for every claim. No matter what some dragon did to him, it should not justify wiping them all out in one stroke. In the human realm, the dragon watched the entire battle. He did not care much about most of the fights, but this one piqued his interest. Dragon Annihilator, just a petty clown. Even the great king of 10,000 dragons in the astral world was from the dragon clan. He did not believe that Simon would dare speak such words in front of the king of 10,000 dragons. For a divine servant like himself, Simon was someone he could easily crush with a single move. However, the End Dragon Bird clan, I recall, was wiped out by the dragon clan long ago. It seems a few have slipped through the cracks. I must report this to the Dragon King and take precautions. The dragon considered the threat. But this crimson dragon faintly resembles the Red Lotus Dragon. The Red Lotus Dragon was a mythical dragon, not weaker than the End Dragon Bird, and now it seems to have advanced even further, something unheard of. Today's battle confirmed his previous suspicions. This dragon was no ordinary dragon abomination. It might not even be a dragon abomination at all. If the dragon abomination Venerable saw this, it would indeed be interesting. In the 9 Cities Alliance, Norn City, the wizards were silent in the plaza. Among them were many who had been Simon's peers or rivals in the 9 Cities League. Who would have thought a dragon annihilator would die at the hands of a dragon? It is not that Simon was too weak, he was already very strong. But that dragon abomination is no ordinary foe. He has someone powerful behind him. Within the city, in a certain 7-story wizard tower, a wizard with a restrained aura, ordinary in appearance, watched his student perish in flames. This defeat is not unjust, but it is a pity I will not be getting back that top-grade wizard tool. He closed his eyes and continued his cultivation, his mind as calm as a still lake. The all-powerful streamer Simon wielded had been gifted by him. Simon's death, to a master of his realm, was nothing more than a minor failed investment. Of course, to the official authorities of Norn City, and some of the more honor-bound wizards, it was a different story entirely. In the Endless Sea, the Letney family, the electric eel wizard's gaze was dark. He was naturally displeased with the outcome of this battle. The Golden Light wizard's defeat at the hands of the 3-headed dragon abomination was understandable. After all, the dragon abomination's later battle achievements showed that he had surpassed the so-called top-tier genius category. But the problem was this. At least Norn City's Simon had died after a fierce and spectacular battle. At least he struggled, showing the world his extraordinary strength. But the Golden Light Wizard, that fool, was killed in an instant. Completely lacking any sense of timing, he even used a top-grade wizard tool to teleport right in front of his death. What a disgrace. He forgot that he was merely viewing it all from the omniscient perspective outside the Black Tower. If he had been in the thick of it, he might not have made better choices. Enough, such trivial matters are no longer worth my attention. I am now at my peak, all my preparations for advancement are complete. It is time to focus on ascending to the primordial soul realm. His great-grandfather, the Molten Gold Wizard King, had promised that if he could ascend to the primordial soul, he would be granted a valuable treasure. There was also a high-level position waiting for him in the enforcement department. After all, their Letny family was known as the Guardians of Fairness and Justice, members of the enforcement department for generations. Followers from various schools, organizations, and powers could no longer find words to express what they felt. It was as if an enemy kept repeatedly defying expectations, constantly breaking preconceived notions, and they were powerless to stop it. Even top-tier geniuses had fallen at the hands of the Dragon Abomination. Could the veteran Fifth Circle wizards within their organizations truly defeat the Dragon Abomination? The answer was undoubtedly no. Across the fifth layer of Io, only those standing at the pinnacle, the sixth-level beings, were able to subdue the Dragon Abomination as it had grown. They only hoped that the leaders of their respective organizations within the ancient tower would have the wisdom to avoid contact with the Dragon Abomination as much as possible. This was the only way to minimize their losses. Io was vast, and as long as they did not provoke the Dragon Abomination, they could still command the winds and clouds. As for sending primordial soul masters to hunt down the Dragon Abomination, that would be even more unwise. Not to mention the suppression of the ancient tower's rules. Once a primordial soul acted, the Kane Empire's supreme mages might immediately lead an army to assault their base. The losses would only be greater then. Outside the dark ancient tower, the Fire Sovereign yawned out of boredom. Atheris, are you sure this is a Dragon Abomination? It seems like, aside from him, all those so-called Dragon Abomination children of yours have been wiped out. Is there really such a vast difference in power between Dragon Abominations? Chapter 1364. The Dragon Abomination Venerable spat, his mood darkened by the old man's sarcastic tone. Humph, the individual differences among Dragon Abominations are immense. When I call myself the father of Dragon Abominations, it is merely to express my affection for these pitiable beings. Just as the father of plagues calls himself the father of all unclean great ones. In this world, apart from me, not even their own parents accept them. They loathe them. Even among pure-blooded dragons, individual differences are vast. The ordinary ones barely reach level 9, but dragons like the Red Lotus Dragon are on par with you and me. The bloodline behind this young one clearly exceeds that of the Red Lotus Dragon. His future is boundless. Just wait and see. Atheris spoke with calm conviction. The sight of that crimson dragon, which appeared to be a Red Lotus Dragon, made the reality clear. This young one was likely not a Dragon Abomination. Firstly, the Red Lotus Dragon clan had long been extinct. Atheris traveled across the Panplane, taking in Dragon Abominations treated like outcasts, yet he had never encountered a Red Lotus Dragon Abomination. Secondly, this unknown Crimson Dragon suppressed the End Dragon Bird, a creature known as the nemesis of the Dragon Clan. This suggested that if it fully advanced, its power might exceed level 10. Since Sauron, no being had emerged in the Panplane with strength beyond level 10. Sauron was widely acknowledged among the level 10 entities of the Panplane as someone who possibly surpassed level 10. The Fire Sovereign was invincible in his era, feared by all. His strength came through the accumulation of a long lifespan, which allowed him to reach unmatched power within his realm, without ever surpassing level 10. Although the Dragon Abomination Venerable was determined to oppose the Dragon Clan to the end, the prospect of an encounter with a level 11 dragon forced him to reconsider. He would have no choice but to tuck his tail and retreat. After pondering, he chuckled. Even if, by the most remote chance, this young one is not a Dragon Abomination, he is still avenging our Dragon Abomination clan. He is our friend. What does it matter if he is not a Dragon Abomination? What he is does not matter. The important thing is that he gave that little pest Simon a taste of true dragon power. That ignorant fool, who repeatedly slaughtered our kin, got what he deserved. The Flame Sovereign sighed. No wonder you are considered the most wicked dragon in the Panplane. Your standards and principles are truly astounding. The Dragon Abomination Venerable ignored the mockery, his thoughts deepening. The End Dragon Bird has resurfaced. Soon, the dragons of this multidimensional plane will have their hands full. How could I miss out on such a grand event? Dark Ancient Tower, Eastern Sea, Io Continent. Simon had fallen. The three-headed dragon god stood at the center, towering over the battlefield. No one dared approach. Under the Red Lotus Purgatory, those who attempted to steal or scavenge were killed without mercy. The dragon god reached out and grabbed Simon's streamer and other relics, swallowing them whole. Levi's danger perception spiked. He refused to stay here any longer. He had already secured 3 truth oddities, making this venture more than worth it. The spoils from killing Simon and the Golden Light Wizard would be impressive enough. Now, he needed to find a safe place to personally subdue the Black Lotus Beast. It was, after all, the strongest subdragon species at the peak of level 5, its power rivaling that of a 5th Circle Perfection Wizard. As the Dragon Abomination prepared to leave, no one dared to pursue it. The top-tier geniuses present hesitated, and even the ordinary wizards were paralyzed with fear. The sight of that world-ending Red Lotus attack burned into their memories. As the dragon abomination departed, the suffocating pressure finally lifted. Damn it. That dragon abomination seized two oddities all by itself. What is it going to do with them? Can it even refine them? No idea. Maybe it is like those alien races in the Blackstone Palace, just collecting them for display. Regardless, with the vast amount of resources in the chamber, even those who did not secure a truth oddity found themselves with plenty of spoils. The top wizard organizations, leveraging their numbers, made off with an abundant haul. Besk, the commander of the 9 Cities Alliance, watched Simon's demise with a dark satisfaction. Finally dead. It is not my fault. He insisted on fighting that dragon abomination alone, and would not let us intervene. Besk put on a facade of grief. Gather the resources, and let us head back. I will report this to Lord Roman and avenge Simon. Gomez sighed. Yes, poor Simon. What a tragic end. In truth, many within the 9 Cities Alliance harbored resentment toward Simon. His arrogance and disregard for others made him widely disliked. Meanwhile, Alexandra and Elsie, who had been lying in wait, ready to strike, stood stunned. Alexandra broke the silence. Simon is dead. Just like that. Elsie clenched her fists. My premonition was right. Simon was no match for that dragon abomination. In a way, he got what he deserved. Suddenly, Alexandra burst into laughter. The years of inner torment, the shadow that had loomed over her, vanished in an instant. This is exhilarating. My mind is finally clear. Elsie remained serious. The dragon abomination fled in haste. Perhaps there is a danger here even it cannot handle. We have collected enough. We should leave too. With that thought, the two women quickly departed. Time passed. The resources on the battlefield were nearly all taken. One by one, wizards began to disperse. Aboard the Blackstone, in a cryogenic chamber, a man with a perfectly proportioned golden body, like a statue of David, opened his eyes amidst the crew's persistent calls. Why have you awakened me? My injuries are not yet healed. Chapter 1365. Erixus frowned, his face filled with displeasure. My lord, please forgive us. We have an emergency. We didn't land in a normal world, but in the legendary Black Sea's ancient tower. Agullet quickly explained the situation in brief. After listening, Erixus's anger flared. Outrageous. How dare they? We, the children of the golden ancient tree, warriors of the sacred realm, have never been reduced to such a state. He leaped out of the cryogenic chamber, transforming into a beam of golden light. In an instant, he flew out of the Blackstone, ascending high into the sky. At that moment, there were still some wizards and factions fighting over the last remaining resources. But in the presence of such a powerful aura, they couldn't help but tremble. Level 6 up. This is the presence of a level 6 powerhouse. Run. There's a level 6 expert in the ruins. Erixus frowned slightly. He sensed that there were still alien races causing trouble inside his Blackstone. Golden light radiated from his hand as he reached inside. The next moment, several purple figures were pulled out. Among them was Gal, a level 5 peak powerhouse of the Amethyst Race. Gal's body erupted with violet light, sending out terrifying shockwaves that made the golden light tremble, but they couldn't break through it. Even though I'm not fully recovered, dealing with the likes of you is still child's play. Gal's face turned pale as he cursed. Let me go. We are the people of the Amethyst Saint. Erixus punched through Gal's chest, sneering, Amethyst Saint. Never heard of them. In the presence of our sacred king, what is a mere saint? He didn't kill the Amethyst Race members. Instead, he conjured golden chains, binding Gal and the others tightly. He handed them over to his 3 deputies and the surviving crew. Throw them in the Blackstone's dungeon. When we return to the sacred realm, these slaves will fetch a good price. After finishing, Erixus looked at the wizards and alien races fleeing in panic. Golden light erupted from his body, transforming into abstract arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those hit by the arrows were pinned in place, unable to move. Capture them all to compensate for our losses. As Erixus finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed an elderly wizard with white hair, dressed in yellow robes, discreetly throwing out a scroll that looked like an oil painting. Everyone, run. The old wizard was the leader of the Earth Divine Tower. The Divine Tower's level 6 expert, as a precaution, had given him a level 6 spell scroll. He never expected it to be needed. As the scroll activated, earthy elemental power within a 10-mile radius surged wildly toward Erixus, focusing on him as its center. Finally, a dense stone sphere with a diameter of 3 meters floated in the air. From within, Erixus's furious roars could be faintly heard. It was clear that this was a powerful sealing spell, capable of temporarily containing a level 6 being. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the surviving wizards scattered in all directions. The top wizard organizations quickly boarded their airships and vanished into the sky. Boom. Accompanied by the cracking of stone, like the explosion of a small asteroid, a terrifying shockwave swept across the area. Erixus emerged, his perfectly sculpted body marred with scars and dents. A soul fighter level technique. It seems these people are indeed the elite of the wizard civilization. Otherwise, they wouldn't possess such a trump card. Erixus calmed down, realizing that anger would be of no use. Now that he had just awakened, he knew too little about the current state of the outside world. He returned to the Blackstone with the captives. Rumor had it that the ancient tower within the Black Sea held many opportunities. Unfortunately, the Golden Absolute's race had never been qualified to enter. Now, by a twist of fate, they had been drawn inside, perhaps a blessing in disguise. Maybe here, he could obtain even more resources. On the eastern coast, in the desolate wilderness, Levi observed the situation within the ancient Banyan fairyland as he hurried along. Seeing that no one was around, he used the circle of Ouroboros to teleport himself thousands of miles away. After a while, feeling relatively safe, Levi transformed into a blood mist and quickly burrowed into a mountain. 1,000 feet underground, beside an underground river, he found a shelter equipped with concealment, alert, and protective arrays. The holy infant was there, meditating and resting, having been waiting for some time. "Guard me," Levi ordered. He placed the holy grail on the ground, transforming into a stream of light and entering the ancient Banyan fairyland. On the Great Prairie, within the 8 heavenly dragon prison, the Black Lotus beast raged like a furious volcano, trapped within its confines. At that moment, it had already broken through 5 of the earthly prisons and was now in the ice hell, battling the elusive wind god model. Levi scanned the area with his spiritual perception, relieved to find that the 3 brothers and other transcendent creatures were all safe and sound. They hadn't engaged in direct combat, they were merely supporting the array's operation, so their lives were not in danger. The only entities directly restraining the beast were the wind god model and the thunder rock. It seems the 8 heavenly dragon prison is even more powerful than I thought. Paired with the wind god model and transcendent creatures, it's enough to hold the Black Lotus beast for quite some time. Once I refine the Nick god in the future, and combine it with the array, I might even be able to suppress a 5th circle perfection entity with a mere flip of my hand. On the frozen plains, the Black Lotus beast shattered the ice beneath its feet, letting the ice arrows strike its body. It resembled a less refined version of the Crimson Emperor dragon, possessing unparalleled strength and formidable defenses that rivaled those of subdragons specialized in defense. With no glaring weaknesses, exceptional strengths, and a breath that annihilates all, the Black Lotus beast truly deserved the title of the strongest subdragon species. Chapter 1366. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The wind god model failed to dodge in time and flew backward from a heavy swipe from the Black Lotus beast's tail. Its runes flickered dimly, the damage evident. Just as the beast prepared to unleash its breath attack, a figure shot forward, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's head. The mountainous form of the Black Lotus beast wavered, nearly toppling over. Levi, clad in pitch-black armor, hovered in midair and surveyed his work. He had conducted experiments and confirmed that the space within the ancient Banyan fairyland remained completely independent of the dark ancient tower, so there existed no risk of projection. The Black Lotus beast shook its head. It had fought for far too long and stood at the end of its strength. That punch acted as the final catalyst. Its mind went blank, and the massive creature collapsed unconscious with a resounding thud. After a moment, once he confirmed the beast truly lay unconscious, Levi deactivated the attacks from the 8 heavenly dragon prison. He wore a puzzled expression. Am I really this strong? Knocking out the Black Lotus beast with one punch? That cannot be right. It must have been too exhausted, covered in those horrific wounds, and riddled with internal injuries. Poor thing. Damn Simon. He does not understand a thing about the green principle of living in harmony with nature. His protective force field flickered as he approached the fallen creature. Levi inspected the wizard tool embedded in the Black Lotus beast's neck, studied it carefully, and shattered it with a single sword strike. He then placed his hand on the beast's forehead, sent tendrils of blood mist into its body, and searched for any hidden secret technique marks or tracking imprints. This habit served as a precaution he always took. There really is something here. A phantom flame serpent, writhing and aggressive, coiled around the creature's heart. The spiritual force emanating from the serpent made Levi's face harden. This is a primordial soul's tracking mark. That is going to be tricky. The mark itself possessed no high level of complexity, but the power it involved reached the primordial soul level, a force far beyond his 5th circle capabilities. Levi knew better than to tamper with it recklessly. The unique properties of the ancient Banyan fairyland should be enough to block the tracking perception of the primordial soul mark. I should not be traceable. After all, the ancient Banyan fairyland acts like a world unto itself, separate from the ancient tower. Even a primordial soul wizard should not be able to track across 2 different worlds. But leaving this mark intact is risky. I need to find a way to remove it. Levi administered a healing potion and some nutrient solution to the Black Lotus beast, then hooked it up to an intravenous drip of spring water of immortality. The spring water of immortality earned renown as an all-purpose remedy, with a little bit of every healing property, though not much of each. When Mana wakes up, maybe she will know how to get rid of the tracking mark on the Black Lotus beast. Fatigue washed over Levi, overwhelming him. He felt exhausted. Today's battle pushed him to his absolute limit. Being hunted down by a group of wizards was something most people could not even imagine. Only his fully defensive attributes allowed him to survive, and any other so-called top-tier genius would have perished long ago in his situation. After ensuring the Black Lotus beast was securely settled, Levi stepped outside the Holy Grail. The Holy Infant handed him a golden leaf inscribed with longsword runes and a tombstone-shaped oddity. After taking them, he instructed the Holy Infant to stay vigilant. Then, he collapsed onto the ground and fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later, his body had mostly recovered from the physical trauma and hidden injuries sustained during the battle. However, his mind remained weary, likely due to the intense stress and tension he had endured. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, the Black Lotus beast still slept. It had suffered enslavement by Simon for far too long, forced into constant, high-intensity battles against the savage dragon abominations. Now that it was finally free, it was in no condition to recover quickly. Return to the Sea of Stars, Levi instructed the Holy Infant. With its mission complete, the Holy Infant returned to the Sea of Stars, where it would continue to cultivate talismans, refine weapons, and gather intelligence. Levi, meanwhile, set his course northward toward the region of Io. A month later, he arrived at a deep abyssal rift in a barren wasteland. Above, in the wind disaster stratum, the flying scythe beast appeared intermittently. Well done, number 7. It was nothing. Thank you for the praise, Lord Scythe. That will keep me happy for days. Levi patted the creature on the head and stored it in the ancient Banyan fairyland. This great rift was likely another convergence point. The flying scythe beast had once glimpsed a massive spectral shadow faintly manifesting here. Levi did not rush to explore the rift. Instead, he carved out a secluded shelter in the wasteland and set up protective arrays. This place is countless miles away from the eastern sea. I should not be disturbed here. He planned to refine the truth oddity here before delving into the rift for exploration. By now, he could move freely across Io. His next step was to visit several suspected resource points that the flying scythe beast had discovered, then wait for the ancient tower to close. Io was vast, full of mysteries and unknown territories. But his time and abilities remained limited, and he could not explore everything. As the Holy Grail kept watch over the Black Lotus beast, Levi took out the golden leaf for closer examination. This object was left behind after one of those golden-skinned, statue-like creatures in the Blackstone Palace died. The runes on it resemble those on the Truth Oddity, but they are different. Even with his vast knowledge and experience as one of the foremost Fifth Circle wizards, Levi could not determine what this object was or whether it could be used. It served as another reminder of how vast and strange the world was. As Levi stared at the golden leaf in a daze, the Holy Grail's voice echoed in his mind. Where did you get that? Levi answered. It appeared automatically after one of those golden-skinned, statue-like beings died. The Holy Grail remained silent for a moment before it responded. I think I know what this is. Please, enlighten me. This object is likely connected to the divine tree. Remember the origin will I told you about? Chapter 1367. The immortal Banyan dragon spoke, its voice carrying the weight of ancient memories. Origin will is the source of all divine trees in the world, the progenitor of the world tree. The Pandora tree, the sky-reaching tree, and the fusing divine tree are all examples. Many civilizations have divine trees deeply connected to the origin will. Among these divine trees, there exists one called the Golden Ancient Tree, incredibly ancient and powerful. It is also known as the Golden Law Tree, or the Sacred Tree. However, the legend of the Golden Ancient Tree is only passed down in the inherited memories of our immortal Banyan Dragon clan. I have never seen it myself. When I saw this golden leaf and sensed the divine essence within it, the first thing that came to mind was the Golden Ancient Tree. I suspect that the foreign race you mentioned might be akin to the Mistress Rose, a being who is also a vassal of the Golden Ancient Tree. Levi absorbed the information, a sudden realization washing over him. Do you know what this thing is used for? The Banyan Dragon shifted. I am not sure. Perhaps once Mana awakens, she can help you find out. After all, she now counts as a sapling of a divine tree. Levi tucked the golden leaf away into his storage. Golden leaves had been plentiful, but he had only managed to snatch this single one. Others closer to the source had claimed the rest. He turned his attention to the second item, the streamer Simon had wielded. Since it was something Simon cherished, it had to be a top-grade wizard tool. Levi held the streamer in his hand. It felt as light as silk, as if woven from some kind of true fiber. This item would be excellent for the Holy Infant to use, but it will need to be reforged and disguised, Levi thought. Visions of the Holy Infant wielding the weapon flickered through his mind. The armillary sash, the heaven and earth ring, the wind fire wheel, and the dragon divine fire shield. The treasures of the god Neza were now complete. The Holy Infant had gathered all four. If the chance arose in the future, he could refine more for him, just for a bit of otherworldly cosplay fun. With his current knowledge and realm, Levi could decipher and appraise a fifth circle wizard tool himself, given enough time. Advancing his primordial soul would make this task even easier. The profession of an appraiser mainly served low-level and intermediate wizards, which explained why it was not included in the 3 arts of wizardry. In memory of Simon, who died in the Red Lotus Purgatory, Levi named the streamer Dance of the Purgatory. Research revealed the 3 functions of the Dance of the Purgatory. First, it provided protection. The weapon could encircle the wizard, providing full 360-degree defense, capable of blocking a perfect strike from a fifth circle wizard. Second, it controlled and attacked. Once thrown, the streamer could restrain its target with such potency that even a perfect fifth circle wizard would be caught momentarily, allowing Simon to launch a powerful attack. The streamer itself could also deliver a 5th-level flame attack. Third, it could be used for escape. During its refinement, the creator had used rare materials similar to the claw of the space-cracking beast, known as Silk of the Flame Sky Moth. Because of this, like the extreme fire wheel, it could teleport instantly. However, after teleporting, the item would need a day to recharge its void energy. No wonder Simon only had one top-grade wizard tool. The Dance of the Purgatory was a truly versatile weapon, better than having many others. It would be the 4th treasure of the Holy Infant, Levi mused. The Amethyst secret sword would remain a transitional weapon for the Holy Infant. This way, the Holy Infant could use void teleportation twice, ensuring even greater safety. As for Levi, he possessed supreme defenses and a variety of techniques. With the Scarlet Dark Dimension and the Circle of Ouroboros, which allowed him to teleport across thousands of miles, he did not really need this item. The ring Simon wore truly held many treasures. Just in ether stones alone, there were 5 million, likely all acquired through his nefarious activities. This was Levi's first time acquiring such a massive amount of ether stones. He did not die in vain, Levi thought. With this additional 5 million, Levi now held a staggering 27 million in wealth, an immense fortune. All that remained was to return to the wizard world and start buying. Furthermore, as a top-tier genius, Simon had possessed spells, weapon-making techniques, and array knowledge that Levi had never previously collected. These were all invaluable treasures beyond words. There were also some level 4 and level 5 fire elemental ores, likely kept by Simon for his personal use. But wizards dispatched by an organization were expected to turn in their acquired resources, which were then distributed as rewards based on contributions. In any case, Levi had benefited from the haul. Finally, one item caught Levi's attention. It was a statue of a great bird with golden wings, identical in appearance to the giant bird, the end dragon bird, that Simon had transformed into that day. Levi possessed some knowledge of it. He had always considered it a distant myth. He had never expected to encounter it through Simon. This bird was an enemy of the dragon clan, feeding on dragons. In fact, during the battle that day, when Levi first faced the end dragon bird, he sensed his own bloodline stiffen under pressure. However, this feeling passed quickly, especially after the arrival of the Crimson Emperor Dragon, when it vanished entirely. From the Crimson Emperor Dragon Seed's reaction at the time, it seemed to be saying, "The end dragon bird. Is that all?" Levi shattered the statue completely and used the Crimson Emperor Dragon flames to burn and purify it. As for Simon's self-created dragon annihilation spells, Levi stored them in his spell library before destroying the originals completely. Regarding the spoils from the Golden Light Wizard, apart from a top-grade wizard tool in the form of a mirror, the rest were ordinary items, none of which particularly impressed Levi. The golden mirror also could perform void teleportation. With such a wizard tool, these top-tier geniuses, if cautious, could have come and gone freely across the Io continent. Chapter 1368. Yet, the Golden Light Wizard had been overly confident, recklessly teleporting to his doom. Levi decided to keep the mirror for himself, intending to use it as a replacement for the Circle of Ouroboros. He named it Golden Light Mirror. This ancient tower contained a heap of 5th Circle wizard tools, Levi mused. I'll keep the top-grade ones, and once I return to the wizard world, I'll sell the rest on the black market. After inventorying the rest of his spoils, Levi took out 3 oddities, a broken sword, a tombstone, and a withered tree branch. He had sealed them in specially crafted containers. He had no idea where the other races had found these oddities. Levi didn't recognize any of them. They weren't even remotely familiar. This broken sword contains pure elemental power, he noted. I'll prioritize refining it. The tombstone, on the other hand, exuded a heavy aura of death, making Levi feel as if he were descending into hell. Its surface was inscribed with truth runes, forming an epitaph-like script gravestone of the deceased. Perhaps that was the name of this truth oddity. I've never encountered a truth oddity with such negative energy before, Levi thought to himself. The last item, the withered tree branch, seemed to be the hardest to capture among the 3 oddities. A group of 5th Circle wizards had been toyed with by it for quite some time. Based on the simple logic that the rarer the oddity, the harder it is to capture, everyone speculated that it might be a Morningstar-level oddity. The runes on the surface of the withered branch were indeed the most mysterious. Levi felt as though he was getting lost in them just by glancing at them. Perhaps it really is a Morningstar-level oddity, he pondered. He decided to first refine the broken sword, which seemed the most straightforward. Grasping the sword and circulating the ether meditation art, Levi began his seclusion. He had no idea what functions these oddities might have, so he left it to fate. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. The Eastern Sea had returned to calm. The Blackstone Palace had vanished without a trace. The frenzy had ended, and the surviving wizards had all reaped considerable rewards. The major organizations feasted, while the ordinary wizards enjoyed the leftovers, leaving everyone quite satisfied. Of course, not everyone was happy. The 9 Cities Alliance was somber. When Besk and his group returned, they were met by Lord Roman, whose expression was dark. How did Simon die? Roman asked coldly. The loss of a top-tier genius was a significant blow to Norn City. With a sorrowful face, Besk replied, "It's all because of that cursed dragon abomination. It killed Simon, and when we tried to avenge him, a 6th-level powerhouse suddenly appeared from the relic. We had no choice but to retreat." Gomez added sternly, "The dragon abomination killed the Golden Light Wizard in a single strike. We cannot let this monster live. If we encounter it again, we will show no mercy." However, inside, Gomez was thinking, "Please, let me never encounter it again. Even as a 5th Circle perfection wizard, I have no confidence against that thing." After listening to their account, Roman was silent for a moment before saying, "You may go." He stood at the top of the fortress, gazing into the distance. "I've lost my connection to the Black Lotus beast," he mused. "From the information we have, It seems the dragon abomination obtained the Holy Grail and forcibly took the Black Lotus beast. Could it be that the Holy Grail contains an entire world within it? Such treasures that could contain entire worlds did exist within wizard civilization, but they were of extremely high grade, beyond the reach of even primordial soul wizards. This made Roman even more interested in the dragon abomination. Sea of Stars. At Mia's little apothecary, Mia was chatting with the shopkeeper across the street. The shopkeeper said, "I heard that Master Fire Dragon repelled Fire Dragon Destroyer Simon with a single strike, and took one of the 7 oddities. You didn't know?" Mia was startled but then laughed. "Doesn't that mean my lord is on par with Simon?" Mia had to admit she had a keen eye for people. She always knew that her lord was a top-tier genius with a limitless future. The shopkeeper added, "But whether it's your lord or Simon, they both pale in comparison to that dragon abomination. That terrifying creature is beyond despair. It killed the golden light wizard in a single blow and slaughtered Simon, even after he played all his cards. In this 5th layer, unless a primordial soul wizard steps in, no one can suppress it. It's truly unpredictable. Just when everyone thought the dragon abomination race had been completely wiped out, a dark horse emerges." Mia, slightly displeased, retorted, "Your words lack precision. My lord hasn't faced the dragon abomination head-on, so how do you know he wouldn't win? He's just low-key and cautious. If it came to a real fight, that dragon abomination might not be a match for him." Fire Dragon Island. Holy Infant was in the process of refining the Fire Phoenix ship. The necessary fire element metals were finally gathered, leaving only the refinement. The wizard tool for communication rang. It was Alexandra and Elsie visiting. Over the years, the two women had grown increasingly familiar with Master Fire Dragon. As Holy Infant recalled, he remembered how, back in Riptide City, he held much resentment toward the Blue Dragon Lady. After all, her conflict with Sori indirectly led to Huffman's death. However, after Huffman's fake death was confirmed, and with the passage of time, he gradually let go of his grievances. After all, if even Sari could become a loyal subordinate, what was it possible? Now, as long as there was no conflict with his own interests, it was enough. Collaboration for mutual benefit was what he sought. Alexandra smiled. "Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the oddity. Ha ha ha." Holy Infant gave a bitter smile. "I can't use that oddity. I've already traded it to a friend." "What brings you two here?" Elsie, a bit nervous, said, "Master, we would like to ask you to refine a wizard tool for us." She then took out an ice blue crystal core. "This is the ice element core, obtained from a 5th level peak elemental spirit. I wish to refine an Eye of the Ice Emperor. Here are the schematics." Holy Infant took the crystal core, which emanated a bone-chilling cold, and thought to himself that it was a valuable item. He said, "No problem. Once this wizard tool is refined, it will settle the favor. You owe me no charge." Alexandra expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master. We are deeply grateful. After the ancient tower concludes, you are welcome to visit the Sleeping Dragon realm." "Haha, I'll definitely visit if I get the chance." After seeing the two women off, Holy Infant looked over the schematics. "This is a very well-designed wizard tool. I should have a 40% chance of crafting a top-grade version." Over the years, thanks to commissions for weapon making and alchemy, Holy Infant's proficiency in the weapon refinement path had advanced by leaps and bounds, leaving others far behind. In the year 1213 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of Flowing Fire, in the nameless Great Rift, Levi finally completed the perfection of refining the broken sword oddity. He opened his mouth and exhaled. A 3-inch tall phantom of a mini-swordsman, holding the broken sword, emerged before him. The Spirit of the Broken Sword. Chapter 1369. Levi named the unknown broken sword oddity the Spirit of the Broken Sword. Its functions proved quite powerful. It increased Levi's maximum spiritual force by 30 points. Originally, Levi possessed a maximum spiritual force of 1070 points. Now, it reached 1100 points. Based on previous experience refining oddities, the upper limit of spiritual force provided by an earth-grade oddity usually measured 10 or 20 points. A sky-grade oddity, such as the Flame Ghost's Kiss, offered 30 points. This confirmed the Broken Sword Spirit as a genuine sky-grade oddity. However, after advancing to the 5th circle realm, the upper limit of spiritual force could not increase the success rate of obtaining the primordial soul. It remained a positive outcome nonetheless. First, his strength cap increased within the same realm. Second, he might pursue the legendary Limitless Primordial Soul. A Limitless Primordial Soul required 81 maximum souls, totaling 1620 points of spiritual force. Levi stood only 520 points away. This oddity slightly increased the power of metal elemental spells, a common function among all oddities. More importantly, the effect proved quite powerful. The oddity improved Levi's metal elemental talent, and granted a second special effect to the ether meditation art called Iron Will. Iron Will increased his affinity with the metal element significantly. The description sounded simple, yet it served him well. It equated to Anya's second talent, Bronze Blood. Even so, it provided timely help. With this talent, he would study the 7th innate spell faster. The 4th function stood as the highlight. A shadow of a swordsman holding a broken sword had emerged. This led to his name for the entity, the Spirit of the Broken Sword. Like Jin and Long, the phantom of the 3-inch swordsman served as a companion spiritual creature. Any companion spiritual creature offered endless uses. Jin hunted treasures, and Long ripened plants. This swordsman phantom possessed a very pure function. It existed to kill. Levi reached out his palm. The swordsman phantom jumped to his fingertips, broken sword in hand. Determination and sharpness filled the swordsman's eyes. Levi shouted, "Go." The swordsman flew out. The power of the metal element within a radius of 1 mile began to surge toward the swordsman. The broken sword repaired itself, transforming into a gorgeous golden blade. The phantom grew to the size of a normal person. She wore knight armor and boots, her long hair tied into a ponytail. Her face remained blurry, but her figure possessed curves, and her chest appeared full. Her waist looked slender, though she possessed obvious strength, and her midriff remained exposed. A female companion spiritual creature had manifested. The swordswoman held an indestructible greatsword, looking valiant. A classic line came to mind. The day the broken sword is reforged, the day the knight returns. The female knight shouted, "Ha!" All the elemental power in the world gathered into the greatsword. The surrounding void trembled faintly. In the wilderness ahead, a ravine nearly 1,000 meters long and dozens of meters wide appeared. It filled with the remnants of incomparably sharp metal elemental power. This represented the strongest part of the broken sword. A companion spirit used for killing could be called a sword elf or sword spirit. This unleashed sword chi, yet it differed entirely from Levi's. Levi relied entirely on his own strength and technique to slash, which counted as physical sword chi. This sword spirit generated spell sword chi condensed from elemental power. To put it bluntly, one focused on physical attacks, while the other focused on magical attacks. What surprised Levi most was that the sword spirit could mobilize the power of the metal elements in the world. Everyone knew that before a wizard advanced to the primordial soul realm, they could only use the spell power in their bodies to activate and operate spells. The primordial soul wielded such power because of its earth-shattering spells, which far exceeded the fifth circle realm. The primary reason involved the soul mobilizing the elemental power in the world, greatly increasing the power of spells while saving spell power. As the saying goes, borrow the power of heaven and earth to kill the enemy in front of you. This aspect impressed him most about the accompanying sword spirit. Although the range and quality of the elements she could control remained far inferior to that of a primordial soul, it served well enough as a low-quality version. After all, other fifth circle wizards could not mobilize elemental power in advance unless they possessed special treasures, talents, spell scrolls, or similar items. Levi opened his mouth and inhaled. The accompanying sword spirit's body dissipated, turning into a stream of light that entered his mind. Like Jin, she liked to live in Levi's divine ring tower, treating it as her home. Jin saw his new neighbor and squeaked. The female sword spirit held the broken sword in her hand and sat in a corner of the divine tower, motionless. Levi decided to call her Fleur. Inside the rainbow crystal, 7 illusory oddity figures appeared. They were the water dragon, scythe, lightning worm, earth dragon, great rat, flame ghost, and broken sword. On top of that, Levi had yet to refine the cry of the cicada. Chapter 1370. Finally, all the oddities of the 7 elementalist schools were gathered. Of course, this was useless. This could not summon the divine dragon, and there was no set effect. It was purely Levi's collection addiction. Next, Levi took out the tombstone. He wanted to refine the tombstone, and the dead would in one go. According to his analysis, the tombstone oddity should be an oddity of the death sect. Levi wondered what effect it would have. While Levi lived in seclusion in the wilderness and indulged in the oddities, a dark tide was surging in the Io continent. Year 1213 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Month of the Northern Wind. The battle between the 9 Cities Alliance and the Tomb Clan was nearing its end. The wizards who had powerful spells and battle formations, and had the advantage in numbers, paid a small price and wiped out the Tomb Clan's forces. After the dragon abominations, the Tomb Clan also sadly withdrew. Some of the defeated soldiers were struggling on their last breaths, and were nothing to be afraid of. In the southern region of the Io continent, there were only the demon race, the Amethyst Race, and the 9 Cities Alliance. Among them, the demon race was the strongest. After all, they had the demon god temple backing them, and many demon king realm experts guarding them. Whether it was the Amethyst Race or the 9 Cities Alliance, they did not dare to have a direct conflict with the demons. And the demons did not care about these foreigners at all, because the demon kings knew that these foreigners would leave the ancient tower sooner or later and disappear. On the contrary, in the past few decades, because of the invasion of foreigners, the Kane Empire was in chaos and everyone was panicking. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the demon race. After uniting thousands of demon tribes in the millions of mountains and obtaining a massive demon army, they rushed out from the deep mountains and forests, killing their way into the major cities and churches in the south of the Io continent. The chaos of the demon race had begun. The demon warriors and the mages of the empire engaged in a long battle on the battlefield. In just a month, more than 10 small cities had been taken by the demons. The reason why it was so fast was also because of a decision made by the demon god temple. They did not kill the evil mages. On the contrary, anyone who was willing could join the demon army and obtain military merits like other demon warriors in exchange for treasures in the demon god temple. Although the wizard civilization and the abyss demon were like fire and water, this was the dark ancient tower. Compared to the mages of the empire, who hunted them down all day long, the wizards were more willing to cooperate with the demons. To them, all the characters, events, and history in the ancient tower was just a game where losing meant death. This game would only be activated once every 10,000 years. The mission of each time was to allow the wizards to obtain resources. Therefore, the traditional view of good and evil had long been thrown to the back of their minds. Here, everything was for the sake of profit. Wizards were the so-called fourth calamity. In the war in the south, a group of demon powerhouses who were feared by everyone had emerged. Ancient lava demon Kazas, ancient demon of heart Guillermo, and so on. Mogan City. A water-type level 5 archmage of the Empire was controlling the Grand Array and fighting 2 level 5 ancient demons. One of the ancient demons was thin and had a beard like an octopus's tentacles. It was the ancient demon of heart. Now, the ancient demon of heart had already become a capable general of the demon god temple. Along the way, the ancient demon of heart had made countless contributions and even received a reward from the demon king. The ancient demon of heart's current strength was already at the middle stage of level 5. Damn it, you demon, you actually caused the death of Archmage Shuiyu. The archmage guarding Mogan City shouted, his voice trembling in anger. You even dared to possess him and deceive me. All is fair in war. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too naive, Guillermo sneered. As a mind flayer, he was best at deception and control. Thus, in this kind of war, it could be said that he was like a fish in water and was heavily valued by the demon king. Next to him was a giant demon with 8 arms and 10 stories tall. The demon's head was like a snake's head, ferocious and terrifying. This was one of the most famous demons in the abyss, the 8-armed snake demon, which was equivalent to a 5th circle wizard. Under the demon king's arrangement, he became a subordinate of the mind flayer. The two demons' demonic aura soared into the sky, scaring the ordinary mages in the city so much that they trembled. After a not-so-intense battle, the array was finally broken by the demon army, and the archmage guarding the city was killed. Mind Flayer's spiritual force swept across the entire city, intimidating all mortals. Those who surrender to the demons can live. Otherwise, kill without mercy, the Mind Flayer declared. The demons did not invade Kane to kill people for fun. They had other motives. Soon, Mogan City was taken down. Mind Flayer was bored. He looked into the distance. The sky was pitch black, and the sun could not be seen. The Montenegro mountain stretched into the distance. There was a city there called Lightless City. Most of the residents in the city believed in the Lord of the Mountains. The person in charge was the Mountains Church, and the master of the church was the famous Deer Head Sage. Just like Queen Banyan, he was also an extremely mysterious level 6 expert. No one knew his background. It was unknown when he had settled down in the Montenegro mountain region. Countless living beings called him the Mountain God. The supreme archmage was extremely powerful. If the demon god temple wanted to overthrow their rule, just relying on the demon race was far from enough. They had to rope in all the level 6 existences on the other continents and fight together. This Deer Head Sage was the target. Stirk, you guard this city. I will leave for a while, Guillermo told the 8-armed snake demon. After leaving the 8-armed snake demon behind, Guillermo left. Lightless City. Mountains Church. The church's treasury was in a mess. A group of wizards wearing shadow robes hid in the shadows, with puzzled expressions. This was the Shadow Circle's wizard group. Chapter 1371. The leader was Shadow Dragon Sidyas, the elder brother of Shadow Wolf. He scanned the empty room. Why was there not a single language of the night deer to be found? In 10,000 years, at least 2 or 3 should be born in this place. The language of the night deer was a sky-grade oddity that suited the Shadow faction best. Only the Montenegro mountain region produced it. His estimation suggested that 10,000 years was enough for a few language of the night deer to be produced. These heretics who believed in evil gods generally did not refine truth oddities. This was why the Shadow Dragon always believed the truth oddity should be stored in the church treasury. They had planned for decades while the Deer Head Sage was asleep. Finally, today, they assassinated all the guards of the treasure vault. However, the entire treasury held nothing other than worthless materials. It was empty. Shadow Wolf turned to the leader, his heart trembling. D*MN it. We were not fooled by false information, were we? The 5th Circle wizard cursed. For this, they had spent a lot of effort and delayed their search for opportunities elsewhere. Shadow Dragon shook his head. Impossible. Someone did obtain the language of the night deer here before. They carefully examined this huge treasure vault, not letting go of any detail or corner. Are you looking for this? In the night, a magnetic, calm, and indifferent voice sounded. Shadow Wolf, who was in the perfected 5th Circle realm, and the other 5th Circle wizards froze. Terror gripped them, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. To be able to descend beside them without anyone noticing. In this lightless city, only one entity existed that possessed such power. The Deer Head Sage. They realized that they could not move, and an invisible aura pressed down on their bodies. This kind of feeling only appeared when facing a primordial soul expert in the organization. They looked at the source of the voice. Under the night sky, a noble, translucent creature with a deer head and a human body stared at them with bell-like eyes. The appearance of the Deer Head Sage mimicked a human face, making it look even more terrifying and strange. The Deer Head Sage stood 1,000 feet tall, like a mountain. He emitted traces of divinity that made it impossible to look straight at him. The body of the Deer Head Sage was covered in spots as dense as stars, like dim runes. In his hand was a black deer formed by shadows. It was the language of the night deer. The deer did not struggle at all and slid into the mouth of the Deer Head Sage. He licked his lips with a black tongue and grinned. It is so delicious. I wonder how foreigners like you will taste. Shadows flowed behind the deer-headed sage. Pitch-like tentacles emerged from the spots on his body, turning into shadow creatures that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The faces of these monsters appeared vaguely in the darkness, and some were clothing like wizards. If they were devoured by the deer-head sage, they would likely fuse into the body of the deer-head sage and become one of the shadow monsters, helping the enemy. Shadow Dragon roared. Attack. Do not hold back. One shadow spell after another flew toward the monster. The battle did not last long. Under the night sky, the mountain-like deer-head sage burped. The distorted faces of Shadow Dragon and the others appeared vaguely in the spots on his body. The deer-head sage stood tall in Lightless City, and countless believers and residents in the city worshipped him like crazy. Mountain God, Deer God, Great Sage, Son of the Mountains. The deer-head sage had many titles. Two figures stood apart and did not kneel. One was a tall and mighty demon with a green face and fangs. The other was a mind flayer beside the green-faced Demon King. Green Demon King, you do not come to the palace for no reason. Why are you looking for me? The deer-head sage asked the question with a bored tone. The demon with a green face and fangs laughed. Rumor has it that the deer-head sage was created by the Lord of the Mountains with an oddity and divinity. Now it seems that it was indeed true. After devouring so many oddities, your main body should not be inferior to a Morning Star level oddity, right? If those foreigners find out, who knows what will happen? The expression of the deer-head sage changed when he heard that. Are you threatening me? The Green Demon King shook his head. We are not enemies, why would I threaten you? Son of the Mountains, join the glorious crusade. As far as I know, the true Supreme Archmage has long fallen. The one sitting in the Archmage Tower now is only a remnant soul. The deer-head sage revealed a look of disbelief. What? The Supreme Archmage now is only a remnant soul. The Green Demon King nodded. What else do you think? If the Supreme Archmage is a perfected level 7 expert, he would have flattened the entire Io continent by himself. Why would there be a place for us to live? The deer-head sage remained silent. I will consider this matter. The figures of the Green Demon King and the Mind Flayers vanished into the air. Io is limited by the rules of the world. Since ancient times, other than the Supreme Archmage and the foreigners who are like passersby, there has never been a level 7 existence. Rumor has it that the Supreme Archmage has inherited a portion of Io divinity. If I can devour it, my strength might improve. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the month of winter in year 1213. For the Kane Empire, bad news had arrived. Under the tacit consent of the barbarian king, the barbarians in the north started to invade the territory of the Kane Empire. Many conflicts broke out. There were demons in the south and barbarians in the north. Even though the Kane Empire was strong and powerful, they had to fight against the two enemies. Chapter 1372. The 12 supreme mages split into two groups. They fought against the 7 demon kings of the demon god temple and the 6 barbarian kings of the barbarian race. Thanks to the change in the Io situation, the wizards finally found freedom from the pressure of the empire's mages. A few wizards noticed that the demon race's chaos and the barbarian race's disaster, two rare events in the history of the Io continent, happened at the same time. Perhaps it marked a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the wizards. In a chaotic battle between the strong, and in the desolate land of the apocalypse, wizards could fish in troubled waters. Many top wizard organizations began to send people to participate in this historical event through undercover or other methods. Through this method, they could gain a lot of benefits before the ancient tower closed. The Io continent changed, and the world of turmoil arrived. Sea of Stars, Fire Dragon Island. In the Weapon Refinement Room, Weapon Refinement Proficiency plus 1248. In front of Holy Infant, a blue eyeball emitting a cold aura blinked. It is so terrifying, and it is also a top-grade wizard tool. I suppose it is indeed not difficult to make weapons. Holy Infant put away the wizard tool embryo and sent a message to Elsie. According to Holy Infant's calculations, he could cultivate and raise his weapon-making skills to perfection in the 5th circle realm. In fact, it just required dozens of 5th circle top-grade wizard tools. A top-grade wizard tool gave him a lot of proficiency points. On average, it gave him more than 1,000 points. If the other 5th circle weapon craftsmen knew about this, anger would surely consume them. Even if they worked themselves to death, they might not obtain a top-grade item. In the end, in Holy Infant's case, unless the materials and design were terrible, the worst still resulted in a fine-grade product. Not long after, Ice Queen Elsie, who rarely smiled, went to the master's residence. She looked at the glowing blue eyeball with joy. I like it so much, she exclaimed. Thank you, master. I am really grateful to you. You are welcome. We are just taking what we need, Holy Infant said lightly, affecting the look of an expert. While the two chatted, Alexandra sent a message. Come here, this will broaden your horizons. Holy Infant and Elsie exchanged a glance before rushing toward Alexandra's coordinates in confusion. Sea of Stars. In a certain water area, Alexandra sat on a magic carpet-shaped wizard tool with her long and round legs draped to the side. After Elsie and the Holy Infant arrived, they found a place to sit down. In the sky ahead, 7 colors swirled. This it? Is someone facing 3 calamities and 4 disasters? Elsie cried out in surprise, but then she realized the truth. Could it be Sir Rust? We have lost contact with him for a long time. Holy Infant watched with rapt attention, feeling excited. Although the main body should have no problem passing through the 3 calamities and 4 disasters, it would still be of great benefit if I could observe it in advance. This kind of opportunity is rare. Alexandra nodded. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Sir Rust has successfully shattered the crystal and condensed his soul. He only needs to overcome the 3 calamities and 4 disasters to form his primordial soul. Holy Infant understood. No wonder Sir Rust allowed them to watch. If it already reached the stage of 3 calamities and 4 disasters, it would not be a big deal. No one would take the risk of being attacked by 3 calamities and 4 disasters to ambush a wizard. Even a primordial soul wizard would not dare to do so, as it would only harm others and not benefit themselves. In the 7-colored sky, in the area that represented the calamity of the earth element, thick elemental power brewed. Countless meteorites, spikes, and stone giants fell from the sky. Rust Dragon Wizard's body appeared thin, and more than 10 wizard weapons surrounded him. 7 of them were top-grade wizard tools, including the 2 refined by Holy Infant. Under the terrifying calamity, Holy Infant felt terrified even from afar. That power represented the true power of nature. Several ordinary 5th circle wizard tools around the Rust Dragon Wizard shattered and obliterated instantly. Only top-grade wizard tools coupled with Rust Dragon Wizard's innate spells could barely resist the onslaught. A few minutes passed, but it felt so long. Rust Dragon Wizard roared with a determined expression. The disaster of the earth element passed. 15 minutes later, the Rust Dragon Wizard had barely survived the 4 disasters. Next came the most difficult 3 calamities. After the ice and metal calamities, Rust Dragon Wizard only had 2 top-grade wizard tools left apart from his innate spells. One of them was the Golden Dragon's Blessing that Levi had refined. The other was a rusty iron sword in the hands of the Rust Dragon Wizard. It looked ordinary, but it had helped Rust Dragon Wizard survive many disasters. The thunder calamity descended. Purple thunderclouds gathered and covered a radius of several miles. The vast energy poured out. This kind of energy fluctuation has already far exceeded the range of the perfected 5th circle realm. However, it is far from being comparable to a primordial soul, Holy Infant murmured. If it were a true primordial soul attack, then it would be almost impossible for anyone to form a primordial soul. This seemed unsolvable. Within the lightning cloud, a pair of indifferent thunder eyes appeared. 2 thunderbolts as thick as water buckets shot out, and the destructive aura spread everywhere. The Golden Dragon's Blessing shone brightly and blocked the thunderbolts. However, the thunderbolts in the sky seemed to never stop, as they came one after another. A minute later, the Golden Dragon's Blessing shattered. The Rust Dragon Wizard held the last rusty sword in his hand and pointed it at the thunder eyes in the sky. Continue. Heaven and earth fell silent. After an unknown period of time, the thunder eyes disappeared. What replaced them was a purple palm filled with thunderbolts, measuring 100 meters long. Holy Infant could even see the patterns on the palm. He had a feeling that this so-called thunder calamity was not a dead thing, but a living thing. However, it existed in a dimension that Holy Infant could not understand. Chapter 1373. If that was the case, who had the right, who dared to cast a thunder calamity on a wizard to obstruct the wizard's path of truth? The huge palm collided with the Rust Dragon Wizard, and everything around it turned into dust. The Rust Dragon Wizard's primordial soul grew thinner. The rusty sword emitted a dazzling light as it forcefully tore apart the giant palm. At the same time, countless runes ignited within the wizard's soul, and elemental power projected into the sky. A shadow of a long, slender, rust-colored dragon that was 1,000 meters long breathed in and out flames mixed with molten iron. It flapped its wings and shattered the thunderclouds in the sky. Ancient Rust Dragon. Is this the Rust Dragon Wizard's primordial soul wizard form? Dragon descendant wizards are proud of their dragon clan bloodline. They cannot forget it, so there will definitely be a response in return. That is why the wizard form also took the appearance of the ancient Rust Dragon. The Holy Infant murmured these words, his eyes filled with shock. The world fell silent. After the 3 calamities and 4 disasters, all the elemental power within a radius of several dozen kilometers surged toward the Rust Dragon Wizard's primordial soul. The primordial soul was the unity of elements, spirit, soul, and spell power. From then on, a wizard shed their mortal body. To them, their core and essence were no longer flesh and blood, but a primordial soul. A primordial soul does not die, so a primordial soul wizard cannot be destroyed. Primordial soul wizards could temporarily condense an elemental body and use it as their physical form to survive and fight. Of course, if the primordial soul wizard wanted the primordial soul to remain intact, they needed a real body. Thus, they needed to possess a body. However, some experienced and wealthy primordial soul wizards would prepare a suitable body for themselves in advance. Once the physical body was gone, they would quickly replace it. According to the Holy Infant's understanding, there was no limit to the number of times a primordial soul wizard could possess a body in this world. However, no matter how the primordial soul wizards possessed the bodies, the lifespan of the primordial soul would not change. If a 2,000-year-old primordial soul possessed a baby, then the baby was also 2,000 years old. The Rust Dragon Wizard's elemental form merged back into his primordial soul, which then returned to his physical frame. The rusty sword entered the primordial soul to be nurtured, and it shone with divine light. The rusty sword had accompanied the Rust Dragon Wizard through the 3 calamities and 4 disasters. It had already taken the form of a soul artifact and was reborn. The next step was to grow together with the wizard's primordial soul, just like a bloodline divine weapon. The Rust Dragon Wizard opened his eyes and revealed a relieved smile. Congratulations, Senior Rust, for attaining primordial soul and becoming famous. Our dragon descendant Priory has one more expert. Alexandra clapped her hands, laughing. The Holy Infant and Elsie exchanged a nod, speaking in unison. Congratulations, Senior. Ha 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 ha, I have cultivated for 1,000 years just for today. My soul is a primordial soul now. My soul is a primordial soul now. At this moment, the Rust Dragon Wizard was like a child who had just received a toy. It was clear just how much pressure the primordial soul brought to the wizards. After the Rust Dragon Wizard recovered, he offered a smile. I hope I can give you some inspiration after I broke through to the primordial soul today. The three of them offered their sincere thanks. The Holy Infant stepped forward. Senior, what do you plan to do next? The Rust Dragon Wizard looked toward the south, in the direction of the Holy Fire Plateau. I plan to spend a few years stabilizing my realm. I will not leave the Sea of Stars for the time being. Maybe I will hold a primordial soul ceremony and invite some people to attend it. The Holy Infant heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It seemed that Senior Silverbeard had left the 5th floor. If there was not a primordial soul overseeing this place, the Sea of Stars would feel a little lacking in security. Now that the Rust Dragon Wizard was in charge, the Sea of Stars was enough to sit on a stable foundation in this turbulent era where the three races were fighting. The observation was completed. The Holy Infant returned to Fire Dragon Island, his heart racing with excitement as he continued his alchemy business. Primordial soul, it really makes people yearn for it. Void teleportation, controlling the elements of heaven and earth. All of the great techniques and divine abilities of the immortals of my previous life are in this realm. Time flew by. Year 1214 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of beginning. Year 49 of the Dark Ancient Tower calendar. The difficulty of refining the tombstone oddity was high. After refining, it was time for the round table meeting. At the 113th round table meeting, Levi listened to his team members' reports. Levi had left the ancient Saint Plain for nearly 50 years, and the Dusk Holy Temple had been developing vigorously. Including the Midland branch, there were more than 200 level 1 knights. Moreover, many of these level 1 knights practiced breathing techniques that were once considered shallow. Reality has proven that as long as one keeps breaking through the limits, the shallow breathing technique could also become a legendary relic of the old era. According to Levi's estimation, without evolution, the true upper limit of a shallow breathing technique knight's strength should be around level 5. For some first-rate shallow breathing techniques, the upper limit was even level 6, for example, the man-faced spider breathing technique. Therefore, these knights were advancing step by step. This was also enough to grow into the backbone of a knight group, just like an intermediate wizard. The upper limit of an excellent breathing technique was definitely above level 6. If they fully matured in the future, it would be equivalent to having a group of primordial soul subordinates. It was still very impressive. As for the perfect breathing techniques, they should be above level 9. Some special ones, such as the Red Lotus Dragon, were even level 10. It could be said that the future of the knights was bright. Moreover, even these knights with shallow breathing techniques were not forever shackled by the bloodline of their primordial ancestors. When they reached the limit of this path, they could completely proceed with evolution. Just like Levi, he had mastered everything, broken through his limits, and sought more possibilities. There are infinite possibilities in the multidimensional plane. The way of the bloodline is very promising. Chapter 1374. The meeting ended, and Levi looked over the room. The black beasts in the boundless land of darkness were a huge treasure trove waiting for the knights to develop. When the knights grew stronger, they could launch a full war against the outside world just like the wizard civilization. There was no shame in that. In the relationship between civilizations, there were no friends and no morals. Everyone fought for survival. Weakness was the original sin. After the session adjourned, a private message from 100 Flowers lit up his screen. By the way, how is Anya? Levi sent a brief confirmation. She is doing very well. He had planted a spy in the Deep Blue organization responsible for reporting Anya's current situation. Anya's spiritual force had reached perfection in the 4th circle realm, and she stood on the precipice of the 5th circle. Levi had already instructed the spy to prepare the leveling potion. When the time was right, he could sell it to Anya. Thank you for the effort. Hearing that Anya was safe, 100 Flowers let out a sigh of relief. Anya was the daughter of her dearest sister, and 100 Flowers had watched the girl grow up. You have improved significantly since advancing to the 5th circle. 100 Flowers offered a warm smile. It is all right. I was lucky enough to advance successfully. My luck held, so I gained something. Levi replied. 100 Flowers nodded. You do not have to be humble. In fact, your current progress is no surprise. A genius who can open a new path for the knights will find the difficulties and obstacles before the primordial soul realm insignificant. A flicker of shame crossed his mind. He owed everything to the panel. He was merely a courier for the system. By the way, some good news. Sorit's spiritual force has reached 900, hitting the threshold of perfection for the 5th circle. 100 Flowers spoke casually. This guy is really lucky. Levi sighed. Originally, Sorit and Elsie shared a similar level. Because Sorit was a wanted man, his progress had stalled, leaving him behind Elsie. Now that Sorit had reached the 7th level, he had directly surpassed her. For wizards, a perfected 5th circle was just the beginning of the preparation for the primordial soul. The following work remained the highlight. 100 flowers must have improved her cultivation as well, but his current realm prevented him from sensing any shift in her. They ended the chat. Levi returned to his refinement work. Through the mind flayers, he tracked the level 6 expert in the south, the deer head sage. Its main body was actually a truth oddity. This revelation subverted Levi's understanding. He recalled the sculpted aliens that turned into golden leaves upon death. The patterns and runes etched into those leaves resembled truth oddities, yet they held a distinct difference. He considered the deer head sage. Truth oddities were dead objects that could fit into storage rings, so why did they possess spirituality? They could escape, or even attack. Did this mean a truth oddity was a form of life that exceeded common sense? Could those foreign races have been transformed by a truth oddity? This sounded fantastical, yet it remained a possibility. It was said that when wizards found the truth oddities in the foreign spaceships, they were mounted in oil painting frames. Could it really be a collection? Levi doubted it. Clues provided by the Holy Grail suggested these foreign races might have collected these treasures to offer to the Golden Ancient Tree. The Golden Ancient Tree relied on its ability to create mysterious things. Through some method, the truth oddities turned from dead objects into real, living beings. Truth oddities were created by the heavens and earth. If one embarked on the path of cultivation, they would be even more extraordinary. These were just brainstormed ideas based on current information. The actual situation might be completely different. Placing the mind flayers in the demon race is a canny move. This guy has quietly taken a high position. I might be able to take off in the turbulent years to come. As for now, I will just obediently refine the oddity. Levi would not go anywhere until he finished refining the gravestone and the dead wood. It would be a huge loss if the materials exploded. A month passed before the gravestone was finally refined. Just like opening a blind box, Levi finally understood the function of this oddity. It resonated with death. It provided no boost to his maximum spiritual force. However, it did grant 28 points to his current spiritual force, saving 3 or 4 years of labor. This brought his spiritual force to 782. His upper limit was 1,100, so while the progress seemed fast, a long way remained. The second function of the gravestone was truly remarkable. Levi dubbed it the Graveyard of Death. He took out the Book of Death and chanted an incantation. A group of undead creatures and swordsman Jerry appeared. These undead lined up in front of Levi. He waved his hand, and the shadow of a gravestone appeared above his head. Elemental power in the world gathered into the phantom of the gravestone, surged, and transformed into thick negative energy. Death energy was an important fuel for the undead creatures and the school of death wizards. This meant that wherever the phantom of the gravestone of the deceased appeared, it became a human realm purgatory. He arrived at Small Stone Pond and approached the Dead Soul Date Tree. This is the perfect place for the gravestone of the deceased. He placed the stone. In the next moment, dense elemental power passed through the gravestone and transformed into a gloomy death aura. The next day, with the Dead Soul Date Tree as the center, an area with a diameter of 1 kilometer became a ghost country. Death energy grew, and negative energy filled the air. This was the current area of the Graveyard of Death that the gravestone could convert. From now on, you will cultivate here. Levi commanded the undead. The undead creatures moved like fish in water, and wailing filled the place. The death aura, the undead, and the Dead Soul Date Tree formed a perfect, hellish ecological cycle. This created a paradise for the undead in the ancient Banyan fairyland. In the future, he could even form a school of death wizard organization here. With the continuous addition of new functions, the ancient Banyan fairyland became more and more like a complete world. Jerry, look after the Dead Soul Date Tree. No one is allowed to steal the dates on it. Levi instructed. All right, Jerry nodded. The gravestone of the deceased could also add a 4th circle school of death talent. However, Levi's slots were already full, so this talent did not take effect. As for the ability to increase the power of spells related to the death sect, the benefits were obvious. Levi felt that with the addition of different types of truth oddities in the same school, the power of his spells might undergo a huge qualitative change after each quantitative increase. Of course, this required a lot of truth oddities to put the theory into practice. Chapter 1375. A new ghostly shadow appeared within the 7-colored crystal, as the tombstone oddity yielded to Levi. 9 oddities now sat within his grasp. The dark ancient tower lived up to its reputation with opportunities lurking in every corner. Levi turned his gaze toward the withered wood oddity. This one had to be a morning star level oddity. Some oddities remained impossible to refine, without a sufficiently high realm. He hoped this one would not be among them. Oddities remained singular and unique. Some bright moon level oddities yielded with ease, while morning star level oddities demanded the touch of a primordial soul wizard. Levi focused his consciousness fully. The ether meditation art enveloped everything. It allowed him to refine the withered wood oddity regardless of its nature or faction, devoid of barriers. 3 days later, Levi observed the withered wood and exhaled in relief. The refining process occurred with agonizing slowness, but success remained within reach. The slower the refining, the higher the quality of the oddity. It seemed likely this qualified as a morning star level oddity. The Abyss Canyon acted like a grim scar on the earth. Levi practiced in seclusion on the desolate plains. Time lost all meaning in the practice of cultivation. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Levi devoted himself entirely to refining the oddity. Aside from basic meditation art and breathing technique training, he put all other tasks on hold. With his mind fully focused, the refining speed gradually increased. Refining an oddity consumed time and energy, a process that felt painful yet joyful. He could only imagine the difficulty of refining a bright moon level or a glorious sun-grade oddity. Regardless, the work reached its final stages. The year was 1217 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, in the month of Germinal. This marked the 52nd year of the Dark Ancient Tower. In the Sea of Stars marketplace, Mia had long since stabilized her fifth circle cultivation, and her pharmacy business thrived. Reputation established, no one cared whether her shop held a license or not. As long as no one died and customers achieved breakthroughs, the rest mattered little. Over the past 3 years, 2 fourth circle perfection wizards successfully advanced with help from potions obtained at Mia's little pharmacy and expressed their gratitude. Those who failed understood that the fault lay with their own shortcomings rather than the quality of the potions. Even if they felt resentment, they dared not take it out on Mia or cause trouble at her shop. She stood as a fifth circle wizard, after all. Most importantly, behind Mia stood the genius wizard, Master Fire Dragon, one of the 5 elders. In the Sea of Stars, he stood unrivaled in the art of weapon making. Due to his stellar reputation, Master Fire Dragon's weapon-making business remained fully booked. Even wizards from other top organizations sought his services. To avoid delaying his own talisman crafting and alchemy, Master Fire Dragon exchanged contact information with these fifth circle wizards, promising to craft wizard tools for them upon his return to the wizard world. Nearly half of the 45th circle wizards in the Sea of Stars counted themselves as friends of Master Fire Dragon. Among the 5 elders, aside from the Rust Dragon wizard, who had already reached the primordial soul realm, not even the 5th circle perfection Red Bone wizard or Madame Miracle matched the prestige of Master Fire Dragon. The illustrious Master Fire Dragon maintained the demeanor of a refined gentleman, modest and courteous as ever. He never acted arrogant or boastful. Fire Dragon Island. Inside the weapon refinement chamber, 3 alchemical creatures of different forms radiated intense heat as they soared through the air. One bore the design of a classic fire phoenix. Another resembled a fiery red golden beetle. The third looked like a deer with a horn on its forehead, ablaze with twin flames. A fire phoenix, a fire golden turtle, and a fire forest deer. The fire god's trio of companions stood fully refined. Holy Infant chanted an incantation and issued the command. Flames surged toward the sky. Within the blaze, the phoenix sang loudly, the golden beetle flapped its wings, and the deer bellowed. A monstrous creature emerged with the head of a phoenix, the armor of a golden beetle, and the lower body of a deer. Its wings resembled 2 metal plates, adorned with beautiful and mysterious patterns. This design lacks the elegance of the wind god model, but it functions, and that serves the purpose. Holy Infant planned to present the fire god model to his true self. With this addition, the 8 heavenly dragon prison array would become even more impenetrable with the wind god and fire god models guarding it. After years of weapon making and alchemy in the Sea of Stars, Holy Infant's skills in weapon refinement advanced significantly, offering hope to achieve 5th circle perfection before his cultivation reached its peak. As for his talisman crafting skills, he worked diligently toward level 5 proficiency. Talisman crafting remained the only skill that might allow him, with his 5th circle cultivation, to pose a challenge to a primordial soul. A few hundred level 5 divine talismans thrown in overwhelming numbers might even give a primordial soul a hard time. If a few hundred failed to suffice, a few thousand might do the trick. Enough ants can bring down an elephant. This remained merely theoretical. In reality, level 5 divine talismans resisted easy acquisition. The success rate of crafting them remained low, and they required long hours and extreme costs to make. Lord, are you ready? Senior Rust Dragon's primordial soul ceremony is about to begin. Yes, I am ready. Holy Infant carried a gift and joined Mia. Together they flew toward Gondaf Island. Mia admired Holy Infant's increasingly mature and steady demeanor with a secret smile. Gondaf Island. The grand stage for the ceremony stood ready. Rust Dragon Wizard stroked his beard, smiling cheerfully as he watched the guests arrive. Advancing to the primordial soul realm and holding a ceremony constituted a well-established tradition in the wizard world. Chapter 1376. Although he was in another world, he could not change this habit. Not only that, when the Rusty Dragon Wizard returned to the Sleeping Dragon realm, he wanted to hold another ceremony. It was not really about the gifts. It was simply to vent all the frustration of 1,000 years of solitary cultivation. He wanted to announce to the world that he had reached the primordial soul realm. Achieving the primordial soul realm was as hard as ascending to the heavens. To finally reach it and not become famous would be like wearing splendid clothes at night, unseen by anyone. Even though holding a primordial soul ceremony was still a distant thought for Levi, he had considered it. When the time came, should he hold a ceremony? The conclusion was to play it by ear. It would depend on the circumstances at the time, including the era's context, his personal strength, and whether he had strong backing. Thank you all for coming to my ceremony, Mandros announced. There are no formalities at this event. Everyone, please feel free to enjoy yourselves. I am hosting a grand feast for 3 days, so eat and drink as you please. Rust Dragon Wizard laughed heartily. With his 1,000 years of cultivation and perfect 9 talents, his wealth was far beyond that of an ordinary 5th circle perfection wizard. At the gift-giving ceremony, Holy Infant presented a piece of fire elemental metal of the 5th circle. It was a material the Rust Dragon Wizard could use even after reaching the primordial soul realm. Having mingled in the Sea of Stars for so many years, Holy Infant had collected many rare metals through potions and weapon making. Rust Dragon Wizard thanked him. Thank you, Master Fire Dragon, for your gift. Holy Infant smiled wryly. Senior, you flatter me. Given your current status, it is not quite appropriate to call me Master. Please, just call me Ace. Rust Dragon Wizard chuckled. 9 Cities Alliance, Wizard Roman, presents a 6th Circle Fire Orchid. A sharp voice rang out. An unexpected guest had arrived. The newcomer was an unknown 5th Circle Wizard delivering a gift. Rust Dragon Wizard had the gift taken, smiling faintly. Thank you for the gift, Sir Roman. The messenger spoke up. Lord Roman wishes to invite Senior Rust to the Sky Fire Fortress as a guest. Would Senior Rust do him the honor? Rust Dragon Wizard sneered. Why does he not come visit us at the Sea of Stars? Now that he was a primordial soul wizard, he had no fear of Roman. Moreover, Roman had only achieved 8 talents when he reached the primordial soul realm. As for himself, he had achieved perfect 9 talents as a primordial soul. His future achievements would likely surpass Roman's. Even though he advanced to the primordial soul realm later, given some time to fully develop the Rust Sword Soul artifact, he might match Roman in a fight. The messenger broke out in a cold sweat. He was just delivering a message, but now, faced with the presence of a primordial soul wizard, fear consumed him. Seeing that the invitation to the banquet had failed, the messenger scurried away to report back. Alexander remarked, "This is the power of the primordial soul. At least here within the ancient tower, even the 9 Cities Alliance's threats are nothing." Elsie's heart filled with longing. I will reach the primordial soul realm, no matter what. After requesting leave from his true self, Holy Infant joined the festivities. During the 3-day ceremony, there was endless revelry, drinking, and merrymaking. When the party was in full swing, the fiery Alexandra pulled the ice-cold Elsie to dance. The 4th Circle and 5th Circle wizards could not take their eyes off them. Even Holy Infant, though still a minor, watched intently, mumbling to himself. Amazing, the dragon girls' dance is really something. One in blue, one in red. The 2 beautiful dragon descendant ladies danced like 2 graceful serpentine dragons. Alexandra and Elsie were a couple, so the other guests kept their distance. After the banquet, the 2 dragon girls, and Elsie, went into seclusion, aiming for 5th Circle perfection. In between his talisman crafting, Holy Infant continued refining the water god model and the earth god model. He had already gathered all the alchemy materials he needed. All that remained was the time to refine them. Barring any unforeseen events, the fully formed Nick god could be completed within 6 to 7 years. Inside the weapon refinement room, Phoenix, who had also indulged in 3 days of pleasure, resumed work. Phoenix watched Holy Infant working tirelessly like a machine, never showing fatigue, and felt at ease. Holy Fire Plateau. After annihilating the Tomb Clan a few years ago, the 9 Cities Alliance began a period of rest and recuperation. The Amethyst Race, over these years, had hollowed out countless mines within the Million Mountains. With a multitude of 5th Circle Amethyst Race members, their power was formidable. Without adequate preparation, all-out war remained unwise. Moreover, with Io currently in turmoil, and battles raging both north and south, now was not the time to waste resources fighting the Amethyst Race. Taking advantage of the chaos for profit remained the right move. Skyfire Fortress. Roman played with a large bronze halberd. This was a 6th Circle exotic artifact, similar to a wizard's magical item. Such artifacts could be generally referred to as exotic treasures. These exotic treasures were crudely crafted. With a wizard's knowledge, they could be deciphered and used, though not as effectively as by the original owners. The halberd was called Annihilation of the 8 Desolations. It had belonged to a 6th Circle leader of the Tomb Clan, who now lay dead by Roman's soul artifact, the Skystrike Flame Mirror. Roman muttered, "It is a pity. Though this treasure is excellent, it weighs 108,000 pounds. Without spells, it is impossible to wield. Using spells, however, wastes spell power. I might as well use my own primordial soul spells. It is better suited for the Amethyst Race, or dragon abominations, those with strong bodies but simple minds." In truth, the body of a primordial soul wizard was not weak either. After all, each ascension of spiritual force slightly enhanced the body. Plus, he had solidified some passive spells and the like. But to wield a halberd weighing 108,000 pounds effortlessly remained beyond reach. Chapter 1377. He put the artifact away. The messenger he sent to attend the Rust Dragon Wizard's primordial soul ceremony bowed. "Lord Roman, the gift has been delivered, and the invitation extended. However, that Rust Dragon Wizard is incredibly arrogant. He accepted the gift but refused the invitation. He even suggested that you visit him at the Sea of Stars." Roman's fist clenched, brows furrowed as he glared at the messenger. He just advanced to the primordial soul realm, and he is already so arrogant. He does not know his place. He is too full of himself. Roman was now 1,200 years old, having reached the primordial soul realm 300 years ago. He was not far from becoming a senior 6th Circle wizard. After the 6th Circle, each minor realm's advancement became extremely difficult. The intricacies were countless. Although the Rust Dragon Wizard had reached the primordial soul realm, he had just entered it. There was still quite a gap between them. He clearly did not take Roman seriously at all. This made Roman's anger rise. "Just wait until we return to the wizard world. We will see." Holy Brilliance Calendar. Year 1217. Month of Flowers. On the barren plains, a troop of barbarian soldiers rode on ferocious beasts the size of giant elephants and flew on giant birds. There were only a few hundred of them, but they moved with the presence of thousands. Their aura suggested they were all level 3 or above, with many level 4 warriors. There were also a few level 5 fighters, clearly no weaklings among them. Their strongest leader was a burly man in heavy armor, with an aura as vast as the sun and moon. On his neck was a tattoo of a black giant tiger with wings, majestic and fierce. With every movement, he seemed like a mighty tiger descending from the mountain. All creatures of the wilderness fled in fear. His name was Bog. He was the 7th general of the winged tiger tribe, one of the 6 great tribes of the barbarians. As a warrior close to level 5 peak, he had slain several imperial archmages on the northern battlefield in recent years. At the edge of the great rift ahead, Bog signaled for his troops to stop. "Lord Bog, why are we stopping here?" his deputy asked. Bog stared deep and somber at the abyssal rift ahead. 3,000 years ago, when our barbarian king, the Badger King, first reached the barbarian king realm, he fought a great battle here against a veteran supreme mage of Cain. The battle lasted 3 days and nights, and in the end, the barbarian king triumphed against the odds, perishing alongside his foe. After that battle, the Cain Empire learned of our barbarian king's invincible courage, and no longer dared to test our limits. Bog took out some strong liquor, and poured it from the heavens into the gorge below. Although the Badger King was not from our winged tiger tribe, I, Bog, have always respected the strong. This drink is for the barbarian king. The others were also stirred, and hundreds of barbarian warriors shouted towards the abyss in unison, to the barbarian king. The sound echoed, resonating through the abyss. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the void, sparks flying from its body, crashing straight into the wilderness. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of the earth cracking, a massive crater, 100 meters in diameter and dozens of meters deep, exploded in the wilderness. Dust filled the air and, as it settled, a figure emerged, staggering and holding his head. "The power of the void is so difficult to master. I cannot control it properly at all. My head has been buzzing like crazy these past few days," he muttered. This person was Levi. 3 days ago, he had refined the peculiar withered wood artifact. So far, several functions of this oddity became clear. First, it increased his spiritual force limit by a full 50 points. This was equivalent to the power of 5 water dragons' songs and far superior to the flame ghost's kiss, or spirit of the broken sword. Thus, it was undoubtedly a morning star level oddity. With this enhancement, Levi's spiritual force limit had now reached 1,150 points. Second was the most impressive feature of the withered wood artifact. It transformed Levi himself into a rare anomaly, similar to a space-cracking beast, or a flame space silkworm. Levi's body now contained a sliver of the original power of the void. This new constitution he dubbed the void entity. This trace of void power allowed him to perform void teleportation with his physical body, without relying on a top-grade wizard tool. As everyone knew, this was a capability only primordial soul wizards possessed, and even then, it required the use of spatial spells. For Levi, however, it was as instinctual as eating or drinking water. Moreover, this sliver of void power was not static. It could slowly increase as Levi's strength improved, or by refining other void-based items, like a space-cracking beast's claw. By then, the frequency and range of Levi's void teleportation would gradually expand. Perhaps one day, while other wizards' blink abilities would have cooldowns of more than a day, Levi would be unlimited firepower. In that case, even if a primordial soul wizard came, Levi, with his danger perception, scarlet dark dimension, and other trump cards, should have no problem escaping. The third function of the withered wood artifact was to enhance the power of spatial spells. However, spatial spells were profound knowledge only learned after reaching the primordial soul level. For the current Levi, it was somewhat impractical. The morning star level oddity was extremely mysterious, and Levi had only just refined it. The functions he had discovered so far were these 3. Further development would need to be done step by step. Unfortunately, the withered wood did not come with a companion spiritual creature. In recent days, Levi had been continually practicing with the void power within him. Like a wizard who had just learned a flying spell, he was extremely unskilled. He got up from the ground, the sparks on his body extinguished. Ahead, a troop of barbarian soldiers, exuding an overwhelming aura, stared at him in shock. "This human's physique is even stronger than ours, the barbarians. Indeed, I can feel it. His vitality is like the blazing sun in the sky, so bright it is unbearable to look at." Chapter 1378. Levi slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater without a single scratch on his body. The barbarian soldiers whispered among themselves, their eyes fixed on Levi as if he were some kind of otherworldly being. Bog scowled. This man had emerged from the void itself. Only the barbarian king could begin to comprehend such a mastery of void power. Bog studied the stranger. Was this a foreigner with strength nearing that of the barbarian king? He felt both surprise and uncertainty. As a barbarian, Bog held no particular fondness for foreigners, but he bore no deep-seated prejudice against them either. He stepped forward. "May I know which foreign power you belong to?" The natives knew that foreigners formed factions among themselves, so they actively gathered intelligence on them. Levi shook his head. "I do not belong to any power. I am just passing through with no hostile intentions. Carry on with what you were doing." Levi tapped into his void power once more, preparing to leave. "Please wait," Bog called out. Levi halted and turned. "What is it?" "I am Bog, a general of the northern barbarians, winged tiger tribe. Would you be interested in becoming a guest of honor in our tribe? We already have 5 like you. Anyone who proves their worth can receive rewards from the barbarian king. Did you not come here from another world to gather resources? Even with your advanced methods, in the few decades you have been here, you cannot match the wealth we have accumulated over millennia. Bog offered a sincere proposal. The winged tiger barbarian king, Bar, was known for his eagerness to recruit talent. Under the leadership of Bar, the winged tiger tribe had reversed its decline and become one of the 6 major barbarian tribes. Levi considered the request for a moment. Do you have a way to communicate? Leave me a contact, and if I finish my business, I might consider it. Bog spoke the truth. No matter how hard the foreigners worked, the resources they could gather were just the tip of the iceberg compared to the 3 major native civilizations. Among the 3 powers, the Cain Empire reigned supreme, dominating the ages. The barbarians and the demon race were much weaker in comparison and needed to recruit talent to stand against the empire. Foreigners, unrestricted by local allegiances, made the best recruits. Many wizards had already joined the factions, fighting for their chosen side and profiting from the chaos of war. Levi had considered this path himself, yet he felt that actively volunteering would lower his status. Bog's invitation presented a convenient opportunity. Levi considered the options. Now that my strength is enough to traverse Io freely, it is time to come out of hiding. Apart from the Cain Empire, tightly controlled by the supreme archmage, the demon race has the mind flayers as their pawns. I should see for myself what the barbarians have to offer. Levi had long been curious about the barbarians' totem warrior path. He wanted to take this chance to study it, to see if it could provide any insights for the path of knights. The road to transcendence lies in studying various strengths, adopting the best, and discarding the rest. Bog's face lit up with a smile as he recognized the interest. Our method of communication may seem a bit primitive, he admitted. He knew the foreigner's civilization was far more advanced than his own tribe. He handed Levi a shell. This is an echo shell, extremely rare, Bog explained. He held the object up to the light. They come in pairs, 1 male and 1 female. If you and I each hold one, we can communicate across Io. Levi examined the shell carefully, finding no issues with it. He smiled. Interesting. Not wanting to delay his march, Bog spoke. The winged tiger tribe will always welcome you. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Also, this rift is a battleground where one of our barbarian kings fought a supreme mage from Cain. It may still hold hidden dangers. It is best if you do not venture too deep. Thanks for the warning. I will be careful, Levi replied. After bidding farewell, Bog led his army southward in a hurry. Levi watched them disappear into the distance, then returned to his shelter. These barbarians are quite different from my preconceived notions. The region of Flaming Mountain, within the ancient Banyan fairyland. The iron tree thrived, now over 2 meters tall. The black lotus beast rested in the lava, healing its injuries. As Levi approached, the beast stood up. Lord Dragon King, it greeted respectfully. It is fine. Continue your recovery. Your body still needs a lot of time to heal, Levi replied. The Black Lotus beast had already awakened, but had been severely weakened by the 9 Cities Alliance. It required a long period of rest to fully recover. Without the control of Simon, the beast had regained most of its sanity. It understood that Levi had saved it. It knew that he was not a dragon abomination, but rather a human with dragon clan blood. After Levi displayed his 6 dragons' might and gave a convincing speech, the Black Lotus beast willingly submitted. After all, Levi possessed the bloodline of its ancestor, the Red Lotus dragon, perhaps even stronger. The kind nature of the Dragon King warmed the heart of the beast. The Dragon King was nothing like Simon. He was a good person. The Black Lotus beast had been resting peacefully in this paradise for 3 years, eating and sleeping with nothing else to do. It almost felt embarrassed by such a leisurely life. After checking on the Black Lotus beast, Levi returned to the small stone pond. Nearby, in the graveyard of death, the fruits on the dead soul date tree had all ripened. The tree thrived here just as well as in its original habitat. Jerry the swordsman practiced his swordsmanship. Levi had already learned ghost crying slash from Jerry, incorporating it into his own sword techniques. He also possessed some ideas for the second form of the Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex. The other undead were also growing stronger, nourished by the death energy that surrounded them. Chapter 1379. Levi intends to visit Hell or the School of Death headquarters. He plans to capture more undead and raise them here. Even without being a wizard of the School of Death, the Book of Death and the Graveyard of Death might enable him to create an undead calamity and unleash an army. As his 8 Heavenly Dragon prison advances further, he could open an undead zone. After harvesting all the dead soul dates, at least a few decades must pass before the next batch blooms and ripens. Levi currently possesses over 100 of them. This supply suffices for his training for a long time. He eats one. The juice melts in his mouth. A gentle warmth flows into his mind. Within the Divine Ring Tower, Jin and Fleur reside. They absorb this warm flow. This phenomenon has occurred for a long time. Companion spiritual creatures grow gradually. As a wizard's spiritual force grows, and their power increases, the companion creatures also improve until they reach their own limits. Long possesses a special nature. Its growth requires only constant eating. Levi shows no stinginess toward his spiritual creatures. He allows them to absorb the warm flow freely. The 7-colored crystal has also grown significantly compared to 3 years ago. Inside, the silhouettes of 9 oddities float. A nondescript withered wood emits the brightest, most precious glow. After finishing his meditation, Levi takes out the Klein crystal. Spiritual force, 800 out of 1,150. Spell power, 80,000. Levi's spiritual force now compares to a veteran 5th Circle senior wizard. Among the top-tier talents of his generation, likely no one else possesses 800 points of spiritual force. After reaching the 5th Circle, progress for everyone becomes slower and more challenging. Levi advances steadily, step by step, eventually surpassing others. All of this relies on the panel, the Truth Oddity, the Holy Infant Avatar, the Dead Soul Dates, the Ancient Banyan Fairyland, and many other factors. Levi's effort remains crucial. In terms of his night training, the Sky Dragon breathing technique nears level 5. This will remain a primary focus for the coming years. In addition, Levi's 6 Heavenly Gods nears the end of level 8. A breakthrough approaches. He feels eager to see how it performs after reaching level 9, believing it will significantly enhance his strength. Throughout history, the chasm between the primordial soul and the 5th Circle remains an insurmountable barrier. Levi does not intend to challenge a primordial soul with his 5th Circle power. He does want to test how far he can go, relying on his various skills and hidden cards before he breaks through to the primordial soul. In the days that followed, while training in the wilderness, Levi continuously works on taming the sliver of void power within him. A month later, Levi performs void teleportation with ease. He tests his ability. His maximum range reaches around 100 miles. With his current store of void power, he can execute void teleportation up to 10 times in a row. This means he can blink 10 times consecutively before exhausting his void power. For Levi, the greatest advantage of void power serves surprise attacks rather than escaping. Combining void power with Wind Dragon Scamper, he can strike wherever he wants, whenever he wants, without worrying about being kited by mages. He names this void teleportation skill Void Step. One day, above the rift, sparks flicker in the void. A figure appears out of thin air. Levi speaks to the empty air. Now that I have fully mastered the Void Step, combined with the Golden Mirror and Circle of Ouroboros, my escape capabilities are virtually unmatched. It is time to explore this abyss. After wiping away any traces of his presence and checking his condition, Levi flies toward the abyss. According to Bog, a barbarian king fell here. I must be cautious during this exploration. After all, this remains the site of a level 6 powerhouse death. If they are like Rose and have not died completely, Levi could face serious danger. But based on his current danger perception, no immediate threats appear. Half a day later, under the flicker of the Hermit Rune, Levi reaches the bottom of the abyss. A vast underground world spreads out before him. Miasma, toxic gases, and moisture have accumulated here for countless years. The walls cover themselves in all sorts of moss and fungi. A dark underground lake spreads out. Along the shore, and across the lake, flocks of some kind of black beast waterfowl gather. It looks like this place has become a nest for black beasts. The giant specter seen by the flying scythe beast must also be a level 5 black beast. With so many black beasts, Levi cannot let the opportunity slip. He releases the wind god model, Jerry the swordsman, and other undead creatures. He orders them to harvest all the low-level black beasts and pile them under the ancient banyan tree for long to feast on. He also summons his sword spirit and joins the fray. Together, the two swordsmen begin harvesting the level 4 and level 5 black beasts in the area. Half a day later, the lake falls silent. All the black beasts, except for those that manage to flee into the deeper parts of the underground world, become fertilizer for the queen banyan. On the vast plains, the queen banyan grows more vigorous, sprouting tender new buds. Levi calculates that Senior Mana likely nears awakening. When that happens, he will have a primordial soul level powerhouse on his side. Thank you for saving me. A nervous, childish voice calls out from the darkness. Levi looks down. Are you speaking to me? The shell slowly opens. A tiny, milk-white figure, completely naked, flies out. Recalling his studies, Levi's eyes flicker with recognition. A member of the Shell Demon clan. The little figure nods. Yes, my name is Jybek. If it were not for you, those big creatures would have eaten me. Chapter 1380. Levi clicked his tongue in surprise. I never thought that the Io continent would still have the Shell Demon clan. Shell demons were, in essence, small fairies that lived in shells, much like hermit crabs. In ancient times, there were many kinds of little fairies. Flower fairies, grass fairies, stone fairies. It could be said that any place with mountains, rivers, or forests with spiritual energy might nurture a tribe of little fairies. Most little fairies were gentle by nature, and not good at fighting, but they were well suited for handling various chores for wizards. As wizard civilization developed rapidly, the little fairies quickly declined. There was no way around it, as these little creatures could not be bred in captivity. Nowadays, they had become the playthings of the wealthy in the wizard world. Why are you here? This place is full of black beasts, Levi asked. Our Shell Demon clan has lived here since ancient times. These big brutes are invaders. Jybek replied angrily. Jybek, where did you go? The mistress has been looking for you. A female Shell Demon, slightly larger than Jybek, emerged from the lake and grabbed Jybek, pulling him away. The mistress told you not to talk to strangers. How did you forget so quickly? She scolded. Jybek muttered. He saved me. I do not think he is a bad person. Levi looked at them thoughtfully. Like ordinary fairies, shell demons could be used to tend to rare plants and flowers. If he could somehow entice these little fairies to the ancient Banyan fairyland, it would be a good deal. As Levi pondered his plan, a gentle, magnetic female voice tinged with a bit of shyness echoed in his mind. Honored one, I am the shell demon mistress. Would you care to come down to the lake for a chat? Levi considered the request. This woman was likely the leader of this group of shell demons. She had noticed him earlier, when he was hunting the black beasts and, unsure of his intentions, had sent Jybek to test him. Passing through a series of lake tunnels, and some simple illusions, Levi arrived at a hidden place, to find a magnificent castle made of coral. The castle was splendidly luxurious, with thousands of shell demons living there. In the mistress hall, atop a massive shell about 3 meters in diameter, sat a figure with a snow-white body indistinguishable from a human. Her skin was soft and smooth, her curves gentle, and her body as supple as boneless flesh. In truth, shell demons indeed had no bones, resembling clam meat. She had 2 semi-transparent, rainbow-colored shells fluttering behind her like wings, which flapped as she flew. Thank you for saving Jybek, Lord. I am Lena Bell, the mistress of this shell demon clan. The shell demon mistress said. Her power indicated she was only at level 4. She betrayed a hint of nervousness in front of Levi, a level 5 powerhouse. No need to be so formal. I was just hunting the black beasts here and happened to save her. I like helping others. Levi replied with a slight smile. The shell demon mistress smiled gently and replied shyly. Although we have lived here for generations, we are weak and have nothing much to offer in gratitude. Here are some shell pearls for you, Lord. She gestured for 2 adorable female shell demons to present 2 jade boxes, each containing translucent pearls. Shell demons could produce shell pearls, which were excellent materials for making potions. Levi put away the shell pearls and asked, "This place is so dangerous. Why do you and your people not move to the sea?" The mistress sighed and replied, "The sea is too far away. With our strength, we cannot make the journey. Moreover, deep within this underground world lies a treasure of our clan. We have always wanted to retrieve it, but we are powerless to do so." Levi said, "So you introduced yourself to me in hopes that I would help you retrieve this treasure?" The mistress looked troubled and said cautiously, "Yes, that is exactly what I was hoping for. Our clan was once prosperous, with tens of thousands of members. But since losing our treasure deep in the underground world, and having our homeland invaded by black beasts, we have gradually declined. If you can help us, we are willing to become your vassals, asking only that you take us in." After some thought, Levi said, "Tell me the situation in detail, and I will consider it." The shell demon mistress sighed in relief, and quickly explained everything to Levi. Jybek and the other little shell demons eagerly brought out what they considered to be their finest delicacies to entertain Levi. As it turned out, the shell demon clan in this area had once been quite prosperous. They had lived even deeper within the underground world, where they discovered a massive ancient shell with a diameter of a kilometer, possibly the remains of a level 6 creature. Ever since, the shell demon clan had relied on their ancestral shell refining techniques to refine this giant shell for generations. A rare creation, encapsulating the collective wisdom of the shell demon clan, was born from their efforts. It was the ancient shell palace. This was a shell demon nest that combined functions for living, reproduction, attacking, escaping, and defense, all in one. From the description, Levi guessed that it might be an exotic treasure above level 6, somewhat like the Skyfire Fortress of the 9 Cities Alliance, though likely not as advanced. Later, a supreme mage from the Empire stumbled upon this place and tried to seize the ancient shell palace. The shell demon clan was no match for him. The shell demon mistress at the time then contacted her cross-species lover, a barbarian king from the barbarians. The badger barbarian king was the same barbarian, king warrior mentioned by Bog, who had died here. A fierce battle ensued in this place. The barbarian king was no match for the supreme mage, but fought valiantly for the shell demon mistress, choosing to perish together with the mage. Not long after, this place became a convergence point. Black beasts ran rampant, and danger lurked everywhere. Without being a level 6 powerhouse, no one dared to delve deep into this area, and it gradually faded from people's memories. The black beasts Levi had killed were only the tip of the iceberg of the underground world. In the depths, level 5 and above black beasts were common, and even peak level 5 black beasts appeared frequently. "A tragic yet beautiful love story," Levi commented. The shell demon mistress added, "My lord, I speak the truth." Levi said, "I can help you retrieve your treasure, but you must swear loyalty to me and take the fairy oath." The shell demon mistress replied decisively, "No problem. For her and her people, staying here would only mean a slow death. Sooner or later, they would be discovered by the black beasts and end up as snacks for them. Only by obtaining the ancient shell palace could the shell demon clan rise again. And for Levi, as long as he enslaved these little fairies, the ancient shell palace would effectively be his." Levi said, "You are not safe here. Swear the oath, and I will take you to a more habitable place." "I swear." As the queen, the mistress held absolute control over her clan, much like a queen bee. Where Lena Bell led, the clan followed. On this day, more than 3,000 shell demons, together with their mistress, arrived at the ancient Banyan fairyland. "Wow, the air smells so sweet. Wow, the spring water is so good. Such tall trees. What a huge turtle." They chirped like a flock of little sparrows, making the fairyland livelier. Levi said, "In this fairyland, there are many springs of immortality. Next to them, I have planted medicinal herbs. You can live in the springs, which will benefit your growth. Just help take care of the plants and flowers in your spare time. Yes, my lord, the mistress replied, her eyes welling up with tears of joy. With a place like this to call home, the ancient Shell Palace lost its importance. Watching the busy figures of the Shell Demon clan, Levi mused to himself. Shrimp soldiers, crab generals, clam maidens, turtle guards, and dragons all over the place. This dragon palace is really starting to take shape. All that is left is a crystal palace. He stepped out of the fairyland, gazing into the depths of the underground world. The crystal palace lies just below. Chapter 1381, Northern Io. The nameless rift valley, in the underground world. After taking in the shell demons, Levi ventured deeper. He was not in a hurry to head to the barbarian race. It would not be too late to explore the resource point that the flying side beast had discovered first. As Levi went deeper, his danger perception flared. These fluctuations remained well within the range of normal. The swordsman Jerry and the wind god model flanked him. Impenetrable sword chi and razor-sharp wind blades tore through every black beast that dared to ambush him. He salvaged the skin and useful materials, leaving the rest of the flesh and blood to pile up under the ancient banyan tree. Even without the ancient shell palace, this place remained worth a visit. So many black beasts thrived here. It would suffice for his dragon to eat for a long time. Levi lost track of how long he walked. A forest of dead trees appeared, filled with fungi. A straight ravine 10 miles long cut through the forest. It looked as if a weapon had carved it open. These traces must be from the battle between the Badger Barbarian King and that supreme mage. The power of a single attack could plow 10 miles of land, reshaping mountains and rivers. A level 6 expert is terrifying. A storm of blood rushed toward Levi as hundreds of bat-like dragons charged. Pterodactyl clan. Unfortunately, they are all black beasts. We cannot purify them for the time being. Let us kill them, Levi said. Jerry's magnificent sword radiance swept across the sky as the wind god model howled. The low-level mixed blood dragons fell one after another. A massive figure blocked out the sun in the forest of dead trees, filling the air with a fishy stench. A black-winged dragon with a wingspan of 100 meters stirred up a black gale. Levi did not need to move. The wind god model and the swordsman put in some effort to fell the beast. Black wind-winged dragon, a level 5 mixed blood dragon. It will combine perfectly with the bloodline essence of the thunderstorm wolf dragon to form the advancement potion for my sky dragon breathing technique. Levi collected the blood, the skin, tendons, and bones of the black wind-winged dragon, provided prime materials for refining weapons. Levi felt satisfied with such a harvest so early in his journey. 3 days later, Levi arrived at an underground river dozens of miles wide. The water system extended in all directions. Black beasts lurking in the dark and damp infested the river. Pairs of green eyes emerged from the darkness. One creature possessed eyes the size of water tanks. A low roar vibrated through the air, sounding like a starting engine. Hundreds of giant toads hid on the rocky beach. Their tongues shot out like missiles toward Levi. A body-tempering clone appeared behind Levi to protect him. Rumble. Most attacks deflected away. Only the tongue of a toad the size of a small hill pierced the body-tempering clone, yet Levi's indestructible armor blocked the impact. A ferocious, human-like face stared back at him from the end of the tongue. Although there is no one here, you cannot look so casual and ugly. Levi grabbed the giant tongue and pulled with massive strength. The level 5 toad struggled, but the stranger pulled it closer. The toad severed its own tongue to survive. Levi slashed out with his sword, severing the head of the toad. Its body twisted as Levi sliced it into 8 pieces. A suffocating poisonous fog spread. The wind god model stirred a strong gust of wind, blowing away the toxic mist. Levi skillfully removed the toad's poison sac. This will increase the toxicity of the body-tempering clone. The thunder rock within the wind god model released thousands of thunderbolts, carpet bombing the area. Jerry's sword lights crisscrossed the beach. The remaining toads died. The area fell silent. A strange translucent plant with fluorescent light grew from the rock where the toad leader had rested, its branches twisting as it emitted a fragrance. Illusions swirled around the plant, waiting to trap any inattentive wizard. Fluorescent illusion tree. It is a rare plant that grows in extremely dark places. Its branches and leaves are ground into powder. It is a level 5 medicinal material. It is needed for several primordial soul breakthrough potions. Its medicinal properties train one's spiritual force and help one condense one's soul. Consuming it directly has miraculous effects. The powerful hallucinogenic factors within are enough to cause a level 5 wizard to fall into various illusions. Passing through the illusion helps one condense their mind and improve their willpower. This item can increase the speed at which I condense my ultimate soul. It is truly a timely help. Levi felt overjoyed. The further he went, the slower he condensed his soul to the ultimate soul. This item would prove invaluable. Of course, those with ordinary willpower should not take it directly. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose themselves in the illusions. Although life was not in danger, losing oneself was not a good thing. With Levi's willpower, it should not be a problem. Moreover, the nightmare dragon bloodline in his body could restrain all kinds of illusions. In the wizard world, this is a treasure that even primordial soul wizards would fight over. It is also good for strengthening the soul. This underground trip is too profitable. He entered the ancient Banyan fairyland and went to the medium-sized element-rich land number 34, the Netherworld Cave. This place lay thousands of meters below the ancient Banyan fairyland. The spring water of immortality flowed into the underground river and nourished the earth. Very good. This will be your home from now on. The fluorescent illusion tree was relatively fragile. To prevent the transplant from failing, Levi carefully moved the entire boulder into the netherworld cave. Chapter 1382. Levi summoned the scythe demon spirit and commanded it to guard the netherworld cave. Preventing other transcendent creatures from devouring the tree by mistake was essential. The transplant was complete. This underground world was a true treasure land. It did not pale in comparison to those large intersections on the surface. However, the entrance remained difficult to find, and the area crawled with black beasts. Developing this place would be a monumental task. He planned to seize the ancient shell palace and explore the area rather than leaving. He needed to stock up on black beast flesh and materials. Precious animals and plants from this underground world awaited collection. He possessed the ancient Banyan fairyland, so he lacked no capacity to transport his findings. Deeper they ventured. More black beasts emerged from the gloom. Levi slowed his pace, again and again. To secure the treasure, he engaged the hermit rune. Once he obtained the prize, he would harvest the black beasts in earnest. The underground world stretched far beyond Levi's initial imaginings. The Abyss Great Rift served only as an entrance. Aya likely contained many underground worlds similar to this one. Levi advanced with care. If the sensation of danger intensified, he would retreat without hesitation. A level 6 existence might hide within such a vast expanse. Levi tightened his focus. 3 days passed. The shell demon mistress stood on Levi's shoulder, her small, smooth feet tickling his neck. "My lord," she whispered, "this is the place, beneath this underground lake." Levi extended his spiritual perception. A huge building rested under the lake. It appeared completely white and surrounded by a circle of purple stripes. The overall shape resembled a beehive. Passages covered it densely, and algae coated its surface. Heavy traces of battle damage marred the exterior. The ancient Shell Palace. Generations of the Shell Demon clan forged this treasure with their collective strength. It crystallized their civilization's wisdom. Spikes protruded from the surface of the ancient Shell Palace like the spines of sea urchins. The tallest one exceeded 100 meters. The Shell Demon mistress described them as lightning pillars. They functioned as the firepower system of the ancient Shell Palace. The lightning pillar grew naturally on the surface of the ancient giant shell. The shell demons modified these growths into thunder cannon barrels. The giant shell provided the source of its attack energy. The creature left behind level 6 lightning power in its shell upon death. The shell demons used their own refining techniques to develop and utilize this force. A single blast from the highest lightning pillar would force even a level 6 expert to retreat. The barbarian king killed the supreme mage only because the shell demon clan assisted him with this cannon. Levi's heart burned. He grasped a great killing weapon, one sufficient to threaten a primordial soul. After such a long time, the functionality of the lightning pillar remained uncertain. High expectations were unwise. A huge snake slept next to the ancient shell palace. Its scales were completely black and merged with the lake water, masking Levi's arrival. Its aura signaled a peak level 5 black beast. This beast stood as the strongest Levi had encountered since entering the underground world. The wind god model and the swordsman Jerry lacked the power to handle it. Levi already possessed a countermeasure. His figure flickered, vanishing. He reappeared directly before the snake. A massive vortex appeared, sucking the snake in before the beast realized the situation. Levi could defeat the snake without the array, but he wished to avoid projecting his battle. The snake functioned as a peak level 5 mini-boss. 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison. Rolling Stone Hell. The snake descended from the sky, opening its bloody mouth. Black poisonous water flooded the ground, corroding everything it touched. Levi's body-tempering clone charged. His rock demon form engaged the level 5 snake head-on. The clone flew backward again and again, yet it rose each time. Levi waved his hand. Purgatory mist flew out, wrapping around the snake. The snake froze under his control. A crisp wind chime sounded. 1,000 wind chimes spun, surrounding the beast. Levi utilized his top-grade wizard tool, the Bell of 1,000 Winds. 1,000 hurricanes formed a domain that enveloped the creature. The snake felt as if it were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. Scales collided with the hurricane, sending out countless sparks. Levi's current cultivation surpassed that of the wind, which by a wide margin. Using this wizard tool yielded even greater power. The potential of a top-grade wizard tool began to manifest. Relying only on the 2 top-grade wizard tools, the Dance of the Purgatory and the Bell of 1,000 Winds, alongside his body-tempering technique, allowed Levi to hold his own against a peak level 5 snake. The results of his years of cultivation manifested. The snake's scales became riddled with wounds. Black blood spurted out as the creature wailed incessantly. Levi pitied the beast and wished to end its suffering. Muscles bulged on his arm. A huge force erupted. He activated the Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex and slashed vertically. Indestructible red sword chi split the snake in two. Internal organs flowed out, and the beast gradually stopped struggling. Levi frowned. Things were not that simple. The sense of danger persisted. Immediately, a twisted human face appeared on the snake's head. A vicious expression twisted the features of the face, appearing ferocious. In the blink of an eye, the snake's head transformed into that of a brawny man. Giant snake scales covered his face, rendering him ugly and terrifying. Levi swung his sword again, but the water snake's tail swatted it away. Chapter 1383. The snake raised its upper body. Its body was stitched together by some kind of strength, and a pair of thick and powerful arms grew out. There is still a second stage? This was the first time Levi had encountered such a situation. The current snake could already give him a strong sense of danger. His intuition whispered that even an ordinary perfected fifth circle wizard would not be a match for the snake. This gave Levi the illusion that he was facing a peak level 5 Amethyst Race member. Kill, kill, kill. The snake let out a deep roar. Its left hand dispersed Levi's sword chi. The snake inserted its right hand into its body and pulled out a thick and sturdy rib. Strange black flames spewed out of the head, giving the bone the shape of a battle axe. Boom. The battle axe fell. An extremely violent attack wave tore through the rolling stone hell. Levi's figure flashed, and he appeared in the inferno hell with a solemn expression. He could vaguely guess what was going on. Levi refused to underestimate his opponent. After the Crimson Emperor dragon flame swept out, the flame dragon's true form appeared. Not only that, Levi conjured the Crimson Emperor dragon armor. The void energy in Levi's body burst forth as he appeared behind the giant snake. He planned to finish it with a single blow. Crimson dragon in the sky. The sword chi that was enough to make a perfected fifth circle wizard retreat was ineffective. The snake seemed to have been possessed by a god, and was suddenly enlightened. It had predicted Levi's flash attack. The giant axe slashed backward, clashing with Levi's sword chi. An earth-shattering shockwave swept out, and the inferno hell began to tremble. Such powerful battle awareness and techniques. Levi exclaimed in his heart, but he did not panic. The snake turned around and swung its huge opening slash, looking like Pando separating the heavens and earth. Uncontainable fury. Levi heard the human-like roar of the giant snake. This snake seemed to know how to use extremely powerful combat techniques. With a slash, the black blood in the giant snake's body exploded, turning into endless black energy that condensed on the axe light. The void trembled in front of the axe light. The power of this attack was terrifying. Interesting. Dragon horns appeared on Levi's head, and his body kept growing. A vast amount of power gathered on the crimson dragon's steel slash. Ha! In terms of brute force, Levi feared no one. The great sword and the great axe collided, and the aftershock of the collision shattered the inferno hell. The 8 heavenly dragon prison became the arena for Levi and the snake. Two gods of war used cold weapons, clashing with brute force and combat skills. The snake hacked and slashed as it muttered, domineering and independent. A terrifying pressure swept across, but the nightmare helmet blocked it. This guy actually knows mental attacks? Levi suppressed the doubt and blocked with his sword. The two figures moved freely in the array. Between the saber light and sword shadow, every move was a killing blow. Delightful. Ever since the Crimson Emperor dragon reached level 5, Levi had never fought so freely. The giant axe on the other side became even more ferocious, fearless, and reckless. The wind blade hell was shattered in the battle between the two. The giant snake swung its giant axe down like a god stepping down. A low roar sounded, traceless star stepping. Rumble. The Dead Sea hell that had just appeared was split open by the snake's axe. Ha ha ha. As Levi laughed, he used his sword chi to block the axe light. The giant snake leaped up and spun its body. The axe drew a perfect arc in the air, and lightning appeared. A crescent-shaped slash followed. Half-moon thunder. Seeing the terrifying power of this move, the phantom of a 3-headed, 6-armed giant appeared behind Levi. 6 heavenly gods. It seemed a little strenuous not to use the heavenly gods. For safety reasons, it was better to use the bloodline Dharma body. With the might of the heavenly god, the sword shattered the half-moon. The giant snake's axe slashed out from below. Rising Sunday. The axe light was like the rising sun, illuminating everything. The 6 heavenly gods sword-wielding suppressed the sun with the power of man conquering the heavens. The morning sun was extinguished by the sword chi, and the world once again fell into darkness and silence. After this strike, only the skeleton of the snake remained. Its flesh and blood had burned to nothingness. A twisted figure like an evil spirit lingered within. He wore heavy armor that looked like a hedgehog. He was tall and sturdy, and he held a huge stone axe in his hand. He took a step forward and leaped high into the air. The phantom of the evil spirit burned and fused into the giant axe. Sacrifice oneself for righteousness. Levi's expression changed. This attack was stronger than any enemy attack he had encountered before. Even if it was a peak level 5 Amethyst Race member, they would probably be cut into two. Send him off. Night fell, and there were no restrictions. The 6 heavenly gods burned the Dharma body and slashed out. The sword light and axe light collided like a supernova explosion. The night was as bright as day, and the last shadow hell was shattered. The curtain was removed, and the world became clear. The blue sky and white clouds of the ancient Banyan fairyland were revealed. The illusory evil spirit looked at Lena Bell, who was watching the battle from afar. Rosabella. He murmured softly, I am Lena Bell, and Rosabella is my grandmother. Are you Senior Badger Barbarian King? Lena Bell asked. The evil spirit was silent, but it also seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden. It sighed faintly and disappeared. The bone axe also completely collapsed and turned into dust. A bloody snakeskin floated down with the wind, and Levi reached out to grab it. The Warlord Catalog. Take life and death lightly. If you are not convinced, fight. Levi felt surprised, but then he was filled with respect. He looked at the void in front of him and said, Thank you for your teachings, Senior. Lena Bell flew over and sighed. I did not expect that Senior Barbarian King's obsession to protect the ancient Shell Palace would actually turn into an evil spirit. She was smart and naturally understood what had happened. Chapter 1384. The revival of the snake that had just died related to the Barbarian King's evil spirit. Perhaps, thousands of years ago, after his death, a strong obsession caused the spirit to parasitize the snake and fuse with it. This transformed the creature into an incarnation of an evil spirit. The snake had always been the leader. It gradually grew into a giant beast at the peak of level 5. But the evil spirit remained in a deep sleep. When the snake died, the evil spirit instinctively continued to fight until it dissipated. Levi sighed. There are true feelings in the human realm, and there is true love in the human realm. After learning about the Badger Barbarian King's deeds, Levi felt even more respect for him. Levi did not entirely approve of the Barbarian King's methods and ideals, but the king was a real man. Before the Badger Barbarian King's evil spirit completely dissipated, it dedicated its entire life's effort to create a powerful combat technique. The king carved it onto the snakeskin before giving it to Levi. The Warlord Catalog was a combat technique book suitable for most cold weapons. The Badger Barbarian King used an axe, but Levi's greatsword, halberd, broadsword, spear, and other weapons were also suitable for this technique. The Warlord Catalog was divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the more profound it became, and the harder it was to comprehend. The lower 3 levels, middle 3 levels, and upper 3 levels corresponded to level 4, 5, and 6 barbarian warriors respectively. This corresponding relationship provided the entry threshold for learning. It did not mean that the lower 3 levels could only display level 4 battle prowess. Rather, it meant that unless one was a monstrous genius who had reached level 4, they would not be able to start learning the lower 3 levels of the Warlord Catalog. Otherwise, their bodies and willpower would not be able to withstand the strain, and it would only cause them harm. The lower 3 levels included Uncontainable Fury, Brave Man is Fearless, and Domineering and Independent. The middle 3 levels contained Traceless Star Stepping, Half Moon Thunder, and Rising Sunday. The upper 3 levels consisted of Sacrifice Oneself for Righteousness, Fight Against Heaven and Earth, and There is Only One King. Combat techniques are not divided by race or occupation. They are just different techniques for using power. On this basis, there are slight differences due to the different transcendent systems. Although I am not a barbarian warrior, I should be able to cultivate this combat technique. He roughly glanced at the first level of Uncontainable Fury and felt that it was not difficult. He resisted the urge to start learning immediately. Levi copied the Warlord Catalog onto a memory slate to prevent the content from being lost due to the damage done to the snakeskin. Levi returned to the underground lake. The ancient shell palace resembled a sunken ship. It had been lost for many years and bore traces of time. Levi had completely eliminated the black beasts hidden within. A huge hole appeared in the ancient Banyan fairyland. A suction force pulled the ancient shell palace into it. On the grassland, the ancient shell palace landed on the ground with a loud bang. Dust flew into the air, and the surroundings shook. The Holy Grail sounded surprised as it spoke. "This thing is not bad. Where did you get it?" Levi smiled. "Ha ha ha. This is a treasure of the Shell Demon clan." After Sauron's 4 treasures and the flame-gathering pot, Levi obtained another rare treasure. Moreover, this treasure was extremely special. It was a rare fortress-type treasure. In the wizard world, primordial soul wizards would flock to obtain such an item. Linabel and the rest of the shell demons flew over and surrounded the ancient shell palace. They grew so excited that they could not speak properly. "I actually saw my clan's sacred relic again. I thought I would never see it again. I wonder if it can still be used." Everyone looked at the structure with curiosity. The shell demon mistress approached. "Sir, we want to study the ancient shell palace next and try to get it up and running again as soon as possible." Levi nodded. "Sure, tell me if you have any research results." Levi looked forward to seeing if the level 6 lightning pillar could still function. In the future, if he encountered a great enemy of the primordial soul realm, he would let them have a taste of the might of this Italian cannon. The shell demons flew into the ancient shell palace, and Levi followed them inside. The interior resembled a beehive, densely packed with shell houses. Strange-looking buildings made of shells stood throughout the area. This reminded Levi of the sound Shellbog had given him. Io's water seemed filled with many strange shells with incredible abilities. After some modifications, it became a simple and primitive transcendent item. Levi left the ancient shell palace and returned to the outside world. This trip to the underground world yielded a lot for Levi. He had acquired a black beast, the fluorescent illusion tree, the ancient shell palace, the shell demon clan, and the Warlord Catalog. Levi was not in a hurry to return to the surface. He planned to continue hunting black beasts here, search for resources, and cultivate at the same time. A month later, somewhere in the underground world, a black beast that looked like a giant jellyfish released black lightning. It covered the sky and earth, and its might appeared terrifying. A swordsman in pitch-black magic armor bathed in the lightning. He held a greatsword in his hand and grew furious. Uncontainable fury. A furious attack struck out, and the power of the sword chi proved even stronger than Levi's previous output. The black beast died instantly. Levi put away his sword and stood there silently. What a powerful combat technique. Just the lower 3 levels are not inferior to my Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex. In the past month, Levi had been killing black beasts while practicing the Warlord Catalog. Levi felt immersed in the practice and enjoyed himself. Because of Levi's strategic position, he quickly grasped the first level. Its power did not disappoint him. On another battlefield, the Black Lotus beast used its dragon claws to open the mouth of a level 5 giant crocodile, and the pitch-black annihilation breath shot into its mouth. The giant crocodile was pierced from the inside out by the Black Lotus beast's breath. The scene appeared extremely violent. On the ground, the corpses of the black beasts piled up like a mountain. The smell of blood continued to attract more black beasts. Chapter 1385. Levi offered a nod and said, "Well done." The Black Lotus beast offered an honest smile. "I haven't fought in a long time, so I am a little rusty. Lord Dragon King, let me fight with you outside. I have to be of some use." After the Black Lotus beast's body recovered, Lord Dragon King gave him a physical examination every once in a while. Moreover, the Black Lotus beast received all kinds of nutrients, evolution potion, and the spring water of immortality. "How can I repay such a great kindness?" The Black Lotus beast thought about the matter. His brute force remained the only thing that could help the Dragon King. Therefore, he volunteered to fight for Levi. Levi laughed. "No problem. Next, we will see who kills the most level 5 black beasts." Fighting spirit filled the Black Lotus beast. "That is a good suggestion." The beast stepped into the darkness in search of new prey. Levi watched the Black Lotus beast slaughtering his way around, then leaned against the rock wall to rest. This underground world remained a paradise for practicing combat techniques and spells. Levi could not be bothered to attack the low-level black beasts. Instead, he sent out the undead army, level 5 transcendent creatures, and alchemical creatures. Levi and the Black Lotus beast would deal with the level 5 black beasts. As a result, Levi's killing efficiency stood quite high. Under the banyan tree, Long ate until it was round and full. It could not eat anymore. Levi stored the black beast flesh in his storage ring for future use. After resting, Levi continued to cultivate and practice his combat techniques. Time flew by, and a year slipped through his fingers. Year 1218 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of grass. In the underground world, beside Levi, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood lay scattered, and the stench of blood soared into the sky. This year, his combat skills became more and more refined. His entire person underwent a transformation. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi, the Warlord's Catalog, Level 4, 1/20,000. Special effect, Uncontainable Fury. Brave man is fearless, domineering and independent. After more than a year, I have completely grasped the lower 3 levels of the Warlord Catalog. I have also gained a preliminary understanding of the 4th level. With such speed, I am a genius that only appears once every 10,000 years in the history of the barbarian race. Right. Levi put away his panel and held his longsword in high spirits. The reason he advanced so fast stemmed from his proficiency panel, his level 5 Night Realm, and his sword skill level. In that 1 year of studying, Levi discovered that the first 3 levels of the Warlord Catalog differed from one another. In fact, this combat technique used the 3 different auras of the human body to increase one's combat strength. These 3 auras were anger, courage, and dominance. Anger. Needless to say, the emotion of anger, or the sin of anger. Many people burst out with power beyond common sense under extreme anger, and burn their own small universe. This was the most common use of aura. Courage. As the name suggested, only the brave could give birth to this aura. We do not have to be afraid when we encounter difficulties. We have to face them bravely. The epic of mankind was the epic of courage. After using this move, the user's aura reached its peak. The user would dare to cut down any enemy with one sword. It could also directly ignore the mental intimidation attacks of ordinary enemies. Levi quickly comprehended this move. Although Levi adhered to a steady and cautious path, he believed he could still be brave when the moment called for it. Dominance. This aura held a higher level than anger and courage. According to the Warlord Catalog, not everyone could comprehend the domineering and independent move. That was because the birth of dominance resulted from both acquired and innate factors. Some people, no matter how much they learned, did not possess this kind of domineering aura. Of course, this was not a problem for Levi. Dragon's Might was essentially a high-level domineering aura. Dragon's Domination. Levi only needed to instinctively use the Dragon's Might on his body to slash out this move. After using the domineering and independent move, other than dealing powerful physical attacks, it could even deal mental attacks that could intimidate the mind. This was an extremely rare technique among combat techniques. The profoundness of the Warlord Catalog's combat techniques lay far beyond Levi's imagination. As for the middle 3 levels, Levi had only grasped the 4th level, Traceless Star Stepping. At this level, Levi stood only at the beginning stages, and had yet to gain any profound understanding. The lower 3 levels were all about the use of one's aura. Human strength had its limits, and so did one's aura. Therefore, the middle 3 levels were even more profound, and began to use external auras. If one's aura was not enough, then one could borrow the aura of the world. This method was similar to how wizards borrowed the power of heaven and earth elements. These 3 auras were Sun Aura, Moon Aura, and Star Aura. Traceless Star Stepping. This move needed to be cultivated under the stars in the sky, and the Star Aura had to be integrated into one's strength technique. The power of one strike shattered the stars. The following Half Moon Thunder and Rising Sun were all based on this principle. Just as the Badger Barbarian King described in the Warlord Catalog, take life and death lightly. If you are not convinced, fight. I cannot beat you. However, I definitely cannot lose to you in terms of aura. If a person's aura was not enough, then I would borrow the aura of heaven and earth to suppress you. Only by being brave and fearless and fighting against heavens and earth can one become the only king. It was said that the Badger Barbarian King's the Warlord Catalog was also influenced by his tribe totem, the Sky Badger giant beast. The personality of this giant beast was exactly the same as the Badger Barbarian King. Inspired by the Warlord catalog, Levi's Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex also benefited a lot from it. Chapter 1386. Levi remained confident he could push it to a higher realm, and perhaps even surpass the Warlord catalog. He could not cultivate traceless star stepping in the underground world. It was too dark here, and the stars remained hidden. He could not borrow their aura. He had practically attained perfection during this year of underground cultivation. He could leave now. During this 1 year, Levi and his subordinates hunted nearly 100 different types of level 5 black beasts. Low-level black beasts were even more difficult to count. Levi felt the number of black beasts in this sector of the underground world shrinking. If he wanted to hunt more, he had to go deeper. However, a sharp sense of danger forced him to stop. Dangerous beings above level 6 likely hid in the depths of the underground world. With his current strength, Levi could not venture any further. Now, everything was ready, including the Scarlet Dragon and the advancement potion of the Sky Dragon breathing technique. Levi only needed to attain perfection in his breathing technique before he could refine it and advance further. The only flaw was that he had not found the potion materials for the Death Ember Dragon. The Undying Bird bloodline creature was incredibly difficult to locate. As for the Nightmare Dragon breathing technique, the human faceless infant dragon would suffice. With that thought, Levi gripped his greatsword and left the underground in a flash. Next, he would head further north and enter the land of the barbarians to seek more opportunities. Io, Northern Territory. Levi flew hurriedly over the grasslands, snow mountains, and forests. Before meeting the Winged Tiger Barbarian King, he planned to find some small barbarian tribes to gather information. He would make plans after he had a better understanding of the barbarians. Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted ahead. On the ground and in the air, two groups clashed. One group pulsed with vitality and blood, their barbaric might peerless. They were clearly barbarians. The other party were the mage rogues of the Empire, and moved with discipline. Arrays, divine talismans, and dharma artifacts bombarded the barbarians. The number of barbarians slightly exceeded the mages of the Empire, yet they remained at a disadvantage. It was clear that in most dimensions, spellcasters held the status of noble masters. Levi observed the situation, moved by the plight of the barbarians. Their situation was much better than that of the knights. With a thought, sparks flew in the air as his figure vanished. Kill. Protect the old and the young. The Badger clan warriors are brave and fearless. They will never retreat. A short and brawny young man with a crew cut gripped a huge axe, his face twisted in fury. He served as the current leader and the strongest of the Badger tribe, Silver Badger Tam. He was a totem warrior at the middle stage of level 5. Opposite him, two Empire archmages in flame robes bombarded him with fire-type spells. They looked high and mighty, eyes filled with disdain. These were the Flaming Twins, famous level 5 experts in the north of the Empire. The twins had already killed several level 5 barbarian warriors together. They just look strong, but they are not powerful. Everyone, release the fire attack divine talisman. Let these barbarians witness the might of the supreme archmage. The Flaming Twins waved their hands. Level 3 divine talismans descended from the sky. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. Tam's expression changed drastically. Level 4 warriors, from the Blood Chi combat array, and protect the old and the young. He swung his axe horizontally. Fury slash. Endless rage surged, and his aura merged into this attack. Hundreds of divine talisman flames vanished beneath the impact of the axe. They are just putting up a stubborn resistance. Try our Dharma artifact. A fiery red flag flew out from each of the Flaming Twins, bearing the symbol of Cain, the world-encircling giant snake. Legend said that when God Io created the world, he relied on the help of the world-encircling giant snake. Therefore, the giant snake became the symbol of Cain. Kill them. Tam did not feel fear. A Badger warrior would rather live standing than die kneeling. Beams of stunning axe light broke through the seal of the divine flame talisman and charged toward the Flaming Twins. The twins did not panic. They smiled faintly. Interesting. I did not expect that the Badger tribe, which has already declined to such a state, would actually have a natural-born warrior like you. You have trained your combat skills to such an extent that they are as pure as fire. Unfortunately, in front of spells, they are all unorthodox. They each threw out 2 divine talismans that emitted treasure light. Forget it. I will not capture him alive. I will kill him on the spot. This divine talisman was a high-grade level 5 divine talisman. The Flame King arrives. Even a late-stage level 5 warrior would suffer severe injuries if he survived, let alone a mid-stage level 5 warrior like Tam. Rumble. The 4 divine talismans surrounded Tam from 4 directions. The terrifying shockwave of the explosion instantly drowned Tam. In the flames, Tam's protective blood chi shattered and melted. Courage slash. He endured the intense pain and brandished his giant axe with all his might, wanting to cut through the sea of fire, but the effort proved useless. D***MNit. I, Tam, have not comprehended my ancestors' tyrannical slash. Otherwise, I might have been able to fight these two. Tam did not feel fear. He only felt unwillingness. At the moment of life and death, in the sea of fire, a muscular swordsman in black armor appeared in the air. He grabbed Tam and pulled him away. Tam did not understand what was happening, but he found himself already 10 miles away from the sea of fire. The swordsman stood upright with his sword in hand. Tam did not know who he was, but since the man saved his life, he quickly offered thanks. Thank you, senior. However, I still have to save my clansmen. Tam looked at the sea of fire in the distance with a worried expression. Even if you go, you will be courting death. Let me do it. I know you have many questions. You just need to know that I am indebted to the Badger Barbarian King. The swordsman turned around and stepped into the void. Senior, the two people opposite have powerful divine talismans. I will go with you. If you go, you will only implicate me. The swordsman disappeared, and his voice echoed in the area. On the battlefield, the sea of fire dissipated. The flaming twins looked at the sky. They could no longer sense Tam's aura. Hee, you are still far from being able to compete with the Empire. A bunch of country bumpkins who only know how to use brute force. Kill all the remaining soldiers and defeated generals. Leave no one alive. In the void, a figure appeared, and an invisible and intangible domineering aura gathered on his body. A total of 6 dragon phantoms formed by dragons, might fused into the great sword. The warlord catalog, domineering and independent. Levi moved like a dragon descending upon the world, slashing out with his sword. The illusory aura of a tyrant suppressed the world. The mages and barbarian warriors could not help but tremble. They stood rooted to the spot, instinctively wanting to prostrate themselves in worship. In the shocked eyes of the flaming twins, only the arrogant black-armored swordsman remained. After the sword light passed, the flaming twins' eyes lost focus, and their heads fell to the ground. Levi looked at the sky and murmured, I have used Senior's method to save Senior's people. I will take this as repaying your kindness. Chapter 1387. Io, Northern Territory. In the wilderness, within the army of the Empire's mages, figures of level 1 and level 2 mages fell from the sky. Their eyes remained open, but the light had faded. A careful observer would note the truth. Inside their minds, their spirit, will, and souls had completely scattered. Silently, under the edge of Levi's blade, the domineering aura alone extinguished them all. The remaining mages above level 3 regained their senses, staring at the black-armored swordsman, who felled 2 archmages in a single strike. One mage trembled, backing away as he spoke. You do not come any closer. We serve the Empire. The Supreme Archmage watches you. The black-armored swordsman remained calm. His sword aura erupted like a pillar of light, destroying everything and blasting the mages into pieces. Some seized the chaos to flee into the distance, shielding themselves with divine talismans. Quickly, report to Archmage Myriad Thunder that a peak level 5 powerhouse from the Badger tribe has appeared. One mage shouted as he scrambled away. The mages fled frantically. Levi's right arm shifted, twisting into the shape of a red dragon head. The jaw snapped open, and the terrifying breath of the Crimson Emperor Dragon gushed forth. The high temperature swept through the wilderness, burning a passage that stretched for several miles. The escaping mages were reduced to ashes. Silence reclaimed the wilderness. The Badger clan warriors stared at the invincible figure who had saved them. Who is this? One warrior asked. I am not sure, a second replied. He is truly strong. That move resembles the ultimate skill of the former clan leader, a third observed. It is the tyrannical slash, but far more powerful. Yet, he lacks the appearance of a barbarian. Tam chased after the black-armored swordsman, landing on the ground before him. Senior, what is your relationship with the Badger Barbarian King? Tam asked, his face etched with shock. I accidentally received kindness from the Badger Barbarian King. I happened to pass by this place and saw his descendants, so I intervened, Levi explained. Tam nodded in realization. I watched you fight, Senior. You obtained the Badger Barbarian King's inheritance, did you not? Levi nodded. He drew a copy of the inheritance scroll and handed it to Tam. This was left behind by the Barbarian King. Now that it has returned to its owner, I have repaid his kindness. Tam's hands trembled as he scanned the scroll. The Warlord Catalog. This is the King-level battle manual created by the Barbarian King. The clan once possessed it, but we lost it during the war 1,000 years ago. Thank you, Senior. This is a timely gift. The moves they currently practiced, such as the Fury Slash, the Domineering Slash, and the Courage Slash, were all simplified versions of the Warlord Catalog. The middle 3 levels, and the upper 3 levels were entirely missing. Senior, you are not a barbarian, are you? Tam asked. I am a foreigner. I came to the Northern Territory to seek refuge with the Winged Tiger Barbarian King. I wish to work for him and gain some benefits, Levi stated bluntly. Such requests were common in the Northern Territory. Among the 6 barbarian kings, the Winged Tiger Barbarian King is indeed the most suitable for an outsider, Tam said. He is a man of his word, and he works well with foreigners. Levi's heart skipped a beat. The Winged Tiger Barbarian King possessed a solid reputation. Senior, our tribe is near, Tam offered. If you join us, we can offer you hospitality. After you rest, you can continue your journey to find him. Levi readily agreed. The Badger clan was a tribe that once had a barbarian king. Although it was declining now, its foundation remained. It was a good choice to start from here. Several days later, Sunset Plains. From afar, the giant rock city of the Badger clan rose into view. Badger City. The giant city stood majestic, exuding an ancient aura. Our Badger clan was once a tribe of a barbarian king, Tam said solemnly. Everything changed when the Sky Badger giant beast died. But now that we have the Warlord Catalog, although we cannot become a barbarian king tribe immediately, we can reclaim our place. Your great kindness is something our tribe will never forget. Besides Tam, 2 level 5 warriors stood guard at the city entrance. Clan leader, I heard the migration was ambushed by the Empire's mages, one of the guards asked. Yes, the Empire sent the flaming twins of Sala City, Tam confirmed. We were almost wiped out. It was thanks to this senior that we escaped death. The Badger clan warrior studied the unassuming Levi. The man appeared as burly as a barbarian, and possessed an aura comparable to that of the clan leader. "Thank you, senior," the warrior said. "Thank you, senior. I did not expect to see such bravery among the humans." The warriors hurried to express their gratitude. "All right, that is enough," Tam said. "Let us return to the city." Levi remained in Badger City for the following days. After his cultivation sessions, Levi visited the training ground. Barbarian children, appearing only 7 or 8 years old, stood in preparation for the spirit awakening ceremony. In the center of the training ground, the heads of various giant beasts were arranged for a sacrifice. Clan leader Tam stood nearby, holding an ancient bone axe. Observing the giant axe, Levi recalled the Badger barbarian king. He had wielded an axe just like this. Tam began to sing a complex ballad, his voice rough and ancient. The clan elders joined the song. Amidst the chanting, a wisp of green smoke drifted from the bone axe. The smoke rose into the sky, transforming into the phantom of a giant beast hundreds of meters long, towering like a mountain. Chapter 1388. The giant beast's head resembled a hyena's, and its mouth held rows of iron teeth. Its body appeared thick, its muscles cored with strength, and its foreclaws looked sharp. Levi gazed at the manifestation. "Is this the spirit of the sky badger giant beast?" he murmured. The transcendent inheritance of the barbarians possessed a long history. They formed a race created when Io first came into being. When Sauron first crafted the ancient tower, he likely brought planes along with their native civilizations. This transcendent method appeared quite novel. The giant axe must be a treasure refined from the remains of the sky badger giant beast. Levi gazed at the weapon, comparing it to the bloodline divine weapon of a knight. The two likely shared similarities. The spirit of the sky badger giant beast transformed into rays of light, surging into the bodies of the children below. Simultaneously, the elders in the clan held bowls of blood. They used pens resembling silver needles to absorb the liquid, and began to draw the blood totem of the sky badger giant beast onto the children. The elders worked like tattoo artists, careful and meticulous. This blood must be the blood of the sky badger giant beast that the clan preserved, Levi reasoned. This tattoo must communicate with the spirit of the sky badger giant beast. Did the power of the totem warriors originate from the badger? If that holds true, how does one become a level 6 barbarian king? Levi felt puzzled. Logically, the sky badger giant beast only reached level 6. There existed no reason for the totem warriors below to possess such strength. It appears the uniqueness of the barbarians themselves accounts for it. After the spirit awakening concluded, Levi called Tam over to ask about the cultivation and history of the barbarians. Tam answered every inquiry. The transcendent power of the barbarian race, which relied on the giant beast totem, could not be used by non-barbarians. After the conversation, Levi stood alone under the sky and pondered. The barbarian race's path and the knight's bloodline path represented two completely different transcendent systems. Barbarians were not humans. They were a humanoid race, much like elves and dwarves. They were born as a transcendent race with boundless strength. Even if a barbarian did nothing but grow up, their strength would compare to Nora's legendary knight. To put it bluntly, the race possessed a natural ability to obtain power from the transcendent giant beast. Therefore, every clan worshipped a totem giant beast as a guardian. The so-called spirit awakening served only to open the treasure vault within the barbarians' bodies. If the previous totem giant beast died, the barbarians could find a new giant beast and worship it as a totem. The stronger the totem, the stronger the tribe. In Levi's view, this represented a very ancient transcendent path similar to the path of faith practiced by the gods. The totem giant beast acted as the god of the barbarians. Generally, only barbarian tribes with giant beast totems above level 6 stood a chance of producing a level 6 barbarian king. However, an exception existed. Tens of thousands of years ago, a tribe with only level 5 totems produced a level 6 barbarian king. Not long after, the level 5 totem also benefited from this, and advanced to level 6. In short, the special nature of the barbarians allowed them to establish a subtle connection with the giant beast totem they believed in. This strengthened their physique and blood chi, enabling them to cultivate powerful combat techniques. These paths do not suit us humans, and they differ from my bloodline path, Levi realized. He felt no discouragement. He had received inspiration from the barbarians. Moreover, after tasting the warlord catalog, Levi looked forward to gaining more powerful combat techniques while staying with the barbarians. A month later, Badger City. Levi looked at Tam and the others who were sending him off. "Please go back," he said. Tam and the others offered thanks. "Thank you for your kindness, senior." Levi waved his hand and departed. He held a good impression of the Badger clan. They were straightforward, frank, brave, and fearless, though lacking in the brain department. In the Badger tribe, he had collected some low-level combat techniques, but they proved far inferior to the warlord catalog. Levi planned to let the knight refer to these combat techniques and create styles better suited for knights. Levi left Badger City and headed north. A month later, a giant city rose before him, grander even than Badger City. Saba City, the Winged Tiger clan's holy land. A mountain peak rose in the center of the city. At the summit, a huge black tiger, hundreds of meters long with a wingspan of 1,000 meters, lay in wait. It rested in a deep sleep, snoring loudly and emitting a wild aura. It was the current level 6 totem giant beast of the Winged Tiger clan, the Winged Tiger. After Levi contacted Bog, he learned that Bog was still fighting in the south, and remained absent from the city. However, he had already sent word to contact Levi. Not long after, a group of people flew to meet him. "You are the person recommended by General Bog, right?" "That is right." "I wonder if the Lord Barbarian King is here," Levi asked. "Yes, he is. I will bring you to see the Barbarian King." In the city, within the main hall, a burly man, 2 stories tall, sat on the throne, drinking hard liquor from a large wooden barrel. On the left sat many level 5 barbarian powerhouses, all radiating vigorous vitality. Most carried the totem of a winged tiger, though others displayed different totems. On the right sat guests of honor like Levi. Levi spotted the shadow of an acquaintance. The man wore a flame robe bearing the pattern of the Firebull family. He sat with his eyes closed, his expression calm. "Farah, it is actually this fence-sitter," Levi sighed. Aya was indeed small. Levi's entire body had changed, appearing different from before. Therefore, Farah did not recognize Levi. Of course, recognition would cause no harm. With Levi's current strength, he had nothing to fear from an ordinary perfected 5th circle wizard like Farah. Chapter 1389. Most of the other guests were wizards, and there was no lack of 5th circle senior wizards. "Is this the expert Bog mentioned?" the Barbarian King Bar asked, his voice like thunder. Barbarian King Bar's aura remained restrained. His body contained a dazzling strength that forced the level 5 experts present to look away. "Lord Bar, you can call me Victor. I am not an expert," Levi said. Levi could have revealed his real name, but he chose a pseudonym instead. The Barbarian King understood the game. These foreigners carried ulterior motives, and none showed their true faces. It did not matter. As long as they could be driven by incentives, they served their purpose. "I wonder what talents you possess," the Barbarian King said. "Can you demonstrate them?" "My honored guest cannot be an incompetent person." Levi smiled. "Lord Bar, I know a little about spells and combat techniques. How should I demonstrate them?" The Barbarian King laughed and looked around the room. "Generals, distinguished guests, who would like to experience Victor's abilities?" he asked loudly. In the honored guests area, Farah opened his eyes to glance at Levi. 5th circle senior spiritual force. It is just so. He has dual cultivated the path of body tempering, which explains his confidence. Farah closed his eyes to meditate. Since escaping the 9 Cities Alliance, he had navigated the year of unrest in Io. He took this opportunity to head north. With his perfected 5th circle strength, he easily became the winged tiger Barbarian King's honored guest, completing several missions and gaining much reward. "Let me experience the abilities of the foreigner," a general with a violent ape totem said. He leaped from the barbarian side of the room. He wore beast skin, his vitality unhidden as he soared into the air. He gripped an iron rod made of rare metal. He hailed from the violent ape clan rather than the winged tiger clan. Having joined recently, he needed to prove his strength to the Barbarian King. "Good," the Barbarian King laughed. "General Kirby, I heard you reached the middle stage of level 5 some time ago. Although the violent ape clan has declined, you cannot be underestimated." "It is not worth mentioning," General Kirby replied, bowing his head. "Since joining the winged tiger clan, I will go through fire and water for the Barbarian King." Kirby clenched his fists while staring at Levi. "If I hurt you, remember to shout for me to stop," he said with a laugh. "Otherwise, I will accidentally kill you, and you will have to be buried in a foreign land." The barbarian fit Levi's impression well. He was barbaric and rude. Levi summoned a greatsword into his hand. "My greatsword might be careless," Levi said. "Sir, please be careful." Everyone headed out of the hall toward a massive arena, roughly 1 kilometer in diameter. The entire space consisted of hard rock, solidified by the Barbarian King's secret technique. It served as a convenient space for brave barbarian warriors to spar. A group of generals and distinguished guests lined the sides to watch the show. The Barbarian King descended from the sky to sit on the central platform. "Let us begin," the Barbarian King commanded. General Kirby stomped his right foot against the ground, and a circle of ripples swept out. His speed was fast, like a true ape. Strength exploded in his arms, fueled by immense vitality. "Multiple wind strike," Kirby shouted. He cultivated the Violent Ape Clan's giant ape war scripture. Although the Violent Ape Clan had never produced a barbarian king since ancient times, they could not be underestimated. They had produced many peak level 5 experts. The giant rod flew, forming a 100-meter-tall dragon tornado within the arena. Wave after wave filled the space. A vortex formed by the combat technique. It moved fast and threatened destruction. The powerful attack made the other generals nod. "General Kirby is a rare genius of the Giant Ape Clan," one general remarked. "He has mastered the giant ape war scripture. Next, the foreigner must deal with it," another added. "He sounded like an expert. Let us see if he has the skills to back it up." In the arena, airflow trapped Levi. He slashed his greatsword vertically, calling upon the warlord catalog, uncontainable fury. Aside from his basic physical fitness and combat techniques, Levi used no other methods. He had come to the barbarian race to cultivate and hone his combat techniques. Using spells or night transformation would be bullying the barbarians, unless he encountered true danger. Fury merged into the sword, like the roar of a god or an evil dragon. Sword light swept out. The dragon tornado blocking Levi's path disintegrated. General Kirby hid behind the vortex, preparing a surprise attack, but a sword light collided with his giant rod. Boom. The power of the impact sent him flying. General Kirby looked on, incredulous. In terms of pure physical strength, this foreigner possessed more power than him, a level 5 barbarian. The foreigners he had dealt with before never displayed such strength. General Kirby retreated. Ape strike, he shouted. His body expanded as vitality flooded his muscles, causing him to transform into a 3-story tall violent ape. Ha! Kirby yelled. The giant rod split the sky in a head-on blow. Good move, Levi shouted. He swung his arm and his sword. Thump! After the dull metal collision, General Kirby felt as if a bull had rammed him, launching him into the sky. His face turned ashen. After 2 rounds of confrontation, General Kirby remained inferior. In front of so many generals and the Barbarian King, this reflected poorly on him. If the Barbarian King realized he possessed only this much strength, the king would surely overlook him. Chapter 1390. I must end this quickly, Kirby roared at the sky, his vitality swallowing him completely. If he uses a spell, I will not be his match. Sanguine Ape Technique. Kirby raised the giant rod, and the blood-colored rod shadow smashed down from the sky with a force that suppressed the air. Levi rose from the ground and stabbed forward with his longsword without fear. Brave man is fearless. The power of courage merged into his combat technique, causing Levi's attack to become even more fierce. Whoosh! The heaven-shaking sword sent the giant ape's giant rod flying. Levi's sword flashed and stopped inches from General Kirby's throat. Kirby's breathing quickened, and his heart trembled. Then, he smiled bitterly. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Levi chuckled. It is just a spar. Let us stop here. Kirby's face turned red as he fell to the ground. Whether it was mentality or strength, he was completely crushed by the other party. He conceded his loss. Kirby, can you do it? A general asked. Did you lose just like that? That guy did not even use any spells. Kirby retorted. Do not grumble. If you can do it, go ahead. The general with the giant bear tattoo stepped forward. I will go then. Following the sounds of banging on the ring, the giant bear general ran down with a dejected expression. I was wrong. I cannot. The foreigner in front of them was even more ferocious than the barbarians. He was simply not human. The giant bear general failed to force out the other party's spell, and was knocked down by a few sword moves. Some barbarian generals wanted to go up, but Bar stopped them, his expression ugly. Are you guys going to take turns fighting? Bar scolded angrily. Do you not have any warrior spirit? The generals lowered their heads and accepted the reprimand. Bar smiled and clapped his hands. Good, good. It is our tribe's fortune to have you join us, sir. May I know what you want from the barbarian clan? Levi spoke clearly. Naturally the resources that we foreigners need, or barbarian combat techniques. Hearing this, Bar nodded. No wonder I saw that your combat technique had a hint of the barbarian style. It turns out that you want to learn barbarian combat techniques. I have collected many. Other than the secret techniques of my winged tiger tribe, you will have a chance to obtain them as long as you complete my mission. Levi's eyes were filled with joy. Thank you, Barbarian King. After that, everyone drank and chatted at the banquet. Levi felt someone looking at him and saw that it was Wizard Farah. Farah smiled at Levi and continued drinking. After the banquet, Levi left Saba City. Levi already had the Barbarian King's contact information. All he needed to do now was complete the mission. As a foreigner, he felt uneasy staying in the land of barbarians. Levi found a place, opened a shelter, and settled down. In the wilderness, the starry night remained silent. Levi practiced the 4th level of the Warlord Catalog alone, traceless star stepping. Following the guidance of the Warlord Catalog, he looked at the stars in the sky and sensed the aura of the stars. The cultivation difficulty of the middle 3 levels was much higher than the lower 3 levels. Levi swung his sword continuously, trying to comprehend the profoundness within. Days passed. During the day, he meditated, cultivated breathing techniques, and studied spells. At night, Levi cultivated the rune language and the Warlord Catalog. 1 month later, Levi could comprehend the aura of the stars. Levi stepped out of the void and slashed out with his sword. The power of the sword was brilliant and dazzling, as if it covered the entire sky. The sword chi swept through the wilderness, tearing everything apart. A 1,000-meter-long ravine formed. The Warlord Catalog proficiency increased by 289. This is the feeling. Levi was in a good mood and continued practicing his sword. Besides practicing, he would also look at the other combat techniques he had obtained. Soon, Levi began his first mission. The mission was not difficult. Levi had to head to an empire city and kill an enemy that was a level 5 archmage. Since Levi had successfully completed the quest, the Barbarian King had kept his word and allowed Levi to choose one of the rewards. Levi chose a combat technique from the extinct giant elephant clan. The Elephant Kings were scripture. This was a fist and foot combat technique. It was much weaker than the Warlord Catalog, but it was still very powerful. This combat technique only had 5 levels, and Levi quickly learned the first 3 levels. Levi checked his status. Elephant King War Scripture, level 4, 1 out of 20,000. Special effect, Elephant Stomp, Elephant Crush, Elephant Armor, Elephant Sky. The special effects of these barbarian combat techniques were their moves. Every advancement represented a breakthrough. One day, I will master all these combat techniques and create more powerful combat techniques. Levi felt heroic. After learning the Warlord Catalog, Levi seemed to have opened up a whole new world. Time passed by. 2 years went by quickly. Year 1220 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of beginning. Dark Ancient Tower calendar, year 55. Levi was 230 years old. The 119th Round Table meeting convened. There were no level 1 knights left among the 18 Twilight Cavalry. Even the weakest was at level 2. Time did not hold back. Not even the new generation, who joined last. The Pheasant Knight and the Snow Dragon Knight were all from 40 to 50 years ago. Among the older generation, the Black Knight had finally stepped into the realm of a level 4 knight. The Black Knight relied on his knight cultivation and the resources of the Midland to push his wizard cultivation to the second circle. Then, he started to cultivate other things. After all, the knights had many tricks up their sleeves now. The Black Knight's bloodline Dharma was called the Raging Battle Roar. This was a towering Minotaur Dharma idol. It was obvious that the Black Knight had carried out the Minotaur path to the end. The breathing technique, bloodline Dharma body, and bloodline Dharma idol were all Minotaurs. The Raging Battle Roar's ability was very powerful. After using it, it could greatly increase the Black Knight's strength. Chapter 1391. Teammates within range of the Raging Battle Roar feel its encouragement, strength and attack potential surge, forcing them into the berserker state. Levi smiles at the prospect. The Black Knight's Dharma idol remains exceptionally suitable for team battles. Combined with the healing effect of the 5-colored Divine Light and the reduction effect of the Dragon of Desolation, their side grows more courageous with every clash. Together, they demonstrate how 1 + 1 creates something greater than 2. The other knights of the older generation work diligently toward level 4. Goddess Knight Elsa, a double affinity individual, steps into the third circle wizard realm. Like the Black Knight, she embraces her path as a knight once more. The middle-aged generation remains far from level 4 and continues exploring level 3. One person stands apart. Andrew. He is a child of the earth element and a third circle wizard. At first glance, with the ample resources of the Holy Temple, Andrew's cultivation speed seems slower than some geniuses from other top wizard organizations. Phantom Witch Sierra reached the 4th circle realm at his age. However, Andrew directs his focus toward the path of knights. Andrew is only 108 years old, yet he holds the rank of a level 3 knight and wizard. This achievement ranks as a benchmark for the Twilight Knights. Andrew wields the divine weapon known as the wrought steel sword. Beyond the 18 Twilight Cavalry, other members of the Holy Temple continue to grow. With more time, and after Levi advances to the primordial soul realm, he will command a group of subordinates capable of contending with any organization in the human realm. He will not stand alone. Levi projects the barbarian combat techniques obtained during this period, including the lower 3 levels of the Warlord catalog, to everyone at the meeting. He orders the Holy Temple's Combat Techniques Research Committee to begin their work. The path of combat techniques shares many similarities. Relying on the barbarians, the combat techniques of the Holy Temple will skyrocket. Barbarians have developed for countless years, and their combat techniques have long reached perfection. The meeting ends. Levi stands alone in the wilderness, watching the stars. He completed the Traceless Star stepping over the past 2 years, and he officially advanced to the 5th level of the Warlord catalog. He prepares to strike. Thunder Half Moon. He must borrow the momentum of the moon to execute a thunder strike. The difficulty has increased, but the power has risen by a full level. During the past 2 years, Levi completed many missions. He obtained numerous combat techniques and resources from the Barbarian King. Levi's combat skills and experience have reached the acme of perfection. He no longer requires the blood source armor, the 6 heavenly gods, Dharma idol, or other methods. He kills enemies equivalent to a 5th circle senior wizard using only physical fitness and combat techniques. This power returns to its original state. In the near future, he will master the first 6 levels of the Warlord catalog. Then, Levi will kill a perfected 5th circle cultivator using only his physical body and combat techniques. If he activates the various forms of the blood source armor before using the combat techniques, his power will be immeasurable. Early in the morning, Levi finishes his meditation and places his hand on the Klein crystal. Spiritual force, 825. Spell power, 82,500. He stores the crystal. The sound shell on his waist transmits a mission from Bar, the Barbarian King. 3 months later, join forces with Kirby, General Giant Bear, and the other generals to fight against Archmage Myriad Thunder's army on the Reindeer Plateau. Whoever takes his head earns a handsome reward. Bar. Levi speaks to the empty air. Archmage Myriad Thunder is no simple man. He is the Lightning Supreme Mage's favorite disciple. His strength rivals a perfected 5th circle wizard. Moreover, he is young and possesses the potential to advance to a Supreme Mage. The sky lights up. A fiery meteor pierces the clouds. A figure lands in front of him and hands over a storage ring. The man is handsome and extraordinary, his fiery red robe billowing in the wind. It is the Holy Infant. Levi takes the ring. Thank you for your hard work. Levi speaks while the Holy Infant stands in silence. Inside the ring, items are neatly arranged. A pile of black beast flesh, 1,000 level 4 divine talismans, a fire god model, a water god model, a 3-foot-long purple sword shines brightly. Now that the 3 god models are complete, only the earth god model remains. Holy Infant, keep up the good work. You may go back to work. Levi dismisses him. The Holy Infant nods. All right. He pats Phoenix's head. Phoenix carries him into the sky. Levi sighs to himself. When will these days of working like crazy end? Inside the fairyland, young leaves grow on all branches of the ancient banyan tree. They spread out, and a refreshing fragrance fills the fairyland. A rough but beautiful woman's face appears on the tree trunk. Senior, you are awake. Levi smiles in delight. Mana's puzzled voice rings out. How long have I been asleep? I feel like I just took a nap and I am already awake. Levi replies. It has been more than 10 years. To mortals, it has been a huge change. To you, senior, it is just a short rest. The Holy Grail laughs. Mana, my friend, you are finally awake. I have been too lonely all these years since you slept. There is no one to talk to me. Levi stays engrossed in his cultivation, so the Holy Grail does not disturb him. The Holy Grail finds nothing to talk about with those transcendent creatures. I am so itchy. There are little bugs. They are rubbing back and forth under my feet. It is so itchy. Under the tree roots, Long emerges with a round and smooth earthworm head. Catfish-like whiskers around its mouth dance in the air. Small eyes stare at Mana without moving. The Holy Grail speaks. It is fine. You will get used to it. This is Long, Levi's companion spiritual creature. The reason why you recovered so quickly and stabilized your level 6 realm is because of this little bug. Chapter 1392. Mana endured the prickling sensation. Then, she smiled. All right. I did not expect that there would be such a magical thing in this world. Are these small particles its excrement? Levi coughed and shifted in embarrassment. Yes, but these feces are the purest fertilizer. Senior, please do not blame me. The human face receded into the bark. A graceful young girl stepped out. The fragrance of plants clung to her skin, assailing Levi's senses. He inhaled deeply. Senior Mana smelled wonderful. Mana scanned the ancient Banyan fairyland. She felt the realm pulsating with vibrancy and diversity. Across the graveyard, the dreamy cloud swamp, the flaming mountain, and the netherworld cave, heavenly and earthly treasures took root. The sky, the earth, and the sea teemed with galloping, transcendent creatures. What a beautiful world, Mana sighed. Did you do all of this? Levi stood tall. I am just a porter of nature. Mana nodded, a soft smile on her lips. That is already very good. This place now holds the beauty of a true fairyland. You possess a meticulous nature despite your rough appearance. These flowers and plants are well taken care of. Levi considered his own hands. Perhaps he carried farming genes in his blood. Levi pointed toward the horizon. By the way, Senior, a large array lies not far ahead. I set it up. Sometimes, I draw enemies into it to deal with them. Please, do not blame me for doing so. Mana understood. I comprehend. Foreigners like you fight and kill. Now, you, me, and the Holy Grail stand on the same side. If you face trouble, I will not abandon you to die. However, do not provoke enemies above level 6. Although I have woken up, I have not fully recovered. My strength rests at the bottom of level 6. It would be quite embarrassing if I could not defeat a level 6 enemy. Levi laughed. Do not worry. With my strength, I would never dare to provoke a level 6 enemy. Levi felt a wave of relief. He would now be the chosen one carrying an old master. No, Senior Mana was much better than an old man. Who did not love a beautiful sister? Levi set up the 8 heavenly dragon prison. He placed the fire god model and the water god model into the array. These alchemical creatures consumed ether stones because they lacked elemental spirit pilots. Fortunately, Levi possessed enough wealth to afford the cost. When the earth god model arrives, I will throw enemies into the 8 heavenly dragon prison. They will face the Nick god and the Black Lotus beast. Both act with the perfection of a 5th circle realm. I probably will not even need to lift a finger. Under the moonlight, Levi played with the purple sword in his hand. The blade measured 3 feet long and weighed 1,001 pounds. A top-grade wizard tool sword embryo made of peak level 5 amethyst. It fused with rare materials like magnetic fire Oregon. This sword shall be called Amethyst Light. Originally, Levi intended to use the 13 blood scales to forge a set of combined top-grade wizard tools. Unfortunately, the quality of the blood scales proved too high for him to refine. He settled for the next best thing. A peak level 5 amethyst stood as the strongest material below level 6. Levi checked the column for 5th circle spells. The Thunder Tiger spell reached level 13, its maximum. Solar Aggregation stood at level 13, its maximum. The Crimson Dragon Barrier sat at level 13, its maximum. The Golden Dragon Break, his 7th talent, rested at level 11, with 1 out of 300,000 points. 25 years into the 5th circle, Levi had mastered 4 5th circle spells. The Crimson Dragon Barrier served as his 5th circle protective force field. The Thunder Tiger and the Solar Aggregation were advanced 4th circle spells. All these years, he had pushed them to their limits. His 7th innate technique, Golden Dragon Break, demanded the most effort. Levi studied the Bronze King Codex he obtained from Anya day and night. He combined his profound knowledge of arrays, weapon making, and runes. Finally, he researched the Metal School's innate spell, Golden Dragon Break. Next, I will solidify the innate spell on the Amethyst Light Sword and place it in the Divine Ring Tower. I will let my spiritual force fuse with it until it becomes as easy as moving my own arm. He chanted an incantation, and his spiritual force imprinted runes onto the blade. A month passed. The Amethyst Light Sword shone, shooting into the sky. In Levi's mind, atop the Divine Ring Tower, the 7th Golden Divine Dragon came to life. It swam into the Amethyst Light Sword through the spiritual energy channel. A Golden Divine Dragon appeared on the surface of the blade. Golden runes formed its scales. Countless spell nodes lit up and connected. Finally, the Amethyst Light Sword quieted. It floated in front of Levi like a purple dragon, spinning slowly. Levi flicked the sword. With a whoosh, the Amethyst Light Sword turned into a streak of purple light, vanishing into the sky. It moved so fast that even a 5th circle wizard could not see it clearly. Levi pointed down, and the amethyst light sword descended. A breath later, the weapon appeared before him. The attack speed is unparalleled. Even with the dynamic strength and spiritual perception of a fifth circle wizard, detecting the sword proves difficult. Now I shall test the maximum attack range. Levi sat cross-legged on the ground, still as a statue, his spiritual force attached to the sword. The golden dragon roared on the divine tower, and the amethyst light sword flew into the distance. 10 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, 300 miles, 500 miles. 500 miles later, Levi felt the limit. Return, he commanded. The purple light emitted a loud bang. With unimaginable speed, the sword crossed 500 miles in 10 breaths. A level 4 black beast blocked the path. The moment the purple light entered the beast's body, the creature exploded into a bloody mist. The purple light returned to Levi's side, jumping around happily. 500 miles is not the limit of the golden dragon break. This spell has not reached its peak. It has only achieved small success. The amethyst light sword entered the divine ring tower. It revolved around the 7-colored crystal, with the other top-grade wizard tools and treasures. Sword Spirit Fleur, sitting in the tower, raised her head. Her face, obscured by shadows, emitted a look of desire. She stood, turned into a ray of light, and charged into the amethyst light sword. An indescribable change rippled through the air. Levi summoned the purple light, sending his spiritual force into it. In the world of the sword, Fleur sat upright. From her perspective, Levi saw a new world. Could this be the correct way to use the sword spirit? Chapter 1393. In the wilderness, Levi strokes the amethyst light sword in his hand. His spiritual force fuses with the accompanying sword spirit. The spirit becomes one with the blade. Levi murmurs to himself. He has achieved the level of man, and sword is one that sword immortals admire. The accompanying sword spirit is a part of him. This time, Levi will try again. He closes his eyes. Using Fleur's perspective, he connects with the amethyst light sword. He whispers the command. The sword transforms into a stream of light. A whoosh echoes through the air. The terrifying speed breaks through all currents and obstacles. 10 breaths pass, and the blade is already 500 miles away. He senses that the weapon can still charge forward. Levi urges it onward. No one is in the wilderness. If he loses control, he can still find it. 600 miles pass. Then 700. 20 breaths later, the blade appears 1,000 miles away at an unimaginable speed. I have reached the maximum, Levi mutters. With the power of the accompanying sword spirit, the blade can strike enemies thousands of miles away. At his thought, the sword turns into a stream of light and streaks back to his side. It is too fast. Aside from primordial soul masters, most fifth circle enemies will fail to react in time and meet their end. A wave of exhaustion washes over him. His spiritual force dissipates like flowing water, and his body consumes vast amounts of spell power. The cost of remotely controlling an attack from 1,000 miles away far exceeds that of his other innate spells. The attack consumed a quarter of his spell power. This is several times more than the Fire Dragon Tribulation. The power of this move, however, far exceeds that of the Fire Dragon Tribulation. He acknowledges the truth of the fifth circle talent. While innate spells increase in power as cultivation grows, a third circle talent cannot compare to a fifth circle one. The further one advances, the more powerful the talent becomes. After taking a potion, Levi meditates to regulate his breathing. The amethyst light sword returns to the divine tower, where a 7-colored crystal emits a gentle light and blends with it. Levi checks his progress. The training session increased the proficiency of Golden Dragon Break significantly. Obtaining the sword spirit has accelerated the cultivation speed of this innate spell. Inside the divine tower, Jin looks at the vanished Fleur and calls out to her. Levi interrupts the call. Stop shouting. I will find more spiritual companions for you in the future. Levi surveys the interior of the divine ring tower. He lists the spells: Earth Dragon Barrier, Fire Dragon Tribulation, Wind Dragon Scamper, Water Dragon Song, Thunder Dragon Flash, Ice Dragon Prison, and Golden Dragon Break. The innate spells of the 7 major elementalist schools are gathered. Now he can study the other factions. He cannot make a wish with 7 dragons, but he feels satisfied. In terms of lethality, the Fire Dragon Tribulation and Golden Dragon Break suffice to deal with most enemies. These form the foundation of his battle prowess after he reaches the primordial soul realm. After ascending to that level, the difference between wizards largely comes from innate spells. The gap between a 6-talent primordial soul and a 9-talent primordial soul is massive. Levi considers his next steps. He must be careful when choosing between the 8th and 9th talents. He has only 2 talent spell slots remaining. Besides the elementalist school, he considers life, death, shadow, and darkness. He also weighs the options of dream realms, spirituality, alchemy, and other elementary schools. He discards the School of Dreams, as it overlaps with his nightmare dragon breathing technique. He passes on the School of Spiritualism. He has no intent to delve into the School of Alchemy, aside from mastering methods to create alchemical creatures. He turns his attention to the life, death, darkness, and shadow schools. Other than life, these schools have all produced legendary wizards. Rolling, the Grand Wizard of the Life School of Thought, approaches the legendary realm. In his opinion, these 4 schools all possess great potential. The remaining 2 innate spells will come from the 7 elemental schools or these 4 schools. In 2 months, he will head to the Moose Plateau to confront Archmage Myriad Thunder. He remembers that fellow using 8 Thunder Hive Stone talismans to force his retreat. This time, he intends to let Archmage Myriad Thunder taste the power of a flying sword. He will bring a little shock to the wizard world. Levi calms himself and begins to cultivate. Days pass. In the wilderness, black beasts or small animals occasionally attack him within a radius of 1,000 miles. To practice his accuracy, he even attacks mosquitoes with his flying sword. He jokes to himself, when no mosquitoes remain within 1,000 miles, that will be the day he, the Supreme Sword Immortal, is born. Year 1220 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of Germinal. In the Sea of Stars market, Mia sits in a good mood as she meditates. The gossipy store manager across from her leans in. Have you heard? The Redbone Wizard of the 5 Elders broke through to the primordial soul realm half a year ago. Unfortunately, she failed. They say she died in the most difficult of the 3 calamities and 4 disasters, the lightning calamity. Someone saw her obliterated by lightning from afar, and her aura vanished. Mia gasps. What? The Redbone Wizard is dead? Among the 5 elders, the Redbone Wizard commanded little presence. Those who knew her described the Redbone Wizard as having lived an inspirational life. She was a complete nomadic wizard and never joined a wizard organization. Her talent was neither great nor terrible. She possessed an ordinary dual element affinity, but lacked any special talent. She relied on caution and relentless hard work to rise from the bottom, becoming a perfected 5th circle wizard in the Flaming Mountain area. Mia feels a wave of sadness at the news. Chapter 1394. Mia and Redbone were not close. Yet, the reality of dying after 800 years of cultivation sparked despair. Mia sighs, her gaze distant. Among the 5 elders, Senior Silverbeard and Senior Rust remain primordial souls. Redbone Wizard likely harbored anxiety, perhaps attempting to forcefully advance to the primordial soul realm before she was ready. The manager shakes his head. Attaining the primordial soul is difficult, as hard as ascending to the heavens. Who in this world guarantees advancement with 100% certainty? He sighs, resigning himself to fate. I still have 400 years to live. When I return to the Midland continent, I will establish a wizard family and enjoy my old age. It is a wonderful prospect. Primordial Soul remains a celebration for the minority. Gondif Island. 5 Elders Palace. Holy Infant, Alexandra, Elsie, Rust, and Madame Miracle sit together. Holy Infant speaks, his voice low. Before Redbone Wizard decided to advance to the Primordial Soul, she asked me for advice. I did not expect her to fail. It was not easy for a nomadic wizard to reach this step. If she had crossed over and successfully advanced as a nomadic wizard, she would have secured fame all over the world. Rust Dragon Wizard, Red Dragon Queen, and Blue Dragon Lady possess the backing of the Dragon Descendant Priory, so no one considers them nomadic wizards. Madame Miracle serves as a professor at the Spiritualism Steeple. Levi holds the backing of the Witches family, making him only half nomadic. Among the 5 elders, only the Redbone Wizard shared a path with Garcia. Alexandra stares at the table. The path of truth is full of thorns. Holy Infant nods in agreement. Levi remembers the time the Redbone Wizard chased him through the realm of Crimson. He murmurs to himself, do not let waiting become a regret. I have to find an opportunity to make a move on Farah. After the meeting, Holy Infant continues to refine the Earth God. Once the refinement completes, his alchemy work will reach its end. Afterward, his daily life centers on cultivating the way of the divine talisman. He also accepts requests to create weapons and medicine. The clone earns the money, and the main body spends it. Sea of Stars. On an eerie island, Wizard Wildbone emerges from seclusion. He looks at the bonod in his hand. It has shattered. A pink little skeleton stands quietly in front of him. Wizard Wildbone gestures to the creature. Follow me. After we leave the ancient tower, I will take you to my senior sister. With her help, if your master is lucky and becomes an undead in hell, I can bring her back. However, after becoming an undead, she will no longer be the original her, but a new individual. If not, then it is truly farewell. Do you understand? The pink skeleton nods and returns to hell. Wizard Wildbone stands alone, thoughts drifting to the past with a heavy sigh. On the path of pursuing the truth, companions grow fewer and fewer. South of Io, a sea of bamboo forests stretches out. Figures move deep into the forest, pass through a spectacular waterfall, and enter the water curtain cave. It is a completely different world. Many golden halls float in the air with oriental charm, and the vermilion pillars appear antique. A figure dressed in a linen robe opens his eyes. He is the Panda clan's current holy emperor Joe, and the Clear Spring Sept master. He stretches out a finger and gently points at the void. An illusory turtle shell resembling a Tai Chi pattern appears, followed by countless water ripples. The void in front of him shatters. With a wave of his hand, the void returns to normal after the water curtain passes. He muses aloud. I did not expect that one day, I would also be able to step into the shattering void realm. The way of the energy sect follows 5 realms ever since Origin Holy Emperor founded it. Acquired sense chi, innate conviction chi, heaven-men connection, shattering void, and limitless primordial chaos. Joe has already stepped into the 4th level. In the history of the Panda Plane, he stands as a powerful warrior, whose name will go down in history. The shattered void realm divides into early, middle, and late stages. Currently, he has only just entered the early stage. In the later stages, his strength would rival a level 8 powerhouse. As for the 5th realm, Only the origin Holy Emperor, the founder, has reached it since ancient times. This place is indeed the treasure land of our clan, he observes. Around Holy Emperor Zhou sit 3 other bearmen, all of them chubby. Li, Chen, Hong. Where did and go? These 3 bearmen are geniuses of their respective sections. Li hails from the Spirit's Energy sect, Chen from the Blue Mountain sect, and Hong from the Sky Cloud sect. Apart from them, a little girl named and also attends. She is a disciple of Zhou's Clear Spring sect. Chen speaks steadily, and met an injured snake outside the Grotto Heaven, and is treating it. The Grotto Heaven functions as the secret realm mentioned by wizards. It is a secondary plane dependent on the birth of the prime material plane. This land of inheritance lies within a Grotto Heaven. The Holy Emperor nods and speaks sternly. Your cultivation progress is not bad. You have already entered the late stage of Heaven-Man connection. On the 5th floor of the Dark Ancient Tower, you rank as powerful experts. We, the Panda Clan, have never liked fighting, but we still need the necessary training. Therefore, we must be born. We have to make changes so that we can save ourselves in the future from the evil demon tribulation. Hong shouts. I am ready. Li rubs his fists. That is great. My fist of rage has always yearned for a real battle. Even the calm Chen feels his blood burn. The Holy Emperor continues. You are restricted by the Ancient Tower's rules, but it serves to train you. Unless you encounter a level 6 existence, or face a life and death crisis, you will survive. Otherwise, I will not make a move. I will silently watch you and observe your performance. Besides your strength, you must learn to use your brains and your hearts to fight. You must learn to plan before you act and work together as a team. Chapter 1395. Beside a stream in a bamboo forest, and, a member of the Energy sect, tended to a wounded small green snake using the Clear Spring sect's music of flowing water. As the ethereal music played, the creature's injuries began to mend. The snake was an azure sky snake, a rare transcendent creature born with an innate affinity for void power. Their peaceful moment was shattered when a 5th circle wizard from the Black Sun steeple descended, intent on capturing the snake for his laboratory experiments. The dark wizard, who had accidentally discovered the land of peach blossoms, launched a ruthless attack on and, although the wizard possessed a higher cultivation level, and a level 5 existence demonstrated an unexpected ability to mobilize the elemental power of heaven and earth, she defended herself with the 9-song river dance and the 100 rivers vast ocean sword. When the dark wizard unleashed his 6th innate talent, Black Flame Lord, and found herself overwhelmed. However, 3 of her companions Li, Hong, and Chen suddenly appeared to assist her. Their combined attacks shattered the Black Flame Giant. In a surprising turn, the Azure Sky Snake broke free from the wizard's control, utilizing a combat technique, and its void power to cut the dark wizard in half. Following the battle, the snake chose to accompany, and, seemingly originating from a nearby waterfall. High in the void, the Holy Emperor observed the event with a calm expression. He reflected on the inevitability of the plane convergence, noting that Panda would likely integrate into Nora. He hoped that by fostering friendships with wizard civilizations, much like Elena, they could secure an easier future for their people. Meanwhile, in the northern territory at Great Deer City on the Moose Plateau, preparations for conflict were underway. The walls were lined with powerful figures, barbarian generals like Kirby, and Giant Bear stood alongside wizard guests of honor, including Farah. Reinforcements from various tribes had arrived, among them the Ice Phoenix Ferlin from the Heaven Horn tribe. Ferlin's objective was clear. She sought the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant, which she had discovered was now the totem beast of the Heavenly Ant tribe. Chapter 1396. The Heavenly Ant tribe had risen within 10,000 years. Now, they possessed a barbarian king, and ranked as one of the 6 major tribes. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant carried the name of the Heaven Horn Ant God. This heaven-horned ant god likely descended from the dragon ant that the Calamity Wizard had introduced. The earliest ancestor had most likely died of old age. Ferlin desired some of the ant god's eggs to bring back, hatch, and nurture herself. In the end, she discovered that the ant god laid eggs once every 500 years. The last time the ant god laid eggs was 300 years ago, and those remained dead eggs that had not hatched. If she waited for the next cycle, it would be 200 years later. The ancient tower would close by then, and she would arrive too late. Ferlin refused to give up. Since the eggs remained out of reach, she decided to contract the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant itself. The dragon ant stood at level 6 and enjoyed the protection of the barbarian king. Normally, such a feat proved impossible. However, based on her understanding of the dragon ant, this creature molted once every 100 years before it could grow further. During the molting period, it fell into a deep sleep and entered a chaotic and unconscious state, much like a baby in the womb. If she seized this window to forge a bond with the dragon ant, she might succeed. A small chance of success remained. Her spiritual force dictated the odds. She had encountered some fortuitous events in the Northern Territory, and her strength had improved. Although she still remained a distance from becoming a 5th Circle Senior Wizard, she drew closer with every passing day. She estimated a 1 in 10 chance of success. The risk remained, but it involved a level 6 entity. Once she succeeded, she would command a level 6 Zerg, and reach the heavens in a single step. Beyond the slim odds, another problem remained. The Heaven Horn tribe fed the ant god all year round. The tribe contained many level 5 experts, and the barbarian king kept constant watch. During its molting period, the barbarian king personally guarded the ant god. After all, the ant god served as the lifeblood of the Heaven Horn tribe, and they could not afford to lose it. Intelligence suggested the ant god would molt again in about 10 years. Ferlin needed to seize this opportunity when the molting began. The turmoil engulfing Io provided a golden opportunity. Ferlin felt a thrill, as if the creature already rested in her pocket. A deafening horn sounded. Ferlin collected her thoughts. The enemy had arrived. Farah looked around, brow furrowed. He spoke to the group. "Have you seen Victor?" Kirby replied. "Victor promised to arrive soon. He will not delay our combat plans. He is always so confident." After working together for more than 2 years, Kirby and Levi had become familiar with one another. Kirby respected Levi's strength. Farah muttered unhappily. "He is really arrogant. He is always late for every mission." Ferlin asked. "Sir Farah, is Victor very strong?" Farah glanced at Ferlin. "He is all right. It is rare to see someone with such impressive body tempering. I am not sure about his spells. They might be very ordinary, so he does not dare to show them to others." Ferlin nodded thoughtfully. Thousands of miles from Great Deer City, Levi traveled. He arrived late after detouring to a small resource point discovered by the flying scythe beasts to collect some materials. Approaching Great Deer City, Levi's danger perception flared. "There should be no level 6 experts here. Why this alarm? Myriad Thunder cannot threaten me alone. Did he bring a level 6 divine talisman from his master?" Levi stopped. He sat cross-legged in the wilderness and set up an array. He sent a voice transmission to Kirby. "I have arrived, but I remain hidden in the distance. I will use spells to provide long-distance support and catch the enemy off guard." He muttered to himself. "It is not that I am afraid. It is just a tactic." Great Deer City. Kirby looked at the message and spoke. "Victor says he is going to provide us with long-range support. It looks like he is hiding around the battlefield, but we cannot sense him." Farah scanned the surroundings with his spiritual force, but he could find no trace of Victor. Farah cursed silently. Is the brat afraid and running away? He claims he can kill the enemy from 100 miles away. Does he think he is a primordial soul wizard? Suddenly, on the distant horizon, where drums sounded and the sea of clouds dispersed, a huge airship tore through the air and pressed down on the plateau. A calm archmage wearing a thunder robe stood at the bow of the ship. Archmage Myriad Thunder was a powerhouse at the peak of level 5. On both sides of the airship, 10 archmages gazed down at Great Deer City. "Lord Archmage, look at these barbarians. Only by inviting outsiders can they barely contend with us. It is really sad. After today, Great Deer City will become history. We will take this city and break through the line of defense that leads to the hinterland of the barbarian race." The archmages were full of confidence, clearly prepared. Myriad Thunder felt excited. "Haha, when the time is right, I will let you all experience the might of a level 6 divine talisman." Under Myriad Thunder's persuasion, he had managed to obtain a precious level 6 divine talisman from his teacher. This talisman bore the name Thunder Tribute. Once released, it would gather thunder elemental power within a radius of several dozen kilometers and execute destructive attacks across a vast area. Chapter 1397. The Great Deer Tribe was once a barbarian king tribe. The city stood protected by a level 6 totem spirit. Thus, Myriad Thunder needed to consume the totem spirit first before releasing the lightning talisman. Archmage Myriad Thunder shouted toward the city walls. "Barbarians and heretics of the Great Deer City, listen up. Those who leave the city and surrender to the Empire now, and who accept the restrictions of slavery, can live. Otherwise, none of the people in the city will survive today." In the next moment, a voice roared back from the city. "To hell with you. Cut the crap and let us fight." Vulgar insults echoed from the city. Kirby and the others exhaled, their tension mounting. Myriad Thunder's expression turned cold. He commanded the array team, the divine talisman team, and the airship team. "All troops, attack." Myriad Thunder waved his hand. On the airship, beams of energy shot into the sky. Mages rushed forward in formation, their spells shining in synchronization. The divine talismans that filled the sky rained down upon the Great Deer City. Above the city, a roar of the ancient wilderness shook the air. The phantom of a giant deer, looming like a mountain, appeared within the city walls. An earthen yellow light enveloped the Great Deer City, and all the attacks hit a barrier. Farah fixed his gaze on the giant deer phantom. "This is the spirit of the giant beast totem after its death. Interesting." The giant deer clan leader roared. "The deer god is protecting us. Whoever takes Myriad Thunder's head in this battle will be rewarded by the barbarian king." Both parties clashed in the wilderness outside the city. High in the sky, in the wind disaster stratum, a team of flying scythe beasts passed by and recorded the battle situation. Levi hid 800 miles away, observing the conflict. In front of him, the amethyst light sword buzzed and trembled. Wisps of spell power flowed into the blade. Inside the sword's world, Fleur opened her eyes. "I will accumulate my strength first. When the time is right, I will kill him in one strike," Levi muttered. He pointed at the sky. The purple light shot upward. Wherever it passed, a surge of sharp metal elemental power gathered within. Like a rolling snowball, the amethyst light grew brighter. The sword circled above Levi's head, gathering more metal elemental power. Around the blade, the void distorted and trembled as if it could not withstand the sword's aura. Back at the Great Deer City, Archmage Myriad Thunder watched the giant deer spirit thin. "Quick, attack with all your might," Myriad Thunder urged his forces. He could not wait to use Thunder Tribute to shatter the Great Deer City and let the world see the might of the brilliant thunder. Outside the city, Kirby and the other barbarian warriors charged into the enemy line, locked in a bloody battle. In the distance, Farah and Ferlin cast long-range spells to strike the enemy. Farah cursed the empty battlefield. Damn Victor, he actually ran away. After this battle, I must report him to the barbarian king. Victor remained absent. In the past 2 years, Victor had been brave and skilled in combat. Because of that, he had won the barbarian king's favor, causing Farah's status to gradually fall. Farah stood as the only guest who had attained perfection in the Fifth Circle realm. Now, he finally held leverage over Victor. On the other side, General Kirby felt the mounting pressure. Why is Victor not here yet? The totem spirit cannot hold on any longer. The Empire's offensive grew fierce. Spells, divine runes, arrays, and airships bombarded the city. 4 main fire power systems attacked without mercy. 800 miles away, Levi opened his eyes. Go. The target is Archmage Myriad Thunder. He pointed into the distance. The purple light vanished from his sight in an instant. At the Great Deer City, the totem spirit wailed and collapsed under the relentless barrage. Every time the totem spirit was activated, it required long preparation and a heavy price. Now that the barrier had shattered, the defenders relied only on the Fifth Circle array built by the wizards to resist. However, under the fierce onslaught, the array failed to hold. Kill, a barbarian warrior screamed, charging an Empire mage in close combat. A moment later, divine talismans exploded, drowning him in fire and ash. Ice Phoenix transformed into a giant bird of ice and flames, charging across the battlefield. Farah's force field flashed, releasing a massive fireball phantom that charged toward Myriad Thunder. Myriad Thunder, I will take your head, Farah bellowed. Myriad Thunder used a spell to resist Farah, his lip curling in disdain. Ignorant foreigner. Finally, Myriad Thunder's heart raced as he saw the arrays shatter. Using the Thunder Tribute, be destroyed. Myriad Thunder prepared to cast Thunder Tribute. Suddenly, a purple light flashed from nowhere. The force field disintegrated, the Dharma artifact shattered, and his head exploded. All of this occurred in a single instant. In midair, the headless corpse fell. Myriad Thunder had died. Yet, this was not the end. What the hell is this? A voice shouted. Run, another screamed. Panic tore through the Empire's mage array. Before the mages could react, the purple light strung them together. The amethyst light shot into the sky. The accumulated metal elemental power burst forth, and the light tore through the clouds. A 100-meter-long purple greatsword swooped down. Its target was the Empire's airship. Hurry up. Protect the airship, a commander shrieked. Everyone, attack the greatsword. Low-level mages tried to block the purple greatsword, but they were instantly annihilated. The airship's energy shield activated to protect the vessel. A thunderous roar shook the sky. The moment the purple greatsword collided with the airship, a shockwave swept out. The energy cloak, capable of withstanding the simultaneous attack of multiple level 5 experts, cracked open. The purple greatsword ruthlessly stabbed into the deck, and with a flick of its blade, it sliced the entire airship in half. The array set up on the airship exploded, the runes dimmed, and the pilots died one after another. Chapter 1398. The airship crashes. The greatsword exhausts its strength and reverts to a 3-foot-long purple blade. The purple sword drifts beside the falling corpse of Myriad Thunder. A figure hovers in the clouds. It is Victor. He clutches the corpse of Myriad Thunder in his right hand and a purple divine talisman in his left, which radiates a palpable sense of danger. I knew it. Myriad Thunder had a level 6 divine talisman. Fortunately, I remained careful, or I would have been killed indiscriminately. Levi tucks away the divine talisman and the spoils of war. He intends to seek out the barbarian king to claim the bounty. He descends slowly above Great Deer City. Myriad Thunder is dead. Take advantage of this moment and pursue victory. The Empire's mages panic as they witness the destruction of their airship and the death of their commander. Farah watches, stunned. He failed to even glimpse the purple light before Myriad Thunder fell. What kind of treasure kills instantly? Shock washes over Farah as he stares at Victor. Had he been the target of that sword attack, he would have suffered the same fate as Myriad Thunder. That sword mobilized the elements of heaven and earth. How did Victor manage such a feat? Could the purple sword be a powerful artifact? Farah considers this the only possibility. Surely, a Fifth Circle practitioner could not mobilize the elements of heaven and earth. On the other side, Levi's longsword appears and points forward. Domineering and independent, he slashes out, his aura earth-shattering. A group of low-level mages falls to the ground silently. This move is a divine skill for dealing with novices. It proves more useful than a standard area of effect spell. An archmage cries out, unable to believe the scene. Let me fight you. He believes the terrifying purple sword was a trump card that required a significant price. Surely, such an attack would consume immense energy. He assumes that because Levi put away the sword, he no longer wields it, and will now rely on combat skills to kill the enemy. All right. Levi steps forward. The sky above Great Deer City suddenly darkens as night falls. Traceless star-stepping, the aura of the stars descends and wraps around the sword chi. The sword chi sweeps out. The force field of the archmage in front of him shatters, and his Dharma artifact crumbles. Levi cuts him cleanly into two. Like a god of war, Levi keeps the corpse and looks at the other archmages. They seem to have been targeted by a ferocious beast and flee without looking back. Inspired by Levi's imposing manner, the other barbarian warriors charge forward crazily. In terms of valor, the barbarians do not lag behind. A vice commander orders retreat, unwilling to accept the situation. The mages flee as if they have been pardoned. The swordsman who barged into the battlefield is too terrifying. One look from him scares low-level mages. His strength is evident. After chasing for 100 miles, Levi kills 2 more level 5 mages and stops. I will not chase a cornered enemy in case I encounter further ambushes. Killing Myriad Thunder is enough. Levi pants heavily and reviews the battle. The sword that killed Myriad Thunder consumed 1/3 of my spell power. To easily shatter the force field and Dharma artifact of a perfected 5th circle archmage and kill him in an instant, this cost is worth it. The Golden Dragon Break is an innate spell. The longer it accumulates power, the greater the result, though the consumption increases. Levi is only at level 11 with this technique. When he cultivates it to the maximum at level 13, after accumulating power, he will kill any enemy below the primordial soul level with a single strike. After this battle, a wave of sword wizards will likely emerge in the wizard world. Outside the ancient tower, the 5th level projection plays. On the screen, Archmage Myriad Thunder and Farah fight. Suddenly, a purple light flashes. Myriad Thunder's head vanishes, and his headless corpse falls to the ground. The scene disappears. What is going on? We were enjoying the show. I am not sure. That native seemed to have been instantly killed by a spell. Did you see what it was? No, there is no beginning or end to this scene. The attacker must be too far away. The battle ended too quickly, so the ancient tower did not capture it. This works too. Could a primordial soul have made a move? A primordial soul should not be so bored as to participate in the war between the 3 natives. The low-rank and middle-rank wizards do not understand the attack. Only a small number of primordial soul wizards who pay attention to the battle on the 5th floor find some enlightenment. Ingeniously combining the metal school spells and the secret sword to launch an ultra-high-speed attack from an ultra-long distance. Interesting. When did such a genius appear in the metal school? It seems like an ordinary attack, but the spells, arrays, and weapon-making knowledge involved are too extensive. It is not something that ordinary people can study. Several days pass since the Battle of Great Deer ended. The final battle report arrives. Out of the 11 archmages that the Empire sent, only 3 managed to escape. The most shocking news is that the potential supreme mage, the invincible archmage Myriad Thunder, has fallen. The military airship that the Empire developed with great effort has been shot down. Other losses remain countless. Conversely, the barbarians won. Saba City. In the main hall, Barbarian King Bar's aura is like a tiger, and he is in a good mood. In front of him lies Myriad Thunder's headless corpse. Ha ha ha, this battle was refreshing. Myriad Thunder was the favorite disciple of that old lightning supreme mage. He must be slamming the table in anger now. Victor, you made the greatest contribution in this battle. After the banquet, come and find me to receive your reward. Now, everyone, drink. The Barbarian King picks up the wine barrel and gulps it down. After the Battle of Great Deer, the morale of the barbarians boosts significantly. The Barbarian King realizes that the role of foreigners is greater than he imagined. They begin to invite foreigners to join the army with generous payment. Farah sits in a corner drinking. In his mind, the elegant demeanor of that sword replays. Such a treasure is actually possessed by a 5th circle senior wizard. It is a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure. With Victor in the Winged Tiger tribe, I, Farah, will never be able to stand out. Since the Heavenhorn Barbarian King invited me to Heavenhorn City, I might as well find a chance to kill Victor and join the Heavenhorn tribe. Competition exists between the barbarian kings. In the past few days, several barbarian kings have openly invited Victor. However, he rejects them all. He is now the favorite of the Winged Tiger Barbarian King. Levi feels someone looking at him. He glances over and sees Farah. Farah smiles. Mr. Victor, you have hidden your power well. I am impressed. Levi suppresses his danger perception and smiles kindly. You flatter me. Chapter 1399. The Winged Tiger tribe held territory in Saba City, located in the northern territory of Io. As the banquet ended, the guests dispersed. The Winged Tiger Barbarian King sent a message to Victor, requesting his presence at the mansion. Levi took a steadying breath and replied, all right. They had worked together for many years, and the Winged Tiger Barbarian King had proven himself a reliable ally. Furthermore, Senior Mana had recovered. Even if the Barbarian King harbored ill intentions, Levi possessed the strength to retaliate. He felt little worry. Farah watched from the crowd as Victor followed the Winged Tiger Barbarian King to his residence. Mixed feelings churned within him. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Upon reopening them, a flicker of undetectable killing intent sharpened his gaze. He vanished into the wilderness, moving toward the Heavenhorn tribe. With the help of Ice Phoenix Ferlin, he had secretly aligned with them. Farah was no stranger to shifting allegiances. Inside the Barbarian King manor, the Winged Tiger Barbarian King studied Victor. Have the other Barbarian Kings invited you recently? He asked. Levi offered a polite smile. Indeed, but I rejected them all. I only wish to use my abilities to obtain more cultivation resources before I leave Io, and the Barbarian King remains the best partner. The Winged Tiger Barbarian King nodded in admiration. Good. I appreciate straightforward people like you. Victor, although you are a foreigner, your temperament aligns with mine. I hope that before you leave, we can continue to work together, and may our friendship endure. Levi bowed his head. Thank you for your appreciation, Barbarian King. The Winged Tiger Barbarian King waved his hand, producing a battle technique manual crafted from beast skin. You killed Myriad Thunder and destroyed the Empire military airship, turning the tide of battle. The combat skills I gave you previously fell below the king level. To show my sincerity, this Lion King battle technique is yours. Levi straightened, excitement coloring his voice. Thank you, Barbarian King. He had not expected the Barbarian King to offer a king-level combat technique, a supreme skill created by the ruler himself. He had spent much time among the barbarians yet had only managed to obtain a copy of the warlord catalog. The winged tiger barbarian king clapped a heavy hand on Levi's shoulder. The battle has reached its climax, and future conflicts will challenge us further. Keep up the hard work. Levi nodded. As long as it remains within my abilities, I will not disappoint the barbarian king. The winged tiger barbarian king continued. It has been decades since you foreigners arrived. I have seen many and killed some. Your talent for combat techniques ranks as the best among all the foreigners I have encountered. Even among the barbarians, you stand at the top. It is a pity you are not a barbarian. I could have personally performed the spirit awakening ceremony and allowed you to learn the secret combat techniques of our winged tiger tribe. Levi spoke with feigned regret. It is indeed a pity. The winged tiger barbarian king motioned toward the exit. You may leave. The situation changes rapidly. Remain prepared. Levi bowed. I will take my leave now. The winged tiger barbarian king watched Levi depart, unable to suppress a sigh. The methods of these foreigners defy prediction. A peak 5th level archmage died without knowing where the enemy stood. Luckily, they cannot stay, or Aya would never know peace. The barbarian king understood that cooperating with a foreigner resembled negotiating with a tiger for its skin. Regardless of their schemes, however, he held the power of a level 6 expert, rendering any trickery futile. Chaos City housed the Archmage Tower. On the wall, the stone-carved face of the four-eyed Archmage wore a grim expression. The Supreme Archmage voiced a demand. Where is Nurez? An old mage in a purple robe manifested as a phantom above the round table. He spoke with respect. Lord Archmage, I am currently fighting the Green Demon King of the South. Why have you summoned me? Nurez served as the true name of the Lightning Supreme Mage. Among the 12 Supreme Mages of the Empire, his strength ranked within the top 5. The Supreme Archmage delivered the news. Your prized disciple is dead. You lost the Battle of Great Deer miserably. The Lightning Supreme Mage reacted with shock. That cannot be. I gave him a grade level 6 divine talisman. With such a trump card, how could he have died? The Archmage transmitted the scene captured by the Supreme Eye. After viewing the footage, the Lightning Supreme Mage darkened. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. A technique that allows someone to kill without being seen cannot come from the barbarians. It must be those evil mages. The Archmage responded with cold indifference. I do not care who it is. This person has become a major obstacle. It is your responsibility, as the head of the Inquisition, to find a way to eliminate him and destroy the heretic. The Lightning Supreme Mage bowed. Lord Archmage, rest assured. I will deploy forces immediately to investigate. We will kill this person and then. The Archmage cut him off. Capture him alive if possible. I have taken an interest in him. The Lightning Supreme Mage promised obedience. Understood. I will do my best. The Supreme Mage's phantom dissipated. The Archmage's statue fell silent, looming over a mountain of wizard knowledge and inheritance. Sauron, you think you can use me to build a trial ground for wizards? Little do you know, I can use your arrangements to absorb the crystallized wisdom of the wizard civilization for my purposes. I am the Chaos Ancient Serpent, a great entity born from the primordial chaos, the Archmage whispered into the void. In the southern region of Io, nestled within a valley, the Imperial Mage Army of the Thunder Division stood guard. A towering mage tower rose 300 meters high in the center of the camp. Chapter 1400. On the surface of the mage tower, thousands of lightning bolts strike down, filling the air with an aura of destruction. Inside the tower, the Lightning Supreme Mage narrows his eyes. This broken statue thinks of itself as the Supreme Archmage, daring to kill my beloved disciple. Whoever you are, I will find you. Since you have destroyed the vessel I carefully prepared, I will turn you into a vessel. Year 1220 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowers. In the Sea of Stars, at the White Robe Wizard Association, Mia works in her pharmacy. She has just mastered the 5th Circle Protective Force Field and practices it diligently. My defensive ability has greatly improved. I no longer need the 4th Circle Force Field. Outside the door, a portly 5th Circle Wizard knocks. Miss Mia, is Master Fire Dragon here? Mia pauses her training. Oh, it is Wizard Beckman. Master is here. Do you need something refined? Beckman nods. I would like to ask Master to refine a secret sword wizard tool for me. Mia shakes her head apologetically. Master's schedule is too full lately. You might need to return to the wizard world. Beckman holds out a pouch. My reward is an Earth-grade oddity. Mia smiles. I see. I will take you to Master. Come with me. Beckman beams. As expected, nothing in this world is impossible. It is just a matter of paying more. On the way to Fire Dragon Island, Mia asks casually, why the sudden interest in refining a secret sword wizard tool? Beckman smiles. Haven't you heard of the Death's Blade, Victor? Mia shakes her head. I have only been in seclusion for a few months. Did something major happen outside? Beckman explains. Not long ago, Lightning Supreme Mage's beloved disciple, Archmage Myriad Thunder, led 10 Archmages and 1,000 wizard team to conquer Great Deer City in the north. Just as they were about to take the city, you will never guess what happened. Mia leans in. What happened? Tell me quickly. Beckman exclaims. Just as Great Deer City was on the verge of falling, a purple ray of light instantly killed Myriad Thunder and dozens of wizards. It destroyed the Empire's airship, and then it disappeared. That purple light was Victor's secret sword. After this battle, Death's Blade, Victor, became famous and shot straight into the top 10 of the Empire's bounty list. He surpassed figures like Undead Dragon Demon and Gondorf. Even the deceased fire dragon destroyer's bounty could not compare to Victor's. It is said that he created the flying secret sword technique. It boasts unparalleled killing power, and can even sever a head from dozens of miles away. It is impossible to defend against. Mia's mouth falls open in disbelief. What? Taking someone's head from dozens of miles away? How is that possible? Could this flying secret sword technique be a curse technique? On the surface, it seems like a sword attack, but could it be a death curse? Or is that secret sword some sort of exotic treasure? Aside from curses or exotic treasures, she cannot fathom how a fifth circle wizard could kill a peer from such a distance. This should be the domain of primordial soul experts. Even though wizards are known for their long-range spells, that is relative to melee classes. Typically, battles between fifth circle wizards remain confined to a radius of about 10 miles. Otherwise, even if a spell could reach further, its power diminishes with distance, making it nearly impossible to kill an opponent of the same realm from afar. To kill a peak fifth circle expert like Myriad Thunder from dozens of miles away is even more incredible. Myriad Thunder's protective force field, Dharma artifacts, and other defenses were all top tier. Beckman continues. It should not be a curse. It is a real sword that kills. As for whether it is an exotic treasure, I do not know. Many fifth circle wizards have begun researching how to use secret swords and spells for long-distance attacks. Mia sighs. To think there is such a prodigious talent in this world. I wonder if Lord Ace can achieve something like this. As a fifth circle wizard herself, she feels quite mediocre. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. On Fire Dragon Island, Beckman finally meets the elusive Master Fire Dragon. The Holy Infant looks at him. I hear you have a truth oddity. Let me see what it is. Beckman nods and produces an earthen yellow oddity. This oddity resembles a small turtle, its head retracted into its shell, unmoving. Beckman says, "This is Tortoise's Heart, an Earth-grade, Earth-type oddity." The Holy Infant smiles. All right, deal. You want to refine a secret sword, correct? Where are your materials and blueprints? Beckman takes out a level 5 amethyst. Master, this amethyst is my material. I obtained it at a high price. It is a remnant of the Amethyst Race and is extremely hard. Additionally, the recently famous Death's Blade seems to be made from amethyst. As for the blueprints, I do not have them. Master, you can use your existing designs to refine one for me. The Holy Infant nods. Not a problem. Come back in half a year to collect your item. Beckman beams. Thank you, Master. Master Fire Dragon's weapon refining skills are renowned in the Sea of Stars, and even the southern region. Thus, Beckman feels confident in leaving the work to the Master, without worrying about the materials being ruined. After all, Master has crafted many top-grade wizard tools, so this one presents no challenge. As Beckman departs, the Holy Infant murmurs, "What exactly is the Death's Blade? Is it truly that powerful?" To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.